which means the wall can jump. Tillman over the wall, scores! Malik Tillman! Lightning strikes twice, and the United States has tied the game!
A few moments later.
Trossard to the byline, gets across, into Ketelaar's rising up, and Belgium retake the lead. Moments later, Charles de Ketelaar climbs the ladder.
Not great, Bob.
Richards beaten out of the air. Freeze has got to get there and deal with it. He takes it down off the chest. De Ketelaar knocks it away. Tim Ream can't block it.
Just an absolute disaster for the United States. 2 goals that have come off mistakes. I don't know why he hesitated, if he felt he was going to get contact from de Ketelaar in the back, who was going to try to make a challenge. Then he's out of his goal. You can't use your hands there.
Oh. Oh, that's way worse.
That sucked. You know, it's so weird for a team like, and I am no soccer expert. So take this with a gigantic grain of salt, but I have tried my damnedest to watch as much of this and take as much of this tournament in as I can. And the one thing that I noticed about the U.S. is they were pretty good at not allowing anybody to really run things up on them. You know, outside the Turkey game, which was a game that didn't matter, you held everybody else to a combined singular goal. Beat Paraguay 4-1, beat Australia 2-0, beat Bosnia 2-0, and then you get to this Belgium game, and the amount of mistakes that were made, it looked as if they were almost like scared to get the ball out of the box. Like nobody wanted to commit. That first goal, you got 3 different players surrounding the ball. Just clear it. Nobody does anything and ends up in the back of your net. The third goal literally looked like you were throwing the game. Goalie comes out of the box. That's fine. Go get the ball. The one thing you got to do is just hit it. And he's got a guy draped on him and decides, I'm going to do a little check. I'm going to pump fake a kick. I don't even know what happened. So it wasn't, a lot of times in sports, this is the case. It's not always about that you lost. It's how you lost. And how you lost yesterday was kind of embarrassing. Essentially what the U.S. did, they won the games that they were supposed to win. This game was essentially even money last night between the U.S. and Belgium. You made it to the round of 16. That's improvement. The team is better than where they were 4 years ago or even beyond that. It's a good building block. I'll tell you one thing that I feel like you are missing. In this tournament, it has been one that in each game, whoever the star player for whatever country that we're discussing at the moment, whether it's been Messi with Argentina, Mbappe with France, Holland with Norway, whoever, their best player has been their best player in this tournament. They have kicked ass. You know, Christian Pulisic is somebody that, and I know he got hurt in the middle of the game, but even before that, he was not playing well. If you are going to be seen as the crown jewel of this men's national team, there's got to be more moments. There just has to be. You know, in the games in the World Cup, it just feels as if he has been sort of non-existent during this. He has been handled as the gold standard of what U.S. men's hockey is trying to aspire to get as far as athletes, and was mostly just kind of unnoticeable. Best player on the U.S., certainly in yesterday's game, but I could argue for the entire tournament, if it's not Balogun, it's Tillman. Tillman's somebody in the biggest of moments you needed something to happen. He steps up, he knocks in 2 free kicks in 2 successive games. In tough areas, by the way. So look, the way that I viewed this thing is always, number one priority is if you're going to wear the stars and the stripes, if you're going to rock the red, white, and blue, and you're going to compete in a game that involves competition, I will always pull for that, for my country to win in anything. The added benefit of the World Cup is it's a sport in which we are not supposed to win. So when you do the winning and you watch other teams that take much more pride as a country and stuff like this drop, that's also a part of the joy. So as bummed as I am that the U.S. is just out of this, I'm also bummed because now I can't do the trash talk of you said that we were going to suck and you were out of the tournament before we are. But I don't know when I expected this run to end, I suppose. I just, for whatever reason, I didn't think it was going to happen last night. I thought they'd make it one more round, and then whoever they played after that was going to be incredibly difficult. But when you play a game like they played, which was a whole bunch of really, really terrible mistakes at the worst moments, this is the result you're going to get. And you just need somebody to step up. And it felt like Tillman was one of them and not a lot of others. Texter says Pulisic is the most overrated star ever. He no-showed in the Olympics also. I don't understand why all these so-called ball knowers love him so much. I don't know enough, as I told you before, about him or the sport specifically to say he's the most overrated star ever. I can just tell you that everybody else who is considered their team's best, their country's best, has been excellent in this. You could maybe say Ronaldo hasn't been, but Ronaldo, how old is he? Is he like 40? I mean, Ronaldo's old. 41. I think you can blame some of that on age. Despite the way that man looks. Not accusing him of Botox, but that face is pretty flat. Not a wrinkle in sight. It just feels like everybody else's stars stepped up in the moment, and you didn't really have it. Your best guy just kind of, I think he got one. Who was that against? He got one. But in games like that, you need those guys to be the best. And I just feel like he fell a little bit flat. Texas says, best U.S. team in 24 years, maybe ever, but losing like that sucks. Only thing I can think is they're missing bleep hole, essentially. Someone with an attitude, a pest. Someone that kind of raises a competitive attitude. A little bit. It felt like Belgium, when they got the first goal, and it was early, and it felt cheap. Felt cheap. They started to really milk guys laying on the ground. They started to milk a whole bunch of stuff like that. They were not playing nearly as aggressive, especially when they got the 2-goal lead. But you had a moment I mean, you had the game get tied up 1-1. The last thing you can do is give up a goal right afterwards. And it was all of the momentum that you gained because that stadium wanted to go insane, wanted to. And just all the air was sort of sucked out. You score, you tie things up. It's Tillman's second. His second goal off a free kick in a huge moment, one in which you really, really needed it. And then you have everything just sort of die right afterwards. It's the one thing that couldn't happen. It took everything out of that stadium. And to their credit, everybody in Seattle, they tried their damnedest to keep the energy of that building the same. It wasn't as if the crowd was, because you can get this in sports a lot. You felt it inside Ball Arena if a Nuggets game is going bad, or if the Avs are having trouble getting things going, or at Mile High, certainly during like the Russell Wilson years. The crowd a lot of times is a reflection of how the team is playing and sort of the mood and feel of the team at the time. And I think we all kind of felt it in watching on TV. It's like, yeah, tonight's just not their night. They don't have it. The second that Belgium scored their second right after you tied the game up, you just kind of knew, like, okay, not really your night, not going to be your game. But the crowd, they kept the energy up. And I thought maybe if they just got one more thing to bounce their way, perhaps it could change sort of the tenor of how that game was flowing. And just couldn't do it. 4-1 loss, as the announcer said, devastating loss for the United States. It's true. It was devastating. Again, it wasn't the loss, it was how. It's that you felt like, man, maybe we do have a team that can compete, and then to lose off of doing, let's be honest, some stupid stuff. That's the bummer in all of it. And I know everybody's going to, and hell, we had people tweeting this at like me and Vic last night. It's so weird. This is karma for the red card. Okay. I mean, goodness. The amount of people clutching their pearls at the idea that somebody, where most even, I heard Wayne Rooney talking about it, it shouldn't have been a red card to start with. And Rooney went on to say, even though I think it shouldn't have been a red card to start with, overturning it seems extreme. I would agree with everything that he said. Bottom line is, karma. Again, the pearl clutching that goes on around here, it's the same way I felt about the Brendan Sorsby thing. Like, do I think that the proper punishment for Sorsby was getting booted out of college football? Yeah, I do. But I'm not going to listen to the Alabamas and Floridas of the world try and tell me about the sanctity of the game in competition.
Oh, brother.
Seriously. So, 303-504-0925. Broadcasting from the Backus and Shanker Studios. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured. So, we have some updates out of Serbia. One regarding Jokic's contract extension. And I think people are getting this entirely confused. The people that have been panicked about the not signing of his contract extension yet, I don't think quite understand. If you are panicked about this and nervous, you should feel the exact opposite. And I'll explain in just a couple of minutes. Stick around. All right. I saw on ESPN there's this big write-up about Sean Payton, and it was the lead-up to the AFC Championship game. It's one of those long, long articles from Seth Wickersham, so I'm trying to get through as much of this as I can because I do want to talk about this today. So, continue to make progress on that during the breaks. In the meantime, from the very beginning, and I mentioned this before, the thing that two things about this offseason that people have been incredibly panicked about that I think are the two things that I am most at ease over regarding the Nuggets is Jokic and his contract extension, and it's Peyton Watson and his restricted free agency. I don't think, especially now that the market's been open for a while, and we haven't heard a peep about some sort of offer for Peyton Watson or anything. It's always felt to me that this Nuggets team was absolutely gung-ho about bringing him back, or at a very minimum, not letting him walk for free. There are some whispers out there about sign-in trade stuff and whatever, but bottom line is you were going to retain his rights for either the purposes of keeping him on the roster, which I think is by far the most likely, or at a minimum getting something in return if he does end up leaving. The Jokic part of this is, to me, the least interesting aspect. I hated talking about it because I thought it was silly. But this became a whole thing, and then it became, is Jokic holding the team hostage? Is he trying to angle for a way out, and that's why he's not signing his contract? And I thought to myself, all of this seems pretty silly. There is nothing about Jokic in his demeanor and personality that has changed over the last couple of years. He has not asked or demanded anything of the organization because that's not the kind of guy he is, despite the fact that he is the most important person that exists in that building. And he will be for as long as his playing career continues. He operates like that of an employee. He never oversteps his bounds, even at times where I think he should. He doesn't. This isn't about trying to dictate your terms to an organization. This is about, if I wait one more year, I can sign a contract that lasts until I'm 37 years old and make more money and get an extra year out of it. Basically, take him to the end of his career. So he's in Serbia. He's being interviewed. I'd play the audio for you, but he's speaking Serbian. He says, my idea is to sign next summer and stay with Denver for the rest of my career. He said that yesterday. He said that the year before. He said it the year before that. He said it the year before that. All of the panic surrounding him, I think, is so overblown. There is nothing about that man in particular that screams, I am demanding that you do X, Y, and Z. I just think that he's someone, and he said before, he had the ultimate respect for a guy like Dirk, and you could see why. European guy, played as a big, was able to do a little bit of everything. He was a good shooter for his size, all that different stuff. He said, I respected that he stayed with one team his entire career. And he's not one to ring chase. So all of this stuff feels to me like a manufactured thing about NBA off seasons to get people talking. Is somebody available even when they're not? I don't know. Let's talk about it. Where would be a cool place for them to go? They have these conversations all the time. Now, I'll tell you this. There are things that I think the Nuggets have to do to keep this team at not just a competitive level, because they will be competitive for as long as 15 wears a jersey here, but a championship level. That's the responsibility of the organization. Jokic could take a team of misfits, a team of G Leaguers, and get them into a play-in spot. That will happen. He's that good. A matter of if you're actually championship material is a completely different conversation to have. And when I see yesterday that the Sacramento Kings are waiving DeMar DeRozan, I think to myself, DeMar DeRozan is obviously not what he's been, as he's in his late 30s. He's 36 years old. He's not who he was when he was, 27. But is DeMar DeRozan still somebody that can help you a little bit? Absolutely he is. He's still somebody at 36 years old, played in 77 games, gave you 18 points. He's got a little bit of that bully ball that if your shot as a team isn't falling, he'll find a way to get to a mid-range and knock something down. He still shot 50% from the floor last year. I think that's absolutely somebody you got to be looking at. Along with the idea that, listen, everything for the Nuggets should be on the table here. The last thing I think that can be on the table is the idea of, admitting that you need to take a step backwards. That you got to take a step back to move forward. I just think you're in a place right now where you could have, Vic was talking about this yesterday. The Boston Celtics were in active talks with the Nuggets about a Jaylen Brown trade. And they wanted Jamal Murray, and the Nuggets weren't willing to do it. That's how much they value Jamal. And I want to get back to that in a second, because I do think it's an interesting revelation after hearing Josh Kroenke say everything outside of trading 15 is on the table for this offseason. That would have been one that I think that, the way I describe it is nobody would have asked, why did they do that trade? You might have disagreed with it. You might think that Jamal is better than Jaylen Brown, or you might think that the fit of Jaylen Brown and trading Jamal Murray, not having a ball handler doesn't make sense, or something like that. You can't say that the talent for talent is so vast in difference that it doesn't compute. That's not it. But they decided not to make the trade. But I think a lot of this, people get this confused. The question here isn't you need to do this for Jokic's legacy. You need to do this as an organization to capitalize on your window with having one of the greatest players who's ever lived. That's what you needed. You needed the idea, or you need to have Jokic in a place where you are competitive at a championship level every year, or else it feels like you are wasting, as an organization, a time that your organization might never have again. No, it doesn't mean you can never win a title again post-Jokic, but you are going to be hard-pressed to find anyone who is the caliber and level of basketball player that Nikola Jokic is. That's why you need to capitalize on this. And a texter says, some people just can't wrap their heads around how genuine Jokic is. Drumming up drama for headlines and splash trade is all people want. I've been saying this forever. Name a time where Jokic has ever said something that was not the truth. You ask Jokic in a game in which they lose. Season ends. This last year, how close did you feel like you guys were to a championship level team? Well, we lost in 6 games. We're not close. That's what he said. Repeatedly, he says afterwards, and maybe this is the most disingenuous thing that he does say, but he says it with earnestness, and he says it with leadership. Every time they lose, what happened tonight? I need to be better. And that can come after, I remember, didn't they lose the game where he had a 60-point triple-double? And he said something like that, and I'm like, no, I think you did quite enough, actually. I think you were just fine. But the crazy thing about the Jamal Murray stuff is if the Nuggets rebuffed the trade, and I don't know if this is true or not, but some rumors are they rebuffed the trade, a trade proposal with the Celtics where they were willing to give up Jaylen Brown if they had Jamal Murray in return, along with some other stuff. I don't know what the other stuff was. And they weren't willing to do that, then how much do you value Jamal? Because Jamal is in a weird place. Jamal has been somebody that every regular season, Nuggets fans would say he's overrated. And then every postseason, everybody who watched the NBA would tell you he's underrated. He was the ultimate playoff riser. He was the ultimate guy that when the games mattered the most, when the moment mattered the most, Jamal Murray was one of the best players in the league in games like that. The last couple years have been an interesting flip. Last year, he becomes an all-NBA player. He becomes an all-star. He has the best season of his career, and he stayed healthy. Over the course of the year, remember, all offseason, Jamal Murray stayed in Denver. He worked on his body. He did the necessary work that people were asking of him in the offseason. And it resulted in his greatest season as a professional. But he kind of got eaten up by Jaden McDaniels. And so the perception, it's always funny how this works, the last thing that you did is the defining thing that you did, especially in sports. So you can have this great year, like Drake May's an example. Drake May finished like a vote away from winning the MVP. He had a tough playoff run. I think he was a little bit beat up. And all people want to think about with Drake May is how he looked in the playoffs. And I think that's unfair. But in the case of Murray, same thing's going on. Jamal had his best year as a pro, but in the playoffs, he was not good, and that's the lasting memory. But I think you ask any Nuggets fan, which version of Jamal would you rather take? The one where he kind of annoys you in the regular season with his inconsistency and up and down and on and off the court sort of nature? Or, I mean, all of that with, in the playoffs, he explodes. Or what you've got in the last few years. And I think that everybody would tell you they'd take the previous version. Now, if you can combine the two, give me Jamal from the regular season last year and Jamal from the postseason back in 2023, marry that together, that becomes one of the top players in the NBA. That becomes somebody who is an untradeable asset that you laugh in the face of teams asking, what's the value on this guy? But you just haven't had both. Like a texter says, he had an all-star season last year and carried the team. I totally agree. But I'll tell you, when you hear from the owner of the team and the people in charge in the front office, everything is on the table except for trading except for trading Nikola Jokic. He's included in the everybody else conversation. So it's what to do with that. Now, if this is true, then they value him at a super high level still. Maybe he is not untradeable, but maybe he's untradeable except for like 5 or 6 guys in the NBA. I don't know. Jaylen Brown was an MVP candidate. Jaylen Brown was somebody that carried the Boston Celtics for most of the year because Jason Tatum was hurt. Feels like a pretty good player. And again, if there was a 1-to-1 trade, Jamal Murray, Jaylen Brown, I don't, first of all, I don't think Nuggets fans would scoff at the trade. And second of all, I don't think Boston fans would scoff at the trade like they did with the Paul George one, where they're like, what the hell was this? So 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. A lot more to get to within NBA offseason. I do want to finish reading as fastly and as quickly as I can this long article from Seth Wickersham today regarding Sean Payton. So he was sort of in the trenches with Sean Payton during the final days of the season. And boy, if I'm going to read this during breaks, it's going to take all day because this thing's a haul. There's chapters in here.
Good.
Nelly,
Good.
Nelly, there's no way I'm going to make this.
Here's what I'll do.
There's a part 3.
I'll call Jake Coyne, and I'll have him turn this article into a flip book for you.
Look, I'm not saying that I can't read it. I'm saying it just came out like...
I can't read!
It just came out at like 4:30 in the morning. I just saw it at 5:58 this morning. And there's no way I can sift through all this during breaks. I mean, I want somebody, can somebody do the heavy lifting for me? Hang on. I want to show you. How do I show you this? Like, Nelly, go to ESPN.com. Yeah, do this. Pull up the screen behind me. ESPN.com. It's going to be like on the front of the NFL page. I want to show the people what I'm talking about here because I was trying to do the work for you. This came out this morning. I woke up at 5. I got my dogs outside, took a shower. I wasn't looking at my phone. But I want you to go to this article. So click the NFL tab. It'll be there. And Seth Wickersham, he's a great writer. Scroll down a little bit. It's right there. Inside the Broncos playoff run, 15 days with Sean Payton. Was trying to do this work. Now, do me a favor, Nelly. Scroll. And I want you to keep scrolling and just show the people how long this thing is and how impossible this is going to be for me to read before the end of this show today. I'm going to try and find tidbits. But yeah, keep going. Keep going. Now, you can go at a faster pace than that. Trust me, you got a ways to go. Nelly's just scrolling and scrolling and scrolling. And from what I've read, it's excellent so far. But I'm trying to do this for you guys. I want to bring you this information.
We just got to part 2. We just got to part 2.
That's what I'm saying. There's like 4 parts in this, and you just got to 2. By the way, all Nelly's doing right now, for those listening, is scrolling that little wheelie thing on the mouse. And he hasn't stopped since I told him to start doing it. There's part 3. You just passed part 3.
Okay, we're making progress, boys.
Scroll.
Game of inches.
Scroll. See what I'm saying, Ellie? I said I was going to read this during breaks. This is impossible. Our breaks are, 3-4 minutes? Take that times 9, 12?
Just got to the end.
Time. I mean, that was Nelly actively scrolling for a minute and a half without stopping. So I'll do my best.
This is actually maybe one of the few acceptable ethical uses of AI.
I think I'm going to have to.
Take the whole article, put it into Grok or Chat BG, as Vic calls it. Ask it to explain it like I'm 5, summarize it in a few bullet points.
Okay, here's the thing. You guys know my stance on this. I am anti-AI. I think that it is hindering our ability to think for ourselves, and it's taking originality out of things. One of my favorite things to say to people is, don't be afraid to have an original thought. Don't go out and look at what somebody else said and just regurgitate that as your own opinion. Have your own opinion on things, okay? I think AI kills people doing that. It takes away your ability to do so. Am I allowed to be a hypocrite today? And it's more for the sake of like trying to bring this information to you because it looks amazing. it was so long, I feel like I have to go against my own word and use AI to help me out. But here's the other problem I have, Nelly. If I have the AI do it for me, I'm not going to go back and read it afterwards because I'm going to feel like I saw the end of the movie before I watched it.
I can't read.
I'm going to have to do it on behalf of the people. I'm going to have to do this. So what do you do here? You just... No, I'll figure it out. I hate being a hypocrite. I'm going to have to do it. So I'll get some version of this. I'll find some stuff. It's a great article from Seth Wickersham. I'll give you some bullet points to what happened. 15 days with Sean Payton. It was during the playoff run. He was there with Sean Payton when Bo Nix got hurt. We'll get to it next. All right, there's a lot going on here. There's a lot going on. I did it against my own sort of... I feel gross. I feel gross that I've done it, but I did it. I had to do it because I want to bring you guys this information because it's really good. I AI'd some specifics about this this article from Seth Wickersham. Again, he was with Sean Payton for 15 days during the postseason. Here's what happened, and in at least a couple of these. First of all, he had armed guards before the playoffs started, before their game against Buffalo. Armed guards wheel in $500,000 in cash in front of the team. And that was to show them, this is what he says, I found it necessary to remind everyone we're playing for a lot of cash in this tournament. Everybody laughed. But he's trying to find extra motivation. He doesn't want them to get too complacent. He addressed some of the standard things that we as talking heads and fans discussed heading into a playoff run. The playoff experience matters. He says, bull bleep, our own experience matters. Bye-week teams are rested and ready for a fast start. Being rested has nothing to do with how we start. Home field and how much that matters. He said history shows it doesn't. We'll be back next year. Nothing is promised. He's kind of hitting every single bullet point of like, don't use an excuse. Don't think you have some sort of advantage going into this game. Go out and execute, essentially. But a lot of this article sort of starts with the recovering from Bo Nix getting hurt and how to deal with it. And one thing that we mentioned heading into this is Sean Payton is not he's not new to the idea of using a backup quarterback and executing with that guy despite having someone who is elite level like Drew Brees. Now, Bo Nix is not Drew Brees, but not having your starting quarterback going into the game before the Super Bowl is insane. When that happened, according to Seth Wickersham, he spent, I'm talking 23 hours inside of that building. He was operating on less than an hour of sleep, trying to get as prepared as possible. And he kind of leaned on the Teddy Bridgewaters and Taysom Hills and Trevor Simeons and guys that he used in his past that had success. The issue is they were in such a unique position of you're literally starting a guy that played 0 snaps previous in that season and doing it in the AFC Championship game. Never been done in NFL history. Here's what's really crazy, though. Maybe the thing that in reading this, the most insane part that maybe we didn't know previously. In overtime, if you guys remember, Sean Payton is livid at how his defense is playing, despite the fact that they got turnover after turnover against Buffalo. If you look at the overall sort of numbers in that game, Buffalo had no problem moving the football when they hung on to it. It's not like you stymied them to a tune of they couldn't move. They had 450 total yards of offense. They were 10 of 15 on third down. They were 1 of 1 on fourth down. Had they not turned the ball over 5 times, and that's a credit to your defense, they were moving the ball with ease. But go back and remember, it's overtime. Broncos got the football to start. Both teams get to touch the football anyway. Their first play was an 11-yard pass to Cortland Sutton, first down. Second play, 1st and 10, was an incompletion. Third play was a -1 yard pass to Marvin Mims. Last play was a deep ball to Cortland Sutton that missed. It's 4th and 11 at your own 38-yard line. Sean Payton says, he's going to fake a punt. He calls a fake punt. Players get up to the line of scrimmage, and they all decided, we're not doing that. They veto the play. They end up punting. Josh Allen throws the pick that...
Josh Allen?
Yes, him. He throws the pick that is still in Buffalo the most egregious call ever made. Jaquan McMillan takes it. You drive down the field for a field goal. You win the ball game. But Sean Payton was so disappointed with how his defense was playing and did not trust them in that moment. He didn't want to give the ball back to Josh Allen with no points on the board and a chance for him to just get a field goal to win it. Ended up the veto from the players. I mean, who knows if he get the fake punt or not. But the veto from the players results in you winning the football game. This is some of the stuff that's in that article that I can't read all of it because it is insanely long and there's not enough time before 10 o'clock for me to get done with it. So I will continue to bring little snippets of this article as we go along today, but there's some really good stuff in here, that being one of them.
We're running out of time. My life is running out of lifespan.
So I have done the cardinal sin of creativity in my book, which is I have relied on artificial intelligence to give me bullet points to this. I hate that I have done it, but I'm doing it for you. So 303-504-0925, a lot more to get to with that article specifically today. As U.S. loses, they're eliminated from World Cup contention. A bunch to discuss. You can watch the show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar. The Altitude TV simulcast. Can also watch on YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and don't miss anything. From Denver's #1 sports station, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane starts next.
which means the wall can jump. Tillman over the wall, scores! Malik Tillman! Lightning strikes twice, and the United States has tied the game!
A few moments later.
Trossard to the byline, gets across, into Ketelaar's rising up, and Belgium retake the lead. Moments later, Charles de Ketelaar climbs the ladder.
Not great, Bob.
Richards beaten out of the air. Freeze has got to get there and deal with it. He takes it down off the chest. De Ketelaar knocks it away. Tim Ream can't block it.
Just an absolute disaster for the United States. 2 goals that have come off mistakes. I don't know why he hesitated if he felt he was going to get contact from de Ketelaar in the back, who was going to try to make a challenge. Then he's out of his goal. You can't use your hands there.
Oh. Oh, that's way worse.
That sucked, dude. That sucked a lot. So excited for this, and then
They sucked.
Immediately, you could tell, oh, you don't have it tonight, do you?
Oh, baby.
I mean, from the very jump.
I mean, from the time they kicked that ball off, Vic.
Poop fest.
Yeah, USA was on its heels.
Step slow.
Everything felt dangerous. What a thud. What an absolute thud.
I mean, when the first thing that happens
I want to
is
apologize to your friend Ricky in Belgium.
Robbie.
Robbie,
Yeah.
you own us, Robbie.
Yep.
the very first thing that happened, like a minute in, Belgium gets this prime look and just misses. And then the U.S., 3 defenders, all in the box, ball right in front of them. They all decide, I'd rather not clear this. And to combine that with Tillman, who was excellent this entire tournament, but in back-to-back games, scores huge goals off a free kick. He gets you right back in the game. And you felt it. Like that crowd in Seattle wanted so badly for something to hold on to. He gives them one. Only to give that up, a minute and a half later, taking all the wind out of the sails. The last goal was the one that just made me sick, though. I mean, I know that a goalie pops out of his box and rips one down there to stop any sort of threat. You can't play patty cake with the ball with the guy draped on you. What are you doing? All of it was just so disappointing. And I don't know, like, it's funny. When the game ended, I was disappointed, but I was like, I don't know how good the team was. I don't know how much farther they were going to go, even if they won that game. I don't know what the feeling I should have been having was. Should it have been gratitude for making it as far as they did, because they haven't done that in a while? Is it, or should it be disappointment that they played the way they did in that game? I don't know. I'm not sure.
I think it's disappointment only because there are a lot of people that weren't ready to jump on, right? The wagon. They just weren't ready. They were unsure whether the sport wasn't for them, this team was unknown, whatever. And then once they hopped on, the car crashed. The wheels fell off.
Yeah.
That's what happened.
Yep.
All this hubbub, all this national pride. Everybody came together. Everybody hated Belgium yesterday. And all that hate went kaput. Got owned. The back line, Tim Ream, ponytail guy, terrible. Goalie, terrible. Pulisic, terrible.
Well, I was just going to say this. Here's another problem I have, because I am not I am not somebody that would consider themselves a soccer expert nor a men's national team expert. I am the most casual viewers that you're going to find. I'm one of those guys. If they're on and it's a game that matters, I'm going to watch. If not, then I won't. But I watched a lot of this World Cup, and I've seen the best players in this tournament, the Messis, the Mbappes, the Haalands, the guys like that. They are noticeably amazing. Like, I thought these guys were the best. Oh, look it. They are the best. Yeah. I've heard for years that Christian Pulisic is our gold standard, our beacon of this team. Where is it? Where is it? Because I don't notice Pulisic being much different than anybody else that's on the field. I notice Tillman. I notice him. We've noticed Balogun throughout this tournament. Why are we putting Pulisic in these conversations if he's not noticeable?
He had a terrible year this season overseas, and it carried over. He's always injured. He's always unavailable. There's always something that comes with it. Just not there. Wasn't there for the biggest tournament, the biggest night of American soccer. So whatever, I hate being here because every time we go through this, we're here. You invest so much into it, and last night was an opportunity to break through. You cannot tell me that Belgium is that much better than the U.S.
Right.
They're not. They're not that much better.
Vic,
But they had the better game plan.
Yep.
And they had the better finishers, and they didn't choke. Everything the U.S. did last night.
They were aggressive. They went for it. They wanted it. The first save, Freeze makes a save right away, right? Just a jumping, diving save. I mean, like in the first minute.
And they said maybe his best save of the tournament. And I was like, all right, he's on.
Yeah, he hasn't had a save like that this tournament. Okay, good. Then there was a corner, got it out of there. Okay, and then Belgium's right back at it.
I know.
So they scored. Then it's 1-1. I'm like, I don't care that it's 1-1. We're not going to win this game. And as the game went on, I'm like, I was sort of content. I'm like, kind of what I expected. I don't know why I expected that, but kind of like, it's what I expected. And here we are today. I guess it's a pretty big thud. I would have appreciated maybe a penalties loss or something late, but and that would have been heartbreaking. But it may make you feel better about where the state of your country is.
Yeah.
We got worked over hard by Belgium.
Out-coached, outplayed, out-hustled,
everything.
out-efforted, out-finished. I mean, there's, like the finishing. The finishing, I've told you guys about how important finishing is, and you got to have that player. So the fact that Balogun got to play, you have your finisher. I mean, even when he had that opportunity down the left side, and he kicks it right at the goalie with the right side of the goal mouth wide open.
Would that have made it 3-2?
3-2.
Yeah. Because that's all I wanted. I was just like, can somebody get a goal just to give me a little bit of hope here? Because those are the worst when you're playing in a big game, a do-or-die type game, and it feels like it's over almost before it starts. Like you don't even allow yourself to believe. You had that moment when Tillman got the free kick. But after that, when you give up the goal immediately afterwards, I'm telling you, dude, I actually give a lot of credit to that crowd. They were like in the 85th minute. They're down 2. And that crowd we've talked about this, Moj. You feel it inside Ball Arena when like the Avs don't have the jam or the Nuggets are missing shots or the Russell Wilson years at Mile High when people like, you feel the energy of the team permeating the crowd. That crowd tried to keep it. They tried the chants. They were screaming. They tried everything.
Yeah.
They were just given nothing.
You know the worst feeling this morning, if you're a proud American, and we could talk about who's more American, Mark, if you want to puff your chest up. If you're a proud American.
You want to have an American off?
It was the worst case scenario. You're behind your team. You go through this little controversy, the Balogun stuff, the reversal. You have to hear the sanctimonious Europeans preach at you how you're corrupt, this and that. And then you get your ass kicked.
Yeah.
And then they laugh at you.
Yeah.
And, in my eyes, it was an opportunity to climb the World Cup ladder and at least look at them as peers in this sport. And you can't do that because you got your butt kicked.
Yeah, we're still the little brother.
Yeah. But I will say this.
We're still the pat on the head. Oh, good try.
One thing I learned from this game, Europe, in terms of all the teams left in this, you're dead to me. I want none of you. I want you all to lose. I don't know who I'm pulling for. None of the European teams. All that sanctimonious, self-righteous crap we had to hear from them. Even my parents' home country, you're dead to me. All of you. You're not even in the tournament, so shut up. The rest of you, you're dead.
Well, here's your choices, Vic.
No choices.
We got to go South America.
Here's
what
your
you got.
You got Argentina. You got Egypt. You got Colombia. Then you have Switzerland, France, Morocco, Belgium, Spain, Norway, England.
Someone says that's a weird direction, Vic. No, it's not a weird direction. No, I don't. You don't get to preach at me and spew at me and then laugh at me and then want me to pull. I'm not doing it. Wait, what do you mean? It's saying you don't get to have both.
Hold on.
You want me to pull for England after all those English?
No. We're not doing that. Is Norway technically part of Europe?
Well, that's kind of what I wanted to ask.
Yes.
Is that okay?
You're attached. You're dead to me.
Well, they're not attached. They're doing their own thing.
You're dead. France,
but they're up there.
Someone say, "How about France?" Are you kidding me?
No.
You're kidding me, right? Belgium, I hope you lose right away. England, shut up.
Yep.
You lost in 76. I hope you lose again. Shut up.
Get bent.
Spain, get the hell out of here with your little chop game.
I do agree with Vic on one thing, though. You are not allowed to preach, spew, and then laugh at me. You don't get to preach.
Yeah.
You don't get to spew.
But then if you laugh,
you don't get to laugh.
Then you cross the line.
You either laugh at me or you preach and spew. You don't get all three.
Is Colombia going to beat Switzerland today?
What has Switzerland ever done in the world?
Nothing.
Besides store money.
They make good watches.
What have you done?
Watches and banks.
Make tunnels, store money. What have you done?
Here, I'll help you. We did this yesterday.
My family's Swiss. I ain't going Swiss either.
Dude, you know what it's taken me? Wait, do you know how many text fights I've been into with my cousins who continue to spew sanctimonious crap?
See, Vic,
I said, worry about your own corruption in your sport.
If Italy was still left, would you be rooting for Italy? Because the Mosers came from Switzerland. Ironically, an avalanche wiped out their village in the 1870s, early 1870s. It's when they came here.
I would not. I would not root
so
for any of them.
And I'm not.
Norway,
I'm not rooting for Switzerland either.
Norway, get the hell out of here. You got these weird Game of Thrones characters on your team. Get out of here.
You got
Belgium. I didn't even know where you were located. I didn't even know what you were till last night.
You got Argentina or Colombia.
England, get a dental plan before you show up in the States next time. Get out. Spain, I don't even know what the hell your little dances are. I don't care that you haven't given up a goal yet.
Here's some famous things from Switzerland.
All right.
Chocolates and cheeses, just like Belgium.
Yep.
Timepieces, Swiss watchmaking.
Told you about that.
The Swiss Army knife.
I like those. I have one.
The household items like the vegetable peeler and Velcro fastening system.
Yeah.
The Red Cross.
Yeah. You know what? It's easy to invent stuff when you never have to worry about defending yourself because you don't get involved in anything.
That is
what else are you going to put your people on? Hey guys, get off the front lines. Let's start working on Velcro. No, we don't have front lines.
What else?
Chevy.
What?
Louis Chevrolet, the founder of Chevrolet Motor Car Company.
He's
from Switzerland.
Wow. Huh.
If we're talking like total losers, it's because that's how we feel.
Yeah. Wait.
This is what happens when you get humbled.
Is Moser's in there? Mosers.
No Mosers. Einstein developed his theory of relativity in Bern.
I do know that.
Yeah, and I got a theory of relativity. It's all relative to me right now. Europe is out.
All right, Argentina or Colombia or Egypt or
I can even pull from Morocco. You know, Morocco's the first country to recognize the U.S. independence in 76.
Yep, I do know that.
No, shout out Morocco.
Shout out
Morocco.
Even though 10 of their 11 players are not from there.
That's fine. You know what? I'm going to ignore that for now. Shout out Morocco.
They are going to get worked by France on Thursday. Worked.
You shut your face.
They are. They're going to get worked.
You shut your face right there.
Face right now.
You sound so
We're
Swiss
pulling
right
from Morocco.
now.
I sound Swiss?
You sound so Swiss.
Let me tell you something.
Right now.
So you've been to France a couple times and now you're Frenchy?
If you don't change your face, I'm going to change it for you.
I've been to France a million times.
So what do you want? What do you want?
I ain't going for France. No.
What do you want, snails?
I've been to every country.
I thought you were American.
I am. I'm look, I don't even have to have a team from this point on.
No, you know what? It's going to be Morocco. And if it's not Morocco, then I want Colombia. And it's because of what's her face, Vic, from Narcos. The hot one. I'm going to root for her.
Colombia?
Her country.
You're going Colombia.
Going back to Switzerland. You're listing off all the things that Switzerland's done and achieved. Yeah. When your whole focus is to sit there and think about inventing things and you don't have to worry about defending anyone's honor, I could do that.
Well, Vic,
I don't know that you could. I don't know that you're a Velcro kind of guy. I don't know that you're a watchmaking, patient with the dials kind of guy.
To be fair, we haven't defended really anything, and I haven't invented anything either. So
I understand we haven't needed to yet.
Yeah.
And let's be honest, regarding Belgium, did you ever in your life even think about Belgium? Or did Belgium ever even come to mind? The thought of the country Belgium. Did you ever wake up and say, oh, yeah, I got to have some Belgium?
No, I've been to Belgium many times.
Moser, I'm tired of hearing about your stupid exploits.
Let me explain.
I don't care where you've been. I don't care who you visited.
Let me explain.
I don't care.
Let me explain. Southern Belgian people, pretty nice. I'll tell you who the real a-holes are, though. You want to run into a patch of a-holes? Go to Luxembourg. Now they're not in it, obviously. But if you want a big old sack full of a-holes, go to Luxembourg. Trust me. I don't mind picking a fight with Luxembourg. I got yelled at. Oh, I didn't want to talk about it.
I never knew I had all this hatred for Belgium until now. It was deep down.
What sports do?
Luxembourg can kiss my tail. Belgium,
So, I doubt you guys have read it, unless Vic, you had one of those mornings that you woke up at 3 a.m.
I can't get through this. This is a book. I'm reading a book, and right now this is longer than I know what you're talking about.
From what I've read, I mean, Seth Wickersham is great. He spent 15 days with Sean Payton during the playoffs.
I've got some real thoughts on this.
Let's call Seth. We have Seth's number. Can we get an abbreviated version from him?
Yeah, we'll call him up. We'll ask him. But I had Nelly, because my thought was I started reading this during the first break of the appetizer because I saw it on ESPN. And then I started scrolling and I go, oh, there's no way I get through this before the end of the show.
It will take you the entire show.
And I said, Nelly, pull up the article behind me. It was a minute and a half of him just scrolling down on the mouse. It was a minute and a half of him doing it. So I did what I hate to do, that I promised myself I would never do. I used ChatGPT.
ChatGPT.
Wait, you threw that in ChatGPT?
What did you do? I hate that I did it because I have a long-standing thing.
Did you tell ChatGPT just give me 2 sentences on this? What'd you do?
No. I said there's 3 parts to this article. There's 3 chapters. And I said, can you give me 5-ish bullet points on each one of these and just tell me what's going on here?
How do you do that, by the way? Do you just
I don't know how you do that.
Put it. I mean, I'm not even sure how to use ChatGPT. How do you do that?
So you just say, can you summarize an article for me? And they go, sure, give me a link. And then you send them the link, and then they literally do it. It's that fast. It's remarkable what it can do. Again, I hate that it does that because I think it stifles our creativity and it doesn't give us the chance
you're
for
openly asking
an original
AI
thought
to take over our careers and our jobs. That's what you're doing. You're inviting them to do that.
Well, it still makes some mistakes. I showed Moser earlier. It says, where was it, Mose?
Oxygen.
Yeah. I want to get the exact sentence here, though. It was talking about the altitude. Okay. The oxygen tank theme to prepare, and this is where it says, for Buffalo's altitude. See, you still can't trust everything that you see on here.
Hey,
but said Payton creates a hyper-aggressive NASCAR no-huddle package and orders labeled oxygen tanks to build a psychological edge. That's what he did.
Oh, great.
So
would AI, if let's say we were gone and AI took over this show, I don't know what you call Moser, Lombardi, and Kane AI, but would one of the AI bots get on the air and be as angry as Vic today and squeal and moan about Notre Dame not getting into the playoff?
You're the voice Denver wakes up to.
For 6 months.
Thank you, honey.
No, that was much different. No, my feelings then versus now are much different.
I know, but could you train an AI bot to be as pissed as you?
See, I don't want you to make this mistake. I'm upset today because I found out the U.S. just doesn't have the necessary skills and talent to get to that next level.
Yeah.
I was upset back in November because I knew my team was just as good as most of those teams in there and got denied. So don't you dare try to compare the two.
So when we come back, I do want to get into this Wickersham article and some tidbits because I can't get through the whole thing, but I'll give you something that's really interesting that I did not know, and I don't think anybody knew from the Buffalo game, how the Broncos almost lost. We'll get to it next.
Guys, did you know that the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has 5 locations in Colorado? You probably should know. There's one by you. From Fort Collins all the way down to Colorado Springs. And I've been talking to you for a long time about getting fixed up myself with low testosterone. Maybe you're suffering from that as well. Energy low, sleep off, weight won't budge, mind feels foggy, and more. Maybe you need to get checked out. And right now, I've been telling you this too. They've got these advanced medical strategies featuring TRT, GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1, PDA, and more. You're treating your low T, maybe your ED, other hormonal issues, and it's helping you shed pounds, have more energy, enhance your body composition, improve sleep, and much, much more. So do yourself a favor. Go to their website and check them out, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz. Takes 2 minutes or less. 10 simple yes-no questions. And schedule a consultation. It's 720-440-7900. That number again, 720-440-7900. We're in the middle of summer. Time to get yourself back into swing at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic.
All right, so long article here from Seth Wickersham on ESPN. I have some cliff notes, as I have done what I hated to do, which is ask AI for help. And here's something that it pointed to that I came across. Sean Payton, during the Broncos and Bills game, he was fuming. If you guys remember, the biggest takeaway that I think people have from that game is that the defense forced 5 turnovers, which you would think, man, the defense played great. They didn't. The defense was actually terrible in that game.
They were porous. They got gutted.
The 5 turnovers. Yeah. Sean Payton's fuming at the way the defense is playing. They gave up 450 total yards in that game. They were, the Bills, 10 of 15 on third down. They were 1 of 1 on fourth down. The only thing that stopped them was giving the ball to the Broncos. Overtime starts, the Broncos start with the ball. If you guys remember, first play is a first down to Cortland Sutton, then an incompletion, a negative 1 yard pass, an incompletion on third down. It's 4th and 11. They're at their own 38-yard line. Sean Payton does not trust his defense. He does not think they're going to stop Josh Allen. He calls a fake punt from their own 38. He says, I'm not trusting our defense. If we give the ball to Josh Allen, he's going to drive down the field and score.
Josh Allen.
Team lines up. The players veto the call. They don't like it. They're the ones that made the decision we aren't doing this. End up punting the ball away. Josh Allen does what? Deep ball over the middle that ends up in the hands of Jaquan McMillan. You drive down the field, game-winning field goal, playoff win. But called a fake punt on 4th and 11 from his own 38-yard line in overtime. Had that happened, you not gotten it, completely different story. I mean, the Bills are essentially in field goal range already. Couple of plays probably would take a first down or 2, whatever. But that's how much he did not believe in his defense at that time. So, one aspect of the playoffs there. A lot of this is about Wickersham being in the room as he is trying to game plan for the upcoming AFC Championship game. There's a lot in here.
He was not only just in that room, he was embedded with Payton that entire week.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if he was with him every single minute of every day, but it feels like it reading this. I mean, I read the first couple pages, and some of the quotes, some of the detail. I mean, now you understand why the Broncos hired Sean Payton. He is a detail freak, and it takes a detailed kind of guy to take and move the Broncos from the abyss they lived in for about a decade to where they are now.
If you go back, though, Vic, and you look at that game, Brett raises a very poignant point at this point. They should have lost. And the Broncos...
But they didn't.
They didn't. But they were... I mean, Buffalo had more than 100 yards or 100 yards more than they did. Do we remember the Bills turned that ball over 5 times in that game? 5 times.
I know.
5 turnovers by Buffalo in the game. Way more efficient on third down. I mean, way more efficient in the red zone. Time of possession, way more. But you found a way to get it done.
Here's the level of detail, and I think to Vic's point, the main thing with Sean Payton is detail. They said, Wickersham said when Bo Nix got hurt, they were trying to game plan for the AFC Championship game with Jarrett Stidham, who had not taken a snap all year. That he was getting less than an hour sleep a night, that he was at the office for 23 hours a day. But the detail level goes down to even this. He brought in armed guards with $500,000 of cash stacked up on each other to remind them what they're playing for, which was a lot of money, he said to the players. Secondly, he was going through the game film and he saw somebody who wore sleeves. And he said he hates sleeves. And it's not for the tough guy persona. It's that he thinks it's too slippery and it causes fumbles. So he calls Jerry Rice. Jerry Rice doesn't answer. He leaves him a voicemail. And minutes later, Jerry Rice calls back and says to the team, it's exactly what he said. I fumbled wearing sleeves. I vowed I would never do that again. That's why none of the Broncos players wore sleeves during the AFC Championship game. So it's that level of detail that he gets down to. Now, again, it's impossible for us to comb through all of this before the end of the show.
I've got a couple that I've read so far that I found very interesting. Can I go through them?
Yeah.
This is nothing new. When you're a coach in any of these respective sports, I mean, you can ask our own coach, when he comes in, Sanford, your diet, your health is not exactly ideal, right? He drinks, according to Seth Wickersham, and what he told Seth during the day, his hands are shaking. And Seth notices his hands are shaking, and he's trying to hold a pen in his phone. And he asks, why are your hands shaking? And he said it's a combination of health and medication, and the fact that he drinks during the season 10 Cokes per day.
2 lattes in the morning, 40 minutes later, I'm regretting it.
10?
10 Cokes per day. Says he doesn't go through all of them, but that's usually what he pours out. 10
fully leaded Cokes?
That's what it says, 10 Cokes per day. Now, you remember Nikola Jokic would drink those liters of Coke, and then he stopped drinking that and blah, blah, blah. But I imagine the health factor in a playoff run for a guy like Sean Payton and why he's shaking, it cannot be good. Other detail. Always in a bad mood, he says. The focus of his meeting.
No, really? No.
The thing that angered him after the beating Buffalo, they won the game, was the defense. But the fact that Jordan Jackson, a little-known defensive tackle, who he vouched for, who he made sure was active on the team roster that week, did not get a single snap. And he barked at his defensive assistants as to why they would allow Jordan Jackson to go through an entire game and not play, especially since they got gutted in the run game. He was so mad about that. One of the details. The other detail, whenever he holds a meeting at the office, he keeps the temperature, the thermostat, at 68 degrees because he read somewhere that's how people are most alert.
Huh. Can I jump in here? I'm going to listen to mostly. I haven't had time, obviously, Brett, to read that whole thing. I saw it. You got your ChatGPT doing your thing. When I saw the length of this article, the first thing that came to my mind is this. Not that there's probably some cool stuff in there and I've learned some stuff. I don't need to know that much about Sean Payton.
You already know who he is.
I don't need his how many coffees or Cokes. I know he's a detail freak. I know he's pissed off all the time. I know I glean these things. I know he can be a bit antsy, snappy. I don't. The size of the Wickersham article, and God bless Seth for having the ability and the mindset to write something like that. I don't need to know that much about anything in my life.
Come on. No.
Yeah, exactly. I don't need 27 pages on Sean Payton.
You may not need it. I'm reading it right now. I'm reading it as your spew. I think it's awesome. I don't understand what you're mad about here.
Well, I'm just saying, for me personally, there's not a human on the planet that I want to know that much about.
I mean, you're talking dumb.
To
you're
you,
acting like
to me,
you really are. You're talking dumb.
Nope, I'm talking.
You're talking like you really are.
All right,
we spend every day. You shut up for a second.
No, you
we
shut up for a
spend
second.
every day wondering who these guys are.
No.
We talk about what makes them tick.
Nope.
Somebody comes up with a great piece on, and you're saying I don't care. I mean, what are you?
No, I'm not saying I don't
care. So if somebody wrote that much on Jared Bednar, would you read it?
Why are you so pissy?
Shut him off. I'm not saying I don't care. What I'm saying is I don't care that much. I don't care enough
to read.
Okay, can I give you this?
Yes,
though?
yeah, but I'm just saying that it's overkill in my opinion.
Okay, so let me give you this though, because Adam Schefter took this little tidbit from the story. I haven't gotten there yet. Here's what Schefter pointed out from this article. Sean Payton was hired, I believe, in 2023, right? 2023. When Belichick and the Patriots divorced in 2024, Sean Payton considered presenting Broncos owner Greg Penner with a proposal for the ages. Hire Belichick as head coach until he reached 15 wins, enough to break Don Shula's career record of 347. Payton would temporarily step down as assistant head coach and run the offense, then move back after Belichick became the all-time leader. In the end, it was too complicated and maybe too fanciful. Let me tell you something. That sounds like a dumb idea. Imagine.
It sounds ridiculous.
That you're just going to give Belichick head coaching duties until he gets to 15 wins, and then it's all take back over. That's ridiculous.
That just sounds silly. Incidentally, Vic, you may spend the rest of your day with your Laverne and Shirley cup and read this thing from Seth Wickersham. I probably will too. But I can guarantee you that Brett Kane is doing a great service to all of our listeners and viewers. Because ain't nobody reading that whole thing.
I am. I mean,
ain't nobody besides you,
and
maybe
come
me,
on a radio show,
and maybe Sean Payton himself. His family ain't gonna read that.
That's fine. Moj, listen. If you want to come on a radio show and spout to everyone that you don't want to read and you don't care to know the details, knock yourself out. By all means,
Brett.
I'll read it.
Brett, just tell me what I need to know.
Here's the other thing that he does. That is a detail-oriented, just unreal. On Mondays, after every NFL weekend, Sean Payton combs through every touchdown scored in the NFL, and he marks down on a legal notepad, player or play. In other words, was the touchdown scored because of a great player making a play, or was it scored because of a great play, the way it was drawn up? If it's player, he ignores it. He skips it. If it's a great play that's called, he moves it into a folder where he can carve out his own ideas on how to replicate it.
I'm sure a lot of coaches,
find that extremely
I'm sure a lot of
interesting.
coaches do that.
That's just, I don't know what gene that is that you got to have. I don't have it. I couldn't do it.
The detail gene?
Yeah, the detail, to be that detail oriented.
Well, it's just like anybody who's successful at whatever, like we talk about it all the time. Athletes, sports, the 10,000 rule. You have to do something 10,000 times. And this applies to that, right? You have to put up 500 jump shots to be a good jump shooter.
Right. Has to happen. Well, I mean, certainly there's a lot more that we can talk about from this article as we
I'm
go
sure
along.
he seeks inspiration from around all various forms of football. That's great. That's good.
Okay.
Awesome.
Altitude Sports Radio invites you to watch the FIFA World Cup 26 with Michelob Ultra for France and Morocco in the quarterfinals. The party starts at Choppers Cherry Creek on Thursday at 1:30. Michelob Ultra on site with a whole bunch of fun and Ultra giveaways. Birdo is going to be hosting and giving away tons of great prizes, so you don't want to miss it. Michelob Ultra is a Superior light beer and the official beer sponsor of the FIFA World Cup 26. Superior is worth playing for and now worth cheering for, too. Be sure to enjoy an Ultra as you cheer on your favorite team, and we'll see you at Choppers Cherry Creek on Thursday at 1:30. Moj, on top of that, there's a giveaway. Big giveaway.
Yeah, big one.
Something that I would enjoy, very much so, and a chance for people to win a couple of tickets to it. It is the Rocky Mountain Cigar Festival.
You want to do that right now? Is that what you're getting at?
Yes.
Okay, well, here's the story. 2 tickets to the Rocky Mountain Cigar Festival. It's August 1st in Cheyenne at the Little America Hotel and Resort. Got to be 21. Dig that. But here's what's going on there, man. 30-plus premium cigars, craft brews, spirits, live entertainment, a lot of stuff going on. Go to rmcigarfestival.com to check it all out. But we've got 2 free tickets for you right now. All you've got to do is text the word cigar. That's right, cigar. To 303-504-0925, and one of you is going to win. 303-504-0925.
Back after this.
You might want to upgrade your patio this time of year because there is nothing like a Colorado night in the summer. It's just so beautiful. It's how I watched the game last night. Just sat there on the patio, and perhaps you want a fire pit, a pizza oven, I don't know, new barbecue, a new grill, upgrade your outdoor kitchen, whatever it might be. Flatirons Fire and Design has all the answers for you. Not only do they have the stuff, they'll come out and put it together. You don't have to lift a finger. Go to flatironsfire.com today, flatironsfire.com. Check out their showroom online. Or if you want to make the trip, see it for yourself, right off of 53rd and Bannock, North I-25. Nicest showroom in town. I made use of my sauna last night after the U.S. lost. I just sat in there and sweat. And just sweated out all that anger and that disappointment. Just sweat for hours. I'd still be in there if I didn't have to do this show. FlatironsFire.com.
All right.
Hey, I saw this fascinating article by Seth Wickersham about Sean Payton, what his favorite Fruit Loops are.
Okay. I do have something on Jokic that I want to talk about it.
Okay, keep him off because he's just going to yell at me. Yes, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brett.
Jokic in Serbia yesterday was talking to the media.
But wait, no, we can't discuss it because he doesn't want any details that are from any. we shouldn't discuss. Let's just make crap up this morning. It's not relevant.
Jokic was speaking to the media yesterday. I have long been in this place. I think two of the bigger stories surrounding the Nuggets offseason to most people are the ones I'm the least worried about. The Jokic extension stuff has, from the jump, been something I'm like, whatever, he'll sign it eventually. The other one is Payton Watson, and that one's a little bit more interesting, but to the Jokic part, he didn't sign his extension.
Ooh.
What does that mean? Is he holding the team hostage? Is he threatening them? Is he going to retire? Does he want to move to Los Angeles? And I thought forever, I'm like, you know what Jokic is doing? He's probably enjoying his offseason. He knows no matter what happens to him, he could be in a coma, and they will still offer him a max contract beyond that. And now, by waiting, he said, quote, my idea is to sign next summer and stay with Denver for the rest of my career. He gets, first of all, more money by waiting. Second of all, he gets an extra year by waiting. All of this is just Jokic. And somebody texted this in the appetizer, and I think this is true. I don't think people are used to a basketball player being as genuine as Jokic is.
You know what this reveals to me? By him passing on signing it this summer and waiting till next summer, it gives me, I don't know if you notice this, it gives us all an expiration date on how long he plans on playing.
Yeah, I think that he's like 37 sounds about right.
Exactly right. Exactly right. He did the math, and I did the math. Up to now, do you know how much money Nikola Jokic has made playing for the Nuggets in the National Basketball Association?
Hundreds of millions.
$305 million.
Yeah, there you go.
Do you know how much he will have made if he continues the way he's going right now and he realizes his goal of playing until the age of 37?
600?
That would put him in the season 2031 and 32. That would be his farewell season if things hold. He will have made, playing for the Denver Nuggets in the NBA, $725 million. Nearly
Amazing.
$725 million.
Cool. Happy to have him.
That's crazy.
But when people will still look at that and they'll go, well, that's his idea. Doesn't mean he's going to do it. I'm like, no, dude, he's a Nugget for life. The only question is, like you said, Vic, being intuitive here, he's basically telling you, okay, I'll sign the last biggin', and then I'm going to ride off into the sunset on my horse. That's basically what it is. So you've got till he's 37 to win at least one more title.
That's
what you
says,
got.
Is he holding the Nuggets hostage? No,
No.
probably not.
No.
But if you think there's a 0% chance that he wouldn't be interested in leaving this team if we have another terrible, disappointing end to next season, you guys are not only naive, but straight up nuts. Yes, he will probably stay, but it's not a 0% chance he wouldn't consider leaving. I mean, I suppose nothing is a 0% or 100% chance.
You can say that about every player in the NBA.
But here's what I am telling you. If I had to put my money on one player in the NBA to stay on one team for the rest of his life, it's him.
Yeah.
It's him.
Yeah, he breaks the mold when it comes to what NBA players tend to do. He's not the same. Perhaps he doesn't have the same intent. I don't know. But the intent is pretty obvious to me. He's trying to make as much money as he can.
Did you see him hooping in over in Europe?
Yeah.
It looks great.
Jokic has never had, and I want people to like know this and be clear on this. Jokic has never, that I've heard, had something that he said out loud that he hasn't meant. Never. He is not pushing ulterior motives. He's not trying to move the chess pieces behind the scenes. He has been a genuine person whenever he has addressed a situation. And when it comes to playing for one team, he said repeatedly that he looks at Dirk Nowitzki's career and he thinks that's how it should be. One guy playing in one place for his career, you go through some bad times, you hope to reach the ultimate goal again, all of that.
And I think what people don't understand, because you get lost in the millions, right? Your eyes glaze over. You know, what's the difference between 72 million and 80 million? Well, I can tell you what the difference is. $8 million. And I'm going to tell you right now, he wants the money. And there's nothing wrong with saying that. There's nothing wrong with believing that. He wants as much money as he possibly can. And he can get most of that money by playing with the Nuggets. If he signs with another team, he loses out on money.
Sure. Vic, I think of his game. And again, I was watching those highlights from Europe. I don't like that basketball that's partly white. I don't like that ball, though. I like our ball.
Yeah.
I don't like
the ABA type
Nah,
brand?
not really.
I do.
Do you?
Yeah.
It's always, because never mind. I was going to tell you my hoops dream story, but I'm not doing that. But when I watch his game, I'm thinking to myself, okay, so let's say at 37 he wants to ride off into the sunset. Mm-hmm. I think he's going to be the same guy at the age of 37. Mm-hmm. I think the way his game is, that game doesn't drop off. You know what I mean? That game just stays the same game until he feels like he doesn't want to play anymore. Does that make sense? Does that make sense?
No,
to you?
it makes sense.
So as far as the money is concerned, Vic, I'm right there with you, man. He wants his money. He's going to be owed his money and do his money, and he's going to earn his money because he's going to be the same guy the entire time.
This is
great.
This is
fantastic.
The way I put it with him, though, and this is what makes I just don't think people can wrap their heads around an NBA player that has this mentality, because we've seen so many of them that are in charge of the team. Like Kawhi has been in charge of the Clippers for years. LeBron's been in charge of whatever team that he's played for. And that means you either tell the team, go and get this player, or you tell them, trade away this guy, or get rid of this coach, or hire this coach, or draft this guy, or whatever. Players have been doing that in the NBA forever. And I don't think their mind computes. Jokic has, and correct me if I'm wrong here, Vic, you're around him way more than most people. And I think you'll know what I'm talking about, Moj. He's got a hockey player mentality despite being an NBA superstar, which is he looks at himself as an employee. He's not the guy who runs the show. He's like, I'm an employee who's here to do my job. This is my job. Playing basketball is my job. Figuring out the roster is somebody else's job.
You could not be more accurate. He doesn't see himself the way some of these other players do, as a guy who has to play puppeteer, and he's just not that dude. He doesn't want to be that dude. He wants to show up to work, do what makes him best, and take home as much money as he can.
Yeah.
Which is exactly what he's going to do through the year 2032.
A texter says this, and this is maybe a better way to put it. How many times does he have to say the same things and follow through before people believe him?
No.
And it's so true.
It's not, but it's not us. It's not people here in Denver. It's these.
Oh, it's some.
It's
some.
Well, if it is, calm down.
I
if you're listening right now.
But it's even with yesterday's statement, I guarantee.
It's the Nationals.
But what if? But what if he retires?
Right.
But what if? How many times do you have to tell for the what if he retires crowd? Listen to me. Look at me. Look at my face. How many times do I have to tell you? You may think you know this guy, and you may think he doesn't value money or doesn't care about money. He wants his money.
Yeah. That's one thing about...
He wants his money.
Vic, I think the one thing we can put to bed, Jokic ain't taking discounts to help the team. He's going to get his cash.
No. This is not... See, he's not married. He's not emotional about it. Like some players get emotional about their legacies. They get emotional about the winning and losing. That emotion is not part of his makeup.
Yeah.
You're exactly right. He is an employee of the corporation, and he's been told that he can make so-and-so. He will take as much as he can.
There's no doubt in my mind that he wants to win another title. 2, 3, as many as he can before he's done playing. But at the same time, when you have one, and you can open up that little box, and that ring,
sure,
that is a...
And for him, the trophy.
What are the Autobot? What do you call those things? Transformer. When the ring is a transformer, a championship transformer ring, and it sings and dances and all that kind of thing, and you can hang your hat on that, it makes getting your bread a lot easier.
Sure,
I mean,
it does.
If perhaps he hadn't won yet, Vic, maybe you're like, well, he'll take 70 per instead of 80. Get your bread, get your horses, and have a great life. You've done it all.
This is the other thing you have to understand why he's not going to take less money. Nikola Jokic despises doing anything endorsement-wise. He only does a couple. Like, how many commercials have you seen him in? 2?
He's got shoes.
Right?
I mean,
he doesn't do that stuff. So for the crowd that says, well, he can make up the money in the endorsement route, that's just not who he is. He's about making the money that's owed to him. And he's playing in a sport right now where the money is stupid. Today, folks, if you haven't heard the news, Donovan Mitchell was given his max extension. 4 years, $272 million. He will make, at the most one season, $75.5 million a season. I'm going to ask you a question. I respect and admire Donovan Mitchell. Are you kidding me with this?
It's excessive. Yeah.
I mean, just take a step back. Donovan Mitchell's a good player. He's okay. $75.5 million. And you wonder why the NFL's system is broken?
Yeah.
You know what? For that kind of cash, I think I could get a boat with a boat.
You certainly could do that.
Now, if you asked Donovan
every
Mitchell
year.
this question, because everybody talks about legacy and championships, and said, "Hey, we will give you you will be guaranteed a championship ring in exchange for $75.5 million, one of those seasons." You think he'd do it?
No.
I don't know. I don't know.
You think Joker would do it?
Yes.
No, he wouldn't. No.
Well,
no chance.
no. If he hadn't won,
I don't think he would.
I would.
Back to this in a second.
If I hadn't won, I would. I'd won at least one. That's me.
You can listen to us anywhere in the world on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injured lawyers go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com.
Moser, Lombardi, and Kane, hour number 2 on this beautiful Tuesday in the Mile High City. Vic is right there doing his thing. Nelly's doing his thing. Hey, Vic, our boy Brett's got an issue right now.
The kind of issues you usually have? Or?
Yeah, he's got a growler. So we're gonna handle it until he gets back. Hey, I was thinking about this, getting a cup of coffee. Vic, you started off the program torqued that the USA lost yesterday. Last night.
Not torqued that they lost.
Disappointed?
It's the manner in which they lost.
Yeah,
it's
the manner.
the way they lost. It's the Three
laying
Stooges
down.
look on some of those plays.
You know what? I was going to ask you how long it's going to take you to get over it.
I'm already over it.
So am I. You know, with the Avs loss, it took forever. With the Nuggets loss, it took forever.
Because we're embedded in those teams.
Broncos loss took a long time, right? I mean, I love my country. I hope that they had a better showing than they did. I wanted them to win, but I'm pretty much over it. I'm going to watch today. Yeah. You know, I'll watch more soccer today, and I'll be like, okay. It would be more fun, obviously, if the U.S. would move on.
Yeah.
But I didn't expect them to win this thing. I didn't expect them to get to the quarters. That was all just pie in the sky stuff.
I think you're right. The manner in which the U.S. lost makes it easier to just rip the Band-Aid off and move on. Because had they played them as their equals and lost, let's say, in sudden death PKs, then you'd be like, damn, they were so close.
So close.
But they weren't close. The back line had holes all over it. The ponytail guy got beat every time. The goalie was awful. That third goal they gave up, what the hell was that?
I don't know.
I don't even know how to describe that. Like, how do you tell your kids 25 years from now or grandkids, the third goal, the goalie came out to try to make a play on the ball. Then he was about to kick the ball, and he kicked the ground behind him instead. And then the opposing player kicked it toward the goal. Ponytail guy had a chance to stop it, but then he had like a convulsion mid-flight and couldn't stop it. What the hell was that sequence?
I don't know. You know what? We were talking to DMac yesterday. I think he got in. I think. But nonetheless.
He did not get in. He watched it from a bar.
Okay. But imagine spending $2,000 on a ticket. And then they just lay down like that. And again, that first save, I'm like, whew. Okay, maybe you dodged their best chance of the. Maybe you did. No, man, they had another chance right after that, and then they poured it on. Even when it was 1-1, even when Tillman scored, I'm like, this is not happening today.
Dude, how magical was that goal?
Simply not going to happen.
That goal by Tillman,
the
free kick goal, you're sitting there going, give this guy the ball all over the field. He can't miss right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, he overplayed his expectations. I thought for the entire tournament, Balogun was tremendous. Pulisic was awful. Pulisic did nothing. Nothing but get hurt. He's hurt all the time.
All the time. I wonder how AC Milan feels about that.
The back line was awful. Freeze was not good. Freeze froze. Freeze froze in the moment is what he did. Even on those first 2 goals, you could ask your goalie, knowing the ball's being crossed from a close angle, maybe get out of the goal mouth a little bit and go challenge one of those balls.
Go punch it, catch it, do whatever. Punch it, catch it. Whatever, right?
He
aggressive.
He stood there and he put himself in these vulnerable positions. And then on the second goal, right after you take back the momentum on the amazing free kick, you take it back. And then to give up that second goal so quickly, so swiftly, and so easily when, again, ponytail guy gets bodied, gets muscled by the tall, lanky Belgian dude. Out-muscled. Isn't that why you're on the field? Isn't that your only role?
Vic, the apprehension from the get-go, it just felt like apprehension. In Belgium, they can smell it. They're like, let's go get them. And that's exactly what they did. Hey, you...
Do you think it was nerves?
No. You okay?
I'm good.
Somebody says here that they didn't give Pulisic the ball enough. When he got the ball, he turned it over. I don't know if you watched the same game. He tried to... The ball stayed on his foot for 2 seconds, and he would turn it over.
He had 11. He led the game in those. He had 11 of them. In what he played? 40-some minutes? What was it?
Yeah, he couldn't hang on to the ball. They challenged him, and he shrunk every single time. So we were talking about it, Brett, while you were doing what you do.
I had a gallbladder attack.
Yeah.
I don't have a gallbladder.
We were saying that I'm already over this thing. I'm already over it. I mean, it's disappointing. It won't be as fun going forward, but I didn't expect.
I'm not, and I don't know.
I'm over it. I'm over it.
I'm not, and I don't know if it's. I asked this question earlier. If it's unfair. Unfair in this sense. part of me is like, okay, that was one of the better runs that they've had in the World Cup in a long time. Maybe I should be more grateful for the run that they had. But for it to, like, if they lost 2-1 and it was like a close game and maybe had a couple of shots that barely missed or something, like, I'd feel a lot better about it. But
I don't know. I'd feel worse if you
way,
lost a close game. I almost feel better about it. That the approach now is like you're moons away.
No. What
they are who we thought they were.
What I was going to say, Vic, is I feel worse about where they're going to be down the line. Like, here's, I guess, the bottom line to me. Is it even possible, and I mean this genuinely, for the U.S. to be a dominant power in this sport when in reality it is at best the 5th most popular sport in America?
It's how we build our players from youth to pros. And there's a theory behind this, and it's a valid theory. I'll get into that in a second, but let me just read Lance on the text line. Great one here. Lance says, Matt Freese is certainly no David Freese, no clutch in his body. Do you remember David Freese, the St. Louis Cardinal player who was just clutch?
Yeah.
I wonder if they're related. Anyway, but he's right about this. The way we build our soccer players in this country is the American capitalistic way. And just to give you a quick recap, this is, without going into detail, because I know that bores Moser. When you're a kid, you pay to go play club sports in America. You pay.
Mm-hmm.
It has to come out of your wallet. Like my kid played club lacrosse, you played club golf, whatever. You pay. The European soccer model is they actually go look for talent, and you belong to that club. And that club, they nurture you. They cultivate you. They develop you. You're not paying to go play for the club. Nothing's coming out of the family's pocket. They see the talent. They recognize it. Now they own you, essentially. And that's how they develop the skill, by playing among like-minded and athletically minded players. We're all about capitalism here. Oh, I want Junior to go play with that travel team. Well, here's $8,000. You may not be good enough.
But I mean, that applies in other sports. Basketball has gotten insane with how much money it's starting to cost now.
Of course it does. Club sports.
Baseball
hockey,
is always expensive.
Don't even think about
100%.
travel hockey. Oh,
but what I'm getting at is it possible to have a top-tier soccer team in a country that does not consider soccer a top-tier sport?
Let me answer this following question, Dane in Windsor.
Hang on. Answer my question first.
Wait, what was the question? I'm sorry.
Is it possible to have a top-tier soccer team in a country where soccer is not a top-tier sport? Plenty of kids play it, but football, basketball, baseball, and hockey are the top ones in this country. And you can tell that because we have what we call the 4 major sports in this country.
We have enough people in this country, enough money in this country. Yes, I mean, we spread it around. We have a top-tier basketball squad. We have a top-tier baseball squad. We have a top-tier football squad. We have top-tier in many different sports because we have such a large population and vast resources. Why not add another? Yes, the answer is yes if you really wanted to, but we're going about it backwards. Somebody asked this question on the text line. Dane, why can we do it in women's soccer but not men's? The women's soccer team has won World Cups, right? They've been successful. Pretty simple, Dane. Because the rest of the world, until now, doesn't care about women's soccer.
True. That's true.
And that's the blunt truth.
It's also, soccer is I think this is true. Maybe it's not. I was going to say a far more popular sport on the women's side than it is on the men's side.
In the youth levels, I can tell you this, Colorado, we are a cultivated soil plot of land in women's soccer.
For sure.
We produce so much talent on the women's side. But the difference is the U.S. has always been on the cutting edge of women's soccer and women's sports, frankly.
Yep.
So, of course, the U.S. developed teams better than some of the European countries who, up until now, ignored women's sports.
True. I mean, I totally agree with it. It's here's, I guess, my way of thinking is I've heard pretty much my entire life growing up that the U.S. is, they're about, 8 to 10 years away from being really good. And then they lose kind of like this in the World Cup. And then it's like, well, 8 to 10 years from now, they're going to, and then it's like, how many times are we going to do this before maybe you just admit, maybe you'll never be just at the top of the sport. Maybe it's always going to be dominated by the Europeans because they care way more about it than we do.
2 weeks to flatten the curve.
Well, Moj, listen. Just look at the reactions, and maybe this tells you all you need to know. Look at the reactions of people who are fans of other countries in soccer when their team loses. They break down in tears.
Absolute devastation.
They sob. They drop to the ground and curl up in the fetal position. We lost last night, and I went, damn it. And I switched the channel. And that was the end of my soccer night.
I did the same thing.
Like, I don't think you can be a country that is like an Argentina when you don't have the same level of passion that they do.
Well, it's not just passion. You got to go back to the finances and the field day approach we take to a lot of sports here. The no cut approach. Nobody gets cut. If you pay to play, you're going to play. That's the approach we take. And frankly, in Europe, they have academies. And the German Federation, for example, the Spanish Federation, they have academies. And only the best go play for those academies. And guess what? Those academies, if you're not good enough, you're cut. There's nothing mommy and daddy can do to keep you in there if you're not good enough. They can't pay. The weakest links get cut. But here in the United States, all the weakest links have to do is pay more money. And so it's backwards.
This is
what we do.
I watched the Messi special from ESPN about how the VHS tape and the whole 9 yards.
Yeah.
Well, he was unknown in his own country, Argentina. He went to Barcelona as like a 13, 14-year-old. They took him into their academy there. Argentina didn't even know about him till he started tearing it up.
He left his family. The point is, he became a pro athlete at the age of 12.
Basically, yeah.
He was gone.
Spain was trying to figure out a way for him to play for Spain and not Argentina.
Right.
They finally did, like when he's 17, 18, the Argentinians are like, oh, somebody sent the VHS tape to and they're like, who the hell is this guy? It was fascinating, but
all of us.
But Vic's talking about the cultivation and about the way they do it, in Europe and even South America. It's completely different.
If I tell you this, though, like I think this, just on the surface level, this tells you all you need to know. If football's our own sport, I won't even include it. Basketball. Mm-hmm. You have plenty of Americans that are considered one of the best in the world. I mean, I know Shea's Canadian and Joker's from Serbia, and you have really good international players, but you can find a ton of really good American players that are at the top of the sport. Hockey, Moj. I know a lot of Canadians are the best in hockey, but you can name a whole bunch of Americans that are really damn good that could be in that conversation.
Sure.
You can do it in baseball, despite the fact that baseball is seen as like a Latin sport with Cuba, Dominican Republic, Mexico, a whole bunch of places
Venezuela.
like that. When the World Baseball Classic came around, the U.S. was the favorite to win it. They didn't, but they were the favorite. And you have guys like Aaron Judge. Who the hell is that in soccer? We thought it's Pulisic. It's very obviously not Pulisic. He is not in the same universe as a Messi or an Mbappe or a Haaland or one of those
listen,
guys.
is it any coincidence that the U.S. best players, they're developed overseas? They're not even developed here. Because we don't have the infrastructure here, the club programs, to develop them properly. We are a capitalistic society where the clubs receive money from parents. Over there, the clubs own the kids' rights, and they make money when they sell those rights. It's a different approach.
But don't, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. Again, not an expert in this realm. Don't the Rapids have a development league like that with kids who are like teenagers?
Yes, but there's only a few that they actually do that with. If you want to play for certain development programs, you just pay to play for them.
Yeah. 303-504-0925.
You have the money to play. Hey, listen, dude, I had kids that age. I know what that is. We all fall for it. We all do.
Sure.
As parents, you're proud of your kids' athletic achievements. I remember thinking, oh, wow, my kid must be really good. At the end of the day, you look, no, he's not. They just needed an extra body. You have money.
Friday afternoon, the party's at Fiddlesticks in Lakewood. Altitude Sports Radio invites you to watch FIFA World Cup 26 with Michelob Ultra for Belgium in Spain. Root against those Belgians. Andy Lindahl is going to be there giving away tons of prizes with Michelob Ultra, Superior Light Beer, and the official beer sponsor of FIFA World Cup 26. Superior's worth playing for and now worth cheering for, too. See you at Fiddlesticks in Lakewood on Friday. Back after this. Hey, this is Brett Kane for Fanatics Sportsbook. You ever wonder why Fanatics is America's fastest online growing sportsbook? Well, the answer is simple. It's fan cash. It's the ultimate sports currency. And betting with Fanatics lets you stack that fan cash. Fanatics Sportsbook, you can get up to 10% back fan cash on your wagers, win or lose. You don't even have to be good. No matter what you do, throw a bet down and get up to 10% back on that fan cash. If you want value for your bets, Fanatics will always have your back. And don't forget about the fan cash draws. It's simple. Choose your draw, enter with fan cash for a shot at no sweat bets, casino credits, premium sports experiences, tickets, and so much more. Extraordinary prizes await. Did I also mention they're giving away millions in fan cash this year with games like Fan Cash Drop. Tap in every Friday. See what it's all about. Switch to the book that always gives you more to play with. Download the Fanatics Sportsbook app today. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 and older. Gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See the Fanatics Sportsbook app. All right. I do want to ask a question in regards to potentially somebody that the Nuggets should be looking at. DeMar DeRozan was waived yesterday by the Sacramento Kings. I wouldn't mind at all a little DeMar DeRozan on this team. I don't know what it would cost. I don't know if he's willing to take, a cheap contract or if he's looking to get money again. I don't know. But he's somebody at 36 years old that still averages 18 points a night. And he's someone that, when shooting goes cold, you need guys to have mid-range games. He's had that his entire career. He really can't shoot from the outside, but he finds a way to get buckets. I wouldn't mind at all, little DeMar DeRozan.
Hey, if you got him on a cheap deal, are you kidding me? I would never say no to that. But what makes you think he's going to sign a cheap deal?
I don't know. I don't know where he's at in his career. Like, if he wants to have just another shot at winning or something like that, if he's made enough money. Like, he's not going to get a giant payday anyway. So, I don't know. But it's something that yesterday I saw the Nuggets.
He won with Toronto, correct?
He did, yes. Yeah. Yep, that 1 year with Kawhi, and then...
that must have been like toward the end of his Toronto reign, I think. He played a long time in Toronto. I mean...
Dude, he's a really good player.
I think there
was he shipped off in the Kawhi trade?
Yeah, he was traded to San Antonio for Kawhi.
Oh, that's right. So he did.
Okay,
Kyle Lowry's who I was thinking.
Kyle
of.
Lowry. There you go.
Kyle Lowry.
So he hasn't won yet because he was a Spur, he was a Bull, and now he's a King or was a King.
Yes.
So he hasn't won. Again, I don't know where that. How much has he made in his career? A couple $100 million, probably. I mean,
you know what he is? DeMar DeRozan is the Paul George of DeMar DeRozan's. That's what he is. He's the Paul George of DeMar DeRozan's. Guys who just get shipped from team to team to team.
Yeah.
And then the teams they leave end up winning it.
God,
I guess I wouldn't mind him, but I think there are probably going to be other teams interested in his services. That's my guess. Also, I've heard the LeBron stuff. I'm sure like you guys have. We haven't talked about it yet. That it appears that Cleveland is the destination.
Well, they just get it over with.
Yeah. I mean, when they're talking about teams that are on the outside looking in, it's not even the Nuggets at all. It's like Miami's on the, it's all these, okay, if they miss on LeBron, nobody's talking about the Nuggets in any way, shape, or form, Vic, at all. They're talking about Golden State, they're talking about Miami, but no Nuggets.
No offense, Brett, so I can say this. Always love that. But I think it's so stupid when people say, if he's made enough money. When does anyone think they've made enough money when they're still in their career? Well, sports are different. I don't know how to explain it. Like, there are some guys when they get towards the end of their career, if they are fixated on the goal, whether it's for legacy reasons or just pursuit of a championship, if they don't have one, guys have and will take less money to be in a better situation. I've done this before. I'm sure you guys have too. Have you turned down a job that was going to pay you more because you don't think the situation would be better for you? I've done it. You couldn't pay me to go work in, like, Green Bay. Okay? Couldn't do it.
You'd have to nuke yourself.
Correct. No. Drone strike. Drone strike. I don't want the radiation hanging around there.
Okay, got it.
Drone strike.
Copy.
But all I'm saying is, he's a guy that's been in the league since, 2008? How long has he been here? 2009.
2009, yep.
2009. He's made a lot of money. If he has goals and aspirations of, like, I want to win a championship, well, would you be willing to take a couple million less? I think a lot of guys would.
Everybody has their own idea. Okay, how much is enough? If some of these guys have, they've made $200 million in their life, and they are pursuing the Transformer ring, because these rings nowadays are unbelievable.
Yeah, they're great.
They're pursuing the ring to be able to show, and pass on as a legacy. Then maybe you would take a little bit less bread. I'm not saying you don't take any. I'm just saying that
I think
how much does winning matter to you, and do you want a real clear shot at it?
I think you guys overplay, like many of us do, regular folk. Overplay that ring over money thing.
You think so?
I really do.
I only use it, hang on though. I only use it for guys that, first of all, have made a lot of money already, Second of all, do not have a championship to their name. And third of all, are late stages of their career.
But you know, the whole made a lot of money is that's relative to what you think is a lot of money. People who make money, like money, want more money. Money me.
I'm not
money.
saying that this is a common practice that happens a lot, but I think in specific cases, like one of the DeMar DeRozan, you were part of a core team that was making the playoffs every year in Toronto, that was always seen as a quasi-contender, could never get over the hump. You get traded, the year you get traded is the year that your old team wins the title. You still don't have one. Maybe somebody like that is motivated by it. Like Russell Westbrook, when he signed here on a minimum deal, he was more than a minimum player. But he saw you don't think he was? You don't think somebody would have given him more than a minimum at that time?
Yeah, but I mean, he was around a minimum deal. Like Tim Hardaway is now in Miami Heat. He's not making huge money.
We've seen it.
But Tim Hardaway wasn't a max player for a good portion of his career.
No, but Karl Malone back in the day did it. At the very last season, after all those years in Utah,
just gave away $100 million to keep a team together.
Not the rule.
That's what I'm arguing.
That's what we're saying.
I'm
That's what we're
arguing
saying.
that.
You saw it right here with the Avalanche. You saw Paul Kariya and Timo Solani take a crack at it for $1 million each.
Did
The
Cale Makar make his
not the rule.
on his last contract? Did Cale Makar sign for the most money he could have gotten?
No.
He took a little bit off the top.
Neither did Nate.
So what's the stop then?
And now you have an offer sheet out to Carlson at 18 per. Unbelievable. Unreal.
I mean, that's why I think it's a difficult point to argue because Jalen Brunson did it. Now every Nugget fan is saying, why isn't Joker doing it?
I don't think he should. I don't think that people have to. All I'm saying is that there are some guys and I think it's aging veterans without a title in certain situations would look at a team and be like, I will take less money for my shot to win. There have been, yes, it is not the rule. It is the exception to the rule, but the exceptions do exist. All I'm asking is DeMar DeRozan one of those guys? And maybe he's not. I don't know.
Watch this. I'll put this theory to work.
All right.
You want an aging veteran? Hey, Moser, as an aging veteran, would you take less money to win?
Am I catching strays right now? Is that what I'm doing?
No, I'm using Brett's example.
Okay.
That's a setup.
Brett, if I took half of your salary and we won, I don't know, what do we win? The Colorado Broadcasters Station of the Year or some crap like that. You go with that? I take half your salary.
If I had $100 million in the bank, yeah.
No. That's relative. I don't want to hear about how much money you have. I'm hearing how much money you'll take.
That is a part of the discussion, though. It's guys who have made a lot already.
Well, maybe sometimes you make more, you spend more.
My answer to you, Vic, would be eat it.
And I would fully expect you to say that to me.
My answer to you would be get bent.
Yes.
Yeah.
As Birdside would say, kick rocks, man.
But, I mean, he fits your profile, Brett. A veteran who's never won anything.
Don't know if an NBA championship and Colorado Broadcasters Association award are on the same plane. I mean, they're close. But,
hey, Vic, let's be honest about it. I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to speak it into existence. But the answer is no. I got that kind of time.
A buddy just sent this to me, Moser, as long as we have a couple minutes here. Have you been reading about the did you see Elliot Friedman's latest podcast?
Yes.
Did you see him mention the Avs and Hellebuck?
Yes. Hellebuck.
Can you offer some guidance on
but what he didn't say that they inquired. He didn't say that they pursued. He said that there are other guys in the league who would think that the Avs would reach out. That's what Friedman basically said. Friedman basically said that there are other executives in the league who would think the Avs would reach out. Not that, hey, I have concrete information the Avs have reached out to the division rival Jets about their goalie. I mean, Hellebuck was great in the Olympic Games. He's been a great regular season goalie.
That's the thing.
Postseason, he's had some difficulties.
What?
I mean, obviously the Avs ripped him apart a couple years ago.
What's the matter with your goaltenders now?
Nothing. They won the Jennings combined.
Yeah.
You can win with your goalies.
Who's your number one goalie, Moshe?
I think going into the season is probably McKenzie. I think.
Which is crazy because
Wedgie played so well.
Because Wedgie was your number one goalie in the postseason.
And, then he didn't play at the end. But, yeah, I get what you're saying. I mean, Vic, I don't know. I guess that's a Jared Bednar question.
Yeah.
My guess would be after getting off to a late start because of the injury, not even starting the season on the roster.
What was the injury?
Lower body.
Oh, here we go.
Lower body. Anyway, after
LB.
He got off to a late start and was trying to play catch-up all year long. So I think that if you're talking about a good, clean summer for both these guys, I think Blackwood's probably your one. Yeah. Wedgie's your two, but Scott Wedgwood will get plenty of playing time, and they are completely comfortable with him getting as much time. I mean, if something else happened to Blackwood, they'd be incredibly comfortable with Scott as well.
Here's what I don't get, though, is when people discuss this, is it just the concept of that there isn't a clear number one in people's heads that makes them weirded out? Because the numbers are the numbers. And the numbers said that both Mackenzie Blackwood and Scott Wedgwood, for a majority of that season, were top 3 or 4 in both save percentage and goals against. Each of them.
You okay?
Yeah, I mean,
okay. All right. Okay.
So what happened? What?
He just banged himself on his mic.
I just banged my face on my mic.
He's hurting.
But is it just the idea that you don't have a like for sure bona fide number one and that weirds people out? Because the numbers would say that goaltending is not an issue at all. Even when you got to the postseason, I know maybe it wasn't the same level, Moj, as it was in the regular season, but you did not lose because your goalies weren't good enough. You lost because you couldn't score.
Pretty much, yeah. In that series against Vegas, obviously, nobody really had their best at all. You know what I mean? For a variety of different reasons. But it all goes hand in hand, Brett. You can win with those guys. Hellebuck is considered an elite.
If the Avs could have re-signed...
He's a Vezina winner. He's considered elite.
If the Avs could have, if they had the money to re-sign Darcy Kemper after they won the Cup, would they have done it?
I don't know. I don't know that they would have. I mean, Kemps has gone on. He's played pretty decent, but he's not a starter anymore. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But they didn't need him to be a legit number one making $9-10 million a year.
My whole thing is I would love if they got that. If you combined this team within like a number one, no doubt Shesterkin level or Vasilevsky level goalie, that would be amazing.
Yeah, but you know, Carolina.
But I don't consider Hellebuck that. I don't. Every year when the postseason rolls around, he's a different guy than he was in the regular season, and I don't know what to do with that.
How many times do we have to see this? Carolina just won a cup without a true number one, correct?
They did. They put Bussy in.
Exactly.
I mean,
so how many times does it have to...
Hang on a second. They yanked Freddie and put Bussy in, and Bussy won them the cup.
Exactly. So we're focused on this true number one crap, where at the end of the day, just play your best hockey at the most important time, and you'll have a true number one.
Absolutely.
Right.
I mean, I don't think that's the answer. I do want to go back to this, though, about what we do with other people's money, and it cracks me up. Oh, this guy should take less to go play because he hasn't won anything. Somebody on the text line brought up a great point. You know, we all love parades and rings. Moj, and you can ask me the same question. Feel free to ask me the same question. Would you give up let's say you had to pay for all of your road trips, one texter, you had to pay for all your hotels and road trips, but the Avs win the Stanley Cup, would you do it?
These are silly. But these are silly because it's not. If Moser had $200 million in his bank account,
I probably
then it's a different discussion.
Yeah, I probably would. Am I staying with the team or am I staying at a place of my choice? Do I have to stay in the team hotel?
Place of your choice.
So I could Motel 6 it if I wanted to.
But they won the cup.
No.
Asking Bezos for $100 and asking an 18-year-old for $100 are different things. It's not the same.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Well, then you get a quarter of your salary, half of your salary.
How much money does he have in the bank?
I don't have
Hey, it's not my problem how much money he has in the
Okay.
bank. Don't spend your money.
But then
Save your money. Invest it properly.
You aren't asking the same question.
You're going to work for free for
Well,
the next
give me
5 years, but the Nuggets win 2 times. Are you doing it?
Give me a relative scenario then.
Okay, here's it. Moj. you just found out you had an uncle that you never met before who passed away. You were in his will. You just took $10 million in cash. That's yours now. That's what you have in the bank account.
Wow.
Would you be willing to give up half of your salary now for the Avs to win next year?
Absolutely.
Ask me that question.
Would you?
Hell no.
Stupid ass questions.
$10 million.
I'm doing my part. I'm doing my part.
I'm not giving up my money just so it's
like,
no.
I'm not doing jack.
Okay, but it's also, again, even that is like...
What are you, stupid?
You're speaking as a fan and not somebody who's actually going to be forever crowned a champion. There's no comparison you can make in the real world to this. Now, if I could be a kicker for the Lions... No, I'm just kidding. 303-504-0925.
Someone says Vic is an idiot at times. I'm an idiot a lot of times. Santiago, I think that's you. Santiago, are you a fan of a team? Would you give up part of your salary for that team to win a championship?
But you aren't. You have to be on the team participating as
you
a
know
player
what? Yeah,
and winning a championship.
You are
not a fan watching it.
Absolutely.
You would be a champion. You wouldn't be a fan of a team that's a champion.
Stay on him, man. What's his name?
Santiago?
Santiago, stay on him.
All right, here's this one.
That's a great name, by the way. Santiago's a great name.
Question is, would you take more money, Vic, if you knew that Altitude wouldn't sign Brett because they're paying you more?
Wait, what's that question? Ask that again? Hang on.
Vic can get more money, but it's at the cost of you. You're out.
Well, if you only knew, Landon. If you only knew.
You know what? Yeah, if you only knew, Landon.
If you only knew.
If you only knew what we've done for our boy.
Pay him.
For me?
Pay that man his money.
If you only knew.
I just don't like when people play with other people's money. That's
well,
at the end of the day.
were just doing it. You were just doing it to me.
Everybody's like, oh, he should take less. He should take no.
I never said for the record. I never said should.
Should take less.
Should has never come out of my mouth.
Never, ever, not one
it's
time.
Would you be willing to as an aging veteran
that hasn't won? You got $200 million in the bank. It's a very simple equation, Vic. Very, very simple. It's a unique situation. Mm-hmm. It's a case by case basis, but we've seen it happen, and it could happen again.
What you're asking, Vic, is the guy that's flipping burgers at McDonald's. It's like, would you give away half your salary to be Employee of the Month? It's like, well, no. What is
no?
All right. Oh, by the way, next. Oh, by the way, stories around sports in the world we feel like you should be aware of. So there's a story going around, and I don't know how this hits the ear of Ram fan here in Colorado. Trey McBride was on the Bussin' with the Boys podcast, and they're asking him about NIL deals and what he got at CSU. Well, here's what he said.
Were you in the NIL world at all?
I had it my last year, but at Colorado State, man, come on. I didn't make any money, It was there, but it wasn't there.
Did other teams try and get you?
After my second year, COVID, my head coach got fired, and they went to South Carolina with Will Muschamp, and I was going to follow him there because...
The staff you committed to that recruited you in high school.
Yeah,
okay.
So my tight ends head coach became the offensive coordinator, so I was like, all right, I'm just going to go to South Carolina, and that was kind of the year before NIL, and they were still going to, give me a little bit, so that was cool. And coming from Colorado State, I was like, any money's, going to be awesome. So, and then I ended up staying for some reason, and it ended up working out for me. But I always do wonder, what would it have been like to go to a big Power 5 where the stands were filled? We didn't lose every game. I bet it'd be pretty cool, but it's all good.
What do you think?
Whoa, I saw that, and I was like, that's kind of a little beatdown of your alma mater, isn't it?
A little bit, yeah.
That's... How many other schools offered him back in the day?
And I know, you know what? This is probably one of those things. He's talking to two guys. What's his name? It's Will Compton and Taylor Lewan. Lewan was a Michigan guy. Will Compton was a Nebraska guy. Both of those schools got money. Both of those get packed houses. I'm sure a lot of this was like, I'm talking to two guys who lived it, and this is sort of like what we would say in the locker room sort of thing. Because I'm sure the feelings that Trey McBride has towards CSU are not what's reflected in that clip alone. I'm sure he has a lot of love for CSU. But that does kind of suck to hear.
Well,
it's 50 seconds of him just crapping on his whole
Reportedly,
team.
here's who offered him. Obviously, the Rams. Colorado, Cal, K-State, Naval Academy, Northern Colorado, and Wyoming.
At the end of the day, boys, how do you survive this college landscape when you're a smaller school like that and other teams have more money to offer to your best players? How do you survive year to year?
I don't know. I have no idea.
You have to re-recruit your players.
They did somehow keep him. I mean, he said,
he's a Fort Morgan guy. He's a homegrown dude.
It's a little different now, though. Cat's out of the bag.
Oh,
money's on the table now.
I don't know. I saw that and I was like, ooh, boy, that doesn't feel nice. But
money is on the table. It's not under the table. And when it's on the table and you can see that money waving in your face, good luck.
I got to know, by the way, for you.
Go for it.
It's reading on CBS Sports. A redraft of the 2024 NFL Draft.
2024.
So that's a couple years ago. Who do you think's overall number one to the Chicago Bears?
Probably still Caleb.
That's Drake May.
Is it?
Caleb number 2 to Washington. 3, Jaden Daniels to the Patriots.
Makes sense.
Jared Verse to the Cardinals at 4.
Okay.
Joe Alt to the Chargers at 5, blah, blah, blah. You get all the way down.
Yeah, where's Bo?
Number 12 to the Denver Broncos.
So is he still he still the fourth, or is he fourth quarterback off the board?
He is the fourth quarterback off the board, correct.
Okay. So he's in front of
McCarthy and Penix.
Correct. So out of the two that we've kind of decided, their careers in the NFL are pretty much done. And sorry, McCarthy, the team that drafted you is already like, no, we aren't doing this again. So I'm going to assume you're out. You feel like a Josh Rosen to me. Penix is not going to stay healthy enough to have a career. So that leaves 4 different guys.
Penix may be able to play, but his knees, Vic, I'm telling you, I think if you cut him open, sawdust would fall out.
Yeah.
I think.
Would you, if you had to take Bo Nix out of the 4 others, where does he stack up to you?
Right now, I think he's probably – the guy's a winner, man. The guy's a winner.
Well, he was one step away from leading his team to the Super Bowl if he plays.
Now, one of the guys in that draft did take the team to
the Super Bowl.
Well, yeah. I know. Well, because the other guy was out of the picture.
Sure.
I got to know, by the way, reading this very long piece, Seth Wickersham on Sean Payton. Well, Is it an opus? What do you call a very long piece like this? What is that? A
dissertation?
very long read.
What is a long read called?
Much longer than Mark Moser's willing to invest. I think it's an opus.
Yeah, we'll just call it that.
There's one paragraph in here, something that Sean Payton likes to do. It's a tradition that he picked up from the late Mike Ornstein, a former agent. The week of the AFC title game, in front of his coaches, he took the Patriots media guide, a copy of it. He dunked it in a bucket of cold water and then took the media guide, now it's all bloated and out of shape, and put it in the freezer of the refrigerator. Sort of like a thing that he does.
Why?
I don't know why. I don't know why. I guess they've done it before. The Patriots did it. I don't know. The Saints did it. I don't know.
That seems it seems like a useless exercise to me.
No, this is stuff you can't get anywhere else, man. This is great. Can I, Vic? Perhaps earlier I was a little bit facetious, but in all honesty,
earlier, like 30 seconds ago, when you turned off your camera, took off your headphones, and walked out of the room.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
You're talking to my guy all wrong. It's wrong tone.
I guess the point is, man, I'll probably read it, but how do you get the go-ahead from ESPN to write a 28-page dissertation on Sean Payton's daily routine?
Because this is great stuff. I love reading stuff like this. The ultra detail. This is great.
I don't need
this
to
is
know.
Why you read.
I don't need to know that much. I'll read stuff that matters.
Well, I don't.
Right now, I'm reading a book called The First.
Make no sense to
right
me.
now, I'm reading a book called The First Wave.
It's just a weird.
You're
take
so
from
stupid.
You. It's a weird take.
Look, it is the dumbest take ever. So why you read this book? It's a bunch of details, right? Why?
Yeah.
Why read it?
It's fascinating.
Oh,
What's
okay.
the question?
He got up at 9 a.m. and had a latte.
You say dumb stuff, but this tops it all.
It just doesn't.
I'm not going to read.
I'm not down with it.
There's just too many details.
Sorry, I'm not. I guarantee you, ain't nobody getting through that.
Nelly,
even the most ardent Broncos fans, they ain't getting through it.
You got one on the way out?
Yeah, oh, by the way, I read something for you, Moser, so you don't have to read.
Thank you.
On the 4th of July weekend, how many hot dogs did you crush?
Not one, but I did make some burgers on my own. I did
not
that.
have hot dogs.
That was good.
Well, maybe this would tip the scales a little bit towards the glizzy direction. Pringles have decided to release a limited edition run of Pringles-flavored hot dog buns.
Wait. So it's not...
The Pringles doesn't taste like a hot dog. It's the bun tastes like Pringles.
Yes, they are hot dog buns that taste like Pringles, and they're doing them in 3 flavors: sour cream and onion, barbecue, and honey mustard flavored buns. And they're going to come in Pringles cans still.
That's it. See, this is the overindulgence of our food in this country that we just don't. We don't need something like that. Nobody asked for it. By the way, I got a message for you, Pringles. I hate to break it to you. All of your chips taste the same. Your pizza-flavored things taste like the barbecue-flavored things, and the sour. They're all the same flavor.
As long as we're bitching about potato chips. Vic, you wouldn't know anything about this. You don't eat chips.
I ate some Funyuns the other night.
Funyuns are awesome.
Wait, you had Funyuns?
I did. My wife left an opened thing of Funyuns, and I went to work.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
They don't obviously, they don't fill the bags like they used to. That's a given, right? It's a joke. It's half air. But barbecue chips nowadays, they don't even remotely put enough barbecue on the chips anymore.
It's ridiculous.
You bunch of. What are you trying to save a couple of bucks? There's not even barbecue chip. Don't taste like barbecue chip anymore.
Hey, Lays,
pisses me off. I'm just pissed.
Don't think I didn't notice. Your bags are way smaller than they were like 3 years ago.
100%.
I noticed it, and they're still filled with air.
You're damn right.
I haven't eaten Funyuns in years, but when I attacked that bag the other night, I need an investigation. I think it's a drug.
Vic,
I couldn't stop.
Vic,
I really do. I think it's some sort of drug.
I think once every month and a half to 2 months, I go to a gas station, I fill up, I go and get my nicotine pouches, right? And I see that little gas station bag of Funyuns staring at me in the face, and I go, you got 10 minutes till I get home. Sounds like something we're going to do.
But what is a Funyun?
And I eat it, and Vic, every time I think to myself, could have had about 3 full bags of these, I think.
Bro, I
couldn't have stopped.
Listen, the big bag, it was gone.
Yeah.
Watching World Cup soccer, it was gone. So I was guilty after I ate it. I felt like, what did I just do?
Isn't a Funyun just a cheese puff with an onion flavor on it?
I don't know, Moj. It's a drug.
It is. They're good.
After I consumed the whole bag, I felt such a feeling of guilt. I was like, God, you might as well just turn into Moser here. So then I forced myself into the sauna for an hour.
It's enriched cornmeal, vegetable oil, and seasonings is what they say.
Okay, last thing. When I'm at the store and I get the tortilla chips, I find the one with a guy on the bag. Santiago or something like that.
I like Santiago.
Okay, I find the one with a lot of chips in it because you can see.
It's the other one, Salsitas or something
and
like that?
It's got to have a dude on it, right? Because they're less expensive and you get more chips. I'm going for the one with the dude.
Yeah.
Enough of this half-full bag crap and no barbecue flavor. You can kiss my tail. No, I ain't doing it.
Moj, tell the people about what's happening in Wyoming again.
Yeah, let me do that for you.
In Cheyenne, Wyoming.
Okay, coming up on August 1st, it is the Rocky Mountain Cigar Festival. It's going to be awesome. It's at Little America Hotel and Resort. 30-plus premium cigars, craft brews, spirits, live entertainment. You got to have tickets to get into this thing. We've got tickets for you. If you want to get your own, it's rmcigarfestival.com. You got to be 21 years of age and older. But if you want a pair of tickets to go to Little America, August 1st, outside Cheyenne for the Rocky Mountain Cigar Festival, it's going to be awesome. It's one of the biggest in the entire U.S. Text the word cigar right now. Cigar to 303-504-0925. That's 303-504-0925.
We'll announce a winner at the end of the show every day this week. Back after this.
Vic Lombardi for AAA, plumbing, heating, all the services you need. We've had some plumbing needs of late, and I tell you what, it's tough. When you have an issue like we had, house smelled of sewer. I was like, what's going on? Is Moser here? No, it was sewer water, and we couldn't find the source. So we called AAA. They came out, found it right away, fixed it right away, quick and easy. You didn't have to wait around all week for the person to show up. They gave you a timeline, and they showed up on time, fixed the problem, got in, got out. If you have a problem with anything plumbing related, AAA is the place to call, the place to contact. Go online right now, AAAtoday.com. That's AAAtoday.com.
All right, let me ask you guys a question here, because Moser said during, by the way, there was a redraft of the 2024 draft, and Bo Nix was the 4th quarterback off the board, not the 6th, but he is still behind Drake May, Caleb Williams, and Jaden Daniels. Texture says this: what has Bo done to believe that he should be higher than the 4th quarterback in that draft? An article today from the Denver Post, Troy Rank and Parker Gabriel, we're talking about how sports books have set the over-under for touchdown passes for Bo Nix at 23 to 24.5. He has gotten over that number in each of his first 2 years, including 29 his first year in the league.
And now he's got Jalen Waddle.
It's seems to be something that a lot of people are asking, and it's one of those spots where Bo Nix is either not getting the respect he deserves, or people think that the team is carrying Bo Nix in one way or another.
Bo Nix is special.
But to say, what has Bo done to believe that he should be higher than the 4th quarterback in that draft? The answer to me is simple. He is easily the biggest winner out of any of them. He wins football games. They've won a ton. What was he tied for, like 2nd or 3rd most in NFL history for a quarterback in his first 2 seasons in wins? That counts for something.
It absolutely does. Now, is it mitigated by the fact that most of the time, the defense has been really kick-ass?
Yes.
Okay,
that's certainly a part of it.
I think people probably figure that into the mix when they're thinking about it. But the guy, Vic, he's won games, man. He wins. You know what I mean? So that's got to account for something. It has to.
The thing about Bo Nix, and I'm telling you, if he can put together, and hopefully it happens this year, a more consistent stretch of play in the first 3 quarters as he does in the 4th quarter, you're talking about one of the better quarterbacks in the league. I mean, that's something that every team virtually would sign up for. But there is hesitation with people surrounding Bo Nix, and I'm trying to figure out what that is. I have my own hesitations with Caleb Williams, and everybody seems bought in on him.
I'm not.
I've told you. I don't trust a quarterback in this era of football that completes 58% of his passes. That's a terrible number. It was like 34th in the league or something like that last year. It's awful.
His rating was still better than Bo Nix's, though.
True, but that's because he would supplement that with huge plays. And I think to a certain extent, that's what's happening with Bo Nix. He would have insane stretches of play for like 10 to 15 minutes with a lot of nothing else surrounding it. So I don't know. I don't know how people do the evaluation.
Tell you what's remarkable. Matt Stafford, at his age, is still
had the best year of his career.
He's still
Yeah.
I mean, the guy threw for 46 touches, over 4,700 yards. I mean, that's a hell of it. Led the league in rating. That's a hell of an MVP season.
Hey, guys, I'm about halfway through this Sean Payton opus by Seth Wickersham. Can I read you a paragraph that is pretty interesting?
You know what? I woke up this morning and go, God, I wish Vic would read to me. Please.
I think it's interesting.
Thank you. Please do.
So he's going through film to prepare for Buffalo in the playoffs, and he wants a fake punt. And he finds a fake punt that Detroit pulled off in 2019, and he says, how can we mimic that? How can we do our own version? So now I will read straight from this. Quote, he had first seen the play a year ago, January 2025, when the Broncos faced the Bills in Buffalo during the wild card round. It was going to take a miracle to beat the Bills that year. You remember that game, obviously. Payton watched 71 fake punts, looking for one to adopt and adapt. He entered the game with 2 of them. One was called Rutgers Special, tweaked from that 2019 Raiders game, which Payton named after Broncos fullback Michael Burton, a Scarlet Knights graduate. In the other one, Denver's punter throws an outside pass to Buffalo's Jamarcus Ingram. Payton had targeted Ingram after reading that he missed a practice that week due to the birth of his first child.
Oh, my God.
Payton called it baby shower and ran it in the second quarter for a first down. This is great. How can you not love this kind of stuff?
So, wait a minute. The guy missed a practice because his baby was born.
And so Sean Payton
Payton's
targeted
like,
him.
so he must be an idiot this week.
This is awesome. Not only did he target him, he called the play baby shower.
He punished a man for having sex. That's what he did.
Hey, a lot of guys get punished for. I thought you were going to bring up the fact.
Did you say I had sex?
I thought you were going to bring up the fact that he wanted to run the fake punt and the team.
Well, that's the thing.
Talked him out.
If you guys missed this from earlier,
we talked about that already in this program.
Sean Payton, in overtime of the Bills playoff game this year, the Broncos got a first down on the first play of overtime, then went 3-and-out after that. He was so nervous because the Broncos defense at that time gave up like 450 yards of offense. They allowed 10 third down conversions on 15 attempts from Buffalo.
That is correct. They'd already given up 30 points.
They'd already given up 30 points. Sean Payton was convinced if Josh Allen got the ball back, the game was over, that they were going to lose. He calls a fake punt on 4th and 11 at his own 38-yard line. And the team goes out there and goes, this ain't going to work. And they end up punting the ball anyway.
Full dolphin.
So are you saying that the players overruled the coach?
Look, Vic, I was trying to find it in the article. This is what my Chat BG summary has said, is that it's called the overtime veto. It is revealed Sean Payton called a risky fake punt on 4th and 11 in overtime, but the players famously ignored the call at the line of scrimmage, ultimately saving the season, is what it says. Now, I've been trying to find that in the article. They started talking about fake punts, and now I can't find where they're actually doing it.
It's somewhere in that War and Peace.
Yeah. But that led to Josh Allen, deep ball over the middle, and the play that Buffalo will argue to this day was the wrong call, which is Jaquan McMillan getting the interception. Denver drives down the field, kicks a field goal, game over.
Here it is right here. You ready?
Please, more reading.
Here we go. The Super Bowl is now real, and it took everything they had, plans executed and scrapped, everything. We called the play, Rutgers special, 4th and 11. Wait, Payton called Rutgers special in overtime? On 4th and 11? Yes, we had the right look. The players vetoed it at the line of scrimmage, maybe saving Denver's season. I was so pissed, Payton says, it was perfect. He grabs my notebook and starts drawing up how it would look on the field, which is how he drew it up all week. And although he's certain and clear and resolute, my mind drifts off, stunned and amazed and impressed and mildly terrified at his gall, his ego, even his recklessness. Imagine his offseason if they'd lost in overtime because of a failed fake punt. Just then, Bo Lowry, the team's vice president of player health and performance, enters, as he does every game. Payton keeps explaining Rutgers special. Lowry looks oddly solemn. The whooping of music from the locker room seems louder. Lowry holds a scrap of paper with a list of injuries on it. Guys on the other side of these walls are dressed in showering, hugging their families, heading out for the night. Lowry rattles off a few notes and then inhales. Bo, Lowry says. Bo, Payton says, fractured his ankle. He'll undergo surgery on Tuesday. And that was it for the fake punt talk.
It's a well-written article.
4th and 11, and he wanted a fake punt.
Your own 38.
When the players didn't run it.
Thank God Jaquan McMillan came up with that pick.
5.
Thank God.
The Bills had 5 turnovers in the divisional play. 5 turnovers.
But you
they
know
had
what?
Almost 500 yards of offense, but 5 TOs.
This is what I love about Sean Payton, though. He doesn't care what you think, what we think, what anybody. He saw the play, and he said it was going to work. And you know what? You got to have that ability to take risks as a coach. You can't. I love it. It's made him a successful coach.
Dude, what happens, though, if what Wickersham said comes to fruition? That they don't overrule the call, essentially. They run the fake punt. It misses, and you lose about a minute later to some sort of, let's say Buffalo picks up a first down, kicks a field goal. What's the conversation then?
Yeah. You blew it.
Hey, I mean, Sean Payton won. Look, he's a guy who attempted an onside kick in a Super Bowl in a non-onside situation. He's willing to do it. I mean, the most aggressive coach in the NFL.
And 11 from your 38?
Well, I was just going to say, Vic, the most aggressive coach in the NFL is who? Dan Campbell never kicks.
Mm-hmm.
He always goes for it on fourth down. Who's his mentor? He is a disciple of? That guy.
Sean Payton. Hey, I'll be Sean Payton. Guys, we're running the Rutgers special here. All right, get ready. It's going to work. Got the great look for it. And the players say?
Overruled.
I mean, seriously.
I wonder,
I love
who at the line of scrimmage?
Judge Chamberlain Halla.
Who at the line of scrimmage? This is where my curiosity gets the best of me because I want more details. So who says, nah, punt it? Like, who makes that call at the line of scrimmage?
Who's terrified to run back to the sideline after you decided I'm going to go against the coach's wishes? How many times has that happened, by the way? This wasn't, if Peyton Manning overrules a play call at the line of scrimmage to a head coach, you might be like, well, it's Peyton Manning. He must have seen something. This is a special teams.
Yeah, who's making that decision?
I don't know.
This is special teams going directly against the general's orders.
All right, everybody get in here. Everybody get in here. I don't care what the old man says. We're punting this ball.
Yeah.
Overruled.
Can't get enough of that. Cannot get enough of that. Thank you, Nelly.
So 303-504-0925.
Hey, as we roll on here, Vic, we haven't talked about this at all, but Jason Robertson is going to arbitration with the Dallas Stars. There are several players going to arbitration this year. I sent out a tweet a couple days ago when I found this out. And I'm sure it's this way in other sports, but my exposure to it has been in hockey. Arbitration hearings in hockey, if it was me, and I know what I know, it would be my absolute last resort. Absolute last resort.
Yeah.
I've got one more.
Especially if I'm a player. I'll explain in a minute. Go ahead.
And I agree with you because
Okay.
you have some detail on this.
Yeah.
When we come back, I have another, just the intricacies of detail. I have another paragraph I have to read to you guys.
All right, Vic will continue to read
You're
to
gonna
us
kill.
next.
You know what? You're trying to kill me today, aren't you?
So good.
You're trying to.
Hey, this is Brett Kane from Fanatics Sportsbook, America's fastest online growing sportsbook. And why? Because the other books, their rewards are the same old. But with Fanatics, you get fan cash. It's the ultimate sports currency. Up to 10% fan cash back on your wagers, win or lose. So if you're looking for value for your bets, Fanatics always has your back. And don't forget about the fan cash draws. It's simple. Choose a draw. Enter with fan cash for a shot at no sweat bets, casino credit, premium sports experiences, tickets, and so much more. Extraordinary prizes await. Did I also mention they're giving away millions in fan cash this year with games like Fan Cash Drop? Tap into the app every Friday. See what it's all about. Switch to the book that always gives you more to play with. It's Fanatics Sportsbook. Download the app today. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 and older. Gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See the Fanatics Sportsbook app.
Moser, Lombardi, and Kane, back with you. Hour 3 rolls on.
Again with this guy?
He's doing something. I don't know what he's doing, but he's doing something important, Vic. You wanted to read your little, why don't you, while we have this opportunity, why don't you read more of this dissertation to us? Because we just can't seem to get enough of it.
Again,
it's
the
very,
detail.
No, it's very exciting stuff. It's great.
I know you're being very facetious because you just refuse to read, but I'll do it for you. The detail in game planning that Sean Payton takes is, I mean, I know a lot of coaches do this stuff, but this is crazy. So he wanted to call the game against Buffalo the oxygen tank game. That's what he wanted to call it because he wanted to run his hurry-up offense, his NASCAR package, use it intermittently, and get the Bills gassed in this game. So he told his assistant, we're going to call this the oxygen tank game. I'll read from the article here by Seth Wickersham. He tells Paul Kelly's assistant to order 100 or so small oxygen tanks to give to the team prior to the game with special labels. Pursuits like this, cheesy and earnest, are about more than giving the players an artifact to put in their bookshelves. More than about making memories, as Payton says. It's about trying to orchestrate a feeling even before the outcome can genuinely generate it. And he's not done. He tells the video team to pull clips from movies where people suffocate in thin air. A few hours later, a folder hits his computer. He sifts through them, stops at one. It's from the movie Everest. At the summit, in swirling wind, a climber is about to die. His wife is called to say a final goodbye. Payton is sold. A few things. He wants headshots of little Broncos pasted on that mountain, with Levi Stadium in the distance. He wants the dying climber to have Allen's jersey number 17 on his jacket. When they call home, he wants to splice in a clip of Haley Steinfeld, the actress, and Allen's wife, talking on the phone. Hours later, Payton watches the new clip. He likes it, but adds one more note. He wants Harder to Breathe by Maroon 5 to play as it fades to black.
All right. So he's a certified psychopath.
Who gives a rat's ass?
Awesome. No, hang on.
This is so good.
No, I do care about this.
This is so good. Moser, you go and do whatever you got to do today. This is one of the best articles I've ever read.
He's really
nuts.
insane. He even got Josh Allen's wife involved.
This is awesome.
He took a movie. He put Josh Allen in the movie of the man dying. When he talks to his wife, he said, make that Haley Steinfeld.
Josh Allen.
That's crazy behavior.
Oh, but Moser doesn't want to learn more. He wants to sit in stupidity.
We got a crazy head coach who's turning over calling plays.
Also, Harder to Breathe by Maroon 5 as it fades to black is a very upbeat song for somebody dying. Have you heard it?
What is that song? Let me hear it.
And also, not to nickel and dime the music choice, I personally would have gone with No Air, Jordan Sparks, Chris Brown. How am I supposed to breathe with no air? Come on, Sean.
How do you know all these songs?
Give me Harder to Breathe by Maroon 5. I guarantee you've heard this. If you've
the only song about air I know is In the Air Tonight.
If you've been to Walgreens, you've heard this song.
I've been to Walgreens.
All I'm telling you is, if I'm trying, I've never seen the movie Everest, but if the scene is this man he has no oxygen, he's about to die, he's final conversation he's going to have with his wife before he croaks, and then this song comes on. So just a weird choice to fade to black. See what I mean, Vic?
Can I read one more? This is so good.
Wait, Nelly, cue it up at the chorus. Hang on a second. Here's what it would have sounded like, I suppose.
Tell the kids that I love them.
I mean, what is that?
I think it's great.
I'm going to tell you this right now. Maybe it's different if you're in the room.
I love this guy.
I always feel like these little quirky coaching things that they do, I don't think that would hit with me. I think I'd be like, this is kind of lame. To be honest, I don't know. I don't know.
But
I wasn't there.
Right? You don't live it.
Well,
you don't live the game.
Maybe it's different.
Maybe every film session for a player gets boring and old, and maybe they want something like this. I like this too. So Payton, confiding in Seth Wickersham, says he has a recurring dream and he has trouble sleeping, obviously. In his recurring dream, and we talk about recurring dreams on this show, here's what happens. Quote, it's kickoff. Cameras, fans, lights, buzz, national anthem. He's late to the game. He's on a bike in his underwear. He pedals, but the bike won't move. He pedals harder. It goes nowhere. The game kicks off. He's finally on the sideline. His offense is on the field. His quarterback is looking for him to call the play. He shouts the play, still in his underwear, but nobody can hear him. His chest seizes up and he screams, 32 lead, 32 lead, and then he suddenly awakens.
All right, you know what? I'm with Moser. I've had enough of the story. Like, he's crazy. He's a crazy person. Wait, so he's on a bike on the sideline?
He's in his underwear, and he bikes to the stadium. He can't get there in time. That's his recurring dream. We all have these dreams, right? Don't you have dreams about being late to your test?
Nope.
You don't have those?
I don't have the dream of me being in my underwear on a bike, being late to the football game.
Oh, my God, I've had the dream about being late to get my final exam in, and I'm not dressed. I'm like, I can't find any clothes.
I've had that dream before. Absolutely, where I show up for finals, but I haven't been there all semester.
Yep.
I've done that. I've also had a dream where I'm outside the arena for some reason in the intermission, and I can't get back up to do the game.
I used to have, when I worked in the news at Channel 4, I used to have this dream that I would go on set and I didn't have my proper clothes on. I had a T-shirt and I forgot all my scripts, and I just spent I'm just panicking, just total panic mode. That was always a dream. What do you dream about if you don't have these dreams, Brett?
Literally,
you live a stress-free life.
Literally, I think, Vic, you could have made up all of these stories. I think you could have made all of these up. I don't think there's a story that Seth Wickersham could write in this article as crazy and outlandish and exaggerated as it could possibly be, where I wouldn't be like, okay, well, I guess Sean Payton does that too. He went and he actually had them all eat dog food after the first half because, you know what I mean? Like, what else can he do?
The more I read this, the better it gets.
All right. Well, Mose, you want to talk about Robertson?
Well, sure. I'll just say this.
I only want to hear your take about Robertson if you read it. I'm just kidding. Go.
So, Robertson's, it appears he wants to stay with the Dallas Stars.
Jason Robertson, by the way.
Jason Robertson. Yeah. Because, again, you had the Seattle Kraken ready to pay him big-time money if he would accept the deal, right? He wouldn't go there. So what's really weird about, they're going to give him, 15 per? He's looking for 14 per, apparently. And the Stars are like, we'll give you a little over 12. He's like, ain't good enough. So he wants to be paid more than Rantanen. Okay, for a 96-point season, 45 goals. The guy's a scorer, no doubt about it.
Good player.
Good player. But NHL arbitration, and again, I don't know about baseball arbitration because I haven't lived in that world, but I do know about NHL arbitration. And I'm sure it works the same anytime somebody goes to arbitration. It's the player's agent's job, and the player's usually in there. Usually. It's the player's agent's job to explain to the arbiter why his client deserves or her client deserves.
That's the easy job.
Right.
Let me tell you all the reasons why my guy is awesome. That's
great.
The weird part's the other side of the table, which is I want this player on my team, but here's all the reasons why you suck.
I'm telling you right now, Vic, the job of the team, and they have to have one bulldog. The job of the team is to get in there in front of the arbiter and say, yeah, that's our player. We'd like to pay him $12 million a year. But let me explain to you why he doesn't deserve one penny more. And they tear him down. Absolutely. It's that job to go in there and lambaste your own player. And it creates hard feelings. And it creates tension. And everybody's an adult going into it. But I'll tell you this. Way more often than not, these things are settled before they walk in that room. Because everybody knows that everything's going to be laid out on the table. And it ain't going to be fun.
Yeah.
Because if you do actually do the arbitration and lay it out there for the arbiter to eventually make a ruling, dude, the team will absolutely nitpick every aspect of your game.
Sure.
They're going to bring up video. You're not playing defense. They're going to bring up video where you screw it. They're going to do all this kind of stuff because they want to win. But they still want you as a player. It's a very odd and weird thing. So I don't know how it's going to look. I don't know if he's going to stay in Dallas or what the story is going to be. My guess is they will settle before they get into that room. That's my guess.
I would assume so, too.
He'll accept the deal like at 13 per, something like that. 12.9. I mean, whatever it may be, he's going to stay in Dallas because he's already turned down 15.
Can we set something?
Just something to keep an eye on.
Yeah. Can we set something up here? And Vic, you saw this. Is this Luka being asked on building his best 2-on-2 team with him on it? Is this what this question is?
I don't know what the hell this Q&A is, but this is Luka being asked questions about specific players, and I don't know what it is. I just know that he keeps answering one name.
Ultimate team, 2-on-2, Shea al Nikola Jokic.
Jokic.
Jokic al Wembanyama.
Jokic.
Jokic al Kevin Durant.
Jokic.
Jokic al Shaquille O'Neal.
Jokic.
Jokic al Johnson. Magic Johnson.
Jokic.
Jokic al Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Jokic.
Jokic al LeBron James.
Jokic.
Jokic al Larry Bird.
Larry Bird.
Larry Bird al Michael Jordan.
Jordan.
Okay, so Jordan's the best. Well,
he went through every name of anybody in the league, and he stopped only when you got to Bird and Michael Jordan for talking about, I guess, who he would take Jokic over.
Right. He's going Jokic or Wemby. Yeah. Well, Jokic or blah, 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 blah. And then he finally gets to Bird. He's like, Larry Bird.
Did you guys know, by the way, because I saw somebody dug up an old tweet the night of the draft. Back in 2018, Luka's draft. Did you know the Nuggets had a trade package to move up to number 2 to take him?
Yes.
And they were rejected.
Very well aware of that.
Could you imagine?
No, I couldn't.
Could you imagine?
Yes. I could imagine it, and it would have been unreal to have Luka Doncic available. Gary Harris was involved in that trade package.
Yeah.
They wanted Luka, and it didn't work out. You know, did you get the other one I sent you? Was it Pau Gasol who's asked? I don't know if you got
It's not on my board.
Okay. Wait, what year was he drafted?
Luka?
Yeah, he was drafted in 18, right? But
yeah, 18. That was the draft that had DeAndre Ayton.
Correct. That's right. And then but he wasn't drafted by the Mavericks, right?
Atlanta Hawks drafted him, but they traded the rights to Dallas.
There you go.
Yeah, I'm trying to find a package centered around Gary Harris and 2 first-round picks was what it was going to be.
Yeah, it would have been worth it, obviously. Could you imagine Luka and Joker on the same team? I mean, my mind's blown right now. My mind is blown.
So, here's my other question, and I can't.
Now you'd have to surround them with a ton of defense.
Well, yeah. We touched on this yesterday, but I do think it's worth going back to. Vic, you said something about the Celtics offering Jaylen Brown for they wanted Murray or something. Can you repeat that, what you said yesterday to us? You were reading. You weren't listening to me, were you?
Yeah, say that again.
Yesterday. Stop reading Wickersham. Stop.
I can't help it.
Stop. Jaylen Brown, you said the Celtics, did they offer?
The Celtics were willing to listen to the Nuggets' overtures, but the Celtics wanted Murray, and the Nuggets were unwilling to ship Murray.
Is that surprising to you?
Well, I mean, no, because I told you all along, if the Nuggets had traded Jamal Murray for Jaylen Brown, the Nuggets would have no guards. I mean, what are we doing? They need guards.
They do.
You need a guard. Gotta have a guard.
They do, but my question became, or my mind went to this place. When Kroenke said at that end of the season press conference, everybody is on the table except for Jokic. That's what he said. He said it into a microphone. Everybody is available except for Jokic. What is Jamal available for? Jaylen Brown's an MVP candidate. Mm-hmm. Like, he is one of the best players in the NBA. He is probably, in most people's books, Jaylen Brown's a better player than Jamal Murray. In most people's books.
Probably.
Did you see the number that, and somebody tell me if I'm off base here, because I just remember reading this. Tell me, Boston fans listening, anybody associated with this, I believe the number was, in games in which Jaylen Brown did not play, but the others did, the Celtics had an unreal record of like 36-6. Look that up.
So Tatum is out, but Jaylen Brown is leading the way.
Yeah. No. Jaylen Brown is out.
Oh, he's out.
They were 9-2 last year when he was out.
Yeah. Overall, look at what their record is without Jaylen Brown.
For the last 4 seasons, they were 47-10 when he was out.
Wow. Are you kidding me?
Wow.
That tells you all you need to know.
Wow.
That tells you all you need to know.
That's really an amazing stat. That's amazing.
That stat alone tells you why the Celtics could live without Jaylen Brown. 47-10 over 4 seasons without him in the game.
That's an amazing stat.
Hang on, I want to look up something else.
What are you doing?
I want to see what the records of Paul George's teams are with or without him. That's what I want to see. With Paul George, the Sixers last year went 22-15. Without him, they were 23-22. Okay. They were worse without him.
So the Celtics looked at Jaylen Brown and his $52 million salary and said, what are we doing? We're better without him.
Crazy?
That's a tough assumption to make.
The numbers are the numbers.
Okay. I mean, the Nuggets were okay when Jokic was out of the lineup. I don't prefer it. I don't think that's sustained over the course of a year, maybe. Maybe it was a cool month. I don't know. I mean, yeah. Look, here's my question surrounding Jamal. What am I supposed to think of Jamal Murray? Because I'm pretty confused. Jamal Murray is somebody that every year was overvalued until the postseason started, and then he was incredibly undervalued. In the last couple of years, it feels like
flipped.
He was undervalued during the regular season and overvalued during the postseason.
What you're asking is, has the league figured out Jamal Murray? Just throw a very big, lanky body on him, and you can take him out of the game. Is that the answer?
Yeah, but okay, so if that's the case, Vic, and again, he got double-teamed a lot, too. If that's the case, then figure out a way to help him.
Let me ask you a question.
Figure out if he's going to score the way he did this regular season and be an all-star, figure out a way to help your all-star.
Different players. The Nuggets played 7 games without Jamal Murray this year. What was their record?
7 games without Jamal Murray. He only missed 7 games. That's I will say they were 5-2.
I'll say 5-2.
6-1.
Ooh.
You know,
I'm not making any assumptions on that. They're better with Jamal Murray in the lineup.
That's not a big enough. I mean, it's not scale.
Yeah,
that's not a big enough number.
And again, they will shift their style of play when he's out. And the big fellow, tell me in those 7 games, what were the Joker numbers?
That I don't.
Okay, well then,
So
I mean,
I brought this up. I brought this up, and I think it's a valid question. I know it's a hypothetical, but you picked a series against Minnesota where the 2 guys you were missing, the 2 injured players, the worst possible series to miss. If I gave you the option, AG and Payton Watson play, Jamal sits, which option would you take in the Minnesota series?
AG and Watson play.
Yes. Would you take that option?
Yes, I would.
Why?
Wait. Do that one more time.
So Jamal played.
Uh-huh.
AG and Watson sat. You
Yeah.
lost. I turned that around. AG and Watson are available. Jamal is not.
I mean, give me the benefit of hindsight. I watched what happened in the previous one. They lost in 6. I'll take my chances with the second.
But why, though? I mean, it's easy to say.
Well, because you're putting 2 players on the floor. The Minnesota Timberwolves, without those guys, figured out a way to slow Murray down as much as possible and change his game. Okay? So if you take that out of the equation, you know, what can Watson and AG do? I mean, are they going to be able to match up better against Minnesota with those guys in the lineup as opposed to just having only Murray in the lineup?
I think the one series where you can ill afford to be without athleticism, length, and defense was that series.
Agreed.
And those 2 guys represent the best of what the Nuggets had in those categories.
Altitude Sports Radio invites you to watch FIFA World Cup 26 with Michelob Ultra for France and Morocco in the quarterfinals. The party starts at Choppers Cherry Creek on Thursday at 1:30. Michelob Ultra will be on site with a ton of giveaways. Berto is hosting and giving away tons of great prizes, so you don't want to miss it. Michelob Ultra, Superior Light Beer, and the official beer sponsor of FIFA World Cup 26. Superior is worth playing for and cheering for, too. Be sure to enjoy an Ultra as you cheer on your favorite team, and we'll see you at Choppers Cherry Creek on Thursday at 1:30. Back after this. All right, Vic has his finger up, and I swear to God, if you're going to read to me again.
Listen to me. Very rarely do I go here where I don't care what anybody that's listening thinks. I don't care what anybody who works here thinks. I don't care what Kevin Shockey thinks. I don't care what you think. I don't care what my wife thinks. I don't care.
Don't
Vic,
call me that.
Let's
This
be honest.
information in detail is so damn good. This little piece of information from this article that I'm about to give you guys makes me absolutely love Sean Payton.
Vic, let's be honest. Every day you don't care what anybody thinks. Every day. You're on Brett's ass. You're on my ass. You're on the boss's. You're on everybody's tail.
This piece of detail right here is why I'm glad this man is the Denver Broncos head coach. I love it. You ready? On game day, Sean Payton arrives 5 hours early. He drives from the team hotel in his black Benz, sometimes slowing down if he sees opposing fans, rolling down the window and yelling to those fans, "You guys suck," just to see their faces when they wonder if that was actually him doing that.
Well, a guy who looks like Sean Payton driving a black Mercedes-Benz,
I'm
assuming it's probably Sean Payton.
He's trolling the opposing fans. That is so good.
I got to be honest. He sounds like a psycho.
You got to have a psycho. Dude, don't you know this by now? Coaches are psychos.
Yeah.
Don't you know the hours they put in? And they're all psychotic. Are you crazy?
No, I'm arguing that I'm not the crazy one, that I'm actually the normal one in this scenario.
I love this. I mean, all these years of me ripping on opposing fan bases, I thought it was all for naught. I thought, Vic, what are you doing? Why are you doing? The head coach is doing it in his car. It's awesome.
I'm just thinking about if I was competing against Sean Payton in something, is he going to run video of me dying and having my last conversation with my wife? Is that going to be on some hard drive somewhere?
Can you imagine?
I want you to find. You know what? No. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to video you every day, and then I'm going to go to Nelly. You run back, find Brett in agony. Okay, find Brett struggling, this kind of thing, and I'm just going to replay that constantly.
Can you imagine
just because it's fun?
That's kind of what the emojis is, Moser.
That is
Brett.
true.
Just videotape of your struggle.
If the Broncos are hosting the Lions one day, and you're walking in the stadium with your Lions gear, and Troy and family are there just to enjoy a game at Mile High, and as you're approaching the stadium, a dude drives by in his Benz, rolls down the window and says, "Hey, you losers," and it's Sean Payton.
And we have that. Did Sean Payton just call us losers?
No. You know what my reaction is? F you! That's what I mean. But I'm a Broncos fan, so if I'm a Broncos fan, so I wouldn't do that. But let's say we're in an opposing city, and Jim Harbaugh. Let's say we're in L.A. Broncos fans everywhere, and Harbaugh's driving to the stadium, right?
Yeah.
And he goes, "Hey, you bunch of orange-clad losers, F you!"
All of you that are texting and saying, "We don't care, I don't care." I don't care if you don't care. Here's the difference about care. I don't care if you don't care.
Vic,
care.
It's been apparent since the program started today. You don't care if I care. You don't care what I think. You don't care what Brett thinks. You don't care what the listeners think. You only on this particular topic,
yes,
and a lot of other topics, you only care what you think.
That's amazing detail that needs to be disseminated to the public.
Can I ask you guys one other question on the subject of the Broncos? So ESPN, this is around that time of year. We're getting close to training camp. So the NFL's going to have their top 100 coming out. And ESPN's doing the top 10 players at every position. Pat Surtain was cornerbacks today. Pat Surtain was number one. That is not a surprise at all. I do have one question, though. And they ranked the top 10 running backs in the league. Now, I don't think it's a surprise that the Broncos don't have a running back on this list. But in the honorable mention category, Javonte Williams is on there. So outside the top 10, but former Broncos running back Javonte Williams.
Wait, are you saying he's an honorable mention?
He's an honorable mention, yes. Does that bother you?
Are you asking in a roundabout way, did the Broncos give up on him too early?
Kind of. I don't think they did. I would have done the same thing they did. But at the same time, he just ran for 1,200 yards at about 4.8 a pop.
11 touches.
Yeah. He had a really good year.
But does he also get glossed because he's a Dallas Cowboy?
I think he was used differently.
Well, no, he's productive. I mean, yes, he's a Cowboy, but he's how many guys ran for 1,200 yards last year?
How many guys? God, I shudder to think what would happen. Hey, Saquon Barkley's your running back for the Denver Broncos. Sean Payton, are you running that football? Or are you going to throw it 35 times again? I mean, I don't know.
I'll give you one striking detail.
Let's see what Webb will do here.
I'll give you one striking detail. Javonte Williams in 2024, the year before he left for Dallas, he played in all 17 games. He had 139 rush attempts. Last year, he played in 16 in Dallas. He had 252.
So it's almost twice as many.
Pretty damn close.
Almost twice as many.
So maybe something to it. Then commitment to run game thing, whatever. I will say he did a lot better job of committing to J.K. Dobbins last year before he got hurt. But you need to have a running game. You have to. You look at these top 10.
Well, I mean, which is why they also took him back early in the draft.
Top 10 backs in the league. By the way, do you know who? Take a guess. Who was 1 and 2? Because this is now a shift.
Saquon and. Ooh, let me think about that.
You're wrong, by the way. Saquon's number 3.
He's number 3? How about, is Derrick Henry still on the list?
Derrick Henry's on the list.
Okay.
He's not 1 or 2.
Is it
Saquon's
the kid
3?
out of Buffalo, Cook?
Not James Cook. James Cook is number 7.
Is it Bijan?
Derrick Henry's number 3. Bijan Robinson is number 1 in the league.
Okay.
Number 2, same draft, Jahmyr Gibbs.
Okay. Well, listen.
Those are 2 guys, by the way, that I think almost every single talking head during that draft who said running backs are a dime a dozen, you don't spend first-round picks on running backs, criticized both Atlanta and Detroit for taking both of those guys, are now the 2 best at their position.
I think the tide is turning on running backs.
Me too.
You're starting this year's draft.
They're coming back. The tide is slowly rising again. Hey, when we first talked after that draft, and I saw your boy in the early going, what did I say?
When you saw what?
Jahmyr.
I don't know. I can't remember. What did you say?
I don't remember what you said last segment, let alone years ago.
I remember what you said. You read the friggin' article for the 87th time in a row. I said this kid is going to be a stud. And he is, man.
Bijan, too, I mean.
Well, Bijan's great, but I'll tell you what, man, you give me Jahmyr Gibbs all day, every day, also all night. See, the daytime's a given, Brett.
Yeah.
But also
all night.
Also all night, correct.
Yeah, that too.
Yep.
All right, couple of minutes left here. Nelly, can we get a fact checker?
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Fact Checker. Presented by Backus and Shanker, serious lawyers for the seriously injured.
Yeah, here's a fact for you. A man by the name of Jason Bridgman is going to the Rocky Mountain Cigar Festival. Congrats, Jason.
Hey, right
you
on,
won yourself
Congrats,
a pass.
JB.
Also, I guess this is kind of a on-the-spot fact checker. Right now they have the World Cup game happening in Atlanta. Argentina's all on the field. The camera's showing Messi about 1,000 times. Ant brought out the game ball, Anthony Edwards, and I had no idea that he was originally from Atlanta, and therefore the game's being played in Atlanta. That's why they had him be the guest of honor. But Berto and I both looked up and said, why the heck is Anthony Edwards bringing out a World Cup game ball?
Why wouldn't they have somebody from the Hawks or something?
Well, he went to Georgia. I mean, he went to Georgia. He's a Bulldog.
He's from there.
All right.
That makes sense to me.
Oh, man, if we had a guy from Denver, never mind. I don't know. It's Ant.
What?
He's driving me crazy. I guess from Denver, yeah, okay, and we had a game here, blah, blah, blah.
From Denver, went to see you? You don't think that's good enough to, be a part of the community?
Yeah, I guess it is.
Yeah,
if he played for the Hawks, it would make a lot more sense.
Okay.
And you know what? I wouldn't rule it out before his career is done. How about that?
Why would you make that useless prediction right now that he might play for the Hawks?
Felt like the right time. Felt good.
Vic, if you want to know how long this article is, Vic has not paid attention to this show for the last hour and 15 minutes.
More than that,
He has
bro.
stayed staring at his computer screen
Well,
the entire time.
I got more by reading this than listening to the show.
And he's still not through it. And he's still
It's long,
not
dude.
through it.
I've read the Bible in less time than this.
100%.
iTunes, Spotify, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Have
I
a
can
wonderful
get through Genesis
Tuesday.
quicker than this thing.
Have a wonderful Tuesday. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Love you. See you. All right, so Coach spent a lot of last show naked. He was changing into Team USA sweaters kits every segment. You ended up rocking 6, 7 of those things yesterday, Coach, and it didn't do a damn bit of good. Look at it.
Dale's a loser.
You got stomped last night, Coach. Yeah, no, you're right. I mean, yeah, I'm with you. That was ugly. That was
a finger-pointing situation for you, Mark Bernoulli.
I will point some fingers, man.
No.
You point some fingers
put
at
that
Christian.
on me.
Yeah, I did put it on you. How was the watch party? Was it rocking right up into the point?
I mean, I'll tell you this. There were a lot of humans there. Stoney's on Lincoln was packed. Now, as a result of these this ozone smoke-infested skies, my voice was done. Coaching a couple football practices, doing 2 hours of radio. I actually had to use the promotion team to make the announcements because I literally, nothing came out of my mouth. Like when I was speaking, it was So I was pretty much worthless other than just standing up there and holding up the Colorado Rapids scarf. That was the worst moment of my lifetime as a fan of the United States men's national team.
Belgium stomping the U.S. last night?
Embarrassing. Christian Pulisic, you are soft.
Yeah, I don't know. What the hell, man?
Did you hear Christian Pulisic last night, the interview he said? At least now I get some time off.
Oh, yes, I did hear that.
Are
yes, I
you
did
serious?
Hear that. Yes, I did hear that. Right. And he was talking about resting his ankle or whatever, but I didn't like the way it came out. Like, yeah.
Dude, you get this once every 4 years, and you're fortunate if you get 3 of them in your lifetime.
Right, homie, you're going to be 35, 36 the next time the World Cup comes around.
31.
I thought
he's
really?
27, yeah.
Oh, I thought he was closer to 30.
No, he's
So he's still got a cup or 2 left in him.
I don't want to see that fool. Do you want to see that fool?
No. I mean, Tillman, you the man. You can go play anytime.
Malik,
come on down, baby.
You're my favorite German-born American of all time. You're the best. Hey, Fuller and Balogun, I'll take you.
Okay,
I like it.
Yeah.
He wasn't great, but he was still. It looked like he was at least playing on the front foot.
I will say, mentioning Balogun.
Dude, I'll tell you what, Matt Freese, the goalkeeper.
What the hell was he doing on that 3rd goal, bro? What was that?
Was that the worst moment in American sport history?
Yeah, I mean, we probably come up with it. As matter of fact, text line, you tell us. As an American sports fan, did that moment hurt you more than any other moment while watching U.S. sports?
So here's what I'm tired of today. Like Kirk Herbstreit, who's new to soccer, and I get it, man. Everybody's in their different journey with the sport of soccer. He had a tweet. It was very sweet, and he said, "Thank you for capturing the hearts and minds of a generation." I'm like, no, you didn't. Because you want to know why you didn't? Because this is what the United States men's national team has done in my lifetime.
Yeah, every single time. So, yeah, I guess.
It's not good enough.
No, it's not good enough.
And you know what? We should be pissed.
If you're Team USA.
We should be pissed. We should say, Christian Pulisic, you're supposed to be Captain America. You are a captain loser.
Yeah, you didn't show up.
And your mentality after the game
was lame. Was very European soccer guy. Like,
no,
dude,
with that European soccer guy looks like Belgium. They're good.
Right.
We sucked yesterday.
Speaking of which, there's a match going on right now.
Argentina
and Egypt are already in the 4th minute. It is currently scoreless. Although, Coach, let me ask you this. This game is going on at Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta. You know who they had deliver the game ball?
Ian Edwards.
Yes! What is that about?
Because he's a Georgia Bulldog, man.
Oh, I didn't even think
He's a Georgia Bulldog, and he went to high school
I didn't think of that. But
Atlanta.
yeah, me and Nelson were, I was like, why is Ant showing up with the, like, who, the other day it was like Paris Hilton or something. I was like, why is Paris Hilton delivering the game ball for this World Cup game, man?
Looked like Paris Hilton was playing for the United States men's national team yesterday.
Sad how bad it was. Cheeks, Coach. It was cheeks.
It was bad.
So if you're Mauricio,
Pochettino.
Like, you got paid. You got paid to win this game last night. That's why you got paid.
Yeah, but he didn't have a full run-up in the cycle. That's the problem with the United States men's national team. 2 of the players that are the direct descendants of the drama that unfolded with United States Soccer Federation. That was Gio Reyna and Sebastian Berhalter.
Yeah,
their dads and moms essentially ruined what was going on going into this cup. And you know what? For all of the lead up, even with Mauricio Pochettino, I thought this team looked awful. And then they played so well against Paraguay. They played really well against Australia. They kind of played that gritty United States, like bunker down, play with a bunch of bravery. You played 9 subs against Turkey, whatever. You lost. You looked like crap. But frankly, that Turkey game was probably a better indicator of what your defense was going to look like against a really world-class team in Belgium.
Was running free against you. Do you?
So here's my problem. Is like Mauricio Pochettino, I think he had this team playing with some type of heart, not even heart, belief. When they beat Paraguay, a team from South America that you typically do not. The United States doesn't beat a team from South America that qualifies from CONMEBOL 4-1. You do that against maybe some oceanic country or some Caribbean nation or maybe one of the lesser tier African nations. But CONMEBOL, which is the South African nations, that's like Brazil and Argentina and Colombia. You qualify out of there, you're a good team. You're a good soccer side. You qualify out of UEFA, you're a good team. Like Bosnia-Herzegovina is a good team. They're not Belgium, obviously. But they qualified over Italy, a very proud soccer nation. And I'm sitting here watching this game last night, and I said, okay, what happened to the same team I watched against Paraguay? What happened against the same team, Bosnia-Herzegovina?
They weren't ready, Coach. They weren't ready from that. What?
They were scared. They were scared of the moment.
As a football coach, you can't, like Mauricio couldn't do what you could do. As a coach, if your team comes out and it looks that flat that early, you're like, what the hell? How come Belgium's got all the jump? We got nothing. What is happening here? As a football coach, you can just hit that timeout. Or like an NBA coach, like Malone would do that thing where he'd hit a timeout. Rage timeout 90 seconds into the second half or something like that.
But how many times did we see Michael Malone in his final season rage timeout and the Nuggets didn't respond?
It didn't work.
That's what would have happened last night. You know why? Because the face of this team
is soft.
It's Christian Pulisic.
And he's soft.
And he's freaking soft.
Wow.
And I honestly, if I never see him wear the like, it is an honor to wear the crest.
I get it. I'm with you, too.
If I never see him wear the crest again, I'm going to be happy. Because he has let this country down in the biggest of moments, time and time again. He's realized he's like started, I think it's like something like 11 World Cup soccer matches.
Really?
And he's departed or been affected by 7 of them with injury. Heck out of here. You know why? Because it gets hard against the world's best. And you don't want to be exposed. And I hate that player.
I get it. No, but I get it. Because you look like you didn't really belong yesterday. The U.S. looked like they didn't belong in that game. Belgium kind of punked them. Not only that, I didn't realize how pissed off Belgium actually was until after the game. And then they started stunting all over the U.S. And I was like,
they were doing the Trump
Trump
dance.
They were doing the Trump dance, bro, on that last goal.
They did in the locker room, too. They were playing YMCA in the locker room and doing the Trump dance, man.
They were like, I guess I didn't realize because I wasn't paying attention or I just didn't care. But Belgium was angry about that whole situation.
They were looking for blood, brother. They were looking for blood.
Went and talked to the Belgium head coach after the match just to be like, hey, man, this is some craziness. And the Belgium head coach is like, yeah, it's not on you. It's not on you that this whole wildness went down and how everything played out. But Belgium was like, they're taking shots at the U.S. on Twitter. They're doing it on the social. I'm like, man, they were pretty fired up about that whole thing. But all right, coach. Well, I mean, listen, if you're Team USA, you can say, this World Cup, we won more matches than we ever had before, 3. And we've scored more goals than we ever have in a World Cup before with 11. But at the same time, wasn't good enough. They weren't like when you watch like Spain and Portugal, the game before them, or those teams that are just the great teams that are just a little bit more crisp than what the U.S. You know what I mean? Just a little bit more. You could just tell that. Maybe it's love of the game or something. There's just something else there that the U.S. just doesn't have.
You know what it is, man? I hate to say this.
What is it?
It's a word that's used. It's probably a cliche in the soccer space. If you listen to a lot of British commentary on American soccer matches, like it's just the word class. They have more class, which is it's technique. It's the touch. Mm-hmm. It's the passing. A lot of people want to say, well, if LeBron James played soccer for this country, we'd be way better. That's not true, man. Because Lionel Messi isn't 6'8", 250 pounds. He's like 5'6".
Yeah.
You know what he is though? He's otherworldly in terms of his technique, in terms of his class, which describes everything.
Mm-hmm.
The United States just doesn't have a good enough developmental culture for this game. And that's a United States Soccer Federation issue. I don't know if that's something that, if Trump wants to invest billions of dollars into a U.S. Soccer Federation. For me, there are a lot of worse things that we're spending money on, I guess.
Right. I'm with you, too. I'm always, if you want to pour more money into sports, especially youth sports, I'm here for it. Because a lot of the complaints about soccer in the U.S. is it's just too expensive.
And there is no culture in the United States that I'm going to pick up a soccer ball at a city park and just bang it around and try to kick it between two trees and call that a goal.
Mm-hmm.
That's what's going on in Argentina. That's what's going on in all these European nations because it is the official sport of those countries.
Mm-hmm.
It's not the official sport. So obviously, dude, I'm a football guy. I've made my life earnings on the game of football, the American one.
Mm-hmm.
But still, it pains me to say that a country as large as ours is can't put a better performance than Cape Verde did. Cape Verde, a nation of 490,000 people.
And we love sports in this country. We love sports in this country. And it's still, I can't believe, I think, so right now, Team USA, I think you can say you're probably a top 20 country, right? You're definitely a top 20 country.
Top 16, man.
Okay.
You made the round of 16 and you won your group.
You should be in the knockout stage no matter what. At this point,
which probably, with all the things that I'm saying about sport in America being so tilted towards football and baseball and basketball and even hockey, it's probably an accomplishment that the United States is a top 16 world power.
I think so, especially from where we were 30 years ago in this sport.
The drop off from 8 to 16 is so big. That's really what Belgium is.
If you would have got by Belgium, Spain would have done some very scary things to that team. They might have scored 8, man. That's how crazy that stuff would have been. But I guess I just don't know how to what's the next? How do you get to that? How do you get to that Spain level? That the Spain, France, Belgium, those. How do you get there? How do you get? Can you do it through the system, or do you just have to have a great? Do you have to have a great play, an all-time great?
I'm holding out hope that there's another generation that's coming up, but here's what I think is important. Throw the bag at Mauricio Pochettino.
And just say, keep on keeping on?
And I want the grit, tenacity, and toughness of that man to start to rub off on the 16-year-old golden generation that apparently is coming up. They always say there is, right? It was Landon Donovan. It was Freddie Adu. How many of these guys ended up being world international superstars in the game of soccer? None of them, to be honest.
Right.
But even then, throw the bag at Mauricio Pochettino. He is an Argentinian farm-born kid that grew up as a very high-level soccer player. They looked tactically they looked horrible against Belgium in every way, shape, or form. Tactically, they looked so much better. Just the creativity, the ball movement in their group stage games and against Bosnia than I've seen the United States look forever. Last night erased all that, unfortunately. However, it didn't change my mind about Mauricio Pochettino. But I think it's got to be, you're going to either be a dog and be the type of player that these really, really good nations win with, or you're going to be a guy named Christian Pulisic that's more concerned about whatever stupid club he plays for and that he can be healthy for his dumb club that is whatever. I know he plays, I think he's AC Milan or something, which is, I know they're good. But
yeah, I'm done with Christian too.
I'm done.
Listen, man.
Yeah, I'm done. I'm we've been told for 10 years that this is the guy.
Yeah, and you got to show up.
In zero big moments have I ever seen him be the guy.
He was non-existent every time he showed up, it was like, oh, there's a turnover by Pulisic. Oh, that's a bad play by Pulisic.
He was dispossessed 11 times in the first half.
I didn't know that.
That was more than any other player in the entire game and any other player in the tournament in a half.
Yeah, it was ugly.
It's crazy.
It was ugly. All right. Welcome to the morning sprint. That's Coach Mike Sanford. Just a guy who works here. Cole Smith hanging out for a moment. I'm Mark Bertinelli. Raj is on vacay. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we will address the absolute psychosis that is the head football coach here in the studio and the head football coach of the Denver Broncos.
I needed this so bad after yesterday.
Psycho.
know you were in a lot of pain, had to be subbed off. What were you dealing with, fighting through?
Yeah, I mean, I just twisted my ankle and just sprained my ankle. I mean, it's just frustrating to end like that, of course. But now I time to rest, so hopefully it'll be okay.
Maybe his tone of voice. I don't know, man. I want to swing on Christian when he talks like that.
What do you call those types of people? The Birdo-ism? Is it a chucklehead?
Yeah, that's a chucklehead.
Do you have something a little bit harsher than chucklehead? That can be said on the radio?
I was about to say nothing.
That's a chucklehead, though.
I don't know. Yeah, that's Christian's kind of a chucklehead,
Dude,
man.
for him to say that, at least I have time. I mean, essentially, now I can get some rest.
Yeah, Christian is a club over country guy instead of a country over club.
You know what he is? He is a country club athlete from the United States of America. That's what he reminds me of.
Yeah, you're right.
And it's funny because guess who I a good chunk of who I coach at the high school I coach at are country club athletes. Just call it like it is, right?
Yeah, but are they acting like Christian? You don't have any Christian Pulisics on your team.
I'll tell you this.
Dudes who think they're more talented than they actually are?
They're going to have a hard time surviving because this morning they were hopping the fence because we're getting our track resurfaced. And they hopped the fence to walk over the track that's settling.
Oh, no.
75 up downs later, before practice even started. We're going to knock that country club right at you.
All right, I want to talk about football coaches.
Oh, speaking of Christian Pulisic, do you think he could play for the Sean Payton that Seth Wickersham described in his his ESPN article?
No way.
So first of all, Sean Payton allowed Seth Wickersham
to
be embedded in and
for
around
a couple of weeks.
It was like 2 weeks.
Yeah, through the win over the Patriots and then the loss in the
loss
AFC.
over the Patriots.
Or excuse me, win over the Bills and then the loss to the Patriots. So, okay. Yeah, Pulisic cannot play for Sean Payton. Sean Payton has no time for those guys. So Wickersham does this huge long-form article about and I'm assuming, you know what? I'm wondering if he's writing another book because that's what that dude does is write. I wonder if he's going to write a Sean Payton book or a book about the Broncos or something. But anyway, Coach, when you read this long-form article about everything that Sean Payton went through the final couple of weeks of the playoffs, listen, he does come across as a psychopath, but in the best possible way.
I mean, he's our psychopath.
Yeah.
Some of the behavior, because I'm a bit of a psychopath.
Yeah, I was wondering how many of these personal tics that Sean Payton has, like all ball coaches seem to have.
One of the just unique parts of this Seth Wickersham piece is talking about Sean Payton's shaky hands.
Yeah. He's like, why are your hands shaking? And Sean's like, 10 Cokes, it's just caffeine all day, brother.
10 Coke. He said, I have 10 Cokes.
Don't count.
I only finished 3 of them. So I'm really only having 3, which is also serial killer behavior. And he also and he said also a combination of medications that I'm on.
Yes, that's right. He did mention the medications.
But did you notice that when did his hand was...
Oh, right. There was a part of the article where
it was shaking.
It doesn't shake anymore. When was that?
When he got the Cowboy controller remote for watching film in his hand. And then his hand just stopped.
The craziest...
I love that.
The craziest way that Wickersham describes Sean Payton... Like, obviously, nobody wants to get in Sean Payton's brain because it is a jungle in there. It does sound like he is both a genius, but also like I'm not sure Sean Payton is having a good time. You know what?
Yeah.
But
then there's times where he's having a great time.
Yeah. But here's the craziest part in the article. Well, there's all kinds of crazy things in the article, and y'all should go read it. Shout out to ESPN.
Yeah, book a good hour or two.
Yeah, it's a long article. It's a long one. But there are so many different little things about Sean that is so amazing, and about how he handles business and all the little what?
Can we go fun serial killer Sean from this article?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is one that came from the 2025 playoffs. So this would be the failed at Buffalo game.
Right. The first playoff game, right? The first
from this article,
the Bo Nix era.
Essentially, it's implied that in the playoff game at Buffalo in 2025, the one you lost, Sean knew that they were so far away from being in that spot, so he dialed up a fake punt to even have a chance. And so Sean Payton was watching film, and then he saw an article that Jamarcus Ingram had missed a practice that week due to the birth of his first child. So Sean Payton designed a fake punt to go after new father Jamarcus Ingram and named
I have two middle fingers.
He named the freaking play baby shower.
He's crazy. He's crazy. He's
Who
crazy.
does that?
He's crazy.
But that's fun.
When describing watching film, and it sounds like Wickersham, when he's talking about Sean Payton, he's like, Sean Payton loves watching film so much, but not because of the film itself. He describes Sean Payton's relationship with watching film and his relationship with other people. Like, he still calls Parcells all the time and asks for advice as a drug. It's his drug. And he's like watching film tape and talking to reporters and friends and coaches. It's just a way to get his football brain into high gear. Like his brain explodes with ideas when he's watching film and when he's talking to guys about football. It's why, and so he said, even when he's talking to media, even when he's talking to, Davis Webb, they have an interesting point in here where Davis comes in to talk to Sean and Seth doesn't even really understand what they're talking about because they're talking in shorthand. They're just like they both know they're on the same damn wavelength. You know what I mean? And Davis is like,
it's their terminology.
Bit. Okay, he's like, all right, that's a touchdown. Let's go find a couple more. Bit. It is not a life that I would want to live, but you live it. You live it. So
Yeah.
when you read it, how much of this, Sean, were you like, this is how you have to be successful in this league? Do you have to be this psychotic to be successful in the NFL?
Okay. Here's always the there is a segment of the coaching world that looks at the John Gruden's, Sean McVay's, and Sean Payton's, and they say, how come you talk about all these things with a reporter? You try to show off how late you work.
That's true.
I mean,
they did
point
out.
John Gruden did that.
Yeah.
I mean, he loved saying that his alarm clock went off at 3:37 a.m. or something.
One of the Harbaughs loved to do that too, right? One of the Harbaughs is like, I sleep here and watch film. You're like, man.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's I do know this. This is so Sean Payton. He did invite Seth Wickersham into his building. He did not have to do that.
Right.
Would you?
Would you?
No.
If the Denver Post was like, we'll send Luke or whatever to follow you around.
No.
Yeah, that doesn't seem
Not at the highest levels, not at the high levels of college football. I mean, first of all, I almost don't want some of the ways that we think to be out there.
Right.
Sean doesn't care, but I think he does care. Does that make sense?
Yes.
I think he does care that we all are talking about how psycho he is this morning.
Yes.
Because that article happened because he allowed Seth Wickersham into the building. So there's a segment of the football coaching community, and guess what? I'm not just a football coach. Dude, I grew up I was born into this.
Right, your dad was a coach.
My dad was a coach. He coached in the National Football League. He coached at the highest levels of college football as well. I did the same thing, just not the NFL side. I never had a chance, nor did I really go that path because I didn't play in it. I didn't have an opportunity to coach it as a young coach. So then I just climbed the ranks of the college football landscape. Just to be fully transparent, there have been times in my career where I was averaging 2 hours of sleep a night.
That's
at home.
Put you in an
head,
early grave.
head on the pillow at 2 a.m. and 4 a.m. wake up call. And I did that for 2 years of my life.
That's great. Like Sean Payton in this article was talking about it like his sleep number or whatever, because obviously he was talking about how he has sleep issues, and so he tries to get a certain amount of sleep, even though he never really does. What do you think? So also,
go ahead.
No. In the article, Sean Payton, after the win over Buffalo, he's standing in front of they're having an all-staff meeting with the coaches, and he's just going off. He's just freaking out. And the funny thing in the article is that he's like, all the coaches are just sitting there not saying anything, just taking it. And then afterwards, Seth finds out that all these guys have worked with Payton for so long, they know, they're like, don't just let him get it out of his system and then tell him why he's wrong or why you think he's yelling at you for no, or it's like, Coach, man, that was my decision. Don't yell at him. I made that decision, or whatever it is. But it's interesting. So Payton gets up there, does his little rant, and he's like, basically, I'm telling him stuff, but also I'm sending a message.
Yeah.
So he's freaking out on the staff, but then when he gets in front of the team, it's nothing but positive reinforcement. He's like, I got to build him up. I got to build him up.
That's the brilliance of Sean. A lot of coaches will be incredibly negative, Debbie Downers with the staff, and the staff feels all beaten up. And then they do the same thing with their team. And these are long seasons, brother. These are what, 30-week seasons all in? You know, if you include the playoffs and preseason, 30 weeks, man. I mean, that's well over half of your calendar year. And you're not getting sleep. You're not. I mean, the players are. They're getting more, but their bodies are freaking beat up like no other. So it's funny. In the NFL season, the coach's brain is beat the hell up. The player's body is beat the hell up. At the end of the day, everybody's beat up. Sean does a good job of not losing the locker room. Because here's the deal. If Sean had lost the locker room in his career, he wouldn't be a $20 million a year coach.
No.
He does a really good job of everything being a little bit of pins and needles. Everybody's walking on eggshells around the boss because he wants a standard to be really high. But then he makes it fun, makes it funny in big moments. Like, I love this. We're talking about, like, this dude is crazy from the Wickersham piece. Did you see this part right here? Absolutely hilarious. The Wednesday morning meeting, the week of the divisional round against the Bills, Sean Payton had something for the team. He had armed guards enter.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I saw this.
Armed guards came into the team meeting room.
Who do you ask to get this? Where you get this cash from? Is my question.
Just ask the owners.
Is he just like, or is this Sean's cash? Is he like,
no, he asked the owners.
He's like, I need 500 grand in cash.
Greg, I want 500 racks.
Can you imagine the security guy's like, hey, we got $500,000 we're going to bring down to Dove Valley. You got to make sure nobody takes any of it. But no, so this is a coach thing. Out of nowhere, Sean Payton's like, you know what? Let me get $500,000 in cash.
$500,000 in cash.
And show the team what they're playing for.
Brought in with armored guards, and they brought in a Lombardi trophy. And he told them all, we're all playing for a lot of money. A lot of money is on the line. Brilliant.
It's all that little stuff. He's got this weird, like, there was another part in the article where he's got this weird thing that he does that he's been doing a while that he got from one of his buddies from back in New Orleans, where he takes the opposing team's media guide.
Oh, this is weird.
He takes the opposing team's media guide.
His guy Orny, right?
Yeah, Orny, man.
And Orny was actually, he's like an agent. He was a part of Bounty Gate.
Yeah, he was one of those guys who just had his fingers in everything. It sounds like one of those wild dudes. But
R.I.P. Orny, apparently. He passed away.
Yeah.
Because Sean was like, rest in peace, Orny. This is for you, bud.
So he takes the opposing team's media guide, soaks it in water
for like a couple minutes until it's like almost
and then
unrecognizable.
Throw it in the freezer to freeze the thing, and then he's just like, "That's it. That's a win." What kind of witchcraft is that, Sean? This is craziness.
I mean, I've heard some wild things. I've seen some wild things in my coaching career. I've never seen R.I.P. Orny media guide in the freezer. Never seen that.
Media guide in the freezer.
Another hilarious one. So Sean Payton, the famous fake punt against the Buffalo Bills that was successful. I think it was Marvin Mims, maybe.
Is that who it was?
So do you know he had a fake punt for this year's?
I saw that in the Rutgers special or whatever they're calling it.
It was like the Rutgers special. He called the fake punt in the overtime. And after I think the Broncos go 3 and out in the first possession of overtime. It was a bad series.
Yes.
I was sitting there like, okay.
Here we go.
Calls for it. And this is against the Bills. This is a good weather game, not the bad weather game against the Patriots. It's 4th and 11 on his own 38.
And Sean Payton don't give a damn.
He called a fake freaking punt. So guess what? If you don't get that fake punt.
Yeah, it's game over. It's over.
It's a field goal game over. Because they can now kick and win the game.
That is the ballsiest of ballsy calls. And the team was like, it might be too ballsy.
And now we understand Sean Payton's unbelievable affinity to Tyler Bidet. Because Tyler Bidet had Sean's back. And what did he do as the up back on that play?
He's like, no,
he called it off. He called off the fake punt because he's like, this is absolutely crazy. Now, there probably was something like with the special teams, like the look that they got.
Yeah, Payton says it in the article that he saw something and immediately he's like, oh, that's the look we're looking for. That's the look.
But then Tyler Bidet is like, no, it's not. No, the look that I'm looking for is let our defense go out there and shut down Josh Allen, and then get the ball back. And then guess what happened?
Mm-hmm.
Jaquan McMillan, the heroic interception against Brandon. What's the little running back or receiver from the Bills that got mossed on that play? He played for Oregon State.
You know what? I'm not going to look it up. Text line, help coach out. Help us both out.
Come on,
help us
text
find
line.
out.
We need
You'll do that. All right, we got to take a timeout. When we come back, there's even more crazy stuff from this article. We got to talk about when Coach found out about Bo's ankle and how they decided and when the Stiddy decision, all that kind of stuff. We'll get to all that coming up next. Thanks for listening to the Morning Spread. Altitude Sports Radio invites you to watch the FIFA World Cup 26 with Michelob Ultra for France versus Morocco. That's right. I think it's the first quarterfinal game. The party starts at Choppers Cherry Creek on Thursday at 1:30. Michelob Ultra will be on site with a lot of fun and Ultra giveaways. I will be hosting, and I do love me some Choppers. Choppers is my place. Shout out to Chopper Travellini. I'll be hosting and giving away tons of great prizes, so you won't want to miss it. Michelob Ultra is a superior light beer and the official beer sponsor of the FIFA World Cup. Superior is worth playing for, and now it's worth cheering for, too. Be sure to enjoy an Ultra as you cheer on your favorite team. See you at Choppers Cherry Creek on Thursday at 1:30. Egypt-Argentina is pretty drunk. Egypt-Argentina is pretty damn drunk. Right now, in the 44th minute, Egypt has a 1-0 lead over Argentina, but Messi had a PK that he got that Egypt saved.
Yeah, it looked like you or I actually went out there and took
it was just not. Wait. And then
you thought he had a third PK?
I thought he had a third. Cole, he had another one too, right? He had another PK?
No, it wasn't another PK. It was just another amazing save from Egypt's goalkeeper.
Okay, so that's like the third crazy save Egypt's keepers made this game.
Lionel Messi has had 2 penalty kicks saved in back-to-back games.
Which
He's
is
had
crazy.
One saved in the round of 32 against Cape Verde, right?
And then just minutes ago against Egypt.
Yep. So he's the greatest to ever do it.
Just put it right into the goalkeeper.
I mean, he literally it's like, I'm just going to kick it about 3/4 speed.
Yeah.
2 feet to the goal to the goalkeeper's left.
Yeah. I mean,
Right.
Cole could have saved that. Cole could have saved that PK.
All right, so we've talked a lot about the Seth Wickersham piece.
Yeah.
The craziest, the most unhinged part of this article is the proposal that Sean Payton had for his new boss, Greg Penner, Kerry Walton, in the Penner-Walton ownership group. So Bill Belichick was going through a very ugly divorce in 2024 with the New England Patriots. Sean Payton proposed the idea that because Bill Belichick is 15 wins short of the all-time NFL wins list, why not have me step aside as an assistant head coach and run the offense and bring Bill in until he hits the 15
Just
win
get to 15
threshold,
wins, and then I'll take back over.
I'm back over.
That's listen.
Dude, what are we doing?
Listen. You know I love stupid stuff like this. I love people who come up with wild ideas, just outside the box stuff. And I'm like, yeah, go ahead, take a shot, take a swing. This one, though, I'm not like, what? How do you think the Nuggets, how do you think the Bronco fan base, Broncos country responds if Sean stands up and says, hey, listen, so at the start of this season, I'm not going to be the head coach. Bill Belichick's going to be the head coach. I'm going to be the assistant head coach. And as soon as Bill gets to 15 wins here in 2 seasons' time, probably, I'll take back over.
Well, we're screwed.
How do you think? First off, do you think the Penner ownership group would have gone for it? Do you think Sean could have talked him into it?
Zero chance.
Right? Like, it's tough.
Especially
first off, you got to pay. You're asking him to pay. You have to pay Bill too.
Well, and Sean wouldn't have been like, yeah, he can take a good chunk of mine.
Right. We'll go halvesy. He can have 10 million. I'll have 10 million. No way.
But that's also Sean saying, well, we have the wealthiest ownership group.
Right.
I mean, they could probably afford 35 mil per year for coaches.
Yeah.
Just 2 head coaches, the 2-headed monster.
How would that have worked?
Future Hall of Famers that are shrouded in controversy from their previous stops.
How would that work? Is just on a coaching basis, like, you have Bill Belichick, who's basically the head coach, but you really know that Sean Payton is going to be the coach when Bill's gone.
So let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Ultimately, Bill Belichick is a Bill Parcells protege.
Yeah.
Sean Payton is the offensive Bill Belichick protege. Bill Belichick, a defensive guy.
Yeah.
Bill Parcells, a what guy? You know?
Yeah. Well, Parcells.
Belichick. Is he offensive or defensive guy?
Oh, he's a defensive guy.
Big time defensive guy.
Yeah.
It kind of gives me a little insight into, at the time that Sean Payton took the job, Vance Joseph was a holdover.
Oh, wait. I see where you're going.
No, he wasn't. Excuse
me.
Wait,
I see where you're going.
No,
Are you saying
he hired Vance Joseph as he hired him, which I thought was crazy at the time. Sean hiring a previously fired Denver Bronco head coach to come and run the defense, and it's proven to be brilliant.
Mm-hmm.
In coaching circles, that might be as crazy as him pitching the Bill Belichick idea. I'm wondering if that was Sean Payton, even though it sounds like head coach, 15 wins, if Sean Payton's saying, how can I get Bill Belichick's defense in this building?
Interesting. I didn't think of it like that, but maybe you might be right.
Which makes me believe, is there a world that exists? Because we all know that the Belichick in North Carolina thing's a disaster. It's terrible. He's not built for this. They're an unmitigated disaster in Chapel Hill. Is there a world that exists that Vance Joseph, well, let's go positive, has a great season, head coaching job, and Sean Payton's the head coach, and Bill Belichick is the D coordinator?
That'd be a trip. But
yeah, Bill Belichick would probably rather do that and work in a Parcells environment for Sean Payton.
Right. Well, I mean, basically, Parcells kind of coaches the Broncos right now because it sounds from this article that Payton calls Parcells every week and it's just like, all right, so here's who's coming up. Here's what I got. Where's your mind at? So he still picks Parcells' brain. Like Parcells is helping the Broncos win games this last season. So, I mean, which is kind of a trip. But once again, they did point out that Payton has these conversations because it fires something up in his brain. And then he has, like, I guess from the article, it made it sound like Sean Payton gets these light bulb moments during the week where he's like, oh, I got it. I know what we're going to do. This is going to be the we can't breathe game or whatever. This is going to be the oxygen game. And he's like, I know we need a theme song. Somebody get me Maroon 5. And we're going to put a video together. You're just like, man, he's on it. He's a different, unique individual.
There's, so I worked for Jim Harbaugh at Stanford. And there were times where he would have the pop-up bubble that a lot of us have. We don't verbalize the things that come out of our head.
Yeah.
Jim Harbaugh verbalized every single thing that came out of his head. And at times, it was the type of stuff that the whole staff would adjourn, go stand by the water cooler.
What the hell was that?
Oh my gosh, did you guys hear that?
Chicken is a nervous bird. Did he just call chicken a nervous bird? All right, I guess.
Within that, and we'll call it, Jim Harbaugh is special. He is very special.
He's unique.
But out of some of those insane ideas, some of them kind of got pared down into brilliant ideas. For example, a light bulb went off in Jim Harbaugh's brain one day that recruiting in college football is actual hand-to-hand competition combat. And the height of that time in recruiting and roster was who? Pete Carroll and the USC Trojans. And Jim Harbaugh verbalized it. Wait a minute. So I get to compete against Pete Carroll for this guy's services? Wait, I get to compete? And guess what Jim Harbaugh started doing? He started staying the night at recruits' houses.
What the hell, man?
It was the weirdest thing ever.
He's just like, hey, ma'am, do you mind if I just stay here this evening?
Well, no, he would sleep on the couch. He would sleep on the couch. I had Tyler Gaffney, a player of mine, talked about this early Harbaugh
Coach
era.
used to sleep on my couch. Coach, he used to just be there.
And Tyler Gaffney gets up in the middle of the night to get a glass of water.
And there's Harbaugh.
And Harbaugh's drinking milk. and he looks over. He's like, you guys don't have whole milk?
Of course he's like,
what are we doing? But back to Sean Payton, some of these things that he's saying are just outlandish, but there might be some unbelievable brilliance.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, sleeping at recruits' houses. I'll tell you this, every recruit that Jim Harbaugh asked if he could stay at their house, he got him. He went head-to-head with USC, and he won because he did something different.
He, in the article, Payton mentions that he has a reoccurring football nightmare, basically, a football nightmare where, he's late. There's a game. He's late to the game. I
had the same thing.
And he's like, he's screaming out play calls, like he's yelling 32 lead, and the quarterback can't hear him, so he's free. And then he wakes up. But I ask you as a ball coach, you have football nightmares?
All the time.
It sounds like Sean Payton has dreams about play calls and stuff. Are you dreaming up play calls?
All the time.
So
I do, even right now, like this morning, coming off of kind of like the last 2 days, coming off of 4th of July week. That's our only dead week all summer. We've been going hard since early May. Waking up at 4:45 in the morning and, in the summer and training from 6 a.m. to 10 and then doing youth camps in the evening and doing radio in between. My brain is just going. My wife has told me the amount of times that I've sat up abruptly and start yelling out a play call. And then I don't remember it.
Yeah.
How crazy is that? And you know what that is? We're all like the football coaches, and luckily luckily, or however you want to say it, my life isn't as inundated now with 16 to 18-hour days at the office doing just football. I have a little bit more texture in my life, a little bit more diversity in my ability to be with my family, to do stuff like this. But you almost are living in fight or flight. And that's how I would describe, like, almost hearing how Sean Payton's life is described here.
Yeah.
It's that same brilliance that makes him really good probably also makes him somebody who lives on the edge.
Yeah.
At all times.
It does. I mean, this article does make him seem crazy to the normal. Like, I think as football fans, we're all like, we love this kind of stuff. We love this kind of like deep dive. But I think a normal human being would see how Sean Payton does it and was like, man, I don't know if I could live that life. I don't know. Like, I think Wickersham, I'm trying to remember the number. I can look in the article, but I think it was 800 scoring plays that Sean reviewed in like 1 week. Like, he was just like, I'm going to go look at 800 scoring plays. And you're just like, okay, man, go to work. But it was interesting that every week he checks out every scoring play in the league and he watches every play. And then he says to himself, was that a score because of the player or because of the play? And if it's the play, if he's like, that's just a player making a play, I can't recreate that because I don't have that player, then he throws that away. But if it's a play that works because of the play, he's like, ooh, I'm putting that in my little folder, and then I'm going to make my own version of that play later. And we're going to come up with it. And that's just, and he's always trying to get the neurons firing in the old brain. And
He's
even
smart,
if it's the weirdest conversation you're having, sometimes it sparks something in his brain. He's like, ooh, I can install that in the run game. Although I will point out in the article, He's hilarious. He was talking about, he was yelling at the coaches about the run game, but then he was also like, I know it's on me.
I only called 10 runs and I called 46 passes.
Yeah. So
he's like 41 yards. And you're like, Coach, you called 10 runs.
Yeah. So crazy. Like, he's like, we got to get the run. He's yelling at the coaching staff about how, but see, he's also self-aware. He's like, we got to get the run game going, you idiots. And then he's like, also, it's me. It's my fault. I got to get the run game going. So, yeah, good times. All right, we'll roll on with the program. Egypt, Argentina is now at halftime. It's still 1-0 Egypt advantage. We have some more NFL notes, some NBA news as well. We'll get to that next right here on Altitude Sports Radio. Welcome back to the Morning Sprint. We're coming to you live from the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. The Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour, 303-504-0925. Text in, say hi to the coach. All right. We've been talking a lot of World Cup and a lot about Sean Payton. And we will get to more football news here in about 15 minutes with Mark Springer. Springer played 18 holes this morning. Spring, what'd you shoot? What'd you shoot, Spring?
Numbers not important.
Were you triple digits, bro?
Was the fun had, though?
Yeah, no, I played well.
Where'd you guys play?
It was the worst putting day I've had in years.
Okay.
Rest of the game was okay.
How many rounds of golf have you played in the last 3 years, Berto?
Oh, 0, maybe
I'm
one.
like 1 or 2.
Yeah, 1 or 2.
You know why?
Why?
Because unlike Spring, you and I love football.
Yeah, we love
Just
football.
like Sean Payton, man. He's not golfing.
No, he is not. He is not. And even if he does, he's thinking of football. He's drawing up football plays.
Oh, another anecdote from the Wickersham piece.
What's that?
We could do 2 hours on this. And I'm sure we all are going to do that, which is what, by the way, Sean Payton wants us to do. I guarantee you that.
Oh, sure.
He's not upset that we're all talking about it today.
Like, Sean's ego is weird because, like, he knows it's there. Like, you know, once again, I say Sean Payton is very self-aware, but he also has some tendency. He just can't help himself sometimes.
You know what is different about him than some of the more maniacal head football coaches I've been around in college?
Yeah.
Is he doesn't keep his phone on him ever.
Oh, that's right. They mentioned
Wickersham
that.
said that he like keeps it charged
puts it on sleep and just on the charger,
like
just
all
walks
day,
away.
like hours on end.
Yeah, so they said he doesn't know what's going on in the NFL that day until after the day is over, all that kind of stuff.
So he is unplugged and just ball guy. And I love that the Wickersham piece even it said the big difference between him and everybody else in the offensive game plan room with the rest of the offensive staff is they all have their phones right there. And they're probably checking them, all the time.
Right.
And I bet I'm just willing to take some liberties here to say that Sean Payton every once in a while be like, what are you looking at over there, Davis? You playing Candy Crush, huh?
Yeah.
Davis, you playing what are you doing? You getting some wagers in there, Sorsby?
Now I do. I want to be in one of those meetings when it's just Payton and D Webb because it sounds like it's fats, like they speak their own offensive language.
Yep.
And they're just like pop, 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 pop. They know exactly. They're on the same page. They know what's up. Like Davis knows what Sean wants. Sean knows what Davis. It's crazy, man. It's craziness.
It's going to be interesting to see how it works.
Yes, because it's not going to go 100%. It's not going to go perfect. So there are going to be some times when both Sean or Davis is like, well, that.
what Davis Webb appears to have in twofold that is what will make this work for Sean is one, he's intelligent. He's very bright. He has recall like Sean does. And I had heard that about him when he was like a 26, 27-year-old recent, NFL second and third string quarterback. Is everybody said like this guy's gonna be a head coach in like the next couple of years ago. Dude, he was just a third string quarterback for the Giants like a month ago. What are you talking about? So he's got the intelligence nailed. The other thing he's got is he just seems like he's got a good disposition. He's got a good way about him where Sean doesn't feel like they're butting heads.
Right.
Like there's not this back and forth, but it's also, I don't think his intelligence has earned the respect of Sean. And even Sean came up with a play idea, called Davis in during this piece.
Right. And then Dave,
And Davis said the thing is like, that's one touchdown. We just got to find 3 more.
Yeah.
And that was obviously ahead of, I think that was the week of the Patriots game.
Right. Because they did mention that Webb was like he knew a play that Stiddy would prefer more over the one that Sean, like he was like, I think he's like, yeah, Stiddy would like that play, but he'd really love this one.
Yeah, I think
he'd love the spinner or whatever.
D-Webb, yeah, it was all go special.
Yeah.
Which shoot I called all go special this morning at practice.
Yeah, baby.
I think he went for a touchdown, baby.
So, the whole talking about Stiddy taking over.
Yeah, did you hear Stiddy, what he said in there?
No.
So Stidham walks into the offensive game plan room like on a Monday, the grind day. And I'm guessing that Stidham hadn't lived in there the last year and a half because he's not the starter.
Right.
So then Davis Webb, he breaks his balls and says, oh, now that you're playing, you want to come and hang out with us on a Monday? And Stidham, so I guess somebody made a comment like, oh man, the ideas are flowing. And he goes, you know what's going to be flowing? Is the drinks after we win this game. And I'm like, that was an air ball. That ended up
I
being
like
an
the
air ball.
confidence,
Yeah.
but man, it didn't work out very well at all.
It's so funny. Every backup quarterback I've ever had that
Is that confident?
that isn't really confident, says something like that to the coaching staff.
Like, here we
I'll
go.
tell you what, that beer's going to be ice cold after the game, after we win the game.
Like Seth included some of the play calls in the article, and they're just, I mean,
They're
some
also
of this,
wrong, by the way.
Are they wrong? Well, I mean,
they're sequentially wrong. Like
Okay.
he has some where like the formation is the end, and that never happens. The formation's always the beginning.
Okay, I get what you're saying, but yeah, and like I'm looking at this language, going, "Whoa." You can see why Bo was like, "Hey, can we shorten this just a little bit? Anybody out there? Can we shorten this?" Just a
And
little
that might
bit?
have been
because this language.
Sean
is
might have
deep.
actually had some editorial liberties to be able to say, "Hey, you can do anything about personalities and quirks, but when it comes down to plays, let me edit it." I'm serious.
No, you
because
might
like
be right.
I read them, I'm like that.
That's not
Like
right.
that's pieces of right, but that's not ultimately right.
Yeah, so maybe he was pretty open, but not completely open
Oh, why would
when
you?
it comes to that kind of
That'd be
stuff.
crazy.
So, all right, let me go over some of the things that obviously Team USA falls in the World Cup last night. Kind of a bummer because they got smoked.
They sucked.
We have yet to touch on the fact that Nikola Jokic spoke yesterday after he got done with practice in Serbia, and he just came out and said, "Hey, listen, I'm gonna wait, opt out, and sign my extension with the Nuggets in 2027. So next season, which means when that happens, Joker will sign the biggest contract in NBA history, I believe. It'll be $375 million or something like that over 4 years. But so we now have some clarity on exactly what Joker is thinking when it comes to being a Nugget for life. And him just coming out and saying it is nice. I will say, let me just say one thing. Like I trust Joker. I trust him. But there is one scenario that scares the hell out of me, and that is if Joker can opt out and walk too. He can walk. Now I don't think he's going. The relationship is there. Joker's not the kind of guy who plays those kind of reindeer games. But he could just opt out and walk. Instead, he's going to sign like whatever it is, $360 million contract. But I guess that's good news. I mean, Coach, is that good news if you're a Nugget fan and Joker just comes out and says, yes, I'm going to sign the contract. I do want to be a Nugget for life, but it's going to happen next year.
I believe Nikola Jokic at his word, but I also know that in the lifeblood of a franchise of professional sports, a lot could happen between now and 2027.
Yeah, you're right.
If this thing goes bad,
right? If it goes bad, then Joker walks for nothing. Yeah, then he walks for nothing. That would be scary.
I mean, it's scary. Period.
Yeah.
Don't you think it's scary for the Nuggets?
Yeah, when you think about it, but I think at the end of the day, it's a 95% chance that Nikola Jokic is going to retire a Nugget. There is just a little bit of space there for room, but not much, right? Not. I mean, so at least we got that out of the way. So Joker talked, and everybody's happy. In the NBA, Donovan Mitchell signed a 4-year, $273 million maximum contract extension. Like, I'm not sure Donovan, he's about to be 30. I'm not sure. Ooh, that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money, especially for a Cavs team that's already paying money. But I guess this is where we're at now with life in the NBA. You just got to we still don't know what's happening with Payton, which is probably the last domino that we need to fall. Well, there's two. There's Peyton Watson and there's LeBron James. But man, I don't even know if we're going to get LeBron's decision this month.
I doubt it.
Do you think it's going to be August, right before camp starts for the NBA, before LeBron makes a decision? And once again, I mean, is LeBron is the Nuggets an actual destination for LeBron, which I think it probably is, or is he just using his leverage? Is Rich Paul and Clutch Sports using his leverage to? But I mean, he's LeBron. He doesn't need leverage, right? Right?
It's not going to be a financial decision.
No, it's just wherever LeBron wants, whatever makes him happy.
But he the one thing, and I know this from recruiting in the pre-NIL era, is the acquisition of talent oftentimes in the absence of money, which is about everywhere I ever coached. We didn't have, even when I was at CU, we had no NIL money to play with.
Right.
A lot of fun. You know what that sounds like? Sounds like 1 in 11.
Yeah.
That's what it sounds like. That's good. Well, we were. Is that you end up getting requests out of the player in terms of like role, fit. And that's where I think this thing is going to go more in that direction. Is there's going to be some gentlemen's agreements and some promises that are going to need to be made and conditions that need to be met for LeBron James to be a Minnesota Timberwolf, a Denver Nugget, a San Antonio Spurs.
There might be weirder asks from somebody like LeBron than just your average NBA player.
Yes.
For how it all plays out. The NFL.com's top 100 NFL players of this upcoming season, they're at 80, I believe. I think they're at 80. I think Travis Kelce came in at 79. I can't remember who came in at 80. There has been no Bronco player yet listed in the top 100. So
is that something that we could troll Taylor Swift with? Be like, you're married to the 79th best football player? Come on.
I just saw.
What a joke.
I saw a list of the most beloved celebrities in the world and the most hated celebrities in the world, and Taylor Swift is in the top 10 on both lists. She is both the most loved and most hated. She's like 6 on both of those lists. So I was like, all right, Taylor living the life. ESPN just ranked every single NFL cornerback, and you will not be shocked to hear that. Patrick Surtain is the number 1 corner in the NFL by a good margin. He was number 1. He was number 1 last year. He was number 1 this year. He's probably going to be number 1 next year. Derek Stingley is number 2 on that list.
Yeah.
And matter of fact, I mean, next year Houston and Denver might be 1-2 in defense again. I could be wrong. And then Christian Gonzalez of the Pats at number 3.
See you, Bucks.
Let's see where Trent McDuffie is 5 from the Rams. Denzel Ward of the Browns is at 7. J.C. Horn 8 for the Panthers. Sauce Gardner at number 9.
He's falling off a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit.
Age.
A little bit now that he's in. And Cooper John from Philadelphia. There's your top 10 when it comes to corners. But listen, having the number 1 corner in the NFL is a big help. But I don't know. Do you use Patrick in a different way?
No.
Next, you're just like, dude, Surtain, you do your thing, man. Dude, you just shut off half the field and we'll worry about the other half.
Yeah, you would love Pat Surtain to have a few more like wow plays, but he's just so good.
Yeah, just every play.
But like the interception numbers aren't high. Part of the reason of that is that you play so much cover 3 match and cover 1.
And then not a lot of OCs are targeting whoever. They're not targeting the receiver that Surtain's covering.
And the thing about Pat that makes him so optically different on game day, he's so big. The length. And it's terrifying. When you look out there and you see, like, I'm excited to watch Jalen Waddle try to create some separation against Pat. Because those are 2 completely different body types.
Mm-hmm. Right, because Pat's a big dude and Jalen is not.
Jalen, back in the day, you would see a 5'9" corner versus a 6'3" receiver.
And now
it's flipped around, man. Like, that's crazy to me.
That's fun stuff. All right, we'll roll on with the morning sprint. Mark Springer's NFL News and Notes is next. It's the only reason he gets up in the morning. Mark Springer's NFL news and notes. All right, Spring, what you got?
Here's a note for you. By the way, it's not the reason I get up in the morning.
Egypt just scored again.
Yeah.
It's 2-0 Egypt.
I rarely do this.
Oh,
yeah,
Egypt just scored again.
Peace out, Argentina.
Argentina's about to get bounced, bro. It's the 59th minute of
the Cape Verde game was no fluke.
Wow, Egypt, man. Egypt's going to make the final 8?
Yeah.
Not so fast, my friend.
Oh, they're going to VAR to review something. They're going to VAR.
No, I hate VAR.
There was a yellow card that led to the goal.
Oh, no. See, I know that's Mo. I don't know what are they saying that
Okay, you're not allowed to use super slow motion, right?
No, this is super fast motion. Why are they showing? They're replaying the highlight in super fast motion. That's weird, but okay, whatever.
That should have been a card, penalty, everything that led to the turnover.
Right, and I think they might pull that goal off the board. VAR.
I guess he did grab the jersey.
VAR might say that's
Here it is. Here's the decision. VAR gives a little box.
What's in the box? Can't hear him.
I can't hear.
It's going to be no goal.
Yeah.
He's explaining something.
No goal, I'm guessing.
Oh, no, that's a good goal. That's a
goal.
Oh, no, they took it off.
goal.
They took it off. It's no goal. You're
Oh
right. It's
my-
no goal. They took it away, so it's still
What did I
it's
tell
1-0
you?
Egypt.
Not so fast, my friend.
My bad.
I'm going to lead course on you guys.
They're going to do everything they can to get Messi through, huh?
Yeah, maybe. They're calling. I think they're saying Mo pulled that dude down.
Yeah.
And that led to I don't know.
That's got to be what it was.
All right, what do we do in NFL here?
Okay,
Go ahead,
I got one NFL note for you. Then we'll get into some NBA. Former Detroit Lions cornerback Terrion Arnold cleared waivers yesterday and is now a free agent. Arnold, who faces felony charges in Florida, is expected to visit interested NFL teams in the coming days.
I don't think he can visit with them. They have to come to him or they have to do it over Zoom because he is now
house arrest.
Yeah,
right?
they're like, you can't leave your house. But they did say you can leave your house for football practice. So
I'm staying so far away from this.
But right, he's just out there, right? Like nobody's claimed him or nobody's signed him or I haven't heard any team say
Nobody's
I'm
touching
interested.
him.
You're right.
What do you think? Spring, do you think somebody's going to take a flyer?
I heard like the teams were interested.
I mean, how many felony charges is he going to get hit with or has already been hit with, man? Like this is life in prison stuff. If he gets the full whole haul here for what he did with the whole thing in Tallahassee. Like right now he's stuck in Tallahassee. He cannot leave his house in Tallahassee, Florida, unless it's for football practice. But he does not currently belong to a football team. But I don't even know.
Hell of a player.
And he's only 23. How old is he, Spring? He's really young still. This is just 23, I think.
23
is what Terrion is. So, yeah, man.
If you can ball, they'll let you play.
Well, yeah, but the problem is if you have a life sentence, it's tough to play.
Yeah, right. If you're in prison, it's going to be tough.
Is Jonathan Cooper playing for the Broncos this year? I think he's going to.
He has a better chance than Terrion Arnold does playing for an NFL
But even
team.
then, like once again, I think the minimum suspension is 6 games for what Cooper did. But I mean, we'll have to see because obviously there's the court case and then there's the NFL investigation. I don't know which one will be quicker. All right, Spring, what's next?
Okay, yesterday after Serbia beat Bosnia-Herzegovina in qualifications for the World Cup or something like that. Another L for Bosnia-Herzegovina. Jokic,
both countries lost again.
Yeah. How about that?
It's crazy.
Well, I guess it was
Serbia. Jokic talked to the media, and he was asked about the fact that he hasn't signed his extension and that the reports were that he's hesitant to sign that extension this summer. Well, he cleared it up. He said, translated from Serbian, quote, "My idea and desire is to stay in Denver. I'll probably sign next year."
Listen, we talked about it. It does scare me just the tiniest bit. Like, I trust Nikola Jokic with my life. With my life, I trust that man. So I don't think he's going to do anything weird. But what he could do, if he was much shadier than he actually is he could opt out and then not re-sign. But then, he gets more money and more
money, right?
Right. He gets more money and more length from the Nuggets. He will sign Next year, next offseason, he will sign the largest contract in NBA history. This is exactly what he's doing. We already know what the plan is. So it will be the single. Although, Springer, do you know what that actual number is? Because I think it's 360 million, 375 million, I think.
$359.5 million.
Okay. Yeah, that's pretty good money if you can get it.
As opposed to $278 million this offseason. So it's like an extra $80 million.
Okay, I guess the only thing about this scenario that makes me nervous, it's not even the whole, technically he would be a unrestricted free agent once he opt out and before he signed the next contract. It's not that. That's I trust in Joker, we trust. I am the high priest of the church of Nikola Jokic. I love that man. But there is one thing about this.
What do you guys do for your worship services?
We just ball. You know what I mean? We just throw sick passes, bro.
Yeah. No look
just
lobs?
Sick, yeah. Just a lot of behind the back, nutmegging fools,
Do you guys throw 3/4 length court passes, like a Payton Manning dime?
Yeah, just alley oops from midcourt. That's all we do all day long. That's all we do.
Do you guys dunk the basketball where it requires a total of 2 inches of vertical jump?
Nah. It's just this. It's not any of this other nonsense from out. The only thing is this. It does make me nervous the way that Joker's handled this is that he signs the contract with the idea that this is my final contract in the league. You know what I mean? When this contract is done, I'm going to retire from basketball, which he would retire. He'd be 35, 36 when the contract is done.
That's about right.
And I'm
for Yoke.
But Yoke, you still got 10 more
he
good
can play till
years
he's
in you.
44.
Yeah.
But does he want to? Does he just Nikola Jokic is unbelievable.
Yeah, I love that man. Love him. My
but I
favorite
just
athlete of all
I don't
time.
think he's the guy that's going to hang on.
No, I don't think so either,
at
right?
all. I think once he feels this isn't it.
He's going to walk, man. He's going to walk. And so that's the only thing about this whole thing that makes me nervous is that when he signs that deal next offseason, that might be his final NBA contract. He might go home after that or might call it a career after that. And I still need another decade from that.
Imagine if Nikola Jokic is playing for another basketball franchise.
No, I couldn't see it. Can you imagine? Can you see that dude in a Laker uniform or something?
Oh my gosh. Him and Luka.
What would be the worst team for Nikola Jokic to go to?
Luka and Jokic playing for
going
LA.
to Lakers. Because for a second there, I was thinking about Minnesota. If Joker ended up in Minnesota.
No
and
chance.
You're like,
Tim Conley?
You're kidding me, bro. You can't. But you're right. I'd probably be more upset with the Lakers than I would any other team.
I don't know. He says, my idea and desire is to stay in Denver.
Right. Anything can happen.
I'll probably sign next year. I know this is translated from Serbian, but that's not, I'm going to sign in Denver.
But at least we got something, right?
My desire is to do that. I'll probably do it.
Yeah, you're going to be a little bit nervous no matter what. Because it's Nikola Jokic. You're going to be nervous no matter what. But it's...
There
Egypt
it
scores
is.
again. Egypt scores again.
Oh, there's no VAR there.
Go! Yeah, listen, man, I need those Mexican announcers to do all these games. I don't care. Those dudes are great. Go! Yeah, so there it is. It's back up to 2-0 Egypt. Argentina, you're getting worked, bro. It's the 68th minute now. What you going to do?
Watching Egypt do this to Argentina makes me even more upset about last night.
I mean, come
on.
on.
The United States national team isn't... I understand that there's a higher quality player on Egypt than there ever has been in the history of United States men's national team, but really...
Mo Salah is better than any U.S. player.
No, that's what I just said.
Sure, yeah.
But as a nation, Egypt is not a power.
Sure.
At all.
Right.
And Mo Salah is not exactly a spring chicken. He's not 24.
No. Sure. As a matter of fact, I'm wondering, how many more World Cups does that dude have?
Probably one more after this.
Yeah.
I think he's 33.
Although I will say, there's 6 dudes who look like Mo on Egypt. I'm always like, is that Mo? No, that's just another dude with a beard. That's just...
He's 34 years old.
All right, so yeah, maybe he gets 2, maybe 1, definitely 1 more, but maybe.
And Messi's no spring chicken. Is Argentina just a little cooked? I mean, Cape Verde.
Ronaldo said, I'm out. No more World
him.
Cups for me. Neymar said, I'm out. No more World Cups for me. Do you think Messi, when Argentina gets bounced here in 30 minutes time, do you think Messi says that's it for me? This is my last World Cup?
Is he going to do the thing where he just walks to the middle of the field? Nope. They just put their boots down, take their boots off. put their boots on the pitch and walk off the field. I kind of wish Christian Pulisic would have done that like yesterday.
Maybe I'm with you. On that.
Talk about an overhyped dude.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah, go ahead. We both
Can he
taking
retire
shots
from international
at Christian.
soccer?
Would you like to take some shots at Christian? Spring?
Yeah, no, and I've been wondering. I was excited about him like 4 years ago.
We all were,
but he's always hurt. I'll like watch an AC Milan game and I'm like, why is he on the bench? And he's healthy, but I'm like, well, this dude's not even starting.
Yeah, I need.
Is he good? Is he actually
a star,
good?
Man, I need a superstar. I need a superstar for Team USA. Somebody, anybody, step the hell up.
And he seems to he complains a lot.
Yeah, the quote we played it in
that's
the first
worst
hour.
quote ever. Yeah,
he said after the World Cup loss last night, he talked about his ankle. Like he's like, I sprained it. Yeah, the only guys I've coached that are playing actively an entire season with a high ankle sprain, and that wasn't even a high ankle sprain. It's like a medial. His quote was, "Now I'll have the time to rest, so it'll be okay." Spring.
Yeah, you don't get to be. Yeah, you don't get to be on the team next time.
Yeah,
4 years time, you don't get to be.
Does he even like playing for Team USA?
Does he like playing soccer at all, man?
That's what I wonder because he's you never see Christian Pulisic go on like legendary runs for club either.
No. So weird. All right, Spring, what's next?
Maybe it's our fault.
All right, here's your LeBron James update of the day. Chris Haynes on NBA TV last night said this, and maybe he just forgot to mention the Nuggets, but he doesn't mention the Nuggets as a team in on LeBron James, and he has more information.
So there's a few things I can say about LeBron. So there's only about a handful of teams that he's really considering, right? And we can kind of mention those teams, probably the Golden State Warriors, Cleveland Cavaliers, Miami Heat, Philadelphia 76ers, the Minnesota Timberwolves. I think that might be 6, whatever. So only a handful of teams that he's really considering. And there's one note of nugget that I want to add to the LeBron James sweepstakes. Typically with a top free agent, you have the teams will have the opportunity to pitch, to have a meeting with the star player, pitch them on the lifestyle, pitch them on the structure, the basketball lifestyle of the franchise. I'm told, as of right now, there are no plans for LeBron to engage in any meetings to allow teams to pitch him on an idea of coming to their prospective teams. What I am told that his agent, Rich Paul, is doing all the background work. He's talking with teams, and then in return, he will relay all the intel and data to LeBron James, in which LeBron will make a decision. So there will be no meetings, no pitches that will allow for teams to sit down with LeBron. LeBron will make his decision based off of the intel that he's receiving from his agent.
So when does that happen? I mean, when does that? The Athletic did a story about LeBron and where he might end up this morning or yesterday, and they did put the Nuggets on that list, but they also had a source within the Nuggets saying that they're confident that they are one of the real options for LeBron, but they also said that just like they're totally in the dark. They have no idea when LeBron's going to make that decision or which way he's leaning. So once again, I mean, do we think LeBron's going to end back up in Cleveland just kind of like a, full circle moment? Is that how it's going? Or is it really going to be like the Nuggets or the Warriors, one of these outlier teams that I don't really, what I mean?
think it's
like,
going to be surprising.
Or you're right, like like he's going back to Miami or something like that. You're like, he's going back to the Heat. Yeah, just a team out of the blue.
The Nuggets wouldn't surprise me.
It wouldn't surprise me either. You know what would surprise me is because I heard there's Philadelphia in there and there's the Timberwolves in there.
Me.
There's the Timberwolves in there, and I'm like, that one would surprise me too. If he was like, let me go hang out with Ant and LaMelo, like, nah, man, LeBron, you're a grown dude. You don't want to babysit that team, do you?
Nah.
But
how about Rich Paul? Do you know much about Rich Paul?
Other than he's marrying Adele, right?
That's crazy, right?
Right?
Do you know how it all started?
Already married?
Do you know how it all started for him?
No. Well, he's homies with LeBron. Like, he's high school buddies with LeBron. I thought.
So they met in 2002. So that's at the Akron Canton Airport, where LeBron liked Rich Paul's authentic Warren Moon throwback jersey.
And then it just struck up a friendship.
And now he's a gazillionaire agent and businessman, entrepreneur, and he's marrying Adele.
Well, and he's also Peyton Watson's agent, right?
Oh, yeah.
Isn't he Peyton Watson? He's trying to get Peyton paid, too. So, yeah. I don't know, man. That is. I mean, how do you even run into Adele? Like, how do you run into Adele and just be like, "What's up, girl? What you doing tonight? Drinks, dancing? What, you want to go get dinner or something?" It's working out though. True love. All right,
She
Spring.
got that yab.
What you got?
She on the yab.
The Sacramento Kings have waived DeMar DeRozan. He is now a free agent. Saw one report that the Nuggets might have interest. Another report that the Raptors might have interest in bringing back DeMar DeRozan. In fact, Jake Fisher says the Raptors are one of the favorites, along with the Miami Heat, and also seeing the Cleveland Cavaliers attached to DeMar DeRozan.
Yeah. But once again, you can't pay him. You can't pay him, right? Like, the Nuggets can't pay.
No.
Not what DeMar's going to. Like, DeMar's not going to want. Well, he's not a $30 million player anymore, but he's probably 15 or 10. The Nuggets only have that. Like, no, they can't.
18.4 points per game, 2.9 rebounds, 4.1 assists.
Like, I'm all for adding super vets that can help out, but I don't know. I don't know if that's where we should be headed.
How about this, man? DeMar DeRozan, 18th in all-time career points.
Is he? And you know what's crazy?
Crazy.
DeMar is all those are
all-time?
mid-range
No way.
points, right? Like, DeMar's not a volume 3-point shooter. Like, DeRozan did all that scoring from the mid-range, didn't he? Like, I think, like, you know what I mean? Like, he's not like Steph. He's not just draining threes left and right. I think he's just mid-range J.
He is. DeMar DeRozan is, in fact, 16th all-time.
That's
he has
16th?
more career points than Steph Curry.
Yes.
Tim Duncan.
Dominique Wilkins.
Dominique.
He has more.
And
He
Dominique
has
Big O,
scored
Oscar Robertson is who's right behind him.
more than Paul Pierce, more than
See?
Tim Duncan.
You know what? Has DeMar averaged 18 a game for 15 years or something like that? I mean, yeah, he is.
That is sneaky.
That is a good stat.
And once
man.
again, right? It's all just mid-range stuff from DeMar.
I can't wait to hear about Spring using that at a bar here, and he's gonna be hanging out in Belmar just kicking it.
Yeah.
Listen, we'll go through Springer's tweets in the next segment because he's really been hanging them. Like, he's been hanging some seriously great tweets up there over the last 3 or 4 days. Yeah,
no,
mostly.
not really. I'm just throwing crap against the wall.
All
I
right,
don't really
man.
care.
All right, good job. Are you supposed to read that sponsor, Springer? Go ahead and read it.
No, you read it.
I don't have it.
Mountain High Appliance, they're great. I checked my email. I was like, where is this thing?
We'll be right back. Oh, we got a match. Argentina has just scored to pull to within 1. They just crossed the 81st minute. It is Egypt 2, Argentina 1. Will Messi's World Cup continue or not? I wonder if we get extra time because Messi's got a corner right now as Argentina is trying to equalize. I had no idea until you just mentioned that Big 12 Media Days is going on. Right? Like Coach Prime is talking as we speak, right?
He is at the podium. I believe Big 12 Media Days are still in Las Vegas.
Are they doing it in Vegas?
I think it's at Allegiant. I went to it 2 years ago. I think I may have gone a year ago. I can't remember.
Yeah, I can't remember either. But yes.
But yeah, Coach Prime is at the podium. That means college football it's around the corner.
Well, listen, we are 6 weeks away. We're a month and a half away from college football. Because, I mean, it's July 7th, brother. We're going to get college football in August, so it's coming up quickly. I don't know if I've even thought once about CU in the last couple of months.
What's Mark Springer's nickname?
The radio machine?
Yeah, he's a radio machine. I just sent him 2 quotes about 14 nanoseconds ago, and he's already got it on the board.
Oh.
So this is Coach Prime at Big 12
All right,
Media
let's
Days,
see it from Coach.
speaking just a matter of a minute or two ago about getting his swagger back in 2026.
I don't think Colorado has transformed me. Colorado has given me a tremendous opportunity that I'm so darn appreciative of, and I want to live up and surpass the expectations. My younger self would be proud. Would be proud that I was here last year fighting a battle called cancer, and now I'm here with full strength, full energy. I got that thing back. I got that swagger back. I got that dog back. I got that charisma back. See, last year I had on shorts up under the suit. I had on the sweatsuit up under the suit because I was probably 15 pounds down, looking like Eddie Kane up here, and those of you that see the 5 heartbeats. But now I'm ready. I'm back. I'm close to 204, legs slightly forward. I'm back, baby. Like I cannot wait. I see my dog right there. What's up, dog? I cannot wait to get back on that sideline and do our thing. I can't wait to get back to camp. I can't wait to get back. I ain't even seen the kids yet that are here. I can't wait to even see them because I know they looking good in our unis. But I'm excited about this season and the expectations thereof. Great.
All right, Coach.
Coach Prime is feeling it.
Coach Prime getting you fired up. Huh?
I like this one, too. One of my favorite journos from The Athletic, David Ubben. He asked him a question because Coach Prime is one of just, I think, 2 or 3 of the college football head coaches that are not on the EA Sports NCAA Football 2027 game.
Oh, yeah.
And so David Ubben asked him the question, and here is Coach Prime's response.
David Ubben with The Athletic. A few of the coaches in college football are not in the video game. You're one of them. I was curious why that was and what went into that decision.
I don't know about the video games. I have a wonderful team that handles a lot of business for me. If I'm not in the game, that means they weren't paying enough. It probably didn't fit where we're going right now. That's probably it. It was probably that simplistic. Thank you, Athletic. You guys do a wonderful job.
Coach, way to go, Athletic. Do a wonderful job. Sorry, I got sidetracked. Argentina just tied it.
What did I tell you?
They just tied it.
What did I tell you?
I didn't see it. I don't know.
But what did I tell you?
No,
Messi scored.
Messi scored it. Of course, Messi scored it. Of course, he scored it.
Why are you mad, Spring?
Well, I think Spring's probably got money on Egypt.
I want Egypt.
Is there any particular reason? Like, are you
first
dating
of all,
a young gal?
Are fun. I don't care about Argentina.
Do you have a wager on it?
I like Egypt. I want underdogs.
Messi became the first player with a goal in 9 straight World Cup games ever.
I'll tell you what, man. There's nothing like doing a live radio program with none other than Mark Sorsby behind the glass.
Yeah, listen.
Different.
Sorsby wishes he could gamble the way Springer gambles. Like I told Springer this when they came out and they had a list. They're like, "Here's why we think he's a degenerate," and they showed all the weird stuff he was gambling on. I was like, "That's all the same stuff Springer gambles on."
Oh, okay.
That's all the same. It was like, "Hey, look, there people." He's gambling
Brendan
on
Sorsby's a real one.
Turkish
I don't know what to tell you.
He's a homie, man. He's a homie of the nth degree. He's an inspiration to all of us degenerate gamblers. He can go out and actually play the game too.
We're going to get extra time. We're going to get extra time between Egypt and Argentina. We got 4 minutes left till they hit 90. I don't know what the stoppage time is going to look like, but
I was in Sioux Falls, South Dakota.
Okay.
For my daughter's softball tournament. And we're like at one of those hotels that's like a Fairfield Inn.
Yeah, just a no-tell motel.
It's connected to another random, like some kind of suites. And they had a kind of indoor water park, like quintessential upper Midwest. Right?
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
And they have a water park bar that actually one of the slides goes right through.
Oh, yeah. One of those swim-up bars you can just swim up to.
I'm hanging out with all the softball parents, right? And like at about 9:30 at night on ESPN2, talking about Springer and all the degenerate things that he gambles on. Have you ever heard of the RFA?
No, what's this?
Roofball Football Association?
No.
Dude,
I have heard of that.
It's just one of those weird.
I saw a story on it.
Is that where it's one of those games they made up?
No, okay, so it's the equivalent. You have a football, and there's a line that in the professional environment, they have a house, and they have varied roofs. Some are really tall, some are shorter, and then there's like a metal chimney. And you get points for hitting the chimney, and then you have to catch the ball to get the extra point. If you throw it
when it comes back off the house.
When it comes back, it's rolling
okay.
back down the house. If you go behind it, like if you throw it and it goes around and there's like 3 feet until you go on if it goes behind, you get 10 points. Like around the world, around the chimney.
How long did you spend watching this sport?
Dude, I went down the biggest wormhole.
You're like, I got to see what's this. Like, what do these guys make doing this? Could you make a living playing
No.
RFA?
It's about like doing sports talk radio.
It's just, okay. Yeah. So you got to have a second child. That's like,
you might need 3.
I was watching Frisbee football on ESPN, and it was like ESPN2, and it was like the Ocho or whatever. And they kept replaying a Frisbee football guy losing his mind because he made the shot, but it went in and out of the See, come on, bro. That's just somebody's house. That's like, let's just. Oh, come on, man.
The RFA. If you want to go down a rabbit hole, then go to Roofball on Instagram. It's RFA Roofball, and they got 32,000 followers, man.
Still, I mean, if ESPN's broadcasting it, you're doing something right.
Now, the reason I brought up Roofball.
Because Springer's obviously lost hundreds of dollars betting Roofball.
I've never seen a line on Roofball.
Do you think there's any way that you could wager on Roofball?
Some bookie.
Give us
down
the
the street of that
thing
house.
you ever wagered on. The dumbest thing you've ever wagered on.
Gosh.
Stupid sport that you've ever wagered on.
I mean, table tennis is pretty dumb.
Listen, during COVID, you were gambling those the games that didn't even happen.
Yeah,
simulated games.
Madden sim games. Those were low key awesome. Anyone who knew
because you kept winning.
Yeah, they were great.
Yeah, that was ridiculous, man. You were money during COVID, bro. Your gambling was top notch during COVID. Springer was on one.
One of the best runs of my life.
89th minute, it is still tied 2-2 between Egypt and Argentina, and we're going to get extra time there in Atlanta.
All the Egyptians needed to do was just put the big old pyramid right in front of the goal.
I still haven't seen a replay of Messi's tying goal. I haven't seen that bad boy yet. But I mean,
at what point do you not let Messi take penalty kicks anymore?
That's true. Well, I mean, that's a conversation Argentina's been having for years, right?
Yeah.
Isn't that one of those things with Messi that,
he's got the yips?
Yeah. It was just one of those. And I mean, the penalty he took earlier in this game in the first half, like, yo, man.
So what did we learn in these 2 hours? We learned that Christian Pulisic should hang up the boots.
Yeah,
at
Sean
27
Payton
years old.
is an absolute. Like, if you told me Sean Payton was like clinically diagnosed. Oh, coach, look what we got here. We got a 2-on-1 break. We got a 2-on.
Oh, he got his pocket picked, just like the United States men's national team got their pocket picked.
The Team USA game yesterday was so disappointing for a lot of reasons. I mean, all those long balls that Belgium was. I mean, how many long passes did Belgium go? Oh, now it's Argentina's. Yeah, the final couple minutes of this match is crazy. This is crazy. World Cup soccer is great.
Wait, I have a question. Hydration break.
Yeah.
It's like at least 2 minutes long, right?
Yeah, I think it's 3 minutes, right? Because and then TV's all excited because they get to play their little commercials.
They keep the 90-minute clock running.
Yeah. And the best thing about
do they add the stoppage time?
I don't think so. Do
yes,
they?
that's why you're seeing like 4+ minute first half stoppage time.
But why did the U.S. only have 4 minutes of stoppage time last night?
Right. In the final one?
In the final 45 minutes.
Probably because it was 4-1.
Yeah, it's probably just like, yeah, gotcha. I bet Christian Pulisic asked for it.
Yeah, he's like, can we get less time?
Because I
got to get out of here.
I want to rest even more.
I got to start icing this ankle
I need to really
now.
rest. I'm going to rest.
Yeah.
I can't wait for my rest.
I cannot.
Rest is the best.
Just say dumb stuff.
I just
after
wish,
one of the
gosh,
worst losses.
I wish. You know what? There's only one cure for the United States men's national team softness.
And what's that?
Hire Sean Payton to be the next head coach.
Listen, I bet.
How about John Tortorella?
Torts. Perfect.
Nah. There's
Nick Saban.
Torts is psycho too.
What about Saban?
Saban is psycho. Saban is more like a Peyton psycho though, right? Like, but Sean is his own particular brand of crazy, and I'm sure these shows the rest of the day will point that. Oh my goodness! What? Argentina with the header in the 93rd minute. That was a crazy goal. That was a crazy goal. Argentina's going to come from 2 goals down and win this thing. Oh, Egypt, what are you doing? What are you doing, Egypt? You just kicked a 2-goal lead, man. Actually, that's crazy. 3-2 Argentina. Argentina scored 3 goals in the second half.
Would you rather have
match.
lost like this? Or would you have rather lost like the U.S. did? Hapless
I'd rather
4-1
lose like
loss.
this. Because the
Dude, this
U.S.
is-
just spent all day getting stomped.
But this tears your soul out.
Yeah, if you're an Egypt fan right now, like the Egypt keeper has been amazing this entire game, and he's about to lose this thing. Oh, what are we going? Oh, okay. For a second there, I thought we were getting some VAR because he was doing the motion, but no. Wow. Currently, minute number 93, 7 minutes of stoppage time. So Egypt still has a few minutes here to try to equalize, but woo, look at this goal. Yeah, this is good radio. We're just sitting here watching TV. We got to wrap this thing up.
I love you, Berto. Gosh, it's fun.
That's the Coach Mike Sanford. For Mark Springer, I'm Mark Bertinoli. Thanks for tuning in. PhD is next.
boy. Oh boy, did not go well last night. Not at all. Matt Smith in for DMac. Scotty out this week. Tyler Polumbus in the building. Dan Tanner also out this week. Chris Mitchell with us behind the glass. Hope everybody's doing great out there. Chime in throughout the course of the afternoon on the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour, 303-504-0925. And Tyler, this morning or this afternoon, we start with a global humiliation.
Not good.
It was brutal, man. I mean, brutal. As bad as we thought it could have possibly gone, and as much smack as we talked to all the Belgians and their waffles and their Malinois, oh my God, did they take it to us,
buddy? That was a different sport than what I watched the night before with England and Mexico, which was one of the most entertaining sporting events I've ever watched in any sport ever. And I'm not a soccer guy. Mexico and England could not have been any more entertaining. Good Lord, kid, was this like the complete opposite? It was just, that was some of the most embarrassing thing I've ever seen. I mean, you want to talk about a team that looked like they just were not on the same page. And I know everybody loves the coach, and I've got no reason to not like the coach and bring him back. Cool. I know that's the big deal. That's like priority number one, bringing the coach back. Cool. All I know is defensively, get somebody to help out on the defense, because the defense, that was some hot garbage. That was some hot garbage.
They started that game like they already needed a hydration break. And I was listening to Carly Lloyd talking with Clint Dempsey afterwards, breaking down the game, and she said, it's like they lost before they took the pitch yesterday. It was as bad of a start as you could have hoped for. The first goal they let up, I mean, sloppy mistakes, errors, and it looked like Belgium had a point to prove. That's what it felt like to me. Did you feel that too?
Well, I'm not even going to blame the crowd here, because it's up to the team to provide an energy for the crowd to react off of. But all I know is, like, the whole thing, when you were watching Mexico playing Azteca Stadium, that was a vibe. Right. That the whole thing was a vibe. It was an energy. It was in USA to be playing on your home court, on your home turf, to lay a turd like that.
Yeah.
Well, I guess it's what the whole world expects from U.S. soccer. And the further you go into these things, the quicker you realize just how far away U.S. men's national team is. They're not in the same ballpark as these other countries. And there's only been a handful of countries to ever win the World Cup, and so there's all these layers of countries that are good, better, best. And I'm not sure what category USA is in. But when our best player is supposed to be Pulisic, however you say that, and that dude's been laying an egg every game I've ever watched him play in, I don't know what to say. I mean, that was like everybody's telling me it's supposed to be one of the best players to ever play for the U.S. men's national team. That dude's supposed to be one of the best.
It was a really tough watch, specifically him last night. And then he comes out of the game because he re-aggravates, I don't know, a shin or a calf or what have you. And he's crying there is it Captain America crying on the sidelines? Like, is that, I mean, I don't know. The whole thing was a terrible visual. It was a fun ride, there's no doubt. But to your point, rubber met the road last night. Mm-hmm. And it almost lent more credence to the thought heading into the game that the U.S. had kind of had an easy draw up until that point, or an easier draw up until that point. And that was easily their biggest test. And they overwhelmingly failed it. And to your point, it just illustrated the gap between us and elite countries, especially a team like Belgium, who even Belgium fans were complaining that, look, this is the last of their golden generation, but we're not using our younger guys. Well, the old guys kicked our ass last night in a real way, up until that fourth goal where Lukaku waved goodbye to the crowd there in Seattle.
That team had some speed that we did not have anything to match.
No.
I don't know who number 14 was for Belgium. That dude, that was the fastest dude on the pitch, and it wasn't even close. I mean, and I was told that there's dudes that are faster than him playing for Belgium. We don't have guys like that. And the irony of it is that Belgium, barely bigger than New York City. Like the country of Belgium, population, all of it, barely bigger than New York City. And that's what we got. That's what we got. But, when you've got a sport that is so far behind in interest from the youth, that's the bummer of it. I do think that they did some good work in terms of overall interest in soccer. U.S. men's national team, like I'll give them tip of the cap. They did some good work. It was a step in the right direction. It made me intrigued. I feel like I'm a fan. World Cup in general has been tremendous. it will go away. I know it will go away, but I will kind of tiptoe into those waters whenever I see the lake. Whenever I see a soccer game, I might tiptoe around it. But they had a chance to do way more than that.
It's fun to dream. And a lot of people, when it comes to the U.S. men's national team, dream of what it would be to win what is arguably the world's biggest tournament. I don't even know that it's that much of an argument at this point. I guess you could say maybe the Olympics, but the fanfare around the World Cup is just completely different. And to have everything building up to that point to fall so flat, it underscores everything you just said. What does this do for soccer? Not much. Like, you're going to move on. I'm going to move on. I'm not be up at 6 a.m. watching Premier League games, knowing the CONCACAF qualifiers and all this. It's just, I'm not watching Champions League. It's not because I've got something against soccer. It's just not my bag. And until there's something to latch me into it or hook me into it, and I feel like I haven't ever experienced that yet. And last night may have been an opportunity to do so. As you bring up, I think soccer had an opportunity for a real big moment across the country last night. A win against Belgium, making it further than you have been, kind of defeating those demons from 2012. Unfortunately, not to be. And it was in just about the worst way imaginable. I mean, giving up the third goal where their goalkeeper comes out past the box and the shot is basically kicked directly to your defender who is in front of the net, and he tries to, kick at it instead of blocking it. I mean, the whole thing, it was a comedy of errors, it felt like.
I know nothing about soccer, but I know enough to know that was the most embarrassing thing I've ever seen happen in soccer. What are we doing? It's amateur hour out there. Just so disappointing, man. I was so excited to watch that game, and I watched the whole thing. I watched every single second of it. Rhaenyra needed me in House of Dragon, and I abandoned her in the middle of season 2 to watch that game. And I just kept thinking, all it takes is a moment. We just saw what happened in this Argentina game.
Mm-hmm.
They just scored 3 goals in 15 minutes.
Unbelievable.
They were down 2-0, and they won the freaking game. 15 minutes to go in the game, and they put up 3 goals, and they won. So I kept thinking maybe something could happen. But if you're really being honest watching that, USA wasn't going to do anything.
It didn't feel like that. And even Flo Balogun, barely played a factor in that game. And I did hear Kreckman after we left yesterday, he brought up a funny point. It was like the whole world was protesting over, the 100th best striker in all of FIFA. Like, this guy, yeah, okay, he's really good for us and had a great start to the tournament, but it's not like he's one of the elite players in all of soccer. And even he really didn't make much of an impact last night. So it was a disappointment all around. And let me ask you, are we kind of washing our hands of, soccer until 2030 now?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Probably. Yeah, that's probably where we're at right now is, I think for me, I do think I'll have a minimal intrigue when it's convenient to follow Premier League, to follow some of these other big names that you've got to know from these other countries, but it's going to have a shelf life.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that shelf life is going to run out real quick.
Interest in the rest of the tournament. What's your level at right now?
I think I'm going to keep watching.
Yeah.
I do. Yeah, I do. I feel invested in this thing.
There's not much else going on at the moment in time, sports-wise. So
it's always more compelling when you got a dog in the hunt, when you've got a reason to care about the results. When you're watching Portugal, Spain, or whatever it is that you're watching. Always more fun. But I do think the World Cup got me to the degree that nothing else going on right now. I think I'll keep watching this.
Agreed. On the Shop Mazda text line, I felt like I was watching Rockies baseball. Hey, now. The Rockies pushed into extras last night against the Dodgers and only lost by 1. That would have been great for the U.S. men's national team. The Rockies actually performed better than they did. That's the truth, unfortunately. Let's see. I think our goalie mistake that led to a goal is one of the most embarrassing things I've ever seen happen in sports. Zero reason for you to be that far out of your crease. And yes, I'm a hockey fan. Brutal. So lame.
Dude, I don't even know who the guy was who was the U.S. defender?
Tim Ream, I think that
Tim
was
Ream?
Yeah, I think that was his name.
Equally unathletic. No. Tim Ream's the goaltender, right?
Oh, is that the goaltender?
No, Freeze is the goaltender.
Freeze the goaltender.
Yeah.
Tim Ream's the defender.
Yeah, Freeze is the goaltender. Ream is the defender. That guy, equally unathletic. Not only did Freeze absolutely just choke on a clear the ball out of the way, Not only did he choke on even attempting to kick it, but then you've got a dude that looks as unathletic as your grandma out there,
Right.
you know?
Right. I had a friend who's a really, really big soccer fan last night go, isn't it remarkable how good Messi is considering he's been over here for a couple of years, and judging based upon what we just saw, how bad the MLS still is? Like,
Yeah.
it's remarkable that he can play at such a lower level compared to everybody else and still be the best in the world. Truthfully, it is remarkable.
Yeah. Well, maybe Pulisic, maybe you should show up for work next offseason. I'm glad that you've got time for your ankle to heal. I'm glad that since you let us all know that you've got time for your ankle to heal, I'm glad that you've got that going on for you. And maybe we should find a new generation of soccer players.
That's the hope, that somewhere, I was reading there's this 15-year-old who's something special, and hopefully next World Cup, we'll see. Maybe one day the U.S. will have a truly generational soccer talent. We haven't yet, and we're still waiting. We are still waiting. And we're also waiting for the next matchup in the World Cup. Altitude Sports Radio invites you to watch the FIFA World Cup 26 with Michelob Ultra for France versus Morocco in the quarterfinals. That should be a high-paced game. Both those teams very fast. Party starts at Choppers Cherry Creek on Thursday at 1:30. Michelob Ultra will be on site with a lot of fun and Ultra giveaways. Birdo is going to be hosting and giving away tons of great prizes. Do not miss out. Michelob Ultra is a superior light beer and the official beer sponsor of the FIFA World Cup 26. Superior is worth paying for, and now it's worth cheering for, too. Be sure to enjoy an Ultra as you cheer on your favorite team. See you at Choppers Cherry Creek on Thursday at 1:30. On the other side, I woke up this morning to a text from Tyler. Seth Wickersham dropped another piece on the Broncos. And if you are a longtime and invested Bronco fan, you will remember the piece that he released on Sean Payton prior to his first season coaching the Denver Broncos that detailed what Sean had been doing in his year away from football, went in depth, talked about his screwdriver dispenser, the drink on the 13th hole at the golf course, Montana or what? I mean, he's in close with Shawnee P. This article takes me, who's not a fast reader, like 2 hours to read. We've combed through and we found a ton of takeaways, I should say. Over the next couple days, we'll start to hit these because it is way too much for one day, but I can't wait to hear what caught your eye the most, and we're going to hit that next. It's Altitude Sports Radio, 92.5. We are live from the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. Matt Smith in for DMac. Scotty out this week. Dan Tanner out this week. Chris Mitchell in with us behind the glass. But Tyler Polumbus is here, and I'm thrilled that he is. I woke up this morning to a text from Tyler sending me a link to the newest Seth Wickersham piece on ESPN.com doing a full in-depth breakdown of Sean Payton, the Denver Broncos, and just about everything else. Well, Sean Payton, quite frankly. It's personal, it's professional, and this thing takes, if you can read it, the whole thing, in under like 40 minutes, I'm very impressed. That is not the speed I'm going at. He's got 3 parts in here that I've made it through. I've got 3 pages of notes. So before we get to any of my takeaways, there's so much stuff in here. He spent so much time with Sean Payton over this last season in meetings. He was in every coach's meeting, having meals, private time with Sean Payton. It sounds like the guy was literally a fly on the wall for like the whole season, Tyler.
He got an absurd access that I don't think it was the whole season, but he got absurd access that reporters do not get.
Right.
Nobody is allowed access like this behind the scenes. Nobody. I've never seen anything quite like this, but it's actually the second time that Sean has done it with him.
Right.
He did it. Was that just last offseason or 2 off seasons ago with the 2 lattes and the Nathaniel Hackett comments that came out of Coeur d'Alene? I think that was 2 off seasons ago. Yeah. So obviously Sean's got a good relationship with Seth that he trusts him, but this type of access is absurd. Coaches are so paranoid. Coaches don't let anybody in the building. You know, like Josh McDaniels fired our chaplain because he was worried about our chaplain having too much access to the building. You know, that's what's normal in these buildings. And so for Seth to get this, I'm telling you, the read is obnoxiously long. It's somewhere between a college thesis and a book.
Seriously.
But it's worth it. I mean, you want to talk about, this is probably, you know, when I try to explain to people why I don't coach, and I've been offered multiple opportunities to coach in the NFL by 3 different teams, actually. And those have probably come and gone, and those were when I was fresh out of the NFL, and it'd be hard for me to get back in at this point. But why did I say no to it when it screams to me? Why do I say no to it when it's what I know, when I've got a PhD in football? Because of this. This is as good of a look into the maniacal world of coaching as I've ever seen. And Sean Payton, I know he seems like a psycho here, and he is. I'm telling you, he's no different than any other psycho I've ever been around.
I don't know if you can win a Pulitzer for a piece on ESPN.com about a egomaniac coach that's hyper vigilant and super smart and goes through everything, but he's also in his golden years and he knows it now. A lot of these guys, when we're talking about NFL head coaches, feel like they're infallible, right? And there's so much work they have to do to maintain not only that image internally, but externally. And as you said, this is as good of a look inside and behind the curtain of what it's like to be an NFL head coach. And if you think you could do it, read this. The amount of preparation, the amount of time that you sacrifice in every other aspect of your life, it's quite remarkable.
When I try to explain to people the hours that these coaches put in, people don't believe me. They like you say it out loud and they're like, like nobody's putting in those kind of hours. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. These coaches, Sean Payton is keeping these coaches in the office, in the building till 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. They go home. They take a little cat nap. They snuggle up next to their wife and they kiss them while they're asleep and they tell them hi, you know, and they take a cat nap for an hour and a half, 2.5 hours, and they're back in the building by 4:30 in the morning. You know, that is the world that these coaches live in, and it's sick, it's twisted. It doesn't necessarily have to be that way, but it is the way it is. Like I know Shanahan was notorious when I was playing in Washington. My coach used to tell me like what would happen. You know, Mike would stay until after midnight, and he'd kind of make the rounds, and he'd walk through the hallways. He'd say, "Hey, bye, Chris. Bye, Joe." You know, to walk by every office. And then the second that Mike's out the building, it was like a race for the coaches to get out the building, but nobody wanted to walk out of that building before Mike left that building, right? That's the world these guys are living in. And some of these stories, dude, it's incredible. I mean, I think my all-time favorite story that I read in this, That's a sick and twisted dude, and I love him more after reading it. He put in a fake punt to target a guy who had a baby. A guy had a baby and missed a day or two of practice
against the Bills.
Who was the player's name? Do you remember?
Yes, of course. It was Jamarcus Ingram.
Jamarcus Ingram. So this was 2 years ago, right?
The wild card round.
The wild card round 2 years ago against the Bills that we got smoked. And Sean knew that we had to do something crazy to win that game.
Little timeout. He looked over 71 fake punts just to find the right look.
Yeah. So he puts in a fake punt because the dude missed a couple days of practice. And he said, I'm going to target this guy. Gosh dang it, you took all these notes. I'm doing this off memory because I'm an idiot. But what did he name? He named the place something hilarious.
Rutgers Special because it was
No, that's not the one I'm thinking of. I'm thinking of the one that was...
no, Baby Shower.
Baby
Excuse
shower.
me. Excuse me.
Yeah, Baby Shower. He named it Baby Shower. The fake punt was named Baby Shower because the guy missed 2 days of practice because he had a baby.
That's right. Sorry, that was another fake punt I was thinking of that he worked into potentially calling when the Broncos were about to punt back to Josh Allen at the end of the playoff game this year that he actually put in the game plan.
Did I get those mixed up?
Yeah, he actually put in the game plan this year, and he had it anyway. He what I found very interesting, and we're talking about special teams and play calling, and maybe we should start there. The Broncos made a concerted effort to keep Davis Webb around.
Yeah.
And Sean Payton's, I don't know, his MO, one of his calling cards is his play calling, his offensive design. He's been an innovator in the pro game from a schematic standpoint, and it's one thing that he takes the most pride in. Every Monday, he watches a cut-up of every single touchdown from around the league, and he puts them into two categories, plays and players. And if he thinks the touchdown was created because of the play, he earmarks it and puts it in a folder, and if he thinks it's the player, he just skips it entirely. Mm-hmm. He's constantly combing through for information, and what's clear in this piece is Seth Wickersham outlines a guy who's aging. He's 62 now, and per Sean Payton's own admission, he's not 42, and play calling was a lot easier at 42 than 62. In fact, play calling tortured him so much, he has a recurring dream where he's literally in his underwear, biking to the stadium late for a game, and then it cuts to he's in his underwear on the sideline, nobody can hear him on the headset, and he has a heart attack, and his chest seizes up.
When I tell you...
A recurring dream.
No, listen to me. When I tell you every single person that has been in an NFL building has had that dream, I mean every single person has had that recurring dream, maybe in a different form. But I'm telling you, to this day, I still have dreams that I am late to the game, that I show up, and for whatever reason, I can't get my damn pads on. My pads won't get on. They won't come on. And it takes me I'm already late for the game. And it takes me 30 minutes to get my damn straps on and to get this thing going. And all of a sudden I'm jogging out on the field and the coach is like, get back in there. We don't need you today. I have had that dream probably 20 times in my life. There is something about being on time and not being on time, being early that gets ingrained into you in the NFL world that terrifies you for the rest of your life. If I am meeting you for a social dinner, I will show up 20 minutes early because that is what my world has been built into me. I will show up 20 minutes early. And if you're not at least 10 minutes early, I'm irritated.
And so Wickersham goes on to say that he's literally calling plays in his sleep and Skylene, his wife, has to wake him up. Well, enter Davis Webb, who is almost the Luke to his Yoda, if you will, maybe to a much, much lesser degree in this situation. However, Davis Webb, I think Sean wanted him to take over play calling. There were a lot of people that thought, well, maybe he had his arm twisted or maybe, ownership or the front office. Man, I say, hey, Sean, like all these swing passes, screen passes you're calling. Sean is literally filled with anxiety about whether or not he can find a rhythm on game days play calling. So it makes complete and total sense why A, they prioritize keeping Davis Webb, why B, they paid him more, and quite frankly, detailing the relationship between Webb and Payton in this piece, you could tell these two guys get along and they're very similar. Sean says he sees a lot of himself as a young man in Davis.
You did see signs of it earlier in the season. Sean started talking about it's taking him longer to get play calls in. He's second guessing himself. When he was younger, he never used to second guess himself. And then I think there's a real health thing that is, I've been noticing it for 2 years now. I know I'm not the only one. Many people have been noticing it for 2 years now. And he's got the shake something bad, and I don't know what that means. I don't know what it is. I don't know what's causing it. But when I watch him try to call plays and he's looking at his sheet, I'm literally thinking to myself, how is he reading that sheet? How is he reading it?
Because it's moving and he can't see.
Yeah, and that got brought up in this article. And, he was asked about the shakes from Seth, and he said, well, a couple things are going into it. It's a combination of medicine that I take, lack of sleep, and the 10 diet or the 10 Cokes that I drink a day.
Right.
Not even Diet Cokes, right? I mean, Sean going for the real stuff. You're drinking 10 of these things a day,
chasing it with ice cream because that's his reward to himself during a season.
Yeah. So that dude has got something going on medically as well, and I think all that factored in.
And I think it was building to this point because if everyone will remember, and we finally have the details behind the blow up between Bo Nix and Sean Payton against the Raiders in Bo's rookie year, which may be my favorite part of this entire story. So as Wickersham details, and you'll remember there was a heated exchange between Payton and Nix during the Raiders game his rookie year on the road, if I'm not mistaken. And it stemmed from an incident that happened a few days earlier where Bo went up to Sean as a rookie and said, how much longer do you think you're going to be calling plays? And Sean goes, 8 or 9 years. And they had a disagreement over how aggressive they were going to be in the red zone, at which point Bo and Sean went back and forth at each other after just having had somewhat of like a passive-aggressive interaction a couple of days before, at which point Sean barked back at Bo on the sideline. You know that conversation we had the other day? If it keeps up like this, I'll only be play calling for a year or 2 more. And so that's what he said. How about the chutzpah on Bo to challenge Payton to that degree?
Yeah, that's ballsy. I don't know if I'd love it, to be totally honest. Like I like that Bo's got moxie. I do. But moxie is different from challenging a coach. Confidence is different from challenging a coach. And I love the fact that Bo has earned that now, But a rookie, that's pretty early, man. That you probably haven't earned your stripes enough around that building to be doing that early.
However, I think that's part of what Sean loves in Bo.
Oh, of course it is.
He loves a firecracker.
Yeah, of course.
And as Wickersham details in his piece, we all understand this. Sean took a risk drafting Bo where he did as the 6th quarterback off the board with the 12th overall pick. That was all we were talking about. Did he overdraft him? Well, it's a quarterback-driven league. If you want your guy, you take him wherever. Well, they waited until he was the 6th quarterback. If this went poorly, Sean's career in either direction, either trajectory, was directly linked to Bo's performance on the field.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's tied to him, man. I mean, he tied the rest of his career to Bo Nix. And if anybody that people talk about the relationship between those two guys a lot. DMac and Scott talk about it all the time. They think that they've got an interesting relationship, just put it that way. And can I see them button heads? Of course. But I think those two are they're glued, man. They're glued. And I guess Bo could be over Sean, but no way Sean's over Bo because Bo is that's his last hurrah for his legacy.
Right. And I think a lot of that actually has to do from a personality perspective because Nix is a coach's kid and he grew up around the game. So he probably felt more comfortable to do something like that because remember, he was an older rookie and he had been in a lot of different locker rooms and around a lot of football coaches. He probably felt very self-assured to do something like that where a typical rookie probably would never do that to such a decorated and experienced coach.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, look, it's fascinating. We've got 2.5 more hours of this and of our show today, and we could easily spend another 2.5 hours on all the various stories that popped up in this thing. And believe me, I want to do a lot of it because a lot of it is just so fascinating and intriguing. The motivational tactics that he uses, the pressure that he puts on his assistants to solve to manufacture, to create these like insane ideas that Sean has. And he's like, do it. And by the way, you got 4 hours to figure it out. Do it. You got to go solve this world problem in the next 4 hours. And these guys they're just in it. I know this. working for Sean Payton is not easy. I already knew that. I've been told that. And after I read it, I fully comprehend how hard it is to work for Sean Payton.
And I think no story, and this will be a quick one here before we get out of here, no story illustrates that better than almost with what Wickersham started off the piece with, talking about longtime friend and colleague Joe Vitt, who's a defensive assistant for the Broncos, one of Peyton's oldest and best friends. He says he stopped by Peyton's office. He wanted to thank Payton for the opportunity before them prior to playing in the AFC Championship game, to be in the playoffs, to live with the intensity and energy of every minute, not knowing if the play at hand will end up being the play that decides the game and the season, that defines a legacy. And Payton wasn't feeling sentimental. Payton ripped into him about not getting Jordan Jackson any snaps in the Buffalo game because they specifically elevated him against Buffalo because of his ability against the run defensively. And yet they didn't utilize him and they couldn't stop the run against Buffalo. And so he just rips Vitt, and then Vitt tries again to say, okay, Sean, I got you. But
you're welcome.
Thank you, Sean. He's like, you're welcome. Yeah. Okay, fine. Get out of here, Joe.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Can't you see the candles are lit? There's some amazing stories we have to get to. Tons. I mean, we could do the next 3 days on just this story, but we will get back to it here and take a break coming up in just a little bit. Adam Morris will join us in the 1 o'clock hour from DNVR, the host of the All City NBA pod, as we are still awaiting the LeBron James sweepstakes. However, yesterday, right as we got off the air, we got a little bit of quote-unquote breaking news straight from the horse's mouth himself. We'll hear what Nikola Jokic's latest comments were and what they mean about his future in Denver. Matt Smith in for DMac. Scotty out this week. Tyler in the building. We are patiently awaiting word from LeBron James and his camp over what he decides to do for the upcoming and what is speculated to be final season of his career. However, yesterday, in what may be more pressing news to the Denver Nuggets after Team Serbia's win over Bosnia and Herzegovina, Jokic spoke to the media in Serbian, and we verified it with Serbian translators that he essentially said that he's going to delay signing a contract extension until next summer. And remember now, he said that last year too, but he's going to delay signing an extension until next summer, and he wants to spend the rest of his life/career in Denver. And we were trying to decipher what exactly that meant. And as we were kind of parsing through it, we got to talking, and you said, look, it's not no big deal. If your star player is telling you that with almost $300 million on the table right now, extension ready, he's not going to sign that document, you ought to have an eyebrow raised.
Well, so here's the good news. Good news is that Nikola Jokic said out loud that he wants to be a Denver Nugget for the rest of his life. Right. And he wants to be playing right here in Denver. That's the only place that he wants to play. And that's good. And you know what? I actually do believe him, by the way. I believe that that's what he means. I believe that those are his intentions. The bad news is it does leave room for wiggle room. I mean, the bad news is that, like, when you let Jokic play on the player option and now he's got an out, things can change. You know, so he might very well mean that with all his heart right this minute when he's spoken to that camera into those microphones. He might very well have meant it. My full-on intention is to sign the contract next season because that's when I can make about $70 to $80 million more in total guaranteed money versus the way if I signed it right now. So if he signed it right now, what was it? I think it was $278 versus like $358 or give or take in those ballparks, right?
Right.
It's a big difference, right?
It's almost $100 million.
It's a lot of money.
Yeah.
Makes sense to me why he would wait. We talked about it yesterday. Like, is there anything that could happen that he would not get that contract? And I'm like, outside of like a career-ending injury, I don't think so. He could have a season-ending injury, and he would still get that contract.
Right.
And it's going to be the most money in the history of the NBA. So I believe him that, like, those are his intentions. But the bad news is it leaves wiggle room, and things can change within a year.
I agree. And put a pin in that point because I want to swing right back around to it. Jokic can get a 4-year max by extending any time between now and June 30th of 2027. So he can get 4 years, $300 million more or less if he signs right now, or up until June 30th, 2027. That makes sense, right? He can get a 5-year max with a no trade clause if he re-signs with the Nuggets as a free agent in the 2027 offseason, which letting a player of this caliber play on a player option, as you just mentioned, opens up the floodgates of a whole bunch of different avenues.
Okay, so I have heard that said almost the exact way that you just said it many times, or I've read it. The Nuggets are making a huge mistake letting Nikola Jokic play on his player option. What are they supposed to do?
Right.
I mean, what are the Nuggets supposed to do?
Right.
Like they're supposed to get somebody, go get his big brother to like hold his hand and sign that piece of paper for him. Like the Nuggets have done what they could do. They put an offer in front of him for 4 years for $250 million, and they crossed their fingers and hope and pray that he would sign it. I don't know what they're supposed to do. Like, we can't sit here and act like the Nuggets are screwing up. What could they possibly do to force him to sign this deal?
Completely agreed. The leverage in this situation lies almost entirely with Nikola Jokic, and will even more so next offseason because he could threat to be out if they don't capitulate with what it is that he wants or what spending he wants to do or what coach he wants. He will have more power, which is kind of remarkable because right now he could request just about anything, and I think they would do whatever they could if it was realistic to make it happen. So I completely agree with you that the notion that, okay, the Nuggets are going to let Jokic get to his player. No. Jokic is choosing to get to his player option so he can have the power to do those things. And I don't blame him. Not for a second. And I really don't blame the Nuggets for how they've gone about handling him personally, other than trying to get him some more help and being a little bit more creative, because as of right now, all they have done is they've lost Tim Hardaway Jr. and they brought in Marvin Bagley and they re-signed Tyus Jones. I mean, Pickett's, that's going to be gone. They got like 4 spots to fill here, okay? They drafted a couple of rookies. I think it's wishful thinking personally to imagine those guys as core rotation players. Certainly as playoffs roll around, I'd be very surprised. Now maybe Trayvon Brazile or Bryce Hopkins, who look good in summer league practice so far, surprise some of us, and maybe they can actually be trusted. But we've just gone through Julian Strawther, Hunter Tyson, right? Deron Holmes, Jalen Pickett. Yes, I understand these are maybe some second-round guys, but the margin between late first and early second is not that significant. And so if you're expecting those guys or relying upon these younger guys to be legitimate contributors for you there, and you lost your best shooter on the team from last season, I'm not even sure that's an argument with Tim Hardaway, and you really haven't replaced it, like that's a problem. You have not gotten better. Now, they don't have a lot of options, and they don't have a lot of flexibility. And we haven't heard one word from Jokic outside of the end of the playoffs where he said, look, we're not good enough after that first-round humiliation. So seemingly right now, I wouldn't say that things are tense or he's looking for something extreme, but I can tell you this. He is looking all around the league at all of these very talented players that are going to different locations so far, and I can guarantee you from a human perspective, he's wondering, okay, so what are we going to do?
Yeah. I think that's pretty well said. Here's what's going on here. We've all been in that situation with our spouse, our girlfriend, whatever, where you're like, I know I'm right. Like I know I'm right. And I know what I'm saying is true, but dang it, like I think there might be a little bit of truth in what you're saying too. Mm-hmm. There's a little bit of truth there. Right. It might not be as true as my truth, but there's a little bit of truth in there. There's truth all over the place here. I think Nikola Jokic is being dead sincere, 100% telling his honest truth that next offseason, his intention is to sign a 5-year deal, which makes him the highest paid player in the history of the NBA playing for the Denver Nuggets. I think that's true. I think that's a fact. I think he's saying that with intention that is pure. I also think it's true that there's a little truth in there at the same time, that this is one of the rare opportunities for him to get the full attention of the club. Hey, don't get comfortable with me. Hey, there's something. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's Aaron Gordon staying or Aaron Gordon leaving. I don't know if it's getting rid of Jamal Murray or bringing in LeBron James or saying hell no to LeBron James. I don't know what it is, but I think there's also a little bit of truth in there that there's something that Nikola Jokic wants to make sure we're on the same page about, and this is one of his opportunities to say, hey, don't take me for granted because right now you don't got me locked up the way you think you do. There's truth all over the place.
And I'd say that's really, really well articulated because it's the last time he can do it and do it somewhat amicably from a professional standpoint. Because once the ink is dry.
I don't think there's going to be another time for the record. I think this is literally, we know the expiration date of Nikola Jokic's career.
Well, I agree with you. And what I'm saying is that once you sign that, let's just say things change in a couple of years with a new contract, the leverage that you would have in that situation, the only way to really utilize it if you're unhappy with the franchise would probably be to do something publicly, would probably be trending towards malcontent. I don't believe that's Nikola Jokic whatsoever. However, my point is that this is the time to do it in an acceptable fashion where you can try to set up a foundation for the next or the last years of your career. Because I think, as Andy brought up yesterday, there's a very good likelihood that the 5-year extension that he claims he's going to sign next year is his last NBA contract. I think that's completely reasonable to think and to expect. Maybe it changes. We'll see what happens in 5 years. As we know, a lot can change in 5 years.
Yeah. Also kind of a unique, cool opportunity for the Nuggets. Like, let's say everybody's right on that. And I think we might be. I do. I think we might actually know the expiration date of Nikola Jokic's career. How often does a team actually have that type of knowledge? Like where okay, I think we've got a 2 or 3 year window where we've got a guy at his prime. No, what if like I've got 5 years. That's it. We got 5 years. So stop putzing around. Stop playing games with thinking we're going to develop this guy and that guy. Like, it's time to start solving problems around here.
He's 31 right now, turned 31 February 19th. A 5-year contract after this year would put him at age 37. I'm guessing Nikola Jokic, after playing basketball for that long at age 37, is he going to have some game left? Absolutely. Is he going to be the best player in the world? I don't know. If there was anybody who could do it at 37 with the style that he plays, it'd probably be him, but I significantly doubt it. So to your point, here's your window right now, because when that thing is over with him, it is a complete and total rebuild. As best as you want to try and support him and sign guys long-term and draft and develop, when Nikola Jokic calls it a day, it is a franchise reset. It is.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's just no other way to look at it. So you got like 6 years here.
I don't actually, now that I'm saying it out loud, I don't know that it necessarily means it's the end of his career, but I do think it's the end of his time in the NBA. And I could easily see Nikola Jokic being like, "Kate, I made all the money I could. Not that I could, but that I intended to. I got paid the most in the history of the NBA.
More than I ever thought I could, quite frankly.
You know what?
Yeah.
I think I'm going to go home. I think I'm going to go play some basketball back home. Like I could totally see Nikola Jokic go playing a few twilight years over there in Europe."
Tons of reaction pouring in on the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. We appreciate everybody out there for tuning in. DMac is off this week, so is Scotty. Dan Tanner is out as well. On the other side, more of your reaction on the text line to the U.S. men's national team global debacle we all unfortunately had to sit there and witness like last night, like we were watching Clockwork Orange. It was brutal. We'll discuss it next.
Hey, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, whether you got a bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair, do yourself a favor, pick up the phone, call my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration, and do it today. 720-459-HAIR. You're going to love your experience at Advanced Hair Restoration. Call and ask about their Advanced FUE. Nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair Restoration. They've already changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine, and I want you to be the next one. Guys, when you go to Advanced Hair, you're going to be in a calm and relaxed environment with the best of the best. Dr. Tanya Pauls is legendary. The entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration, they're just simply fantastic at what they do. And guys, they really believe in what they do to the degree that they're going to guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee, folks, with your own natural hair starting to regrow the very next day. So don't waste time. Call Advanced Hair Restoration today, 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off, but that is a limited time offer. Or check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
Remember, whether you're at home or on the go, we are always available streaming live on the Altitude Sports Radio app, powered by the Wilhite Law Firm Injury Lawyers. Go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. Recovering here as we begin hour 2 from the U.S. men's national team's dog walking last night at the hands of the Belgian national team. As somebody on the Shop Mazda text line says, Belgium literally beat us 5-2 earlier this year. We should have expected to lose. Should they have?
Wait, say that again. I'm sorry.
Belgium literally beat us 5-2 earlier this year. We should have expected to lose. Should we have?
Well, first off, I would have to know that we lost 5-2 to Belgium earlier in the year. So that's information that is now in my head that I did not know beforehand, and it would mean nothing to me because I don't know anything about the previous history of these teams. However, I did not expect us to lose 4-1. That's what it was, right? 4-1.
4-1.
I did not expect that. I didn't know if we were going to win the game, but I expected it to be entertaining. I expected it to be competitive. I didn't expect us to look like a bunch of nitwits out there that had no idea where to be on the field defensively. It
was bad. I mean, it was really bad. It was embarrassing.
God, I'm getting angry about soccer over here. I didn't even know I could do it, but I you know what? And I'm being so serious here. Like, and I've had my fun making fun of soccer. I really do tip the cap to the World Cup. They got me, man. They got me. I like. That Mexico-England game, I've talked about it a lot. It was so freaking fun. And when you can see, like, I know nothing about soccer, but I feel like I'm starting to pick up on some things, and I'm starting to see things that I'm like, oh, to me, that makes sense, how they went about that. I love the style that Belgium plays with, by the way. I wish America played, like, I think America does try to play aggressive, but Belgium, you want to talk about an aggressive soccer team. That is a type of soccer that it could get Americans interested. Like if we were watching that type of soccer on a day-to-day basis, that could get you intrigued in the game.
What I found interesting from a sociological perspective last night was all the think pieces and the comments and statements from people on social media about why the U.S. is not better at soccer. Why is that the case, Tyler? Why is a country with the resources that we have not at the level of the rest of the world when we have athleticism? I mean, look, I'm looking at a wall right now of, 4 different sports right now. I mean, look at how much money we invest into it in this country. Why are we not better?
I don't know. That's a loaded question that I guess I'm not qualified to answer. Why are we not better? I know one thing people bring up all the time is expense. Okay. Expense. It's expensive. It's challenging. Every freaking sport is expensive. I don't know if you got kids out there, guys, anybody with kids out there that's got kids in sports, you understand, you feel like your sport is the most expensive sport in the history of sports. My daughters swim, okay? They do year-round swimming. The amount of money I pay for them to jump into a pool is insane. I get it. It's literally insane. When I look at it and I look back on the year, on the total expenses, I'm like, good Lord, man, to jump into a pool? What was so expensive about that? And so I don't buy the expense thing. Americans have got a little bit of money. I'm not saying everybody does, but if the families that have got a little bit of money to get good at other sports, they could choose to spend that money on soccer if that's what they chose to do, right? So they're choosing to not put the money into soccer for different reasons. There's different reasons, and I know that there's a million families that are not as blessed. It's not my point. I'm just saying the families that already are doing it.
Sure. On the Shop Mazda text line, I would love to get some listener interaction on this because, as you said, a lot of you guys out there have kids and are dealing with this type of thing. And one of the things that I've read is just, as you said, expense, like the amount that you have to commit versus how expensive everything else is right now and trying to balance all of that. Also, on top of this, by the way, did you grow up playing any club sports or was it always through school or like the YMCA?
I played, I guess the equivalent of club for me would have been baseball. I did do travel baseball.
Sure.
And we went across the country and, that was, I guess that was club. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Football, there's no such thing. And I didn't even start football until 7th grade. Soccer, I played locally until 7th grade when I started playing football. Basketball, I was just like on the local teams. Yeah.
That's all I did growing up. It was YMCA. It was for my school. Right. And yeah, there were club teams, sure, but it's nowhere near as prevalent as it is now.
And listen, I am the biggest advocate on planet Earth of kids playing every sport they could possibly play. Partially, admittedly, It's because it's what I did. And I'm like, well, it worked for me.
Right.
You know, I just bounced from sport to sport, season to season. I'm as big of an advocate as you could possibly get, and I got 3 kids, and none of them are doing it. It drives me insane. I hate year-round sports. I hate them. I literally hate the idea of a kid choosing a sport to play year-round. And I got 3 kids to play year-round sports. You know?
Right.
Like it is really, really difficult to avoid it in today's world.
I was reading an article recently, and I'd have to go back and pull it up, but it was all about how private equity has really started to get into youth sports. And as a result, costs have gone up, level of coaching has gone down, and it's kind of an epidemic across the country right now that it's a bit predatory in practice. And so I'd be curious to know if any of you out there are dealing with that, have dealt with it. Hit us up, Shop Mazda text line, Twitch, wherever. I would love to hear from you guys. So that's one theory, right? Expense, accessibility. When ironically, as somebody else points out here on the text line, soccer may be the cheapest sport to actually go play. You just roll out a ball, you got a pair of cleats. It's not, I mean, other than what, basketball? As far as like what it takes to play the game, it's the club fees. It's all these entrance fees. It's just what you said. Paying so much money for your daughter to go jump in a pool. That's cheaper. I mean, just toss the kid in the pool. But the point is like, it's insane. So that's one argument.
I mean, no, this is the only thing that matters. It's on the text line. I was just about to bring it up anyways. It's the only point that matters. The best athletes in America just don't play soccer.
Right.
So that's why. Why are we so far behind? Because our best athletes don't choose that sport. So how do you get them to choose that sport? That's a much more loaded, much more difficult question. I'm a huge advocate of soccer, actually. Even though I was not a diehard soccer fan, nor am I now, but I would consider myself a fan now. I'm a huge advocate of soccer for kids. I think it's the best sport, and I've always felt this. It's the best sport to start a young kid in.
Absolutely.
Why? There's a million reasons why. Field vision, teamwork, learning where to be when somebody expects you to be there. And maybe more importantly than anything, you don't have to be particularly good at it.
Right.
Like you don't have to have amazing ball skills. You don't have to be able to dribble the ball all the way up and down the field. Like, it's an incredible spatial awareness sport to teach kids that don't have any particular skills in athletics yet. It's an incredible sport for young kids.
I love this on the text line. You guys are bombing us with reaction. I absolutely love it. We're definitely going to get to some of these. I did read this tweet last night that I found was interesting. Why aren't the IMG Academy-style high schools pumping out soccer players the same way we do for football and basketball? And I think, to your point, a lot of it has to do with the fact that soccer in this country just isn't as big as the other sports, at least from my experience, okay? There's a reason we call them the Big Four that does not include Major League Soccer. And this person says, because football and basketball and hockey and baseball are just objectively better games and more fun to play. Europeans cry about that and pretend it's not true, but it is. That's really the end of it. Kids in America have more options, so most are going to choose the better and more fun sports. Now that's a bit of a hot take and is almost assuredly to ruffle soccer guys' feathers.
Well, respectively, do you know what fun is for most people? Things that are cool, right? So soccer would be fun if it was cool. And it is cool across the world. It is cool. And there are options in other countries. Believe me, there's plenty of sports for kids to play. Maybe not as many as there are here in America, admittedly, but there's plenty of options. So, but the reason is not because it's not a good sport. It's because it's not a cool sport. And I'm not even here like trying to advocate to make soccer cool. I'm not. Like it does bore me most of the time. When I watch a game like USA, the product they're putting out there, guess what? That was boring. It was boring. And that's what the majority of soccer does look like. But when I watch Belgium play, that looks fun. That looks exciting. When I watch Mexico versus England play, that looked fun. That looked exciting because there's action. It does seem like maybe not at the highest levels, but it does seem like at lower levels, maybe soccer needs to change some rules to make it more exciting, to create more goals.
Smaller field,
say something insane, get rid of offsides.
Okay.
I don't have all the answers here, but figure out ways to, or maybe it's a bigger field with less players. Like maybe it's the same size field, but just with less players on it. Maybe that opens it up. I don't know.
It's a fascinating discussion because with how much emphasis we put on sports in this country, it's pretty remarkable that we aren't at least more resembling of what some of the top countries in the world do. I don't necessarily expect us ever to be the best at that sport. Maybe there comes a time, a certain World Cup, where we catch lightning in a bottle and we do end up with a generational soccer talent. But right now, compared to some of these other countries, their floor for soccer is just so much higher. And last night, when it was best on best, look, Balogun played. And that was probably what was that added a little bit of insult to injury from my perspective. We talked about it yesterday. Was it a little unsavory the way it happened, even though we all agreed that the red card shouldn't have been applied in the first place? Probably, but the rules got bet in our favor. And you know what? U.S. ain't any good at soccer normally, so just relax, Belgium. We're going to play this. We're going to play this guy. Let the boy play. I think that's what Lindahl said yesterday. However, it was clear. It was clear as day. You talked about it. We didn't have their speed, their physicality, the approach. We've been messing around with coaches. The point is this. It's just not our bag. And I don't know that it ever will be.
It does blow my mind, though, and I know this is a stupid comment that people bring up all the time, but it does blow my mind that when there's 345 million people in this country, we can't find a handful of people that are really good at this sport.
It's pretty wild.
We can't find a single generational player to ever come out of our country, ever. Not Landon Donovans. I'm not talking about guys like that are kind of good for being American. Like a generational player at their sport. We've never have we ever had? We haven't ever had that, right?
Never.
Yeah,
it's hard to believe. Like I said, there's this 15-year-old, and I cannot remember his name. I think his first name is Cavan. Maybe it's Cavan Sullivan. That sounds like. Kid looks like he could be good, but he's 15. Who knows what it looks like in a couple of years or by 2030 if he's even good enough to make the team. I guess, assumedly, he is, but we'll see. So I'm seeing a lot of reaction here on the text line. A lot of people are saying money, 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 money. A lot of parents talking about how much it's going to commit for them to just have kids play soccer. And if you've gone out there to the fields on a Saturday or a Sunday or, any weeknight, during the school year, what have you, you've got so many parents. And as you said, your kid doesn't even have to be good. There are some kids that are picking dandelions and chasing butterflies in the corner. And some of these parents here on the text line are telling us they're paying $3,000, $3,500 for youth competitive soccer in Colorado.
Yeah.
I mean, that is not doable for a lot of people. It's just not at a time when you've got, when the majority of the country has to pinch together pennies. That is a cost that might have to be foregone.
I'm not discounting that at all because I know it's money that many, many people cannot afford. But there are a lot of people that can afford it and they just choose not to. There's a lot of people that are choosing to put that money into other sports.
Right. No question. There's no question, which is why it's not a one or the other answer. It's a combination of all of them. I think we all agree on that it is not a black and white issue here that can be easily solved. But I will say this. I put out there last night that soccer had a real moment, a chance to have a moment in this country last night, and they got humiliated. And, the soccer fan, got upset, and people are saying, well, I disagree. Look at the progress. 14 years ago, they lost to the very same round to the same country. Progress is just a word until the results speak for themselves. And that's the truth, soccer fan. And I'm sorry, but for now, I'm putting a pause on the U.S. men's national team space that it's inhabiting in my brain, and we're turning the page, and I'll see you in 4 years. That's just the fact of life. On the other side, we're going to talk to Adam Morris of DNVR and the host of the All City NBA podcast with Tim Legler as we discuss the LeBron James sweepstakes, Peyton Watson's potential re-signing or maybe a sign-in trade, and what Nikola Jokic really meant when he said, I'm going to wait till next summer to sign that deal. We'll talk to him next. Matt Smith in for DMac. Scotty out this week. Tyler in the building. And now we go to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. We bring in Adam Mares of DNVR and the host of the All City NBA pod with Tim Legler. Morning, Adam. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good, man. Just sitting here waiting for the news to drop with the Nuggets, whatever the news may be.
What do we expect to drop first? Adam, would it be LeBron? Is it P-Watt? What are we waiting for here?
Well, I mean, waiting for LeBron, I think, that's more of a hope, in my opinion. That's like, when you buy the Powerball ticket, you're not really waiting to win. You're hoping to win. Right. I think that's where we are with LeBron. The Payton news to me feels a lot more, urgent and imminent, and it's an interesting situation because I look around at the market, and I think there really is only one team, maybe two teams that you're worried about. One is the Brooklyn Nets, who have the cap space to go after him. But I think if they wanted Peyton Watson, they probably would have gone after him on day one. That's the typical rhythm when you're going after a restricted free agent. You go right away. They haven't done that, so I doubt they do it now. So you're now just looking at the Clippers, who really only have one last move to try to make a maneuver to open up the cap space for him, and they reportedly have interest in him. So to me, it looks like Denver playing a waiting game, trying to let the market settle so that they have leverage to kind of make the terms on the deal on their own terms. And Peyton's team probably looking for the Clippers to become motivated to take the risk to make him an offer. So to me, that's the important news of the Nuggets right now is the maneuvering between Denver and Peyton Watson.
So at this point, what do you think the numbers are going to look like for Peyton Watson? And what is the most realistic way for the Nuggets to make way for those numbers?
Well, the Nuggets don't really have to do anything. The Nuggets are sitting and hoping that the market dries up. And here is the game of chicken that's being played right now between the Clippers and the Nuggets. The Clippers can open up about $27 million, and it would take a little bit of maneuvering. It would take some salary cap gymnastics, but they can offer him $27 million a year over 4 years. That would be a number that, in my opinion, would be very difficult for Denver to match and very difficult for them to turn down because they can't lose him for nothing. And, that number would put them in a really difficult spot, not just this year, but for years to come in terms of flexibility. But Denver could match it. So the Clippers' risk is they can do all the salary cap gymnastics, set the table, make the offer, and still not get Peyton Watson, and then they're stuck with the roster they have. So the Clippers have to make a guess of, can we do this, and would Denver sign if we do? If the Clippers don't do it, if they say the risk is too high, we can do all those things and we still don't get him, then Denver all of a sudden has all the leverage to go back to Peyton and say, nobody offered you a deal, so here are our terms. You can take it or leave it. So that's the situation right now is Denver has to posture, we'll match anything, whether that's true or not, and just hope it scares everyone away so they can make the offer on their own terms.
So, Adam, we've heard that the Nuggets are going to be motivated to match anything that he gets offered. Should they? Should they be motivated to pay Peyton Watson almost $30 million a year, considering how crunched the rest of their cap is?
Well, and this is why the game of chicken is so fascinating is, of course, the Nuggets are going to come out and say, we will match any offers up to, and I think the public reports are up to $30 million, because that's what scares people away. That's what tells them they don't want to, take the risk of offering Peyton. But if somebody does, the truth is Denver would have to think very long and hard about anything north of $25 million. And it's not because Peyton Watson might not be worth it. I'm very high on his upside. I think the Nuggets should have invested in him more, and I would be optimistic that he is going to meet that number in the coming years. But that is more in line. That number, $25 million a year, is more in line with his upside. That's if we make this deal and he hits optimistic projections, he will be worth it. Not exceed it, be worth it. And that's always a tough spot for Denver to be in because they're tied up to long deals with Aaron Gordon, 3 more years, Jamal Murray, 5 more years, Christian Brown, 5 more years. If you get Peyton Watson 4 more, you're looking at the remainder of Jokic's prime and time in Denver, and you're saying all of our money is spent. We don't really have the flexibility. So to me, I think this is what's really interesting and difficult about this situation is Denver kind of needs to take advantage of Peyton Watson. They need to get him for as cheap as possible, and they're hoping they fall in position to do that. But if they do, is Peyton Watson motivated to come back to Denver? somebody is going to lose in this negotiation. And whichever side loses, if it's Payton Watson, you're counting on, we got a great deal, but is this guy going to turn into what we need him to? Does he want to sacrifice the things? Every team needs players to sacrifice to get there if he feels like he got ripped off in free agency. So my hunch is I think Payton Watson is worth around $20 to $22 million a year. If Denver gets him for that, I think it's good value. If they go over that, it's tough for Denver. They're in a tight spot. And if they go under that, Payton Watson is probably unhappy until he's in a different jersey.
Well, and if it got north of 25, wouldn't we just be looking at a sign and trade situation anyways? Like, okay, you want him? Fine. Give us something for him.
You can. Typically, sign and trades can be a little bit difficult in the NBA. Just one, in terms of value, you're not usually trading a Payton Watson caliber player in a sign and trade for Payton Watson equal value. And there's a variety of reasons for that are complicated accounting reasons. Typically what you would get back, let's say if it was the Clippers, my hunch is that you would get back Chris Dunn, who's a very good defensive backup point guard. He would fit great on this team, and maybe a second-round pick. And that's it. So you basically swap a top 6 player on your roster currently with a lot of upside for a guy who's probably a top 7 player on your roster with no upside. He just is what he is. So it's a bit of a lateral move for 1 year with no other upside. You get something out of it, though. It is nice, and it does clear your salary cap a little bit quicker. But I think I see a lot of Nuggets fans wondering, can you sign and trade him for all this value? And that's just not how it works. You're usually getting 30 cents on the dollar in a sign and trade.
So based upon the way we started, and Adam Morris of DNVR is our guest host of the All-City NBA pod with Tim Legler, is Bron a pipe dream? Are the Nuggets approaching this LeBron situation like, look, we're going to move forward as if we're not going to have him here in Denver, but if he calls, that's phenomenal. But for now, we're just going to move forward?
Well, Brian Windhorst had a very interesting story on his podcast earlier this week where he talked about when LeBron left Miami and went back to Cleveland, even the Cavaliers did not know that was what was going to happen. And they were actually waiting, and they got sick of waiting and were prepared to sign Brendan Hayward to a big contract. When word got to LeBron that was about to happen, his camp called the Cavs and said, stop. Brendan Hayward was in the building ready to sign, according to Brian Windhorst, and LeBron said, stop, I'm coming there. I tell that story because I don't think any team knows what LeBron is doing. He has a very powerful but small camp, and he's been playing this game for 23 years. He knows how to keep secrets and to force teams' hands. So I think that it is a pipe dream just from a logistical standpoint. Would LeBron really go to the Denver Nuggets at the end of his career? Does that hurt his legacy? Is that where he wants to be? He has family considerations about his family and where they want to be. So all those things make it seem unlikely. But at the same time, I don't think the Cavs, the Nuggets, the Timberwolves, the Heat, the 76ers, the Warriors, I don't think any of those teams know better than the other what LeBron is thinking or what he's going to do. And I think LeBron wants it that way. So, yes, it's a pipe dream just thinking logically, but I don't think there's any reason to doubt or believe there's momentum in any direction.
Well, and here's the other problem when it comes to LeBron, and believe me, I think the Nuggets should be all in on trying to get LeBron. But I could see, Adam, I don't know if you would disagree with this, but I could see LeBron James taking 5 or 6 weeks to figure this thing out. Like, hey, I'm on my time, and I'm gonna enjoy this conversation.
I would put it another way. I can't see LeBron taking less than 2 or 3 weeks to make this decision. So not only can I see it, I think that's the exact scenario played out. The nice thing is, I think Denver, well, I don't know if they can improve their position with LeBron. I think they can hurt it. I think LeBron is looking around and thinking, if this team has Payton Watson and runs back the team they have last year, then it makes sense that I would go to Denver because that's a complete roster. If you lost Payton Watson and didn't get something of value back, suddenly I think LeBron looks at that and says, I don't know if that is the best situation anymore. And given that Denver's not the market, he wants his legacy in and his family in, then Denver probably gets eliminated. So I don't know that Denver has to operate necessarily differently. They just have to put the best team they have forward. And LeBron on his own timeline is going to make his decision. I will say Summer League is in Vegas this weekend. It starts on Thursday. And Mark Stein actually predicted this on my All-NBA show. I think LeBron will be there. That's like a little prediction, because what would stir up more conversation than LeBron being at Summer League and talking to Draymond Green and Steph Curry and talking to Josh Kroenke and talking to Anthony Edwards? he just is so good at keeping this conversation alive. So I think the rumors will only pick up in the coming weeks.
Yesterday, there was a report, and I haven't seen it mentioned by any of the heavy hitters, so I'll just ask you if there's any legitimacy you think to it. But after DeMar DeRozan got cut by Sacramento, there was a report put out there yesterday by the Ari Report that the Nuggets were going to, quote-unquote, pursue him. Can you confirm that? Would that be a good fit? And is that really true?
I can't confirm what the Nuggets' intent with DeMar DeRozan, but I do think that directionally it is the type of player that they will be looking into because he's likely a minimum contract guy, a one-year signing, so it keeps Denver flexible. And Denver's problem really in the Jokic era has been their bench. You're not looking at upside plays with him. You're not even totally worried about how does he fit with Jokic. You're just thinking Denver right now has 6 or 7 guys that they believe in. Can you make that number 8? And if you get 8, can you make that number 9? DeMar DeRozan is a top 8 or 9 player on a championship team, and he certainly would give you some scoring off the bench, which you've needed. So they should throw their hat in that ring. The question is, DeMar DeRozan, if he's signing for a minimum, can go anywhere. And so is there mutual interest? So I would say Denver will almost certainly kick the tires on that, and it just comes down to if there's mutual interest.
All right, Adam, give me one final prediction of what you think actually will happen.
It's really tough to predict. I don't think LeBron's coming to Denver. I think it's just easy to predict that one.
Anything.
Of course possible,
Tell me something. Anything.
But I think the Payton Watson situation likely ends in a sign and trade of some sort. And that Denver ends up getting some type of package from the Clippers. My hunch would be Chris Dunn. I think if you're trying to really hope for a best-case scenario, Chris Dunn and Derrick Jones Jr., 2 players that would be in Denver's top 7 or 8, both of them can play in the playoffs. And, while they don't have the long-term upside, it would be something that you can go into next year and say you're running it back, but maybe with a little more defensive depth. And to me, it's kind of a neutral move. I don't know that it's one you'd be excited about, but you can talk yourself into that team being competitive and hoping something good breaks your way throughout the course of the season.
Host of the All-City NBA pod with Tim Legler and of DNVR Nuggets. Adam Morris is our guest. All right, last quick one here from me. Am I wrong in thinking that the loss of Tim Hardaway Jr. is going to be a bigger deal to replace next season than maybe some are making it out to be?
It's a tough question because I think in the regular season, yes, he saved the Nuggets a lot of regular season wins last year. And having a guy that has one repeatable skill, 3-point shooting in particular, in the regular season, that is such a godsend because it allows you to space the floor even when guys are out. And like I said, it's a regular season wins eater. I don't think he made much of an impact in the playoffs, and I would predict that if the Nuggets advanced in the playoffs, his impact would reduce with each round. That's to say I think he's a great regular season player and not a great playoff one. So they'll miss him. They won 54 games this last year, which is kind of sneaky a lot given all the injuries they had. But the Nuggets are in the zone right now where first seed, second seed, 6th seed, 7th seed, it doesn't matter. The Nuggets are now only concerned with those 16 playoff games, and I don't think that they will miss him there if they're able to get to that point in a healthy position.
Lastly, are we concerned at all about Jokic waiting to sign until next year?
So I think Jokic, I take him at his word that he wants to be Nuggets forever and that his plan is just to go through this year and sign a new 5-year extension. And I wouldn't be surprised if when he signed it, he announces, this is my last contract. A lot of guys announce it in their final year. This is my last year. I wouldn't be surprised if Jokic says, I have 5 years left. I signed this deal and it's my last one. And so I think that's his plan. But the reason Denver should be on their toes is while he has that intention, going into a free agency year, as he will be going into, every team in the NBA is going to be in his ear and trying to lure him away. So whatever his intention now, Denver's fear is that he can be persuaded off of that position in the coming 12 months. And that's especially true if this year is a frustrating and disappointing one. So I still would predict with some level of confidence that Jokic will be in Denver his entire career. But it's you're going to have to deal with the vultures and snakes circling everywhere for 12 months.
Adam, thanks so much for the time. Amazing stuff, jam-packed with information. We really appreciate the time.
Thanks, guys. Have a great one.
That is Adam Morris of DNVR and the host of the All-City NBA pod with Tim Legler. On the other side, it's time for No Dumb Questions, so chime in on the Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour, 303-504-0925, and we'll get to those next.
Hey, I know summertime means vacations for many folks. And if you're that guy or gal out there that's spending more time planning your summer vacation than we do planning our retirement, maybe you should call my friends over at Trajan Wealth. Call them today. Guys, just start with a free consultation. Get to know them. They're going to get to know your family, get to know your finances, get to know your needs, and come up with a customized game plan for your family that is different than anybody else's game plan. It's going to feel like a reward. It's going to feel like a vacation when you start to realize that your finances are in order. Talk to a fiduciary advisor at Trajan Wealth today at 1-855-TRAJAN-1. Guys, when you picture your retirement, what do you see? Because everyone's picture is going to look a little bit different, and your plan should reflect that. The fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth, they build around what matters most to you, not a generic template. Learn more at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. The advisors at Trajan Wealth are going to work as one coordinated team. Investments, taxes, and estate planning all under one roof. It's your plan built around your life, not the other way around. Learn more at TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Look, I'm not one to judge, but Matt Smith in for DMac. Scotty off this week. Dan Tanner out. Mitchell behind the glass. Thanks for being here with us. Awesome stuff with Adam Morris of DNVR and the All-City NBA pod. If you missed any of that, you can catch up later on the Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac podcast, available wherever you get your podcasts. Great stuff up to the minute news about what's going on with the Denver Nuggets. Okay, no dumb questions. I want to start off today with this one. How many Cokes is too many for one day? What is our Coca-Cola limit, our daily limit?
I don't know. Is there a difference between Diet Cokes and regular Cokes in this conversation?
I mean, the amount of sugar in a regular Coke. Now, I'm not saying what's in a Diet Coke is superior. My personal taste is for the Diet Coke. However, I feel like 10 Cokes, it makes sense why Sean Payton is shaking right now.
Well, I'm a Coke Zero guy personally.
Really?
Yeah, I'm a Zero guy. I enjoy the Zeros. They're a little bit better than the Diets. So Sean drinks these like some people drink coffee.
Right.
You know, some people get a cup of coffee. They take a few sips out of it. Once it's not warm anymore, they dump it out. They go get a new coffee. I do that a lot. Sean says that although he might drink 10 of these things, he really only has about 3 of them throughout the day. So he's kind of sipping on them. Does that make a difference? Is three socially acceptable? Like 3 actually doesn't seem insane.
No, 3 I think is okay. Now, is it a lot of soda in general? Yeah, I mean, it's a fair amount.
It's not good for you.
It's definitely not great, but I think we all know if we're chugging Diet Cokes, what have you, look, I mean, health might not be our top priority, okay?
I'm going to be real honest. I'm going to be real blunt with you.
Okay.
Whatever the coach is, and I'm not talking about Sean Payton here. I'm just talking about coaches in general.
Okay.
Whatever their caffeine intake is, whatever their sugar intake is, that is not the addiction that you need to be concerned with. There are far more damaging things that these folks are using to get to sleep. I mean, seriously. And I get it. No, I mean, I'm being serious, dude. I mean, the amount of coaches that know that they panic. They get home. They get home at 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning sometimes. They know I've got 2 hours, an hour and a half to sleep. And then they panic because they're like, well, I'm not going to be able to get to sleep. So they just drink a half bottle of whiskey and get themselves to sleep. Like, conceptually, you understand why these things happen and how they happen because you think it's a crutch that's helping you. Coaching literally might be one of the most unhealthy lifestyles I've ever seen.
Easily, without question. Second only to being a morning radio show host. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough life. Not everybody can talk in the microphone for 3 hours a day.
If you see what Mark Moser's like at 7 a.m., let me tell you,
so
not a healthy lifestyle.
Christian Pulisic, is he a star for AC Milan? Is he just a run-of-the-mill player? He's supposed to be the best American player. Is he just a run-of-the-mill player over there in Europe?
As I understand it, he's on the top. He's probably one of their better 4 or 5 players. That's how I gauge it. Now, this is coming from somebody with 0 Premier League experience. So on the text line might be more helpful than me. But as I understand it, yes, he's one of their better guys, but I don't think he's like their top guy.
I looked it up, how much he was making, and don't get me wrong, he's making really good money. But it doesn't seem like stupid soccer money to me. He's making like 5 and some change. So pretty good money, but I mean, how much is Erling Haaland making?
Right.
Actually, now I'm really curious.
Well, that is fascinating, actually. But as I understand it, I mean, he's good for an American. There's that caveat.
Erling Haaland's making 27.3 per.
So
yeah,
maybe a role guy. This is a
so the very best American player is the 4th or 5th best player on his team.
Basically,
yikes.
Yeah. No dumb question on the text line. I love this one. I'm dying in this heat out here delivering mail. What are your best cold dinner options? Now, that's a really interesting question.
Cold dinner.
Cereal.
Cereal.
Really?
Cereal's an appropriate dinner.
I appreciate the breakfast for dinner mentality. You can't go wrong with breakfast food ever.
Yeah, cold dinners. Wow.
Cold pizza, like leftovers?
I'm a big sandwich guy. So I love sandwiches. I could stop by Potbelly or stop by Jersey Mike's, one of those and get me a cold sandwich for dinner. Does that count? No, those are warm.
Well, it depends. You can get some cold Sammies. In that vein, you know what I like to do? I like to go down to the deli counter, get myself some boar's head, some deli chicken turkey, get it sliced real thin. Very clean, very good, easy dinner. That's a cold one. I'm trying to think of other cold dinners, like veggie spring rolls. What's cold? Like, what do you eat cold? I thought it was a fascinating idea. Somebody says sushi. Of course.
Sushi.
Idiots we are.
Yeah.
That should have been number one.
Yeah, that's a good one.
That should have been number one. That was a really good no dumb question. I like that. Here's another one on the text line from Josh. Do you guys put your clothes on in the same order every day?
Yeah. Yeah, I do.
Really?
Yeah. Now that I think about it, I sure do.
Okay, so what is the routine?
Well, if you're going to sleep in my bed, I'm going to sleep naked.
Right.
So start with that.
Sure.
Okay.
We were just looking for your clothes habits, not your sleeping habits.
Well, I got to explain the routine.
Oh, okay.
I mean, and it starts with nakedness.
I got it.
That's where it starts.
And that's how we all come into this world.
Fresh pair of draws. When I say fresh, I make a judgment call on how yesterday's looked. You know?
Subjective judgment.
Yeah. So subjective call on the underwear. Underwear goes on first. Shorts are going on second, or pants are going on second. Shirts going on third. Socks are going on fourth. And if a belt is required, which very unusual in my life that a belt is actually required.
Not a belt guy.
Well, I'm wearing a tank top and gym shorts.
Okay, but you're not wearing shorts every day of your life.
Nearly every single day of my life, I'm wearing a tank top and gym shorts.
In the winter?
In the winter, I'm wearing gym shorts and a long sleeve dry fit.
But don't you have events to go to? You're a popular guy. No dress slacks?
Very, very few. Very, very few. The belt is the last thing that goes on, though. Okay. And if I think about it, I think I put my left sock on before I put my right sock on.
That's fascinating. Now, see, that to me indicates somebody who had to dress for a sport their whole life. Did you do your football gear the same way?
I was superstitious about not being superstitious.
Okay.
Right?
The complete opposite from Sean Payton.
Which of course meant I was superstitious.
Right.
But I would intentionally change up my routine every single game just so that it didn't feel like I was doing anything superstitious.
That's interesting.
I did have one superstition.
Okay. So a little stitious.
A little bit, but it was
superstitious.
But it was also strategic. Like there was a reason behind it. And it drove my teammates nuts. But I was in my space. Like if I'm within the confines of my locker walls and my stool is still there, I can do whatever I want in this space. I'm going to put a towel on the ground and I'm going to clip my fingernails. Now, there's a strategic reason for this, that it hurts way more when you jam your fingers between a helmet when you've got long nails versus when you've got short nails.
Sure.
Okay?
Makes complete sense.
But that was one part of my routine that I could not skip ever, clipping my nails before the game.
All right, no dumb question. And this is directly to Soccer Guy on the text line. Can I stop pretending I actually really care about what happens with soccer? Is that okay? Like, are we done now? U.S. has been eliminated.
I think I actually did care.
Well, that's just me. Can I stop pretending? Well, like, is it socially acceptable?
Yeah, I mean, if you were pretending, then that sucked that it didn't get you, but it got me.
I mean, it's like, it's all right.
I care. Now, like, hold on. Like, did it destroy my life? Did it destroy my night last night? No, I put the Dragons on and I watched Rhaenyra. And
you're fine.
You know, it was a big dragon fight last night, by the way. I'm halfway through season 2.
Fireballs?
Lots of fireballs. Yeah. First dragon fight of the season, actually.
Hot and heavy. Probably more exciting than what we saw on the pitch last night.
But I also don't let Broncos games ruin my day.
Right.
I don't let any sport ruin my day.
Okay. But that's also like a far way away from, like, you know, pretending you care. So, like me. It's like, World Cup, also, go USA.
You didn't care what happened? You didn't care what happened to Team USA
I was
last night?
disappointed. But to your point, it didn't affect me one way or another. I moved along to we're on to Cincinnati, Tyler. And somebody on the text line, first, AC Milan is not in the Premier League, and Pulisic doesn't even start a majority of the games there.
That's true. He's in Serie A, brother. That's the Italian league.
Okay, is that not the equivalent of the Premier League?
No.
They're like...
I thought it was.
It's like
Premier League, Bundesliga in Germany, Serie A, Italy. I think it's kind of a jockeying between Bundesliga and Serie A for, like, who's the second best league in Europe?
Okay, most important, no dumb question. It's Serie A. I always read it as Serie A.
Yep,
why are you asking me? This is the second question soccer-wise you asked me.
Like I read it like Series A. There's a Series B. There's a Series C. It's Serie A.
Well, that's Italian.
Like it's one word.
Well, that must be Italian for series, I imagine.
I don't know.
That would be my educated guess. Somebody says chef salad. Salad is another great cold dinner. That's another that might be the best cold dinner you could do. Somebody says a poke bowl. Okay. Not bad.
Ooh, poke bowl's good.
Yeah, you get down with the poke bowl?
I do. I crush that.
Huh. Somebody says 0 Cokes. Cokes is disgusting when we asked about the daily limit. Because according to Seth Wickersham's new piece, which we'll get to here on the other side, Sean Payton's having 10 Cokes a day. And Sean said, hey, look, I'm finishing about 3 of them. Now, I took that when I read that as like, that's what you say to make yourself feel better about the fact that you're slamming Coke all day. So maybe it's 3, maybe it's 5 one day, maybe a really stressful day like, before the AFC Championship without your starting quarterback. Maybe I do need the full tenor. And I'll chase it down with a couple of visits to the ice cream bar because that's how he treats himself during the season.
Every now and then I'm finishing 5 Cokes a day.
Every now and again. On the other side, more amazing stories from the in-depth piece from ESPN.com this morning. Seth Wickersham detailing 15 days all access with the Denver Broncos and Sean Payton. We'll share next.
Hey, what's going on? It's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Performance matters in intimate moments, and ED can get in the way. The truth is, most men, you don't have to live with it anymore. You might be surprised how the right treatment can improve your love life. ED can take that special moment away, and the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can give it back with advanced medical science and proven therapies to treat erectile dysfunction. So I'm telling you, the science works. Call today and find out why their advanced treatment strategies offer so much more. The initial visit, $99. You get a consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test. If medically advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. But with an expert staff like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. 5 locations up and down I-25, so find out for yourself. Call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today, 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Look, this show's resident Irishman, he's off. So I don't know what this is all about. But he was up in Seattle causing havoc and mayhem. And, of course, I'm talking about DMac yesterday for the USMNT game. I'll tell you one thing about DMac, and it's Matt Smith in for DMac. Scotty's off. Tyler in the building. I don't know many people that enjoy watching a game at a sports bar more. Honestly. And I'll tell you, it's not one of my favorite things to do. I'll just be honest. That's probably not the most relatable take. But that guy, as long as the good time's going, I mean, he'll be one of the last people out the door.
He's a good time guy. I guess I don't necessarily understand the economics of the trip that he chose to go on over the last few days to Seattle. I don't really understand spending the money to go watch soccer in a bar in Seattle. But you know, like I'm sure I'm sure he had a great time.
He did.
Yeah.
He did. He could always make the most of those situations. I'm very envious of that. So today, I woke up this morning.
I do enjoy like the every 5-minute updates of what's going on in the bar that he's at, as if I care. You know, like thank you for setting the scene. Every 5 minutes of what the bar is doing. That's cool. The Seattle bar. Neat.
Oh, as if we were to know the names of the bars. I will say I appreciate the commitment to the bit of going to different bars that represent different fans of different countries. Like, if you're going to do it right.
Oh, is that what he was doing?
That's what he was doing, yeah.
Okay.
For the England-Mexico game, he went to the English bar, and, you know, he
That's
went to
cool.
this and that. And so, like, at least there's a bit, and I think he's just putting it together spontaneously. Look, they're empty nesters now. They're just trying to figure out the world.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's all they're doing.
Is he still out there?
Yeah, I think so. I think he is. Back to the Broncos. As I said, I woke up this morning to a text from you sharing the latest in, I guess, what are we going to get? Another one of these in a couple of years? The anthology of Seth Wickersham's relationship with Sean Payton. And I don't even say that chidingly or sarcastically, because the piece that Wickersham put out on ESPN.com about spending 15 days with the Broncos and Sean Payton, as you brought up earlier, is one of the better inside looks at what it takes to be an NFL head coach and what these guys go through on a day-to-day basis that I've seen in a very long time, Tyler.
Well, I can't believe the access that he was given. This is not normal. It's actually insane. Coaches are so paranoid. You will never meet a more paranoid human being than an NFL coach. They are terrified of everything getting out of their building. So for Sean to allow him in is nuts. The access he was given, I mean, he's even got some play calls that...
How about that? Terminology.
Yeah. Well, if you look at it closely, and I heard Mike Sanford breaking this down, and he did it very, very well. I noticed the same thing. It's not written right. Like the play calls are definitely not correct.
Got it.
In terms of like the sequence and the ordering that it would come out in a normal way. So I wonder if Sean kind of misled him a little bit there intentionally.
I will say Wickersham in the piece noted how hard it is to understand what's being discussed in the majority of those meetings as a layman. Like, he's like, there's so many people that break the game down, but if you're not in those rooms, the truth is you really don't know what the intention of the play is. You don't know what they were looking for, what they were, trying to get out of a certain look. So in a way, he's right. And it doesn't surprise me that there are some mistakes like that, because football is its own language.
Yeah.
It is.
Well, that's why when you go to a new team and you're learning a new offense, you are learning a foreign language. You are. It's conceptually you're talking about the same X's and O's, but you're using French to describe it.
Right. No, 100%. And you could tell in Wickersham's piece that he was swimming in a lot of this stuff as a guy who's covered this sport for a very long time. So a little earlier today, we talked about the picture that Wickersham was painting of Sean Payton as I don't know if I want to say egomaniac, but as a guy who is an NFL head coach. He is hyper vigilant, he's anal retentive, he's superstitious, and he's getting older now. And he acknowledges it. And I think it's one of those things where, certainly for anybody competing at the top level, and there's a note in the Wickersham piece where after beating Buffalo and finding out that they had lost Bo Nix in the playoffs this year, he had called Bill Parcells and had a conversation with him about, Hostetler and what he did when he was in a similar situation to what Sean Payton was going to have to face, and how, he's one of the last remaining disciples, and how, yes, it's starting to become time where it phases out of Sean's life. Eventually, I don't know if it's in the next couple years, in 5 years, I don't know. But he asked Parcells, what do you do to replace this when it's all gone? And Parcells was like, well, racing horses helps, because that's what he's doing right now, splitting time between New York and Florida.
These guys don't know what to do with themselves.
Right.
I mean, they have no idea what, like, if you read the article, it's very, very obvious that being Sean Payton is a stressful experience.
Oh.
It looks like you are on pins and needles, full of anxiety and anger 24/7. And yet in the weirdest way, if you ask a coach, you're like, yeah, but that's where I'm happy. Like the pain, the anxiety, the fear, the performance,
the chaos,
the having it all on the line every single week, living life on the edge is what makes me feel alive.
Living on the edge. Little macho man. You're 100% correct. And it doesn't just extend to the football stuff. You can tell that all these tics and idiosyncrasies have just completely embodied what he is, who he is, and what he does. He's incredibly superstitious. For instance, we learned, I believe it was in the last Wickersham piece, that the way he watches film, and remember, the last Wickersham piece was before he ever coached for the Broncos. It was really detailing what it was like getting the job, what Sean was doing during his time off at his it was in Coeur d'Alene, right? Up there, at the golf course, and eventually Wayne Gretzky left, and eventually everybody left, and he's sitting around the lunchroom at the club there, and he's probably got to tip off waiters to come play 9 holes with him because everybody's gone for the winter. School's out for the summer type of a thing.
Yeah.
And he didn't know what to do with himself. And now here he's back in it, and he's full throttle. And what I really, there's so many good stories, but what I found hysterical were the superstitions. So I mentioned the candles. Not only does he have to watch film by candlelight, which he enjoys, and it's a bit of a meditative process for him, but the glass casings on the candles themselves have to be touching.
Okay. Well, that makes sense.
Oh, right, of course.
Because actually, if you think about it conceptually, you want to save the heat. Actually, that would actually do the opposite. Wouldn't it make it burn faster? I was thinking maybe you wanted to keep the candles.
Kind of like a Hanukkah thing.
Wouldn't that actually make them burn faster?
Make the oil last 8 days?
That doesn't make sense, actually, now that I've thought about it. No.
Here's another one that I loved. At a certain point during last season, he got rid of these yellow standard legal pads that I have here that I take my notes on.
Yeah.
He got rid of these, and he brought out the long legal yellow pad. And the reason he did it is because on his standard legal yellow pad, he has what I have here, where it is not torn cleanly at the top. When you go to rip off a page, if you're watching on Twitch or on Altitude TV, you could see you've got a little bit of this.
Yeah.
He considers this bad luck, which now that I know that Sean Payton tells me that a sloppy top of your yellow pad is bad luck.
Makes sense.
In the trash. Kobe, by the way,
Nice shot.
sunk that over the computers.
Solid
Thank you
shot.
very much.
How about the one where he and I don't know who the guy is that kind of started this for him. He said R.I.P. Said that he's no longer with him. But how about the story that one of his superstitions is that at the beginning of the week he has to get a media guide of his opponent, soak it in water, and then put it in a freezer.
How about that? I've never heard of that in my life.
Huh? I mean, that is, I'm not sure what spell he's trying to put on him or put on the other team, but there's got to be something behind that from some form of dark wizardry.
He literally takes the opposing team's media guide, he dumps it in a bucket of cold water until it's completely misshapen, and then he sticks it in a freezer.
Mike Ornstein. That's the guy that he that he picked up that tradition from.
That's one of the most berserk things that you will hear.
Yeah. So if Sean Payton is dumping media guides in water and freezing them, what kind of babies is Bill Belichick killing?
Oh, I got your point. You threw me off there.
God,
Same
that took
page.
you a second.
Yeah, I got you. Well, speaking of Belichick, there is a phenomenal anecdote in here that Sean had the wonderful idea, and this is legitimate, that Greg Penner hire, and mind you, Bill Belichick stopped coaching the Patriots January 11th, 2024. Sean Payton was acquired via trade, oh, by the way. Do we remember that? Who wouldn't do that trade again? February 3rd, 2023. So Sean Payton went through his first year with Russell Wilson. And after his first year with Russell Wilson, Bill Belichick gets fired or mutually parts ways with the Patriots, however you want to describe it. Sean has the idea that he will step down to assistant head coach. Greg Penner should hire Bill Belichick to get 15 wins so he can become the all-time winningest coach in NFL history, and Sean will coach the offense and be the assistant head coach. How about that one? Now, it obviously was never even approached, but they included that in the piece.
Yeah, so there's some things that are in this article that I just don't believe. That's one of them. I don't believe it. I don't believe for 1 second he presented that as a real idea. I don't believe for 1 second he thought that the ownership would actually do that. I don't think for 1 second he even wanted to do that. I think that he came up with a few stories, that's one of them, to make himself look intriguing. I'm being serious. I don't think he actually thought that for a second. Another one that I kind of rolled my eyes at, and I was like, haha, that's cute, that's funny. He's like, on my way to the game, I'm just driving down the road in my black Mercedes SUV, and I see an opponent, I see a fan wearing the opponent's gear, so I just roll down the window, and I'm like, you suck! And I'm like, you don't do that.
No chance.
I'm like, there's no chance that you're actually rolling down the window on the way to the game, because you know what I know you're doing? You're stressing out about the first 15. You're stressed out about your play calls. That's what you're doing on the way to the game, buddy.
Literally racking his brain from a guy who's so nervous about finding his rhythm in play calling. And quite frankly, what we learned from this piece is that Sean's play calling has been one of the, I don't know if you'd call it issues, but challenges that they've had to deal with. He certainly isn't the play caller that he used to be, but he might be the schemer that he used to be. He talked about how play calling was different at 62 than 42.
Yeah.
Wickersham also brings up, as we alluded to a little bit, that he's shaken pretty good now. And a lot of people can notice that on television. Not only that, but he, as Wickersham puts, is kind of useless without reading glasses, more so than he would like to admit. So all of that high pace, fast moving, got to be a step ahead. There's no doubt that's tougher at 62 than 42.
It is. It's also still insane to me that Sean actually gave up play calling. It's insane. And I also roll my eyes on what that really means. Like, if I'm Davis Webb, the first thing that I would have been, the reason why I would have taken another job if I'm Davis Webb is because I would have had true autonomy. And I know that if I'm working here, I'm working for Sean Payton. I'm calling Sean Payton's offense, and it's a matter of time until Sean Payton tells me what to do on 3rd and long. When I say blank you, I want to do something different, and I have to do what Sean tells me to do.
It's a good point. However, I do think it's a stepping stone for Webb because he still is young, and getting this opportunity will only further his chances at another one if he succeeds here.
Well, yeah, and I'm sure that Davis Webb feels an absurd amount of loyalty to Sean Payton. Sean Payton handpicked him. He pulled him off an active 53-man roster where it's like, I've never heard of it, actually. I've never heard of a guy going from an active 53-man roster straight into coaching 2 years later being a candidate to become a head coach. Like, of course, Davis Webb has got loyalty and gratitude for Sean Payton.
It's pretty remarkable, though, and your point is incredibly valid. Remember when they hired him to be the quarterback coach? We all went, Davis Webb, he was just playing in games last year for the Giants.
Right.
This was a guy, I don't know if it would take you in the Wayback Machine. He was at one point committed to be a Buff and then flipped and reversed course and went to Cal. He has long, deep ties to the area. He's a great guy. In the Wickersham piece, they detail how he will be a head coach at some point here shortly. So we'll see. But I do think it's...
Well, you better hope that Sean doesn't pull the reins back, because if I'm Davis Webb, that would be my fear. How many bad games? How long's the leash? 2 games? 3 games? 4 games?
What would you say?
I'd say Davis Webb until proven, which is not going to be at any point this season. Davis Webb until proven is going to be on about a 3-game leash.
Wow. I mean, that's not much breathing room for a guy doing this for the very first time.
Look what happened with Dan Campbell and our guy that went to Detroit. Now he's back here. Is it Johnny Morton, or who was it? Who was the offensive coordinator for Detroit last year? I think it was Johnny Morton. Johnny Morton got that job. He called plays for, I don't know, first half of the season. Dan Campbell looked at it and said, nah, you know what? I think I'm going to take that sucker back.
It was Morton.
Yeah.
That's a good point. Especially, but the difference is he was kind of coming off Ben Johnson, who was all creative and breaking all sorts of records. So I think it was...
So what's Sean Payton coming off of?
Well, but my point is I think it was even more glaring there. I don't know if it's going to be as glaring because the Broncos were more of a defensive team, as Payton noted in the Wickersham piece, than they were led by their offense last year.
No, but you think Sean Payton doesn't think of himself like he's Ben Johnson?
Can you when you score 14 a game?
Yes.
Okay.
Sean Payton's pride and ego is, and I don't mean this in a negative way.
No.
It's well established. It's there. It exists, as it does in every head coach I've ever been around.
Fascinating stuff in this Wickersham piece, and we'll be digging into it over the course of the rest of the day and the next couple as well. But Friday afternoon, I got to let you know that the party is at Fiddlesticks in Lakewood. Altitude Sports Radio invites you to watch FIFA World Cup 26 with Michelob Ultra for Belgium versus Spain in the quarterfinals. Andy Lindahl will be giving away tons of great prizes with Michelob Ultra, a superior light beer, and the official beer sponsor of the FIFA World Cup 26. Superior's worth paying for, and now it's worth cheering for, too. See you at Fiddlesticks Friday in Lakewood. Let's Football Go is next.
Hey, if you're in the market for a new or pre-owned vehicle, go to the best dealership in Colorado. It's my friends over at Phil Long Ford. Guys, I've been buying cars from Phil Long for such a long time now because relationships matter to me. And if you're anything like me, if relationships matter to you, you'll probably become a customer for life once you buy your first vehicle from Phil Long Ford. You're going to get to know them, guys. You're going to learn to love them, trust them. They're going to take care of you, get you in, get you out, respect your time, give you the best price on the vehicle of your dreams. And you don't have to drive all over the state looking for the vehicle of your dreams. Just go to Phil Long Ford. There's over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking for a new vehicle or a pre-owned vehicle, the vehicle of your dreams is already on the lot at Phil Long Ford, and they've already got the best prices at Phil Long Ford. They also have an award-winning service department, so once you buy that new vehicle, make sure you keep it serviced over at Phil Long Ford, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over, and check them out online at phillongford.com.
No. See, Mitchell, it's not that kind of football anymore. Football only means one thing now that the U.S. got eliminated last night against Belgium.
Oh, yeah?
Football means American football. The other sport will be referred to as soccer from here on out because real football comes back as NFL training camps are set to begin in about a week and a half, as exciting as that is. I'm geared up for it, looking forward to it. Throughout the course of the day, we've been detailing different stories from the Seth Wickersham piece on ESPN.com detailing 15 days he spent with the Broncos throughout the course of the playoffs that really span the stretch of the Bills and the Patriots game in the divisional and the AFC Championship rounds. One of the best stories to come out of this thing was something that we had heard reported last year or during the run. We had heard that Sean Payton brought the Lombardi trophy into a team meeting as well as a significant amount of money, physical cash, to try and make a point. As noted in the piece, there are many different times where he likes to use physical props to convey a point to try and be creative. Well, we learned how much it was, and we learned the details of what happened. So armed security guards in fatigues wheeled in the Lombardi trophy and $500,000 cash.
Damn.
Cash. How did they acquire that? And when did that idea come about? Well, it was 24 hours prior. Sean Payton went to his assistant, Paul Kelly, and told Paul Kelly to find the cash in 24 hours. Reports are Kelly was sweating bullets and his heart was racing as the money showed up with just minutes to spare. Look, I am not a gazillionaire. I do not have experiences dealing in large sums of cash. However, I am an avid movie and television watcher. And all I know is 24 hours ain't a lot of time to find $500,000 cash, Tyler.
You know, I mean, that's how the movies make you feel. And I would imagine for a normal human being, that would be challenging. When you are an owner of an NFL team, and you are the wealthiest ownership group by tenfold of anybody else, you're telling me you don't have the type of relationship with your bank that you could be like, hey, I need $500,000 cash?
I don't know. I would have no idea.
I'm pretty sure that wouldn't be that challenging for those guys.
He literally backed up the Brinks truck in 24 hours. Every time you watch a movie, you're like, how much do you need? $100,000. God, can you give me 24 to 48 hours?
Yeah.
I got to clear that cash.
That's an absurd amount of money that I've never seen in my life. I've never seen that kind of cash sitting around on a table or in a suitcase. Did the guy have like a handcuffs on with a briefcase?
Because
that's how I'm picturing it.
It was stacked to the ceiling, they said, like a skyscraper.
Also, not that I'm complaining about it, but I guess I'm complaining about it, and everybody's going to get mad at me for complaining about it.
Oh, boy.
I'm pretty sure when we won the Super Bowl, I made like 140. And now these guys are making like that was the total for all of the playoffs, not just for that game.
How much you make in college?
0.
What are they making now?
I got a couple free margaritas at the local Mexican restaurant, and I was worried about that.
The Rio?
Yeah, no, I did Ahua. It's not there anymore.
Yeah, no, R.I.P.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, next up. Well, today was Big 12 Media Days. And if you're wondering why you haven't heard any audio from Coach Prime, well, that's because his time at the podium wasn't worth listening to, quite frankly. And this is coming as a guy who's covered this team now since he's been here specifically, going on 4 years. There was really nothing of note. You hear a lot of media members just wanting to hear themselves talk to Prime and who are inspired by Prime. So it's not worth listening to. What is worth listening to is what the team leader, senior Ben Finiseth, had to say about how Coach Prime is approaching this year on with the boys from DNVR Buffs.
Like, Coach Prime's pissed about last year. Like, he's not happy. And this is the most I've ever seen him around. You know, like, he's in the facilities every day. The first one in there and the last one, like, he damn near might be sleeping in there. I'm not going to lie. Like,
what? I'm sorry. This is the most I've ever seen him around.
Hit it again. One more time, Mitchell.
Like, Coach Prime's pissed about last year. Like, he's not happy. And this is the most I've ever seen him around. You know, like, he's in the facilities every day. The first one in there and the last one, like, he damn near might be sleeping in there.
Yeah,
I'm not going to lie. Like,
I hope he was just trying to give him a compliment that he's there 24/7, and that's what he was really trying to say. But what it implied was that he was not previously around. Certainly not to the degree that he's around right now. I definitely don't love that. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt here and assume that was just a young kid that was just trying to give a compliment that came out the wrong way, but it did come out the wrong way. And I don't like the way that it sounded, and I hope that it's not true, although I think it might be. Listen, man, I am 100% rooting for Deion Sanders. I mean, you can spread my ashes on Folsom Field, and I mean that in a literal sense. I have so much pride and passion in that program, and I'm actively still rooting for Deion Sanders. He is the best hope for that university, and I know that. For my university, not that university, for my university. I know that. I'm rooting for him. But it is sad that we have come to the degree that Deion Sanders is not even relevant when he speaks anymore. Like that's how far we've come.
It is remarkable that in just a couple of years, Colorado has fallen back to complete irrelevance. Colorado, as a program on a national scale, is completely irrelevant. Basketball and football until proven otherwise. It's just the truth. Yeah. And this is somebody who's around a program constantly. It is. It's unfortunate. Now, to provide a little bit of context to what Ben said, Coach Prime did have bladder cancer last year and wasn't able to be in the building all summer long because he was recovering from that. So I imagine that had a lot to do with it. However, Ben's not lying. Ben is a great guy, Ben Finiseth. The one you just heard from saying this is the most Coach Prime's been around.
To be honest. Who's Ben Finiseth?
He's literally the leader of the team. He's a safety.
What position is he? Okay.
Yeah, he was a walk-on that converted to scholarship.
All right.
He played a lot last year.
That's cool.
A lot of blowouts.
I don't mean that demeaning, but I mean like that's where, and I think that's true of all college football, not just the Buffs. I don't know who's on that team. I don't know that roster. I don't know anything about that team. Like I don't know how you could know anything about any team in college football unless you're living it 24/7, which you kind of do. But I don't know these guys.
We'll get to some of that coming up later this week and what to expect, especially with the ever-shifting dynamic of the college football landscape. But I do also want to, since we hit Boulder, let's hit Fort Collins. Mitchell, next. This was Trey McBride on with the Bussin' with the Boys podcast.
Were you in the NIL world at all?
I had it my last year, but at Colorado State, man, come on. I didn't make any money, It was there, but it wasn't there.
Did other teams try and get you?
After my second year, COVID, my head coach got fired, and they went to South Carolina with Will Muschamp, and I was going to follow him there because
the staff you committed to that recruited you in high school.
Yeah,
okay.
So my tight ends head coach became the offensive coordinator, so I was like, all right, I'm just going to go to South Carolina, and that was kind of the year before NIL, and they were still going to, give me a little bit, so that was cool. And coming from Colorado State, I was like, any money's, going to be awesome. So, and then I ended up staying for some reason, and it ended up working out for me. But I always do wonder, what would it have been like to go to a big Power 5 where the stands were filled? We didn't lose every game. I bet it'd be pretty cool, but it's all good.
Oof. That's a tough one to swallow, CSU fan. That's a tough one to swallow. That's one of the best players, maybe the best player to come through that school in 15 years, 20 years, maybe longer. I mean, quite frankly, to hear him talk about the school like that, I mean, it's tough.
Yeah, agreed. And I've seen a lot of CSU fans like, man, sucks hearing Trey talk like that. I'm not judging it. I'm not judging CSU. Colorado can't compete in the NIL world either. And they've chosen, they've realized it, and now they've changed an offense entirely because they can't. And they're doing things differently. Actually recruiting high school kids and, doing the things that they're going to have to do because they can't compete in the NIL world. That's just the world. That's the reality that these programs are living in right now.
What are your expectations for Jim Mora at CSU?
I don't know. I don't know how successful he's going to be, but I'm a huge fan of him. Huge fan of Jim Mora. I've met him. I envy... I envy the fresh feeling that CSU fans have because we had that a couple years ago.
Yeah.
And Deion, and that was freaking fun, man. And it was fresh and it was new and it was perfect and there's no flaws and there's nothing wrong. Jim Mora is still coaching at a university that it's very challenging to coach football at.
100%.
And I don't know how successful he's going to be, but if there's anybody that's going to have a good chance at overcoming the challenges that CSU has, it's going to be Jim Mora.
unfortunately, will not be able to hear from him at a potential Pac-12 Media Day. This is the first year that CSU is going to be in the newly formed Pac-12, which is why I will always somewhat affectionately refer to it as the WAC-12. Like, to me, it's like, it's CSU's in the Pac-12? No, they're not. Just saying.
Yeah, I couldn't even name the schools, man. I mean, I could name I could name a handful of them. Well, I know those two. I know the two
Texas
OGs.
State?
Washington State, Oregon State, Boise State, CSU,
the Mountain West,
BYU.
No, they're in the Big 12.
They're Big 12. That's right. That's right. I don't know, man. Nevada.
Welcome to the WAC-12, CSU. Next up, Mitchell. All right, so another story from Big 12 Media Day, because this was fascinating. So, a Texas Tech reporter, and we all remember Texas Tech is the school that tried to get Brendan Sorsby eligible and sued to get Brendan Sorsby eligible, even though they brought him to Lubbock knowing that he had been gambling on his own team's games when he was at Indiana. He was still gambling at Cincinnati. And when he got to Texas Tech, he continued to gamble. Now, not on his own team's games, because there weren't games to be played, but they got caught. They paid this kid a lot of money. He was the highest paid transfer this offseason. According to what I understand, it was over $7 million for Sorsby. Oh, by the way, he gets all that money still, even though he's now ineligible to play. But here was the back and forth between Big 12 Commissioner Brett Yormark, who went on the offensive and hammered Tech for what they were trying to do, and a Texas Tech beat Journo. Go ahead.
Sean Dillon, Rocket Brigade. Commission, Texas Tech got fined over tortillas, and tortillas were banned outright. OSU paddles broke an always maker rule, has a tradition exemption. Sorsby never played a snap for the Red Raiders. Big 12 sued them anyway, while Cincinnati hasn't been yet touched. You're selling greater than 12. Why should Texas Tech fans believe it?
Can you sit? Let me come closer to you. Stand up. Ask that question again, and I'm going to give you the answer I want to give you, so go ahead.
Texas Tech got fined for tortillas, and tortillas were banned outright. OSU has had paddles that were given a noisemaker exemption back in 2012. Sorsby never played a snap for the Red Raiders, and yet there is a lawsuit. Cincinnati has yet to be touched. You're selling greater than 12. Why should Texas Tech fans believe them?
No, I didn't say greater than 12. You misquoted me. I said we're going forward as 16 strong, and that's my answer to your question. But thank you for that question. Appreciate it.
Gentleman in the black.
We are all dumber for having to listen to that, and may God have mercy on your soul. I couldn't even track what the hell was just happening.
So essentially, what's happening is Texas Tech has been
Who
hammered.
are the 12 and who are the 16?
He was saying that we're greater than the Big 12. That's what he was trying to say. And the 16 teams are the amount of teams that are in the Big 12. Texas Tech has been reprimanded because the dumbest tradition in all of sports, in my opinion, throwing tortillas onto the playing surface has been outlawed, which they had been doing for years. You have no idea what it's like down there. When I was down there in 24, I got beamed with a tortilla on the field with like something hard in it. People thought it was a battery. I don't know. It's sketchy what they did. So they hammered him for that, and then they hammered him for being total clowns about the Sorsby situation. And now Tech is all upset, and the rumors are down there from the people I've been talking to that even Tech media think the Big 12 has it out for them. The point in all of that, should Tech fans be upset because the Big 12 is targeting them?
Oh, God, I don't know, man. They dug their own grave, man. They dug their own grave, and they've got the worst PR team I've ever seen.
Period. End of story. Nobody's targeting you. Stop being morons. The kid gambled on your own games. There's one thing in sports where the line in the sand is drawn incredibly clearly. Nobody's singling you out, and if they are, it's only because of the mess you created. So Texas Tech fan and his, look, not a fan of that school, not a fan of that fan base. I just think it's laughable to insinuate that they're being singled out because they tried to break the rules. The cardinal rule, the cardinal sin in sports across all levels, you don't bet against your own team. Sorsby did it. They got hammered. We're moving on.
There you go.
End of discussion.
Yeah.
I don't have any more energy for Texas Tech fan. Shove it, as far as I'm concerned. All right, more with Matt Smith in for DMac and Tyler Polumbus next. Welcome back to it. Matt Smith in for DMac. Scotty out this week. Dan Tanner out this week. But Tyler Polumbus holding it down for PhD. All you got the P. That's all you got. But you're here, and that's what's most important.
Look, we're not all working folks, but I am.
That's what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. There's a ton to get to throughout the course of the rest of the week, and we certainly hit a lot in that Seth Wickersham piece today, detailing 15 days with the Broncos over the course of the win over the Bills in the divisional round this year and the unfortunate loss to the Patriots in the AFC Championship game. We'll continue to get back to more and more of that. But in the 1 o'clock hour, we had Adam Morris of DNVR and the All City NBA pod with Tim Legler on, talking about the latest developments with the Nuggets. And I want to get to those in just 1 second. But before we do, have you seen what they're trying out in NBA Summer League?
You were telling me about this yesterday. It seems like a bizarre concept that I'm struggling to even understand where it came from.
So there are some times when sports leagues, be it the NHL, they'll try things differently in the preseason or maybe at an international tournament. Football occasionally will try some different things in the preseason. Like when they instituted the new kickoff to start, it was only preseason, right? Mm-hmm. And then the next year it was everything. Am I remembering that correctly?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
So what they're doing in the Summer League is they are attempting to experiment with a new way to shoot free throws. So depending upon how many points you would be awarded had you completed a shot before getting fouled. So let's say I take a three and get fouled. Okay. How many free throws would I be awarded under today's rules?
Not great at math, but I think it's 3.
It's 3. It is 3. What the NBA is experimenting with is trying to cut down on free throw shooting. So if you get fouled shooting a 3 in Summer League or a 2, or if you make the shot and you have an and 1, you will only shoot 1 free throw per trip to the line, no matter what point value you are shooting for. So if I get fouled shooting a 3, I got 1 shot. And if I make a free throw, all 3 points. Essentially trying to limit the amount of time shooting free throws and save some time. Studies show it only cuts about 5 to 6 minutes off games, but I have to be real, this is one of the dumbest experimental rules I have ever seen a professional sports league try.
Look, there's no freaking way this is something they're actually trying to do in the regular season. Like, if this is something that they're doing for the Summer League just to speed up games and make them be over with because nobody wants to be there anyways, fine. I don't have beef with that. There's so many problems with it. It doesn't even make sense. So you're telling me I shoot a 3-pointer,
right? Which
is really hard. It's contested. I got somebody in my face. The odds of it going in are, maybe 35%.
Sure.
In any given situation.
You or a player?
Yeah, not me.
Okay.
And now I'm going to get 1 free throw, which I might average, 85% at shooting. And that's going to be the equivalent of 3 points.
Yes.
One of those. All I got to do is make 1 and I get 3 points.
How many points is Shea going to score a game if they implemented that in the NBA? I mean, give me a break.
Yeah, it's insane.
First of all,
there's no way. Like, this has got to be just a Summer League thing.
I would hope so, genuinely. I really would. If there's any way the competition committee is legitimately considering this, don't. I mean, you throw free throw percentages out the window. There are so many records. It changes the entire dynamic of the game of basketball with how many fouls are called these days.
Yeah, it really would change. God, it would change then the games radically.
So here's the thing. Here's the funny thing about it. They're doing that funny new free throw rule every single time but the final 2 minutes of the game.
And they're trying to keep it legitimate at the end of the game. Thank you for adding that, Mitchell. I failed to mention
That's what blew my mind. I was like, the part of the game that people have the most problems with is like the final 2 minutes of the game. That's where people are like, oh, man, the flow of this basketball game is really like, it's really throwing me here. It really stinks.
Well, yeah, because you can't do that at the end of the game. I mean, if you did that at the end of the game, no team would ever have a chance of coming back. Ever.
It's kind of like experimenting with the Elam ending that was introduced during the summer TBT, the basketball tournament, the pickup tournament for millions of dollars in prizes.
How does it work when they're in extras? So
when they're in overtime, I imagine it would just be the same. I imagine it'd be
overtime,
regular.
not overtime, not last 2 minutes. Say I foul a guy with 4 minutes to go in the half, and
was it a 2 or a 3?
It's a 2. It's
one shot.
It's neither. It's neither. The guy's not even shooting. So I'm talking about we're going to extras. Like you get to shoot 1 for 2.
Oh, like the free throw bonus. Yeah, but in college you only get 1-on-1. In the NBA, there's no 1-on-1s.
Yeah. So how would that work though?
It would just be the same. Like if it was a foul on the floor, it would still be a foul on the floor.
Saying, but I'm just saying conceptually, I'm trying to figure out how this would work in basketball.
The point is it's insane, and I think you bring it up a great point that this is most likely something that they have tried to implement in the summer league to really reduce summer league time, because who's trying to see these summer league kids shoot a bunch of free throws?
It's the only thing that could possibly make sense.
I think you bring up a very good point. As I mentioned, we did have Adam Morris on of DNVR in the All City NBA pod with Tim Legler talking latest in Nuggets news. Now, we asked Adam, okay, so what are we waiting for here, right? Like, what is the next shoe to drop? Is it LeBron? Are we waiting for Payton Watson? And Tyler, based upon what Adam thinks, the most likely scenario, according to him, is some version of a sign-and-trade for Payton Watson that would net the Nuggets much less in return. But again, you're not going to be paying Payton Watson what he mentioned. Reportedly, the Clippers could offer 4x27.
I guess I understand what he's saying there and how he landed there. It feels to me like it's getting easier and easier for the Nuggets to retain Payton Watson. And it felt like, to me, the only goal of the offseason was to retain Payton Watson. So I don't really get the sign and trade aspect of it. I don't think there's going to be competition out there. I don't think Payton Watson's going to be getting over $25 million per year. And if the financial figure comes in 20-ish, 22, somewhere in that ballpark, it seems to me like the Nuggets would just want to keep him.
If that's the number, but reportedly he wants north of 25. And if the Clippers really want to put the screws to the Nuggets, you sign them to a 4x27 offer sheet and force Denver's hand. Much similarly to what the Flyers and the Ducks are going through right now in the NHL. And we haven't talked about that with the Leo Carlson story, but it's fascinating. Maybe we could dive into it a little bit tomorrow. But essentially you say, okay, Nuggets, you either pay him this contract where you're paying him north of 27, or you sign and trade him to us, potentially for Chris Dunn and, a second-round draft pick or some draft considerations.
Well, I mean, if it gets in that ballpark, I mean, it is a no-brainer. Sign and trade would be the thing to – if it gets over $25 million, okay, you want him? You can have him. Give me something back for him.
And the problem is it's going to be diminishing return because of where the Nuggets are cap construction.
Yeah, Nuggets need Payton Watson, though. They need to just keep him.
So if they offered him,
Scotty kind of disagrees on that. I don't think Scott's is as high on Payton Watson as a lot of other folks. It just seems to me like for a team that is aging, injury issue. I know Payton had injuries, but injury issues. They're becoming less athletic. There's one dude on that roster right now that is young, talented, athletic, and in theory could stay healthy. Seems like you got to keep him around to me.
Who is Payton Watson? Who is he? Because in that stretch that Jokic missed,
I don't know. He had a 6-week run that looked incredible.
Exactly. He had a really good flash. And then, unfortunately, was never able to really sustain his health throughout the rest of the year. And the Nuggets could have really used him when rubber met the road in the first round of the playoffs. However,
6 weeks gets people paid all the time, though.
It does. It does. Are the Nuggets that desperate to the point where you think a wise use of resources, especially for a team that's been rumored to be very cognizant of staying out of the second apron, or at least under it? Reportedly, there have also been reports to the contrary that that's not necessarily what ownership and what the front office is operating under those guidelines. Would you be willing to commit 25 plus a year to both Christian Braun and Payton Watson? And is that a smart use of resources?
I don't love it, no. And there's a dollar figure that is too much, and maybe it's 25. I don't know. Like, is 24? Like, it doesn't feel like a huge difference to me. Is 23 okay? Doesn't feel like a huge difference to me. So, I don't know. Are we really going to start making decisions like that over an extra million or two?
It's bizarre because Christian Braun only played 1 year of college ball, one at every stage of his career, high school, and then, of course, in college. Payton Watson was 1 year at UCLA, but he barely played coming off the bench. Both of these guys, the selling point is there's a lot of potential for them to grow into themselves. I wouldn't call either one of them a great shooter, but Payton Watson had a really good stretch there where his splits were fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
However, I wouldn't call that one of the hallmarks of his game, would you?
Well, the one thing that Payton's got, though, is like Christian's like He's just Mr. Basketball. He's like do everything right, do everything perfect. You're gonna love coaching him. He's gonna give you all the effort in the world, but he doesn't necessarily scream anything special athletically or intangibly. Payton does. Payton does have a lot of that. He's got a lot of incredible athleticism that is different, and I think this team needs that.
I agree. The problem is that if that's what you do moving forward, you really don't have much flexibility. So you better hope that that's the core that you believe can win a championship again with Nikola Jokic in what we presume to be his final contract if he signs it next summer, like he said he was going to yesterday after Team Serbia's World Cup qualifier.
Mm-hmm.
Are those the guys? Like, do you think, let's just say, how many good years does AG have left, you think? I know this is ballpark speculation, but these are the types of conversations the Nuggets are having right now.
If he's still a Denver Nugget, I'd be thrilled if he had one. And
he's making a lot of money
when
now.
you say good years, I mean, like, yeah, I can count on you to be healthy when I need you.
And it's unfortunate that we have
I'd be thrilled if we got a fully healthy season and start to finish from AG.
And it's incredibly unfortunate that we have to have this discussion in that type of a context with a guy like Aaron Gordon, considering what he's done, what he means to the city. But the truth of the matter is we're starting to talk about big contract values for guys that just night in and night out, at least of late, have not been reliable.
Well, and that's why the Nuggets have been handcuffed. And that's why they're in this situation where Payton Watson does feel like an incredibly important thing to get done. Like Payton Watson, that's what gets you over the top. No, it doesn't get you over the top, but it lives within the reality of the confines that you have.
I just wonder if that's something where you feel like, maybe we can get away with trying to go cheaper there and diversifying, because as I understand it, I think they got 4 roster spots to fill and they don't have a lot of cash to do it. Where do you land on this, Andy? If you have to pay Payton Watson 25 plus, are you doing it?
No. Guys, what have we...
Yeah, but what's the magic number? Like 23? 22?
So, hey, that's a valid point. That is, if we're...
And if we're okay with 22, what the hell's the difference between 22 and 25?
I tend to agree there, too.
Okay, here's where I get worried about all this, all right? Just a year ago, you got to pay Christian Brown. Because remember, we as sports fans, and we all do it, everyone's guilty of it. Probably players are guilty of it sometimes, too. We only want to live in the now. Nobody wants to remember what we were talking about a year ago. And a year ago, Payton Watson was not a talking point. Is he going to become a contributor, or what are we going to do with the guy? And now all of a sudden, we got to give him 30. We can't lose the guy.
I know.
He played 6 good weeks of basketball.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not saying that I want to lose him. You know what this reminds me of? And it's something Tyler is close to. It's Brock Osweiler. You had a hell of a run. You had a really nice 2 months of football. Is that worth what Houston gave him? Turned out that it wasn't. Now, you and I talked about it. I've talked to Brock about it in private. I've told him. I'd said I thought if you would have stayed here in a locker room that loved you and knew you and all that, probably turns out, I don't know that he's ever, the number 1 quarterback in the league, but I think he probably makes a Pro Bowl. You guys probably make the playoffs the next year. I think things are a lot different.
Yeah.
Because he was a good, not a great quarterback. I think Payton Watson showed us some incredible stuff, but you already got money problems. Okay? The credit card's already maxed. So now you want to max another one?
Look, but
you want to go apply for another credit card and run that one up too?
I got you. I hear you. The money's crazy. We've all got PTSD from the Christian Brown contract. And yet, here's the reality the Nuggets are in. There aren't options out there to get better, and LeBron James is a pipe dream. So do you get better by getting rid of Payton Watson?
Well, at some point, you've got to say we're going to create space to actually go sign some people.
Who?
Now it might be too late in the game.
Well, look, dude, whether it's the Avs and the Nuggets, I think the problems are the same. Somebody you love, you have to get rid of. And for me, whether that's, I would talk about a Jamal Murray. I'll talk about a Marty Necas. I will talk about these guys because you don't get by. Again, I'll take it back. Like their problems feel like a budget that we all live under. You don't get by making minimum payments on things. You need the payment to go away. You need the bill out of your life.
Yeah.
They don't have any spending room. That's the problem. You want to go get more groceries, but you don't have the money for the groceries you just bought. You're not, you know what I mean? You can't. And again, this is what sucks because We bring it up all the time. I love Aaron Gordon. I don't want Aaron Gordon going anywhere. I can't keep that contract here with me wondering about your calf for another 3 years. But the problem is we're finding out, as Hastings told us would happen, if you know it, the league knows
Yeah,
it.
turns out if I'm worried about Aaron Gordon's health,
so is everybody else.
So is Boston.
Yeah. When everybody takes a look at how important Aaron Gordon is to the puzzle of the Denver Nuggets and you're willing to part with that, it turns out that there's maybe not a hot market. But Nate brought up a good point, too. I haven't seen Payton Watson sign any offer sheet. If you're another team, and I don't mean to be pointing at you, I just go Italian sometimes.
Point away.
But if you're another team, are you ready to hand him $30 million to make the Nuggets go, yeah, we're not matching that? You're ready to give, another team's ready to give Payton Watson $30 million when the guy didn't play the last two and a half months of the season?
No, I don't think so.
Barney says ride this thing out, give him a couple-year deal, and let's all see how this works out.
Well, that's exactly
you really that dude?
That's exactly what I was just saying. To me, it actually seems easier and easier. The Nuggets are just going to keep Payton Watson, and they're probably not going to have to pay him what he thinks he's going to get paid. It's down to the Clippers. That's it. At least to my knowledge.
Well, and here's what I think is interesting. Who was willing to take on MPJ? The dude in Brooklyn, Rudy Fernandez, who had a little bit of a history with the guy?
Yeah.
Apparently, Rudy Fernandez hasn't called about Payton Watson. He had a little bit of knowledge about him, too.
And they're one of two teams with the amount of cap space left to just
and that's
acquire.
It. There's just two.
Right.
That's it.
This is KKSC FMHD1, Broomfield, Denver, Boulder.
All right, so we're going to talk to Chad Brown at 3:20.
Chad Brown?
And I've been racking my brain as to all the coaching people I could call. You can't. Did you read the full Sean Payton article? Did you get to the end?
Yeah. That article was unreal. It actually that thing kept me around. But what?
I'm 3/4 of the way through, for the record.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
By the way, I've got to the point where there's Friday, and I was like, man, because I woke up at like 7 a.m. like you do, and I saw it. I'm like, I got to try to go back to sleep. I got too much to do today. And then the days happened, and now I got to finish it up. So I haven't actually, finished the article, but I read enough to make me go, why in the hell would anybody, want to coach for Sean Payton or maybe coach at all? And I know you've had offers.
I know.
Did you read that? I thought of you. I go, I wonder if Tyler's reading this going, thank God I did not sign up for this life, or is it just the life you know?
No, that article, I've actually never seen an article encompass the maniacal nature of what coaching is better than this article. I sent it to my girlfriend this morning. I was like, she asked me all the time. She's like, why aren't you coaching? Why aren't you coaching? You want to coach? I'm like, yeah, I do want to coach. You're right. I love coaching.
You want to coach.
Yeah, of course.
You don't want to go to meetings. You don't want to get a text at 1:40 that we're putting in whatever the play was.
I don't want to have to wait for the head coach to leave the building at 1:30 and wave goodbye for me to be able to walk out of the building just because I'm afraid to leave because the head coach is still in the building, and then go home and know that I got about an hour and 45 minutes to take a little cat nap before I got to go back to work.
Well, Josh McDaniels used to put his car there and go duck out the building.
Yeah,
some people thought he was there.
Yeah,
and he wasn't there.
I know.
Just to try to keep the coaches there.
Like you wonder why coaches are so angry all the time.
Yeah.
Because they don't sleep, they take caffeine, and then they drink half a bottle of whiskey when they get home to go to sleep.
And to remind everybody, the guys getting it in that article are not the $20 million a year guys. They're the 20,000 in some cases.
Wait, what do you mean? I'm sorry.
The assistant coaches, the guys that have to grind all the tape. Davis Webb is not making $20 million a year.
No.
Yeah.
I know that from the outside, people go, well, I do that for the money. The money ain't great. Some of these starting guys are making, 40, 50 grand? You're not making a ton of money to live that crap lifestyle.
Yeah, the entry-level guys, they're not making anything.
And I watch it, I'm like, dude, why are you doing this? You're like, I don't know, man. That thing made me, I was like, oh my God, I could not do this.
I couldn't believe, as paranoid as NFL coaches are, I just can't believe the access that Seth got. He got 2 weeks of access of this in the middle of the playoffs. Are you kidding me?
Because I think Sean likes him some Sean.
We know that.
We do know that.
Yeah.
You know what? It's so, honestly, it made me hate him a little more. It made me relate to him way more than I'd like to.
It made me like him.
There's a lot of stuff where I'm like, God, there's a brilliance to him.
Yeah.
That I don't think we always get to appreciate, and yet it's covered up by like you guys were talking about. Lay off the cokes and God knows what else. Right. Eat a normal dinner. How about you sleep? How about you get a good night's sleep? Let me ask you this, because this is one of the things I thought of. Do you call that fourth down play if you've actually had a normal week of sleep? If you're not not even the fake punt, just the fourth down play, that dumb whatever it was on fourth down.
The swing to Mims is what you're talking about?
The one where I had 1,000 people tell me that Stidham should have come up, looked at the defense and known this play ain't going to work. Well, you don't have Bo Nix. Bo Nix gets up there and goes, either calls the timeout or checks with me to something that because of the personnel groupings that Vrabel talked about. The minute they ran the guy off, I knew what they were doing. Bo knows that they're up to what we're doing. I got to change. But no, you got Stiddy. You got Stiddy who ain't played all year. He doesn't have any idea what he's with. Maybe you just decide to kick the damn field goal and we see what could have been different if you just would have slept.
Yeah. Andy, I'm not telling you that football has to be the way it is. It just is the way that it is. Like, I'm not telling you that they have to be in the building until 2 o'clock in the morning, but they are in the building until 2 o'clock in the morning.
They don't need to be. You and I both know it.
I know. Listen,
that article laid it out. What are you really doing?
Buddy, I talked to my offensive line coach out in Washington one time about this, and I was like, seriously, why are you here until after midnight every night? Why are you here? And he's like, honestly, you want to know what's going on? From about 10:30 to midnight, most of us are scrolling our phones. We're sitting in the office and we're waiting for Shanahan to walk out of the building. And when he walks out, he does a little round and he waves goodbye at every single office. He says, bye, Chris. Bye, Joe. See you, Jim. You know? And then as soon as Shanahan gets in that car, the rest of the building, it's a freaking race to get the hell out of Dodge.
Yeah. I wonder how many times, I'd like to find out from Mike, did he ever whip a U and just come back to see if any lights were still on? Because you know his psycho
I
did.
guarantee you he did. Yeah. Like, can you ever imagine Mike Shanahan letting a reporter in his building for 2 weeks?
I think he would have let Schefter. See, I go back to the days of Schefter and Mike. I think he would have let Schefter.
You know what? You might be right.
Denver Post, Adam Schefter gets that story.
You might be right.
I would say.
Yeah.
But that's it. There's one guy. There's not 5 guys. And I also want to know what Seth had to agree to go through this. I'd like to know, frankly, how Seth feels about all of it. Because the way, it's such a well-written. For those that want to know why we need papers still in this world, go read that full article.
Yeah, it was really
you have
good.
time to do that was some great journalism. That is great storytelling. Now, and I hope everybody, it is a long read, but please get to the end of it because I was in my bed going, oh my God. I turned like 3 or 4 times and I'm comfortable. I'm like, let these guys go home. He's describing this thing where they're nodding off and then one guy's trying to take a long walk. And we've all been, you and I've had radio meetings. You're like, dude, are we not done? Have we not covered everything that we need to cover? What is left to cover?
Yeah.
What are we doing? Can I go home?
Yeah, it's stupid. It's stupid. And they probably would be far more efficient as if they got sleep. I heard Mike Sanford talking about it, and it does make sense. Like, players go through the season, they get beat to hell physically. Coaches go through the season, they get beat to hell mentally. At the end of the day, everybody's beat to hell. You know, coaches are not sleeping, they're not operating, they're not seeing their kids, they're not seeing their family, they're not getting their balances in life, you know, and a little bit of balance has to be had at some point in time before things get out of control.
And when they finally crash because they can't take it anymore, they're having recurring dreams about being naked and biking to the stadium and being in your underwear on the sideline and having a heart attack.
That was single-handedly the most relatable part of that story. I'm telling you, maybe not that exact dream, but I have had that exact dream 100 times in my life to this day of me showing up late for the game, me walking into the locker room. There's nobody in it. It's just me. And I'm trying to get my pads on, and for whatever reason, my damn pads won't buckle. And I can't buckle my damn pads, and everybody's out there, and I'm just trying to get out there on the field, and all of a sudden an hour and a half has gone by, and I get out there, and they say, go back in, we don't need you, Polumbus. I have had that exact dream. I think everybody in the NFL has had that dream.
Don't you feel like these guys, is it not more shocking that the guys don't crack? I have some Dan Hawkins stories that I heard that I want to tell so badly that I just don't think I'm allowed to. But some of the stuff the end of the run did to that guy, like Mark Johnson searching for him to do coaches shows only to find him in the oddest of places, in the oddest of mindsets. You know, Mark Johnson, and I will say he's one of them, Mark Johnson had a run of 3 where 3 different coaches cried in front of him.
Yeah.
If you don't think this job doesn't just mentally break fools, I mean, it is.
Hawkins, Embry, Mack, is that what you're talking about?
I don't know that Embry did. Dude, Embry was different now.
Okay.
I love John Embry.
It was the 3 before that.
Yeah, it was Mac. It was maybe it wasn't in a row then because Embry was in between those two, but I don't think Barnett might have just because of the whole.
Yeah.
All I know is maybe Darrell. Maybe it was Darrell. I don't. Sanford
Can he emit emotion?
Darrell was the wildest thing ever. I still.
That was
as
a
weird
stoic
as my
human
relationship with Deion Sanders has been, of which there is none.
None.
At least Deion is like an icon. It's fine. Oh, I don't get to hang out near Michael Jackson. I get it. Whatever. Pick your favorite icon. Carl Darrell? You're not going to talk to us? You're going to be the one that's shut off? And all I'd heard from Ed McCaffrey is what a great guy he is. Oh, you're going to love him. Oh, he's my receivers coach. Oh, he's so fantastic.
I was like, I'd watch games. I'd be like, just once get mad or happy.
Yeah.
I don't pick one.
Do you feel anything?
I don't care. Just show an emotion.
The other guy I loved covering was Mel Tucker. Now, it was crazy as hell, but Mel Tucker's
I'm not
the
gonna
only.
lie. I loved Mel until I didn't.
Hey,
you know,
same
like,
here.
like, yeah.
You realize that Mel's last radio appearance was on Kreckman and Lindahl. We stayed late at the Blake Street Tavern till 6:20 so he could talk to us, getting ready to address a Buff Club meeting. Then I go that night. I'm literally in another bar with Scotty getting ready to record our first podcast episode. And I get this, Mel Tucker's in Michigan. I go, no, he's not. We just saw him. He just talked to, he's not in Michigan.
Yeah.
You guys are wrong. This story is wrong. You're all wrong. And I called Mark after our podcast.
Like, how'd you
and he was
even
like,
get
no,
there?
he's in Michigan.
How'd you get there?
He gave me a thank you for what you do.
Yeah.
And he went off to Michigan State.
Yeah. Yeah.
At least I didn't get any pictures.
Did you hear Prime today?
I didn't. What happened today?
Nothing.
Okay.
Nothing. And that was
Now,
the
why
that
was
was
he
this
talking?
But that
Are
was
we
Big
at
12 Media Day.
Already?
Yeah. Yeah.
The hell day is it?
I don't know.
Isn't that supposed to be like 2 weeks away?
Less than a month from training camp. End of July.
Boy, I feel like this is still early.
Could you name the leader of the team?
The leader of the team?
Matt brought up some guy that was speaking and was the leader of the team, and I was like, who's that?
I don't even know if I know who's on the team.
Yeah, exactly.
Buddy, we're a good 6 weeks from that.
Yeah. Yeah.
I gotta survive the first 2 weeks of Bronco camp, and then we'll dive into what's going on with Buff camp. Are you kidding me? Although I guess I don't because I already know who all the Broncos are.
Isn't it wild though? And I say this fully admitting that, like, I'm still rooting for Deion. I know that he still gives the university the best chance. Isn't it insane in 3 years that we've gotten to the point that when Deion Sanders speaks, it's not even relevant? Like we're not even cutting it up.
Yeah, man.
We're not even playing it.
Well, listen, I was an advocate for this. I'm not going to rewrite history. I
Yeah,
wanted
me
him to
too.
come bad, and the attention, the first 2 years was all I would hope for.
And I still think he's the best chance for our
well,
university.
and
I
here's
do.
I got to tell you, last year was so crazy. You know how many times last year, like I saw that guy coach. I know people say he doesn't coach a lot, but like I can remember being in Houston where who was the backup quarterback that
Staub.
finally played? Oh man, he was trying to love up on Staub so much during that game. He kept going to his sidelines trying to keep the dauber up. Like I saw Coach Deion, and by the end, I don't even know. So I don't even know what to expect this year. You know what I mean? What does it matter anyway? They're in the Big 12. Are we not already to the point where it feels like all that matters is the SEC and the Big 10? What else matters?
Yeah.
It's the AFC and the NFC. You've been saying this for years. That's what college football is. And they're going to run it. Because it's too late. It's too late. They're all in power. Too late now. So, anyway.
Yeah.
The Broncos are ranked 8th. The roster was ranked 8th by ESPN yesterday overall. That surprise you? Should that cause any concerns for you two prior to?
Oh, you think that's low? Is that what you mean?
Well, I mean, you were a Final Four team, and you're basically the same roster is ranked 8th.
No,
that doesn't shock you at all. Philly was ahead of them.
No, I would say.
Would you put the Philly roster ahead of Denver?
Maybe.
Would you put the Seattle roster ahead of Denver?
Well, did they? How did they end the season?
Would you put the roster ahead of Denver?
How did they end the season?
Who helped him do that? Is he still there?
Actually, you're confusing me.
Yeah, I don't know who you're talking about.
Your running back is gone. He's in KC.
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about
Kenneth Walker's gone.
Yeah, gotcha. No, I mean, listen, I'm not telling you they've got an incredible roster, but 8 doesn't feel disparaging.
Bills better roster?
Well, quarterback matters a lot.
Well, let me ask you about the Broncos. Do you think they overachieved last year?
Oh, yeah.
So
I'm trying to fire you up.
Okay, so then
someone's got to
I
play
think-
DMac
Oh,
here.
okay.
You've been way too level-headed. Someone's got to come in and listen. You can't. You think you're going to get another? What was it? 11 one-score wins?
No chance.
You better not
No
think. You
chance.
better not think you're pulling the Philly game again or the
s-
Giants game
We
again.
said it the year before with Kansas City that they can't keep doing that, and then that's exactly what happened. You know, it did catch up to him. And that does catch up to you, and it will catch up to you if the offense does not get better.
Well, has the offense improved? I mean, they added a star wide receiver. They tried to make some improvements, at the tight end position a little bit, at the running back position a little bit.
Well, that article said again, Sean hates running, and he can't help himself. And again, I thought it was an incredible paragraph where he talked about Streif and the assistant O-line coach just getting irritated hearing about run when they know deep down you're not gonna when it matters. When we need you to,
yeah,
you won't.
he's like, hey, boys, you got to fix the running game. And they're like, hey, you got to call a run.
Yeah. And how do we know if it's fixed or not?
Yeah.
We don't know if it's working.
Fix the running game. Call a run.
The car and the car parked right there works as far as we know until you try to go start the engine.
Right.
That's right.
Right.
And it's funny because he leaves that Bills game all upset because they couldn't run the football, and then they don't fix anything. And then for the Patriots game, he sets the goal of 120 rushing yards for the AFC Championship, and he knows well that is completely unrealistic, but otherwise excuses would start to creep in. And that's why I asked you yesterday, are they better at running back?
But see, that's where my head would explode as a coach because we have to have a whole meeting because you want to run 120 yards, and we all know you're not even going to give us enough unless we get 100 on the first carry.
That's right.
We ain't getting 120. You guys get out of here. I appreciate you hanging around, but that was man, that was a crazy article. Anybody that really thinks you want the NFL life, I'd recommend reading that. And again, you're making about $50,000 a year, which, in Denver's not going to get you very far. Have fun living in an apartment with one another assistant coach. All right. It is Kreckman and Lindahl. We've got Chad Brown coming up. Chad did do a stint in the NFL, so I want to talk some football with him, but I want to talk about that coaching life that he witnessed and lived as well. And I want to know if just what we saw described. And I don't think Pete Carroll was quite as maniacal as Sean Payton. So I'm expecting Chad to tell me something was a little bit different, but we'll all find out together. We're going to talk to Marcelo Balbello is going to talk to us at 4 o'clock. We got to wrap up what was an incredible World Cup run. I think a fun run for a lot of people. And Rain, look, the main question is how do you keep it going? And frankly, is the MLS the right vehicle to try to do it? We'll talk about that. And then Jeff Legwall jumps in for all sorts of fun at 4:20. So a packed show. Mark Springer's here. Mark Springer doing double duty again. I don't know what it is. I think
Radio Machine, man. Come on.
If Mark Springer gets
now.
booked for the afternoon show, someone on the morning sprint's calling off. That's all I know. He's going to be filling in for something. So it is Kreckman and Lindahl. We'll be back on Altitude Sports Radio. Hey guys, Andy Lindahl for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic as I say goodbye to another guy who's feeling fit and trim. Is fit and trim something you wish you could accomplish and you've tried and you haven't? Well, get on over and see my friends over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. So it started for me with a testosterone test, and my testosterone was low. Ultimately, as we've talked about, I had an interview. We're coming up on the year anniversary, matter of fact. First couple weeks of August is when Nate and I got together with Alex Palczewski of the Broncos. Did an interview with him for YouTube. And I was, it looked horrible. It looked fat, looked like the Kool-Aid man, looked like Andy Reid, quite honestly, standing out there. So decided to do something about it. It was the next week I went over and talked about the GLP-1 treatments with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and they've been fantastic. They've helped me in so many ways, not only by getting the treatments, but by also talking to me about my water dosing, my sleep, everything else I need to do to make sure that this works right. And when I hit a little bit of a plateau, we'll say, with about 10 pounds to go, they had answers for that too, to make sure I got down to the goal weight that I wanted to, and I've lost 50 pounds total in the process. So get on in there, talk to them, and not only about just whether it's the GLP-1s, maybe you want to talk about the GH peptides, maybe you want to talk to them about NAD+. They can do all of it for you. They can help you out. They can get you feeling better, the PDAs. They can get you feeling the way you want to and looking the way you want to. They've got some posters of some guys that I'm jealous of how they look. I don't think I'm going to go that extreme, though. So get on over there, Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Again, first visit, draw your blood. And you're going to have your results in about 30 minutes. You can talk about what you want to do, what programs you want to access, and they will help you get the energy back, get the productivity in the gym, and, of course, if you've been missing it, the sex drive. 5 locations to serve you in Colorado: Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and the Springs. Call them today, 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
Just the Lindahl, but also the Springer. Kreckman out. He's on his vacation turn for a while. You guys know how July goes. Nobody think about next week's all I'm going to tell you. All right, we are pleased to welcome in one of the guys I've liked for a long time, a guy that I loved watching when he played, and I know he did some coaching stints in the NFL. That's one Chad Brown. We love to have him on, and we're getting to the time of year where Chad will be talking to you, I hope, a whole lot more often, because we're about to have the old football season up and running again. But Chad, I got to tell you, I'm sure you read the Seth Wickersham article, or maybe you didn't, but I know you've experienced NFL coaching life reading the now famous Sean Payton article and being around the Shanahan era like I was, and knowing, hearing the old Josh McDaniels deal where he used to leave his car parked in the garage or parked at the parking space so people thought he was there so coaches wouldn't leave, and the 1:30 in the mornings. And I can remember we got back from a game in Baltimore on Monday Night Football, Chad, where I went to my car at 4 in the morning and I saw all the coaches go straight up to the top of the building. And I was like, oh my God, they're not even going to go home tonight. Is this all why you decided not to make a long career of NFL coaching, or what has kept you out of it so far, my friend?
First off, I did read the article, so happy to give you my reflections on that. Great to be on with you guys. In my house, there is football season and there's waiting for football season. So we're at the very end of waiting for football season, so I'm excited about that. But yeah, the hours that are demanded of a coach sometimes are a bit insane. And I would imagine the average person looking at this Seth Wickersham article and talking about the hours of preparation that went into the playoff run the Broncos had, that's probably something they think, is maybe unique to Sean Payton. No, this is all around the league. This work and grind is ubiquitous to coaching. Now, I will give you one exception to that. So you mentioned some of these coaching internships I did. I did one with Pete Carroll and the Seattle Seahawks, and this was during training camp. And sometimes at 9:00 at night, I would be the last person in the building. Pete's philosophy was, we're going to run all day so we can get home, to get to our families, get some rest, get recharged, have our batteries ready for tomorrow. So that was a very awesome experience. The very next season, I went to the Tennessee Titans, did a coaching internship with them. Mike Mularkey was the head coach. And Mike Mularkey liked to take a 2-hour lunch break in the middle of the day. Whereas with Pete's staff, we did a working lunch. So because we had a 2-hour lunch break in the middle of the day, sometimes we would have a staff meeting at midnight. And then we got to discuss what we're going to do in tomorrow's practice. Well, then once the staff meeting is over, now we've got to have a defensive meeting, and we got to talk about what we're going to do defensively. Then I'm the assistant linebacker coach. Now I've got to go meet with the linebacker coach to talk about what we're going to do specifically based off the staff meeting, the defensive staff meeting, and now the linebacker meeting. So yeah, you get back to the hotel at 1:30 or 2 o'clock in the morning, and you're expected to show up at the building at 5:30 or 5:15 or 3:17 like John Gruden and be charged and refreshed. It's just not possible when you're working those kind of hours.
We hear coaching, right? And look, I've coached lacrosse. I'm sure you've coached football outside of the pros. And, I think for the common man like me, I was coaching high school kids. We had our 3 hours. You did your thing. We were on the field. I know they watch more tape and they use drone technology now to do kind of more tape than when I was doing it 5-6 years ago. But I was actually coaching, Chad. I was actually trying to talk about some of the basics of the game and the fundamentals, and let's just do this and that. And it's fun, and you feel like you're affecting people. Did you get any of that joy? Like, I know you said you then talked to the linebackers coach. There's all this stuff about going to get cut-ups. And what the hell are you talking about in meetings? Like, what does the word coaching actually mean in the NFL in your mind? Because it's not just on-field stuff, right?
I would assume most people think, well, he's coaching the linebackers. Therefore, he's going to meet with the linebackers. He's going to coach them through practice. He's going to review tape or preview tape with the linebackers. That's actually only about a third of the job, the time you spend with the players. And Seth gets into it a bit in the article, but not extensively enough, because Monday, you typically watch tape with the players, and then they're free for the rest of the day. They go get a workout, they get conditioning, but it's not with the coaches. So outside of that time you spend reviewing the game tape, you as a coach are working all day in preparation for the upcoming game. And then Tuesday, when the players have their day off, that is a full grind day from whatever time you come in, 3:17 if you're John Gruden, 5:15 if you're me when I was a Seattle Seahawk interim coach, until however long that day goes. That day typically goes at least till midnight, till 1 o'clock. So the behind the scenes part of it, the watching tape, the watching cut-ups, trying to deduce any kind of inconsistencies within their scheme, any inconsistencies with the players who are executing the scheme, where we can get a bit of an advantage. So you've got to digest what they do before you can figure out what we do. So that's what Monday and Tuesday are for, particularly the first half of Tuesday. The second half of Tuesday is all about what we're going to put in for Wednesday's practice. How do we start taking all this data that we've grabbed between scouts, watching tape, watching cut-ups, watching clips, and how are we going to start building a game plan around what they do and who's available for them?
Yeah, it just doesn't. It's the meetings. When Brett Favre, Shannon Sharp, I could go on and on of great players. I don't know if you said it at your retirement press conference, but I know there's some guys, and usually it's the quarterbacks that seem to love some of the grind, even though I mentioned Favre there. But for a lot of guys, they say they love the locker room time. You guys don't miss the meetings. How many times did you just want to get up as a player even and just say, why don't we end this now? Seriously, do you not meet maybe an hour longer than, like, you guys always lay out these meetings? How much work gets done in the meetings, Chad?
Well, okay, just to give you a specific example, let's talk about a defensive blitz that's going to come into the game plan. Let's say it's new. So the coach is going to, nowadays, instead of handing out a piece of paper, he's going to put it up on a screen. We're going to see the X's and O's, the schematics of this blitz. So that's the first part of it. Then they're going to show, maybe this coach imported this blitz. Maybe he was with, Carolina last year. So he's going to show you on tape, this is what the blitz looks like during the game. Maybe he'll show you a couple of cut-ups or clips of what people have done to defeat this blitz. So now as a player, you've seen it X's and O's wise. Now you've seen it in action. Well, what do we have to do next? Now we've got to go out to our walkthrough practice and we've got to walk it through. So no helmets, no pads. We're just walking it through, walk through speed. And then we're going to break for lunch. After lunch, we're going to get together. Coach is going to say, hey, remember that new blitz? He's going to show it to you one more time. Then during practice, we're going to call it at least 2 or 3 times in a couple different scenarios. Then as soon as practice is over, what we're going to do, we're going to watch that play 3 or 4 more times to make sure we've got it down. Then if anybody's got it wrong, he's going to start all the way back over. Remember from this morning when I showed you the schematics, the X's and O's? Here is it again. Remember that clip I showed you of Carolina executing this blitz perfectly? Here it is again. And the reason why you have to do this is because if you think about an NFL locker room, there are guys who played in the Ivy League. There are guys who played 1 year of major college ball. Maybe they did JUCO and went 1 year of college ball. There are guys from the South. There's guys from the North. Heck, there's now foreign-born players in the NFL. And you need to, Sean Payton alludes to this, you need to have this perfection of execution out there where all 11 guys are in synchronicity, not just in the physical part, but in the mental part. So that's why just to introduce one blitz is going to take, 2 hours of total time between what's it look like in practice, what's it look like in walkthrough, how many times we go over it on tape. Not to mention, hey, it's Friday. Let's go over it again in practice. Oh, it's a Saturday walkthrough at the hotel in the ballroom. Let's go over that 2 more times before we go out and play on Sunday. And then right before you go on the field on Sunday, he's going to say, hey, man, remember that blitz we talked about? We're probably going to run it this series. So that's how much information and data it takes to be able to execute something new. So I was always fascinated by the different learning styles in my meeting rooms. I had some teammates who could have a newspaper in their playbook and they could peek their head up, look at it and go, all right, coach, I got it. And they would literally have it by looking at it one time. Versus me, I had to go out in practice, screw it up at least once, watch it on tape, watch what I screwed up and go, okay, now I finally got it. So some people are gifted. I clearly was not.
Yeah, you played to an all-pro level. I think you did all right. Were you ever jealous you weren't a basketball player? Where you look at some of the, and then look, I got one time to sit in with Tad Boyle as he did a film session for his team in front of one of their NCAA tournament games. And I was like, wow, really more detailed and stuff going into this than I even thought really for the basketball team. But I can remember the whole film session was on don't let this guy shoot threes. And of course the Buffs in the second half let that guy shoot threes. And I felt so bad for Ted. He could have told him many more times, do not leave the goofy haired kid open or he's just going to rain threes on you all day. But do you ever wish that you'd played a sport that maybe it wasn't quite so what football is and rigid in practice and prep and all that?
Well, one of my first seasons broadcasting, I did Buffs football, but then I traveled and did a full year of Buffs basketball with Mark Johnson. And so Mark and I got to sit in all of Tad's meetings on the road. And the difference between a football meeting and a basketball meeting are obviously vastly different. Football, you have the opportunity for different personnel, different situations, different play call, every single play. Basketball and soccer, as we've been all watching the World Cup, is a much more free-flowing game. Therefore, as a coach, you're trying to implement ideas rather than actual perfect schematic execution of things. So very different games. So when we talk about football, I think we have to acknowledge that football, of all the major sports, is the one with the most intensive coaching and where coaching actually makes the most difference. And so while we all have some of our issues with some of Sean Payton's play calling and, hey, just run the damn ball, and even the article alludes to it because he was going to go full on super reckless and go for a fake punt in the championship game there. That's part of that article. The amount of time, detail, and focus that he puts into his job is outstanding. And there's a reason why he has been as successful as he's been and how quickly he's been able to turn around this organization, because that detail matters in football more than any other sport.
All right, so what is your impression of Sean Payton after reading that article and knowing what that life feels like?
He fits the mold of the successful coaches that I've been around. Now, everyone's going to do time a bit differently. Certainly some guys like to show up early so they can get home early. Sounds like Sean gets up pretty late for an NFL head coach, but stays really late. So that's always going to be a bit of a difference, the time management piece, but the detail orientation, not letting anything go by, the motivational tactics, handing out oxygen tanks, putting together funny clips. Because if you're going to work that much as a coaching staff and as players, there's got to be some fun involved in it. And so the best coaches find ways to do that. Just a real quick story here. When I was with the Patriots in that 2007 season, and we were having the perfect season that didn't end so perfectly because we lost the Super Bowl. But anyway, late in that run, at a Saturday night meeting, we showed up to the Saturday night meeting at the hotel, and Bill says, there's really nothing I can tell you guys that's going to make us play any better tomorrow, but I think we all deserve a laugh. So he hired a comedian to come in, a Boston area comedian, and give us 45 minutes of pure jokes and laughter. So the best coaches also have a sense of the pulse of their team. And that also came through with what Sean Payton was talking about in that article, with Stiddy coming in and replacing Bo Nix and making sure the team was all the right mindset. The best coaches are thinking about schematics, maximum performance from coaches, maximum performance from their players, weather conditions, field conditions. All those things are alluded to in the article. If you haven't read it yet, or if you already have read it, just go through it and just have a little piece of paper next to you and put a little check on the piece of paper every time Sean Payton is going to some detail-y kind of thing. By the time you're done reading that article, you're probably going to have 30 or 45 checks on that piece of paper. That's how detailed a head coach has to be.
All right. Do you believe after reading the article he continues to give up play calling? Because I got to be honest with you, Chad, I'm reading all this stuff and, the 1:45 wake up and I got to text Kilgore and, I remember this play that I call. There's just a part of me that's like, it feels to me that the true joy of the job for him comes from calling the plays, not just designing them. I just am curious to see if he really can give up play calling for the long haul.
I think it's important as you grow older as a player or as a coach to be able to shift your perspective. And so Sean, once upon a time, clearly he takes pride in his play calling, and he has a reel of every touchdown he called with the Saints and reviews that from time to time and revels in his own glory. Well, he's also recognized in the article that he's losing a bit of his fastball. It doesn't come as easy to him. So he's going to hand that duty over, but he's still going to be involved. He's still going to send 145 texts. He's still going to grind his staff. And for me, versus when I was a Pittsburgh Steeler the first couple of years of my career, I was so focused on my play that if I didn't lead the team in tackles and have at least a sack a game, I would walk out of the locker room all upset because even if we won, because I didn't play to the standard that I wanted to play. Fast forward down the road towards the end of my career, and I'm playing a much different role with the New England Patriots. And it's no longer about me. It's no longer about my own glory and stats. It's about, are we winning? And can I have a small role in that? And so I was able to shift my mindset as a player to be happy with what I was still doing. And I think Sean Payton, while it will be difficult, and I'm not saying my transition mentally was easy as a player to go from starter, Pro Bowl, all-pro guy to now I'm a backup, I think Sean's going to have to get over that hurdle, but I think he will enjoy the perspective of managing the game and seeing someone flourish in a role that he once flourished in and led him and propelled him to the guy that he is today.
All right, my friend, we got about a minute left. Do you like their decision to run it back? They've made very little changes. They obviously added Jalen Waddle, but for the most part, this is the same team, right? Move in your mind as we get ready for training camp in about 3 weeks.
I do. I do. Once you start looking around the league and you recognize how culture is so important, to be able to run it back with the same guys who, now you can't run it back mentally. One of the pitfalls of every team that has a deep playoff run is they want to hurry up and get back to where they lost. You've got to start this thing over, but to run it back with the same personnel and a few tweaks on the coaching staff, but most of the same personnel on the field, I don't have an issue with that, but you can't run it back mentally. Last year is dead and gone. I won't buy you a cup of coffee this year. You have to start the grind all the way over coming up in a couple of weeks.
All right, Chad, we look forward to getting into this a little bit more. You enjoy your little 3 weeks off. Like you said, you're waiting for football is about to stop. What Schefter tweeted out, in a month we'll have the Hall of Fame game. I'm not sure I'm dying for that. But anyway, we'll have football in our lives soon enough. You have a great afternoon. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me on, man. See ya.
That's our guy, Chad Brown. All right, we're going to come back. We're going to dive into it. Look, man, we got to talk some soccer. I'm not going to ignore soccer. Watched the game, obviously, last night, and bummer of a game. We're going to talk to Marcelo Balboa top of the hour and get his perspective on things as well, because, again, where does the sport go from here? But I am curious that your fan feeling. I guess what I want to hear from people next segment, and Mark Springer is a guy that I think is more into soccer than I've been. I'm not trying to – I think I've been pretty open about it. I've not ever been maybe a massive fan of soccer. I did play it as a kid.
I'm a casual still.
Yeah.
But I can hang.
Look, dude, and I enjoyed what I watched in this World Cup, and I think maybe a greater appreciation for it. I don't know, but I want to know how disappointed everybody is. In some ways, I feel like it feels crazy to be disappointed. I think there was a stat up there, like they'd had 12 wins, 8 draws, and 22 losses in World Cup players, something like that. Just ridiculous, the amount of success they had this World Cup run. We'll talk a little bit about it. And are you being too greedy to want more? Or did you enjoy the heck out of it? Will you keep watching it? See, that's what I'm most curious about now. Are you going to keep watching it? Plenty to chat about. We'll give you any Nuggets updates we get. So far, spring, I don't see that we have any. So, but maybe we'll have some by the end of the day. There you go. It is Kreckman and Lindahl. We'll see you on the other side. All right, it is Kreckman and Lindahl. We're rolling on. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Again, we'll talk some more of the World Cup with Marcelo Balboa coming up at 4 o'clock. Jeff Legwald joins us at 4:20. We'll get his perspective on the Seth Wickersham article and talk some Broncos as we are now limping our way through the slowest part of the offseason. Not a lot of signings, nothing really. Matter of fact, this is the time of year officially where you just don't really want to hear any news because that's good news for the most part. So, yeah, let's hope there's not a lot of. Frankly, the Broncos got enough bad news right before the end of camp, or right before they broke for the preseason. So, or for the offseason, I should say. So, no more of that with the Jonathan Cooper stuff. So, hopefully, that'll be that. Let's give you a couple updates because I do want to get your perspective as sports fans. Andy Lindahl, Mark Springer here. By the way, Nate Kreckman's beginning a lengthy vacation, folks. So don't worry, he's here, just not here. From Harrison Wind, something to keep in mind, Jonas Valanciunas' contract for $10 million for next season becomes fully guaranteed tomorrow. So Harrison shares the opinion you've got to think a trade or waive/buyout will be coming, or Denver keeps him on the roster as a trade candidate at his full salary. Yeah, I don't know, Spring. $10 million. It's funny because in the NBA, $10 million isn't what it is in the NHL. Let's just say, so it's not a completely cumbersome number. But
he's gone.
You would have to think.
They signed Marvin Bagley,
right?
Like that's why.
We all thought. Yeah.
No way is he. I would be shocked.
So what is going to happen? You think it's a wave buyout?
Oh yeah, because he's going to go play in Europe. And this time it sounds like Lithuania, not Greece. He's from Lithuania,
right? He's truly going home this time.
But man, Athens is a vibe,
Yeah, well, it is. There's no doubt about it.
Instead, he's going to Zalgiris. It looks like.
Okay.
Sweet.
So why haven't we heard anything yet?
Because they're trying to make a trade, and up until the deadline, when they won't be able to, they'll just waive him.
Right. All right. Well, I don't know, man. This is going to be. That's the one move I guess I thought would have happened.
Who wants Jonas Valanciunas? Does anybody? We'll take him for a second-round pick. We'll take him for Bronny James.
What?
Actually, you wouldn't because now he's making like $2 million. You can't even afford Bronny James if you're the Nuggets.
Well, that's true. That's
I guess
rough.
you could, but you want for $2 million, you want somebody better than Bronny James.
Yeah, but with the repeater and all that, like what apron does that put him in? See, that's the thing. Sometimes you can take the salary, but then you got to like triple it with all the aprons and repeater taxes and stuff like that.
I guess unless LeBron's coming here, I think Cleveland, they were reported to maybe we'll bring in Bronny, we'll trade for Bronny.
Why hasn't it happened though? Is my question. I don't know. I guess we'll wait and we'll see.
Everyone's just waiting on LeBron James.
Maybe there is some secret plan where they've got Valanciunas as still the backup, and he'll be the backup to Joker. And who'd they sign again? Remind me again.
Marvin
Bagley.
Maybe you find a way to trade Zeke, and Bagley's your new Zeke.
Bagley. Bagley. What I read, Bagley could be a good backup for Aaron Gordon if need be.
Mm-hmm.
So, I highly expect Valanciunas is done playing for the Denver Nuggets. They just have to agree on the money and. That'll be that. But keep that in mind as that is coming up, and we'll wait and we'll see what happens there. All right, here's my question for you sports fans as we get ready to have the great Marcelo Balboa come on here at the top of the hour, because I'm going to ask him, first off, his thoughts on the World Cup and how much he enjoyed it. I'm sure that he's probably enjoyed what he's seen, but if nothing else, it seems like all the soccer world has expressed, especially the panel on Fox last night, expressing how much they've enjoyed watching the American response to this and the crowds in the stadiums and the atmosphere around the games and just how it's been welcomed in North America, period, with Canada and Mexico taking part as well. I'm curious now that the U.S. soccer team is out. First off, I got to imagine most U.S. soccer fans, Spring, it just didn't feel like there was a ton of expectation for this team coming in. It felt like a team that we were going to have to get to know. So I think the fact that they made it to the round of 16, I would think would have a lot of people pleased. Now, obviously, nobody's pleased with how they played last night. As it was said many a time by many a person, this obviously was the worst time for the U.S. to have their worst game. And it was their worst game. They just... Giving up 4 goals certainly wasn't what they wanted. They did not score early as they had in all their other matches, just did not play the same game plan that they wanted to play. And that's very disappointing. But I want to know the potential soccer fans out there, because that was the cry after this. Let's keep the momentum going. Let's keep the United States interested in soccer. Will you watch till the championship match now? Will you watch the game? I mean, we've got some more watch parties. I'm going to be out at Fiddlesticks, one of our favorite spots. We went on a football stop there for the NFL last year off of Wadsworth and Jewel. So come join me Friday at noon. Will you watch the rest of these games? Or was it a nice event, kind of like, your love of the Olympics once upon a time? I know that, maybe not everybody knows there once was a time where you had the Olympics every 4 years, kind of like the World Cup. And now we go every 2, splitting the summer and the winter games up. You'd have all of them in the same year. Was this just a little nice month or whatever we've been on, and people will move on?
Viewership will go down.
It will a bit. I
Now
expect
that
some
the USA
hit,
is out, but I'm still going to watch. A lot of people are still going to watch. It's such a cool, that's why like everyone, the vast majority got so into it is because, well, USA is in it and they, got some wins and that helps. But you watch, like, the atmospheres are awesome. I think it being on, North American soil really helped a lot too. I think that's what gave the USA a little extra chance. Like they're never going to win a World Cup in our lifetime. And the only outs, and probably never, honestly, Andy, they're never going to win a World Cup. But the only little thing that could help them is, some home pitch advantage, crowds, really good crowds that are fully supporting them. Even that didn't work this time around. And look, if they played Spain in the next round, they're just Spain. They're so much better. France is so much better. It's just their sports and their athletes, their soccer players are better.
Well, it's like when the U.S. women's team takes on anybody in hockey, except I guess Canada. There's very few teams that can hang with the U.S. women's team in hockey, right? That's what we are in soccer. That's just how it is. So
we want to be good at it, but we're not actually going to be.
I'm 52 years old, celebrated a birthday over the weekend. This is the most passion for this game that I think I've kind of just as a bystander witnessed in this country. Now I can remember, I feel like one of the Alexi Lawless teams maybe in the late 90s kind of stirred up some fervor. What was it? The 2012 team, was it that I think got some people fired? 2014 team, I think Nate talked about.
They were good in 2002 when I was 12.
Sure. There have been some teams every now and again that have tried to capture
plucky.
the imagination, but
like the match going on right now, Switzerland and Colombia. They're plucky. They're not going to win this tournament, but they're good.
I think this has been
They're better
fun.
than the USA, but
and look, I think we're all proud of our women's team for sure, right? But I don't know what it's going to take. I mean, I do know what it's going to take for the men's team to get up there with the women's team. It's a question we can talk about later on in the show, but are you willing to give up the next are you willing to give up the next Pat Surtain to make sure that kind of athlete is playing soccer for you?
No, see, our attention spans are too short.
Right.
You got to be committed. You got to watch the World Cup and then be like, man, that's what my kid's going to play. Or the kid has to be like, that's what I'm going to play. But guess what? You're just not going to be inundated with that. You're going to be inundated with the NFL and the NBA.
Right.
And that's what's going to be shoved in your face all the time except for a month every 4 years.
Right. And look, part of the marketing around the World Cup this year was so big because it was in the States. I just don't think we get the same even marketing effort the next time it's played because it won't be here. So, but we are going to talk about how do you keep the momentum going with Marcelo Balboa, the great player from the Rapids, one of the all-time greats here. We look forward to the conversation with him next on Kreckman and Lindahl. Guys, it's Andy Lindahl for Southern Steer Butcher. Was just out at the shop today. This is a place that you can go. Ben is the head butcher over there, but all the people there are great and friendly. I've talked to a number of the guys and gals that work there, and they're there to help you. If you're looking for quality meat for your next barbecue, and we've got plenty of barbecue days left. Matter of fact, I got plenty for the weekend. You got to get on out there. I love the steak tips, and on Tuesdays, the steak and the chicken are a little bit cheaper. There's 25 and 35% off, I believe, those two products if you get on out there, vacuum tumbled, and the flavors infused. It tastes so good. I love all of the steak tip flavors, frankly. I love the chicken, really love the house marinade on the chicken there, the chicken breasts anyway. I love their buffalo for the wings. But I had a buddy over for the weekend and a couple friends actually over celebrating my birthday and having a little barbecue, and we were having some brats, and they made the comment to me, boy, you can really taste that this is fresh, how much fresher this meat is. So if you're looking for fresh quality products for your next barbecue, whether it's, just a midsummer celebration or something more important going on, get on over to Southern Steer Butcher. Tuesday's, again, a great day to get a discount on some of those meats, but they'll take care of you. They'll help you with the cooking tips and even some of the seasoning. It's southernsteer.com. Look for the Greenwood Village location. And we welcome you to the 4 o'clock hour of Kreckman and Lindahl as we roll on. Nate Kreckman out for the week. We will talk to him in the very near future, but he's on vacation right now, as many will be. Mark Springer along with me. Jeff Legwald comes up at 4:20, but now pleased to be joined by a man known around these parts for what he did as a Colorado Rapid, known by the country as a hell of a defenseman for the men's national team. And matter of fact, I'm looking at a description of him as the heart of the defense for the U.S. men's national team. In the 90s, he is Marcelo Balboa. We are pleased to talk to him about the World Cup. Marcelo, it's Andy Lindahl. I haven't had a lot to talk to you, or haven't had a chance to talk to you a lot during my career, but I have so many people between Mark Stout and Corey Lopez and Nate Kreckman and Marty Cesario and all these people that have told me you're just one of the best people in the world. Thank you for joining us today. I've got to just start off real quick. What have you thought of the World Cup to this point?
It's been great. It's been great. There's been some great games. There's been some snores, like every World Cup is. And then, you watch Colombia and Switzerland struggle to score goals. So it's been great.
It's funny, Marcelo, because I'm one of the people, I will admit fully, I'm one of the people you're trying to pull in to watch the beautiful game more often than I do. I did play it as a child, but just wasn't the route for me. Although, Vic Lombardi's uncle was a hell of a soccer coach back at Holy Family back in the day, but that was about the extent of what I got to do. But I got to tell you, this tournament sucked me right in the very first game for the U.S. with the 3 goals in the first half, and it was fun. And, again, I grew up more, lacrosse is my sport, a great love for hockey, and watching him try to center to the middle and get some of those kicks to go in and get the scoring chances. I really love some of the strategy that I saw on display that I haven't seen a lot of. Has the scoring been, as you said, enough for you, or do you wish you could get a little bit more as you talked about the struggle to score some goals?
Listen, the beauty of the game is the same thing as everywhere else. In basketball, you shoot 1 basket, you get 1 point. In soccer, you score 1 goal, you get 1 point. The only fantasy we love is when you score a touchdown, you get 6, so which is great. So listen. Despite what people think, the World Cup has shown that 30-plus million people watched the last game that they played against Bosnia. So there's an interest in our sport. That it's the global sport all over the world that people like to play. So, you just got to find the beauty of it. And I think people have this World Cup. I think they've enjoyed the games. They've enjoyed that all the stars have showed up, from Messi to Ronaldo to Haaland to Mbappe to Olise to Dembele. So I think so far it's been a very successful World Cup, and the scoring has been a little higher than usual, which has been great.
What have you thought of the U.S. team? Do you like this group? Have they surprised you? Honestly, Marcelo, I didn't feel like I heard a lot of buzz about them being around a 16 contender leading up to this. So I was very pleased, obviously, with how far they got. Were you expecting this kind of success for them?
Yeah, I think that we've been waiting a long time for this. We started this route 30 years ago of hosting the first World Cup in the United States, and we knew it would grow. And if you go all over the country, we went to watch parties. We were in Nashville last night when we did a thing with CBS. There were 6,000 people watching last night's game. If you went to Houston, they had over 10,000 people, and they weren't hosting a game. They were just hosting a watch party. So all over this country, I think people has kind of attached themselves to this World Cup team. And this is what we wanted. This is why you host a World Cup. This is why we thought that if things went well, that it would help our sport. It would help MLS. And I would think that, unfortunately, they lost last night, but all the work that's been done up into this point, I think has been fantastic.
Why is the soccer atmosphere so special? What is it about this game that brings the passion out in people?
Let me ask you this. You a football guy?
I am.
Tell me why, since a kid, you follow football and you just die to watch it every Sunday.
You know what it is, Marcelo? For me, it's because I grew up in Denver, and that's really all we had professionally, right? I mean, we kind of had the Nuggets, but the Nuggets weren't. You couldn't turn on the TV and see them talking about the Nuggets. And I grew up in a sports nutty household. But I got to tell you, there's a different passion amongst my soccer friends, Marcelo.
Yeah.
There's a different there is a love and again the European fans that I have that are friends of mine. It just I feel like it's a little bit next level. I feel like it's a little bit more than what some people have for their football team.
It's generation of generation of generation. I grew up in Argentina as a little baby. I was born in Chicago, went back to Argentina. When I was a kid, I've got pictures of me in a River Plate outfit because that's who my dad followed. That's who his father followed. That's who his father followed. So this is traditionally, since you're a kid, you are just ingrained in soccer. It is your blood. It is what you do. If you don't end up playing for River Plate, you become a fan for life. And that's what it is. It's a religion all over the world in their families. I mean, you go to church, you go to soccer game. You go to church, you go home and watch a soccer game. And it's just something that's ingrained in the culture. Here in the United States, you know, I grew up and my dad was a ex-professional player, and my dad would give me a soccer ball. All my friends' fathers would try to give me a baseball. They'd put a football in my hand. They would put anything in my hand. My dad put a ball at my feet, and it's the best thing that's ever happened to me.
All right, so, you know, I do TV work for the Colorado Mammoth, and I have a great passion for the game of lacrosse, another game that's trying to really kind of grab the country's attention, and I feel like it's like on a 20-year behind where soccer's at now, trying to get people's eyes on the game. So I'll ask you, how do you keep this momentum going? There is a great love, there is a great passion in this country for it right now. Can the MLS athletes keep this up and get going? Is it not about the athletes? Is it about the game itself? What is the thing that keeps this going until the next World Cup in your mind?
Oh, listen, that's MLS. Major League Soccer is what it's all about now. From the Colorado Rapids to the Galaxy to NYC, now it's about keep growing the game. But we've got some of the best facilities. There's been a lot of people that have come over, a lot of players that have come over and have been so surprised at what they've been told about MLS and what they've seen. So now there's quite a few players. If you haven't heard, Lewandowski, the Polish national that played for Barcelona, he just signed in Chicago. Griezmann, who used to play with Atletico Madrid, is a World Cup champion with France. He just signed with Orlando. So it's infectious. People want to see soccer grow. And it's such potential here that now it's about bringing over some of the bigger stars, the Olises, the Mbappes, the Dembeles that come over and play in our league. But it'll keep growing. We just have to make sure we keep doing the right things and keep bringing the right players over to our league.
All right, break it down for me as only you can. How do you think this thing ends up? Which teams do you like? Which countries have the best chance at getting this done in your mind?
Well, you got France, Morocco. That'll probably be the biggest game that we will probably see coming up. And I think if you go by everybody right now, and Argentina, I mean, you talk about a heart attack today. Barely got through their game, but they ended up winning. So it'll be interesting because right now France is the favorite. If you listen and you hear everybody, France has to play Morocco. That's probably the toughest game right now in the round of 16. So I would think that you would see Morocco, France would be a good game. Spain, Belgium, you would figure Spain would win that one. Then you've got Norway and England. And then, like I said, you're going to have either Argentina probably versus Colombia or Switzerland. I would think right now the favorites right now would be France and Argentina getting to the final.
Who's your favorite player to watch in the world right now?
There's only one, my friend. There's only one. I'm Argentinian.
Okay.
It's only one. It's always been Lionel Messi. But I will say this, though. This World Cup has been fantastic because of Haaland, the way he's picked it up for Norway. I mean, France, you're watching Mbappe and Olise and Dembele and Dua. I mean, you got so many players that are just having a wonderful World Cup. But when I watch soccer, I try to watch Messi as much as possible at Miami.
What is next in your mind for the U.S. team? How do they build on this for 4 years from now?
One, they've got to hire a new sporting director.
Okay.
Number two, they've got to figure out if Pochettino's going to stay or not. That'll be a decision that'll probably be made probably in the next 2 to 3 months. If he's going to stay along, then he's got to put a project together to keep these players, and to keep finding new players and to take them to the next level. Because last night you felt bad, but everybody had high hopes for last night's game. And I don't know if the getting into a round of 16 put a lot of pressure on them or not, but that is not the U.S. national team that we expect to see, this golden generation. So there's still some work to be found. You got to get rid of a few older players, bring some new players, integrate some of the new under 20s. So it's some work to get ahead, because let's be honest, our expectations was the quarterfinals, and we fell one game short. So that means we're still not there yet.
Well, it's still, again, Marcelo, I'm 52 years old. I'm a little bit younger than you looking at your bio. This feels like the most momentum, though, I felt in my lifetime. You know what I mean? I know there's been a couple times. I remember in the late 90s, some excitement. I remember, I was so deep in Broncos work with my broadcast stuff. I don't remember the 2014 team as well, if I'm being honest with you. Yeah. But I mean, this is, I've gone to watch parties at number 38 in Stoney's and these bars downtown, packed to the gills. You couldn't get, you better get your brew earlier. You're not going to get it late. So, I mean, it does feel like you're at a real important point, doesn't it?
We are. We're at a very good point right now. Like I said, anytime you're able to draw this many viewers for one game at a U.S. national team game, you're moving in the right direction. So as of now, I feel like listen, the furthest we've ever gotten was 1930. We reached the semifinal. In '94, people were shocked because they didn't know U.S. had a team, and we got out of the group. So this team has the potential. Now they've got to just believe in themselves that they can get past the big game, because they haven't been able to do that yet.
All right. Anything going on with your U14 Academy with the Rapids before we let you go? Should parents be on the lookout? We talked about development, right? You want to develop some of these players. You sound like a great guy to coach up the kids. What do we got going on?
Yeah, listen, we were blessed enough that I had Darren Yappy, and Darren Yappy went from the 14s to the first team. You know what I mean? So we've gotten quite a few players that have developed and have grown, and hopefully one day we will see some of these players in Europe. And there's a few players coming up the pipeline that you can just say that possibly could follow the Darren Yappies or the Cole Bassett's of the world.
You teaching that bicycle kicks, by the way? Do you teach that, or do you just have that?
I don't teach. I'm too old, bro. I don't want to teach that. I'll teach it, but then you may have to come visit me in a freaking hospital. But no, listen. If I have to teach it, I'll teach it. I don't have a problem with that, but it's something, that was just, my dad said to me very clearly when I was a kid, I was a defender. He's like, you can defend all you want. He goes, but you got to be able to attack. You got to be able to score. You got to be able to shoot from long distance. You got to separate yourselves from everybody else. And that's where the bicycle kick came in.
Marcelo, I enjoyed the conversation. Thank you for taking time out to join us. Enjoy the rest of the tournament, and we'll talk to you soon. Take care. Thank you.
Thanks, buddy. Take care.
That is Marcelo Balboa. And again, just what a great ambassador to have for your Colorado Rapids, and a guy that around here, if you've been in Denver any amount of time, you know that he played for the Colorado Rapids. People were lucky to have him, so away we go. Another guy that doesn't mind a soccer match is one Jeff Legwald, although I think he had a lot longer hair when he enjoyed the soccer. He's going to jump in. We're going to hang out with him for an hour and talk a little bit about the Sean Payton article, get more into what the Broncos' offseason plans could be. And, there's some ESPN rankings I found a little bit interesting. They ranked the rosters. Jeff Legwald, I don't know how much he had to do with that. They ranked the rosters. Zero, he tells me. Yeah, I found it interesting. A Final Four team that brought everybody back was not in the top four. So we'll discuss that as well. That's all ahead here on Kreckman and Lindahl. Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for Wahoo's Fish Tacos. Jeff Legwald and I just had lunch there just a couple hours ago. Now today we were over at the Highlands Ranch location. Usually we're at the Park Meadows location. There's a great location, as I understand it, up in Longmont. My buddy Bruce Coney goes out there all the time. All three of these locations have one thing in common, great patios. So if you're looking for a place to go and enjoy and unwind after work, get a little happy hour, have a little chips and queso. I love the chips and queso. I had the enchiladas today. Leggy always gets the Wahoo's Bowl. Sometimes I mix it up and get the taquitos. Sometimes I mix it up and get, just the blackened fish tacos. I also like I like their burritos as well. There's a lot going on at Wahoo's Fish Tacos. Pick your protein, put it in however you want it, and go enjoy some time on the patio. Also a great place for lunch, happy hour, and don't forget Thursdays. Kids eat free. They've got 4 metro area locations to help you out, and they're great for dinner. Go see them. It's Wahoo's Fish Tacos. We're rolling on this Tuesday afternoon on Kreckman and Lindahl. Hopefully you're having a nice 7th of July. Jeff Legwald jumps in, Mark Springer along, Nate Kreckman out on vacation. Don't worry, he's not gone anywhere. The whole show will be back here. It's going to be a second because this is if you listen to sports radio, you know the rhythm of the season. This is a very popular vacation time of year, especially next week when we get the All-Star game and there's just not a lot of actual sports happening. So What is, like, when do you, I'm trying to figure out when Jeff Legwald takes a time off. Well, because technically some of your peers, the summer is time to breathe.
I'm sort of off.
But you're never off.
Right now.
Are you really off?
Well, I do a lot of the draft stuff that takes up the spring.
Yeah.
When other guys maybe can take a moment after the Super Bowl or whatever. And then you get to May and you got the little,
burst of activity.
The off-season program. You get to July. July is kind of when you just slow walk it, I call it.
Have you ever covered the Nathan's hot dog contest, by the way?
Have not.
Have they ever asked you to go do that somehow?
I have seen it one
Gross.
time.
What do you mean, live?
Yeah.
Is it not disgusting?
It's hard to watch. Really.
Dumping buns and water.
And they don't show it on TV, but at least when I went, there were people sort of in crisis on the fringe.
It's a good idea until you're up there doing it, right?
Yeah. And then when you start really thinking about the weight of the food. What did he win this year with? 63?
Yeah, man.
Just put that on a scale sometime. And I don't even know what the next day looks like.
Yeah, dude. It
just can't be. But they go from contest to contest. It is unbelievable.
It's disgusting, man. It's just disgusting. Like I don't understand why you do that.
And then the revelation that it was like this, like they invented the wheel or fire, but to dunk the bun in the water was like this big scientific revelation that you could somehow now eat 10 more hot dogs than you could before. But no, it's
I don't want to wet hot dog.
There is a I think actually it was an ESPN thing, but they did a documentary on the Kobayashi.
Oh, I know.
That was so amazing to watch about their training regimens and all that. That was a peek behind the curtain maybe I didn't need.
You don't understand the lore that documentary had. We all agreed to watch it. So I did. And Nate didn't. And I didn't I was a little annoyed he didn't. Because I got to the point where I could have checked out on it. I don't know.
He didn't follow through.
It was a little. Yeah, I didn't need to see that much eating. It is fascinating to watch how he goes about it, And I've always, be honest with you, I always wondered what happened to the Man vs. Food guy, that Adam Richmond the first one that hosted the show, and then I think I read somewhere he got really bad digestive issues, so he had to step off.
Gosh, I wonder why.
Yeah, well, yeah, because they always go and eat the fire. What I think is funny, because the new Casey guy does it, and I don't even know if they've done any new episodes, but I laugh because these guys, you're not allowed to breathe stuff in. The dude's making it with a gas mask. And then they tell you not to rub it in your eyes, but you're about to put it into your insides.
Don't touch your face.
Hey, this is a Ghost Reaper. You know what they use this for? It's Puma spray in Africa.
Yeah, that's right.
What? Yeah. But go ahead and eat it.
Yeah, just put it on.
Oh my gosh, man.
Put it on your lunch.
All right.
Yeah.
You and I went to lunch, as I said in the Wahoos read. We did go enjoy some Wahoos with us sometime. What did you think of the Sean Payton article? Now, see, again, I'm always curious from your perspective, because there's not going to be a lot of revelations to Jeff Legwald in there, because that's how these guys grind. But did you, Jeff, I told you this at lunch, I'll say it on the air. I did not think that I thought the coaches had gotten I thought we'd backed off peak Mike Shanahan era. Nobody goes home for 90 hours during a week.
No, that still exists in the league. It's going to be awfully hard for.
They can't help themselves.
It's like it's almost like if you lose and you didn't work that way, then people are always going to sort of hint it's because the other guys did a little more. I think Dungy, and I think McVay does some too, but as far as I know, but Dungy was like really prominent in that time where would send guys home and they still won a lot of games. Now, they had peak Peyton Manning.
Sure.
And that fixes a lot of things. But he's sort of the last coach that I remember really stood tall and said it's not healthy. And part of the issue for me is coaches all do it, and they all know the science says they shouldn't. They all know that exists. They all know the diminishing returns. Like after midnight, that midnight to 3 zone, you're
What
toast.
are you really doing?
You're toast. You're
Yeah.
not really productively adding anything to your preparation. And I have that discussion with coaches all the time. I've had brief talks with Sean about it. There's studies out there that show definitively that you're really hurting your thing. But that was one interesting. There were a few things in the story, and I had seen Seth when he was here, plenty to work on the reporting of the story, and I had spoken to him a couple times since, and but he did put in there that they're having a meeting and guys are nodding off and trying to snap themselves awake, and just going into the last game, just sort of how haggard Sean Payton looks, and like he's a few hours before the game trying to get himself, I need more caffeine. I got to get alert. You're a few hours before the game, and it is odd to me that I know so many coaches who stand in front of their team and talk about the importance of rest and taking care of yourself and doing all the right things, and then they turn around. It's very much a do as I say, not as I do part. But I think guys have a hard time shaking it. None of them like it, for sure. And that's always a joke around the Broncos, is how long the offensive staff meets, especially late in the week. That Thursday night that's going to be a long one. Yeah.
Okay, I read this. I said this to Chad Brown earlier. I read that article. And look, you know what? What's fun is to see some of the insight to the brilliance of Sean Payton, because there is a brilliance there, I believe, for designing plays and instant recall and the history that he has with stuff and remembering this is what worked against this look, or getting real in the weeds about
on
if I
third
get this
down
linebacker
in week
here.
9 in 2008.
Yeah.
Peyton Manning has always joked that he could remember plays from 20 years ago, but he can't remember to close the garage door.
Yeah,
he's told me that joke, and I think Sean even, there's a line Seth has, about not remembering his home address, but he can recall
the play and the verbiage.
Yeah.
This weird verbiage is Seth laid out so many times it only means something to them.
Well, that is a classic Sean Payton offense verbiage. Like I've seen a couple playbooks of his, 2 from the Saints, and it's all in there, and it's all how he came up, from the Parcells
way of doing things.
And even some of that verbiage is doesn't carry over because they start thinking the defensive guys know all their verbiage. So like there's even a little moment in there where he talks about renaming a play to denim because it was represented what I think instead of indigo, because he thought defensive coaches would know indigo now because he's been in the league so long. So they changed it to denim.
Well, now they're going to have to change it again after that article.
Change it to cutoff.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, jorts.
Yeah.
No, but I thought it was interesting because I'm watching a guy and it just feels to me like, it's described, the way it's described in a story. There's a guy whose real love for still doing this comes from the play calling and all of that.
I think that's...
Is this not a hint that this may not last long with the play calling, or do you think he really is ready to give it up?
I think he hints in there that, he's even said it to us publicly.
I know he has, but is he really going to feel that way when he's not the guy calling it anymore?
No, I think he understands the issue. Now, Can he keep his hands out of the cake? Nobody knows the answer to that. Nobody knows if he's going to let Davis Webb be the chef, or is he going to be the sous chef?
Sure.
Who isn't really the chef.
Right. Here's the recipe. Make it that way.
Yeah. So, we don't know the answer to that. Now, when push comes to shove, he gets involved in everything. Special teams is having a bad week, he's involved. If defense is, he doesn't like what he sees, he's all up in Vance Joseph's business. There's no question. If he doesn't like the towels at the hotel, he's getting on somebody. He's in everything. So it's hard for me to believe he's just going to simply sit it out on game day. But, but he said it in the story, and he alluded to it down the stretch in the season. And when he formally at the combine, when he admitted we're going to let Davis call plays, he even said it, it's harder you don't want to drive it at night when you get older. That's his analogy for you're not as aggressive because all the ramifications now. You've lived the bad things. You've lived the tough things. So you're not as aggressive. You're not as freewheeling. You got too much information almost swirling around in your head. And I always felt like that was Mike Shanahan's gift as a play caller. The history of the plays and the games never impacted his desire to be aggressive, I thought, in games. And I thought Kubiak's took that with him as a play caller too, but that's hard to keep. But I think Sean is such a information swirl in his head, it's hard for him to leave out, oh, what about this? Oh, what about this? And I think he knows that slowed him down, and it slowed the offense down.
If you're the Penners and you read that,
you're not surprised by any of it.
Well, you're not surprised by any of it, but I just wonder, do you think, like, if I'm reading this, there's a part of me going, as I'm reading the whole article, and I described it earlier, I woke up early today, and it was like 7:15, whatever, need to let the dog out, and then there's the article, so I popped it open, read it for an hour because it's so long, and still have a couple things to clean up at the end of it, but I'm reading this going, man, there's a part of me, I guess the normal person, that would say, I might tell you, you got to get out of here at midnight. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Right.
Are we really accomplishing what we think we're accomplishing with this?
It's the great paradox of coaching. They know it's bad.
I know, Jeff, but
they
my gosh.
know it. They just
and then you go home, you're texting. When are you sleeping?
Well,
sleep score?
I mean,
sleep score?
Yeah, we say that, but what happens when he cancels the last day of minicamp? There's a segment of the population that is
I know.
They didn't even go to the playoffs last year. How can you cancel the last day? I mean,
it's a talk radio thing.
That's the world they live in.
Yeah.
And you're asking them to sort of, I've told coaches, you should do it and not tell anybody. Don't go public with, we get these guys out of here.
just do it.
Just gloss it over.
Yeah.
We're doing everything we can. Whatever it is. I mean, it's going to get out. Eventually, because guys go from one team to another, and they'll be sitting in a meeting. Yeah. Hey, when I worked over there, we never went this long into the. But it's well known that the Broncos' offensive meetings go far longer than the defensive meetings, and I've even tossed out there, out at the complex that. Well, what units performed at the highest level over the last 3 years or so?
Yeah, right.
Maybe that's in the equation. I don't know that, but maybe it is. But, I just think there's just too much science and information out there that there's no real return. You're just appeasing this weird voice in your head that, you worked until the very last second. Well, I don't think much got done. And I think sometimes Sean Payton remembers the one time it really something happened, that late revelation where he texted, the other coaches and put this in tomorrow's game plan, and it worked. And I think that just feeds on itself then, because you're waiting for that lightning to strike one more time in the most competitive of situations.
Yeah, it's crazy. Again, we're talking about the Seth Wickersham article. It's on ESPN.com. If you guys want to go and read it, we did have somebody hit us up and say, I haven't found it yet. It's real easy. It's just right on ESPN.com or on Twitter all over the place. Go to Adam Schefter's Twitter feed if you've got that. He's retweeted it. I've seen a number of ESPN talents retweet it. It's real easy to get a hold of.
Just go to the NFL, click the NFL tab or.
I've got it right here. If you need me to text you a link, just send me a text, say, what's the link, and I'll send it to you so you can read it, because it's a long read, but it's a great read, and it's been a lot of fun. Okay, the other thing that I want to get to, I've asked this before. And again, getting to read this, I don't know. See, I don't know. This is hard because for me, there's a lot of stuff that's a revelation. For you, I know you've been hearing a lot of this stuff leading up to it anyway. Maybe some of it's a confirmation
he's told
of stuff
a
you
lot
heard.
of some of those stories
Right.
since at the combine, at the owners' meetings.
But there's one I want to take our break, and when we come back, there's one player I want to focus on. Because, again, there's just a part of me that I just don't understand how he can have the same opinion about this player after all we read. And we'll tell you who that is next. It is Kreckman and Lindahl. Andy Lindahl here with you, along with Mark Springer. Jeff Legwald sits in with us for a bit of time here today, as we're pleased to have him along. We're going to bring you the high five coming up at 5:20 today. As we move that a little bit, Jeff's going to stay with us till a little bit after the first part of the 5 o'clock hour. Altitude Sports Radio invites you to watch the FIFA World Cup 26 with Michelob Ultra for France and Morocco in the quarterfinals. Marcelo Balboa telling you that's going to be an epic game. Party starts at Choppers Cherry Creek on Thursday. Great spot if you haven't been there, but get there Thursday at 1:30 with Mick Ultra. They will be on site with a lot of fun and Ultra giveaways. Berto is hosting and giving away tons of great prizes, so you won't want to miss the Michelob Ultra party here. Michelob Ultra is a superior light beer and the official beer sponsor of the FIFA World Cup 26. Superior is worth playing for, and now it's worth cheering for too. Be sure to enjoy an Ultra as you cheer on your favorite team. See you at Choppers Cherry Creek on Thursday, 1:30. And then I'll tell you about where I'll be a little bit later on in the program, because I'll be out around noon coming up here on Friday. All right, 303-504-0925. If you want to send in a text, you can do that as well. We're getting a lot of people weighing in on this. Jeff, and I've asked you this before, and I guess we'll just wait and see. They didn't do anything. I thought maybe there'd be a move made. But that article speaks a lot to how Sean Payton was even trying to convince himself, I will get this done with Jared Stidham, and then ultimately they didn't. Can there still be the same belief in that player? And I hate to single him out, but the guy, look, man, it's a tough job as a backup quarterback. You get your shot when you get your shot. You don't know when you're going to get your shot. You either make it work or you don't. And unfortunately, on the biggest stage, despite Sean Payton, and I will say it, I was one of the ones trying to put that out in the universe, and Sean Payton worked with Bill Belichick and the Jeff Hostetler thing, and he came in for Phil Simms, and they found a way to beat the Buffalo Bills. I've seen it done with somebody connected to this whole thing, and I was hoping that would be what they had too. But again, like, my biggest problem here, as I've said all offseason, is Jared Stidham was promised to me, not by you, just we all have said that he won't make the mistake that costs you the game. That's what you love in a backup quarterback. Then he goes and unfortunately has the backwards chest pass, and that costs you the game whether you like it or not. How does Jared Stidham, how does Sean just let that go with all that he remembers, and he's still the backup this year? Is it just because that's the guy that Bo wants? Well, or do you think Sam Ehlinger has a chance to really take this from him and they shop him around for a trade?
I think Ehlinger will be given an opportunity to push for sure. Not can I say it's a full-blown.
Sure.
I mean,
a real audition.
Look, you can't really talk about a competition for the backup quarterback. It's just not. There aren't enough snaps in practice for it to be that. But they didn't spend the money to keep Ehlinger, and he didn't stay when he could have gone to a regular season roster last season. He could have been on a 53.
Right. A couple times, right?
Yeah. And you don't stay if you haven't been told something. So I think he believes, whether or not anyone will say it publicly, I think he believes he has a chance to earn a number 2 spot. And I think they wanted to be as deep as possible just in case. Now, everything's on track with Bo, physically coming back, and, still opening of camp, ready to go is still the report I get from everybody. So, but they didn't keep Ehlinger to simply say Stidham's automatically the 2. He may end up being the 2, again, by the time they get to the end of the preseason. But, and I think, again, in Sean Payton's mind, there's more going on there than a bad play by Jared Stidham. The run game has stuck in his craw the entire offseason. And, that's another one, believe it when you see it.
Sure.
Type of thing. We've heard this song before.
Great description in that paragraph about Zach Strief and his assistant just staring, going, really, 120 yards in this game, huh?
Yeah. They've seen that movie. You don't play as long for Sean Payton and coach as long as Zach Strief has been around him to not have that reaction. He knows. He's seen run it being written on the play sheet, underlined 12 times. And, that and Marvin Mims is going to get more snaps have been the 2 ones of Sean's tenure here so far that people will believe it when they see it.
Yeah, I just think low key. I think it's going to be an interesting battle to see what goes on at that backup quarterback
and it's
position.
important.
Because no matter how good the preseason looks, he still did not look that way when it came time to play the game that mattered.
And you're not.
And he looked good in preseason last year.
But again, impossible situation.
Sure,
honestly,
I know
there are very few backup quarterbacks in the league. You would have had to have been a long-term starter somewhere to function better in that situation. He started games and done that, but by the way, the Super Bowl hangs in the balance, and here's a blizzard, and you make one mistake, and
I know, but it was such a preventable mistake. That's the problem.
It is.
It's not so much that the man made one mistake. It's the one. It was
just fall on the ground.
It was a rookie mistake, man.
Just fall on the ground.
It was a spaz mistake, and I just didn't expect it from you, and that's hard.
He probably didn't expect it. That's probably one of the. We've all had moments in our lives when as it's happening, you're thinking to yourself, "I can't believe this is happening."
Sure. What did I just do?
It's a guarantee that was in his brain as that ball leaves his hand. I can't believe, this is happening. But that's, that one's. You have lost opportunities in the NFL, and that's always going to be one because you had a defense good enough to win it. You weren't going to face a generational team or anything from the NFC. You could have, they could have easily gotten in a slugfest with the Rams or the Seahawks and been okay. You weren't going to face a quarterback better than Josh Allen. You just weren't, and. That's always going to be one of the. To me, it was a lot like 2005 in that I thought the Broncos would have won the Super Bowl in 2005 in a runaway. But they had one bad day. Bad day to have a
really
bad day.
Bad day. Yeah, that ended up being, for those that don't remember, that was the AFC Championship against the Pittsburgh Steelers and Jerome Bettis, and they would have went on. What was the voodoo Mike had over Holmgren? Why did he own him? Because they were going to face the Holmgren Seahawks.
That Super Bowl would have been a runaway. They would have won that game because Mike would have seen a chance for a third trophy, and I just can't.
One without a way,
and you had a gold jacket persona on it. I mean, Champ gold jacket, John Lynch gold jacket. You had a real vibe in the locker room about. A big game vibe. Just a bad day to have a bad day.
Who was the running back that day? I'm trying to remember now. Was that the Tatum Bell Mike Anderson combo that came along with
in 05? Yeah, that was
a little thunder and lightning of their own.
A little rotational. But yeah, you can still almost make John Lynch cry when you talk about that game.
Well, good to know if he's ever mean to me. I do want to talk about the rankings coming up at the top of the hour at 5 o'clock. I want to ask you this. I did think it was interesting, the part where he talks about if it doesn't look good in practice, Bo Nix isn't going to run it in the game. I couldn't believe. We also heard about we're going to do the Rutgers, the Rutgers glory play or whatever that was for the fake field goal, and the player's like, no, we're not.
Oh, the fake punt.
Yeah, the fake punt. What?
Yeah. On 3rd and 4th and 11 or whatever it was.
Were you surprised to hear he gets vetoed as much as apparently he does?
That option exists in special teams play. Like if you can say that doesn't feel right. Now you better be right. Like if you're the up man and you make the change, you better be right in all of that. So that's one of those where he believed they ended up being right.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
They were talking about, they called it in Buffalo, and Buffalo's game, they did not run it, right? He was going to run it in overtime, and they changed it to no, we are going to punt.
Yeah.
Which led to the most.
And he said, even in the story, the right call. That was the right call.
Boy, what if Jaquan McMillan doesn't make that pick, though? Is it still in his mind the right call?
It's a different.
That's a different story.
That's what I mean.
We're not writing this story.
You better be right. Yeah. That anecdote may not make it after that.
I got to ask you one last note on this. You said a couple things to me, so I know about what goes into your mindset, but have you ever wanted to do the embed story? Have you ever wanted to be the guy that lives the whole life for the team? Or is that just not, Do you like it the way
No,
you do
you come
it?
close to it if you're around a team
Sure.
enough.
You're there as much as they are.
You're getting called, there's plenty of coaches who call me on the way home. And that ain't at 10 o'clock. That's pretty late.
Yeah. That's why Leggy doesn't
Hey,
sleep.
Leggy, you up? And they call on the way home. I've had or after games. I've written tons of stories, been in the stadium for hours, and I've been in my car on the way home or going to the airport or something, and you get the call from, we're sitting on the plane, we can't take off, and I think you don't see a lot of these stories, just from a journalistic sense, you don't see a lot of these stories done by the beat writer, one of the local. There's too much day-to-day interaction, I think, be a tougher embed if I'm sitting in his office for 2 weeks for him. It's not as comfortable for him because I'm going to be there
when it's all over
in the third week.
Yeah, after that.
I don't go back somewhere and
I'm still here, baby.
You're still stuck with it. I'm like the gum on your shoe, I'm not going anywhere. So I've seen lots of these done over the years, and this is great access, and it gives people a glimpse into the game they may not have seen before, and it offers you kind of the mosaic of it's a weird life.
Oh, it is.
They live, and you as a beat writer, you sort of live it too. It's a weird life. Even my own family would look at me like, you have the weirdest job in the history of job, as you taking a call on Christmas morning. I got to go. I got to get this.
Yeah.
Have fun with the presents, everybody.
Hold that present real quick.
Yeah, but
you didn't want to see who's inside there anyway.
So yeah, you just don't see it a lot with the local beat writer does the. There's been, there was the great audio series done with McVay and the play callers.
Yeah,
and that was done.
I love that podcast.
But I think there's just too much familiarity with the local group anywhere, and you would not have that same kind of unfettered, because you're not getting those play calls right if you're trying to write it all down while you're obviously taping. You're getting to tape these meetings so you can get those play calls right. I've taken notes for 40 years, and I can pull a quote and get it right, exactly right, but you're not getting all that extensive discussion in a meeting unless you have very amazing shorthand skills, and I know people who do back in the day. But so he was obviously allowed to tape the proceedings too, and that's different too. You've probably discussed what you're doing with those when it's all said and done.
By the way, quick note for those that are still interested. Switzerland beats Colombia and advances to the quarterfinals. So Switzerland moves on. So there you go. And that'll be coming up here. And don't forget, we've got watch parties Friday afternoon. Come join me at Fiddlesticks in Lakewood. Altitude Sports Radio invites you to watch the FIFA World Cup 26 with Michelob Ultra for Belgium and Spain. I know that one hurts a little bit. You can come root against Belgium if you want to in the quarterfinals. I will be out there giving away a ton of prizes with Mich Ultra, a superior light beer and the official beer sponsor of FIFA World Cup 26. Superior is worth playing for, and now it's worth cheering for. We'll see you at Fiddlesticks in Lakewood real easy. Jewel and Kipling. Jewel and Kipling. Come and see us there. We had a great time last time we were out there. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. 5 o'clock hour rolls on. Normally it starts with the high five. We're going to do that at 5:20 today and let Mark Springer give us all the notes from around the sports world in this case, because I'm not sure. Heard Mark's NFL notes earlier in the day on the morning sprint, and I know there weren't a lot of football stories there too, so we'll see what he's got in the bag for us. Right now we have no Nuggets update at this point. There's nothing to report from the world of the Denver Nuggets. We've not seen anything on Valanciunas, who again, we had told you the note from Harrison Wind of DNVR a little bit earlier in the program, pointing out that you do have Valanciunas' contract, his $10 million becoming full and guaranteed tomorrow. So we're all kind of waiting on the ticking to see what moves made there, because I don't believe anybody in Denver believes that Valanciunas is going to be back unless something has been worked out that we don't know about. But I guess we'll wait and we'll see on that. But again, expecting that to ultimately end with his release, his allowed, let him go play for Lithuania, whatever it may be. So we're waiting on that. Nothing with Payton Watson. No other offers coming in right now for him that we're aware of. So just kind of all quiet on the Nuggets front, as has been. Although, you know what? We might have to I'm spacing his name. Our guy from the Buffs, Simpson. KJ Simpson. Thank you. He's playing for the Nuggets Summer League team, so maybe Mark will have to have a little chat with him, see if he's in the mood to talk with us over this Summer League action that they got going on. Wouldn't mind seeing KJ be able to play for the Buffs. Who is our David Roddy? Wouldn't mind a little David Roddy action back in camp either, but I guess we'll wait and see. The Nuggets aren't exactly working with a lot of dollars to spend, so we'll see how it all works out. And everyone's waiting on the LeBron decision. There's been Spring. I know you monitor the betting sites. Was there any movement as to his next team? Was that going to be one of your stories? I know you saw some movement yesterday. Did that change much in 24 hours?
We'll have a LeBron update in the high five.
Oh, high five
Hey,
preview.
we may need to get Spring and open then.
High five preview.
A little, yeah, there a little tease. All right, you know what we were doing yesterday? It's the summer, and when it's the summer, it's time for lists. A lot of listing things this time of year because there's not a lot going on. Even though the Rockies did try to give us a little something to talk about last night, only ultimately to fall in extra innings, but good effort to get back into the game and really battle back. Really, Kyle Freeland, a victim of one bad inning, which is too bad. That just seems to be the story of his career lately, just one bad inning, and otherwise he's pretty good. But we did the list of the top NFL rosters ranked 1 to 32 by the fine folks at ESPN.
I think
Heard of him?
Mike Clay did that, right? Yeah. I think Mike Clay did that.
Mike Clay decided that the Broncos were not only not a top 4 team, they weren't even a top 5 team or a top 6 team. Or a top 7 team. He ranked the roster at 8 there, Leggy. 8 overall for the Broncos roster, a team that found its way to the AFC Championship, and a lot of things people always wonder what could be different if they did not have their quarterback hurt, but that was not enough to keep them in the top 5. What do you think of the Broncos returning roster getting ranked 8th?
I think in this world we live in right now, if status quo is not rewarded in these types of things, they weren't. I think if they had even gone on and won the Super Bowl and didn't do anything in the offseason, or had the offseason they did, the trade for Jalen Waddle is one of the bigger trades of the offseason league-wide. That doesn't include Myles Garrett. But, that was pretty much it from, when you re-signed 17 of 21 guys who could have hit some level of free agency, including exclusive rights. That's not going to be in the world of list making. That's not going to be rewarded. And I still think Mike Clay does a lot of our fantasy football rankings, and that's a lot of his focus. So I think when he looks at teams, he sees skill positions and works out. And I don't think people thought extremely high of the Broncos' skill positions last year. I think people thought they have productive players, but obviously the Broncos didn't think they went and got Jalen Waddle.
Sure.
So I think some of it is a skill position reflection of what, sort of folks think of their potential explosiveness and all of that. But, and the things they're good at aren't rewarded in the statistical analytical world, sacks, third down defense, red zone defense. That isn't all, that doesn't make the wheel the wheel
It doesn't get
turn.
you talking on the fantasy football shows too much.
Yeah, so I think some of it's that. What they're good at isn't reflected always in the analytical world of finding points, as it were.
What do you think the fate of Jonathan Cooper ultimately is going to be here?
I think he's got a court date coming up right before camp opens. A motions hearing. Now that the cases have all been combined into one, there's now the trial date is gone. That he had a trial date set before, but that's off. That's gone. That there's now a new hearing for motions from both sides, to present at that time. It's hard for me to believe, if this goes through the process and he's found guilty of a felony after if there's a trial, or if, maybe there's some kind of plea bargain made, by both sides at some point that doesn't make it a felony. It's hard for me to say, what it'll look like. The vibe is that he's going to have a hard time being here, but I don't think we know that yet. And I think they really are trying to figure out as much as possible about the case as they can get. I don't know that they felt like they had all the information before the second arrest, and I think that's part of the information gathering they're doing right now.
Vaughn Miller had an interesting comment. Came out today, I guess, and it was on Pro Football Talk, but he said, I made the wrong choice. I should have picked Seattle. I shouldn't have gone and played for the Commanders, and just sort of lamented his
he sort of said
choice
that
of teams.
at his appearance here.
Did he?
He didn't say it, but he hinted at it.
Is that a good idea for him to be saying out loud? What
He's
do you
saying
think?
a lot of things. I mean, he lobbied to play here.
I know.
I don't know if you're another GM, if you're excited about that either.
Right. You think he plays this year is the ultimate question I guess I'm trying to get to. You think there's a team that wants him?
I think somebody will see 8 sacks last year in limited duty and think that has a place. I think he's the Charles Haley of this era for people who don't know. Charles Haley at the end of his career did a lot of one-year stints.
Well, Dwight Freeney.
Yeah, Dwight
Terrence
Freeney.
Mathis.
When you're a pass rusher,
Yeah.
that's a commodity. You're a valuable piece of a puzzle, and a team that's close will be the team that's interested. I talked to him when he was here, and it was, he really believed in Daniels at quarterback, and then when he got hurt, then everything changes. We don't have to tell people here things change when the quarterback is hurt. So I think circumstances got him a little bit. And Dan Quinn, he was sold on Dan Quinn, and there's good reason to be. So, but yeah, Seattle would have been his. And when you start talking about Canton and all those things, another Super Bowl ring, or if he has another day like he had with the Rams in the Super Bowl, that's memorable stuff.
Yeah, he almost was MVP again. Almost had 2 Super Bowl MVPs to his. He's got 2 different rings, so that certainly helps. I don't know. I kind of found it interesting. He's not coming here, right?
I've never gotten that sense.
I know
and
you
even
don't like to say never.
Even he calls it a long shot, and they're.
It's just a different time for them, isn't it?
That snaps a young player isn't going to get if you bring him in, and that's not their track right now, and I think Sean Payton and George Payton have a very definitive look at how they like this roster. They like this group, or they wouldn't have brought it back almost entirely. So it will take a lot for them to tinker with that. Now, if somebody gets hurt,
sure,
that's a different story. But as it stands, I've not gotten any indication at any point this offseason that was going to be a real pursuit.
But wouldn't that be like 2 or 3 guys might have to get hurt, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I mean, you're talking. He played very limited snaps for Washington last year, and
now VJ knows him. I guess that helps.
Yeah, but the injuries over the past couple of years have been a concern. A lot of people feel like he's never really been the same since the ankle injury here when Fangio was coaching. The one that
tightrope thing,
the one that happened in the indoor complex like the day before the season.
Yeah,
it happened on the last play of practice. I mean, the whole thing is just an unbelievable turn of events.
Yeah, it goes down sometimes.
But there are people in the league who think he hasn't been the same since. And, he's had an ACL. He's had some extensive, he had the injury in Buffalo, the sackless year. A lot of people look at the sackless season, very raised eyebrows. Like, how can that happen? So, it would take a lot for anybody at this point because he's going to, you got to pay him a little bit. You can't just bring him in, I don't think he would do that. But a lot of it will be how badly he wants to play. And if he only wants to play for a contender, then you're probably waiting a little bit.
Yeah, could you even see this maybe be a Halloween thing for him?
I just think if
an injury has to happen for
if his limitation is I want to play for a contender, then that limits the field. If you're willing to go anywhere, then
sure
to just play. But that's a long year. If you've seen the top of the mountain in your career and you're late in your career, that's an awful long season to be somewhere where you're not playing meaningful games.
Look, man, I'll never forget how he looked before he got traded. Remember that Thursday night game against Cleveland where the little zip line cam caught him and he's just staring off into space, it looked like, just feeling like, what are you doing? You know what I mean? Do you think Aaron Donald comes back or are we done with that? Your guy Adam Schefter kind of got that cranked up. Do you really think?
I think it's on his mind, but it's really hard to – he trains like few others, in his retired – he may have tougher workouts in his retirement than some guys do who are playing. So he's a rare guy who could – if he wants to do it, he could do it physically, I think. It's just a matter of how you make it all fit. And do you really want to put yourself – because almost every retired player I know
they have that one moment.
Talks about missing the games.
Sure.
And missing their teammates.
Well,
they do not miss
what we read about in that story.
8 hours of meetings every day. Let's go over third down. Aaron Donald's going to sit there and go over third down defense for the 12 billionth time. Okay.
Dude, hey, Chad Brown told it in the first hour. Chad Brown talked to us, and he said, if you screw up a blitz, now we got to go back and watch the first process and watch how it's supposed to be, and then we got to go back and talk about it, and here's your play. And
I've talked to quarterbacks especially. I've talked to them, and as they retire, and they go, I sat there and I couldn't believe we were doing that one more time. So it's the guys who play a long time are sort of okay with the process. They don't get sick of all the drumbeat of let's go to another meeting and look at it again.
Yeah,
but that's if they told him he could just show up and play, I bet he'd be back in a heartbeat. But
I'm just telling you, read that article.
It's the Monday through Saturday.
I get it now. Just reading some of that article and just hearing the description of Sean's meeting, like we talked about, with people trying not to fall asleep, and he wants to go till 1 a.m. And I get why you'd be like, no, man. I'm done. I can't do this anymore. So, all right, Jeff.
I want to watch The Late Show or whatever.
I did. I stayed up late and played Assassin's Creed last night. Maybe do some of that. Played a little later than I should.
Assassin's Creed, you're dating yourself.
Just go. No, there's a new one. There's one released a couple years ago. It's called Shadows. It's fine. They come out with one every couple of years.
You know these things.
You gonna go see the Odyssey? Ben Affleck, I guess, is doing the Odyssey now.
I might. Yeah.
You buying not Ben Affleck. Who's his buddy? Matt Damon.
Matt Damon.
Good Will Hunting
as Odysseus.
How long is that one going to be? See, I got a time limit, man.
I think it's going to be
about 90 minutes, maybe an hour 45.
It's a real time movie.
At 2 o'clock, I'm watching the watch.
It's as long as the Odyssey.
That's what I feel like. I feel like that one might be like a 4-dayer. Yeah. I don't want to deal with that.
You got to come back.
Yeah. You need a break. That one needs to go to Netflix so I can watch it in the chunks I choose.
You get a free cot when you come in.
The ones the coaches were using in the story.
No.
All right, he's Jeff Legwald. We'll talk to him maybe a little bit later on in the week. Otherwise, we appreciate having you in. All right, the high five. The 5 biggest stories of the day, according to Mark Springer. Mark, I'm not even going to put a sports label on it. You got a story from the world of news you think we all got to know about? Mark Springer's going to tell you next. Yes, a little late today because of our visit with Jeff Legwald, but the high five always shows up at some point in the program, and it's maestroed by the one, the only Mark Springer of the radio machine. Spring, let's do this. What do you got? I don't even know what we're getting today. I'm not even looking.
Hey, celebrate $10 Tuesdays at Papa Murphy's. On Tuesdays only, get any large pizza for just $10. Order online now at papamurphys.com. How about this little nugget? This little excerpt from...
Is it about the Nuggets?
No. From Seth Wickersham's piece on Sean Payton. He spent a couple weeks with Sean. He's behind the scenes. He documented almost everything from what he saw and heard from Sean over the course of the Broncos' playoff run. Here's a excerpt from the piece. When Bill Belichick and the Patriots divorced in 2024, Sean Payton considered presenting Broncos owner Greg Penner a proposal for the ages. Hire Belichick as head coach until he reached 15 wins, enough to break Don Shula's career record of 347. Payton would temporarily step down to assistant head coach and run the offense, then move back after Belichick became the all-time leader. In the end, it was too complicated and maybe too fanciful.
Yeah.
What?
I'm not saying that he didn't have this idea because it says in this article, for those that missed it, and just want to keep everybody involved because I know that not everybody's life revolves around sports like ours are lucky too. But great article by Seth Wickersham. A lot of people talking about a lot of things from that. He spent 3 weeks, basically 2 weeks with Sean Payton, embedded, covering the playoff run there. And this is one of the things, one of the stories that sounds like basically that Sean told him, where he said, I had a plan even in mind because he and Belichick are friends going back to his Bill Parcells days. They both worked for Bill Parcells. Basically, Parcells was as hard on them as they are now on their staffs, which is kind of funny because it doesn't sound like, I don't know, it just doesn't sound like the greatest working environment, everything you're reading there, but he's successful and that's how the NFL is.
You know what this sounds like, Andy? This sounds like a guy who was 10 Diet Cokes deep at 1 a.m., hadn't slept in months, and he had a fever dream. He was like, wait a minute. One of my friends, Bill Belichick, what if I let him coach? And yes, this is brilliant. This is brilliant. He called a 2-hour-long meeting and spoke to himself for an hour about how maybe Belichick could come in. It's a genius. And then he got 3 hours of sleep and woke up the next day and was like, the hell was I thinking?
Yeah, tell me this, because this is what I thought. What happens if, you sign Belichick and then you're on the way to the Super Bowl and you're just going to tell Bill, okay, I'm the head coach again now? That's how that was going to work? Or, you can't do that midseason because it's too successful, and then Bill wins the elusive second Super Bowl and Sean has a chance to be the first coach to ever do it with two different teams, but now it's going to be Bill's deal because, that. Come on, man. What are we doing?
This just popped into my head.
I have no idea I have no doubt he had the thought. I don't think he ever really thought he was going to verbalize it to anybody.
No, he's a control freak. He was going to let Bill run the show,
right,
even though he respects Bill.
Right. You're just going to step in and have him take over the whole building, your building.
I don't even know. I mean, he probably didn't even remember saying that. He was hallucinating because he had no sleep.
I think it's a great story to say. This is how much we are pals, but I don't think
here's the thought.
Any world it would have come to fruition.
Because I haven't read the whole piece, but I started reading it, and early in the piece, this is after the Buffalo game, going into the New England game, or maybe it was even it was going to the New England game, because they allowed 30 points to the Bills.
Yep.
And he asked Vance Joseph, he's like, is this going to be a shootout or a low scoring game? And VJ said low scoring game, and he was pretty much like, it better be.
Yeah.
It better be. I don't know. And down the I think, Sean was talking about how down the stretch of the regular season, their defense did start to allow more yards, and it got broken a little more. And hey, maybe no Jonathan Cooper, at least for some of this season, maybe all season. What if the defense struggles or just isn't up to that elite level? And
this team's
he
in
throws
trouble.
Vance Joseph directly under the bus. Or hey, maybe the defense is good and Vance gets a head coaching job elsewhere. Either way, Vance is gone. And Bill Belichick is still floundering at North Carolina. Who's the next Broncos defensive coordinator? Could it be Bill Belichick?
That would be crazy. I don't think Bill ever would put himself back to just being the defensive coordinator. And again, I don't think those two could exist in the same building without them both running the show. Now, maybe I'd be wrong, but you noticed in most of those meetings that we were reading about, Sean's the only one that talked. Nobody else really talked. He let the analytics guy talk, but then Sean does all of the talking, and that's kind of that. So, yeah, I don't think we'll ever see a marriage between these two. I think it's a fun, I've had a couple beers, we're at a holiday barbecue, let's talk about it kind of thing. I don't think it was ever meant to be anything taken seriously, nor was a contract even ever mentioned. So, but hey, he says it could have been, but it never was. So I guess we have to take him at his word.
High five. All right, you mentioned this to Jeff Legwold. I'm going to read this from Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, because I like the way he writes this. In November 2025, Von Miller said he did not regret choosing the Commanders over the Seahawks. He declared at the time he'd make the same decision 10 times out of 10. He probably wouldn't make it 11 times out of 11. Appearing on the 89 podcast with Steve Smith and James Palmer via Jacob Kamenker of USA Today, Miller said of his decision, quote, "Obviously, I picked the wrong team on that one. For me, the Washington Commanders, I just felt like Jaden Daniels was poised for another great season. His rookie season went all the way to the NFC Championship, and last year he got hit with injuries, not just at the quarterback position, but all over the place, and those are some of the things you just can't calculate on teams." Apparently back in January, Vaughn did say he'd like to stay in D.C., although a few weeks ago he really wanted to come to the Broncos. Probably still does.
Yeah. Yeah, man. I think Vaughn's going to be waiting until at least the start of the season. I think he's the guy. If you have a critical injury, and you know what, he may be waiting. I think until October, maybe November. He could be the big free agent. He may be the target for a team that doesn't get what they want at the trade deadline, but thinks they're in it and they need more out of their pass rush. That's the kind of signing that I think he's going to be relegated to right now. And again, what I'm bringing up, what I'm speaking of is the formula that's been put out there by Dwight Freeney and Terrence Mathis and all these guys that were great pass rushers that basically the further the season went, right, the less they had to do it. Remember, Roger Clemens kind of went this route at the end of his career too. I'll show up in August, I'll pitch for a couple months, and in the playoffs, and we'll call it good. Von Miller's kind of that guy. Let me show up second half of the season. I don't have to worry about trying to survive September and October, and I'll pass rush for you, especially if you're a contender, and everybody hopefully will be happy.
Watch him, leave the Commanders. Jaden Daniels stays healthy all season long.
And then they go.
And then they go all the way.
Yeah.
And Vaughn's going to be like, I was a year off.
Could be.
Darn it.
Vaughn really loves football. That's what we know. The guy wants to keep playing. Good for him. I just doesn't feel like there's a lot of suitors right now.
High five.
Oh, NBA action.
According to the Stein line, Mark Stein and Jake Fisher, Payton Watson remains restricted free agent, with the Los Angeles Clippers believed to be the only team credibly in the mix beyond the incumbent Denver Nuggets. The Nuggets have signaled their intent to match any offer sheet Watson should sign, while also being open to a sign and trade scenario. However, the Nuggets' stated preference is to retain Watson. The Brooklyn Nets have enough cap space to pursue Watson, but they are only a conceptual suitor at this point.
Yeah, do you find that interesting? I said to the guys in crosstalk, if there's a guy that knows Payton Watson and his potential, I think it'd be, is it Rudy Fernandez, right? That's
Jordy
out there.
Fernandez.
Jordy Fernandez. I keep getting the name wrong.
Hey,
Jordy
Michael Porter
Fernandez.
Jr. and Peyton Watson were chilling in France.
Yeah. So maybe
But it's only conceptual at this
Well,
point.
it's conceptual because I don't think anybody – here's the thing. Look, Payton Watson deserves whatever he's going to get. But you cannot tell me he's a $25 million a year player right now, especially watching, some of the fans are stressed out about how much you gave Christian Brown at this point, because after a year, now you're already kind of regretting the decision. I think the NBA doesn't want to be in that same position again, quite honestly. Look, he had 6 good weeks of the season. I think Payton can be that player all the time for the Nuggets. But are you going to bet $25 million right now that was going to be that's going to be the case, and it wasn't just 6 weeks. It's especially if you're a team that doesn't have familiarity with him or his game. So I think if the price comes down, he'll have a lot of suitors. But if he wants to be a $25 million a year man, I think this is what it's going to continue to look like right now.
Yeah, I get all that. But those what a 6 weeks they were.
Yeah, look, he played great.
They were better than anything. Christian Brown's had good stretches. That was better than that.
I would agree, but Christian Brown also had those good stretches in the playoff run on the way to a championship, playing all last year. Christian Brown has been much more consistent player to this point in his career than Payton Watson.
He's taller. He's longer.
He's more athletic. He's more
now, Christian's
explosive.
athletic, but Payton's more athletic.
Yeah, listen, I'm not telling everybody that Christian Brown is a better player. I'm simply telling you that to that point, he was more consistent at the time he got the contract.
Sure, yeah, it was only 6 weeks. He had a hammy injury. Their team's going to want to invest even $25 million per year in Payton Watson. I get it. But like the prospect, the tools on paper look really good.
Well, yeah, but again, the NBA's in this weird. I guess it's not even weird. They're in their salary cap era. That's just the reality of it. Teams do not want to go to the second apron. They do not want to pay the repeater tax. We keep talking about this, but we're seeing it time and time and time again. Payton Watson 5 years ago has his $25 million contract already. Teams aren't even blinking an eye at it, right, Spring? But now with the repeater tax and the aprons and all this stuff that limits player movement, if you're trying to spend more money than everybody else, you're going to pay the price. And owners have found that tax, like if Payton Watson makes 25 and you're paying the repeater tax, doesn't that make him, he's like a cost of 50 to 75 million for you because of all the extra stuff that you got to pay? That's what the owners don't want to deal with. And then on top of it, you can't sign a free agent. You can't make a trade. You can't, the Nuggets were in that second apron a couple years ago. They couldn't even go sign a buyout player. Teams don't want to be limited in that kind of movement when you get to the trade deadline and you realize you need some more stuff for your team. So I don't know how this is going to ultimately work out. If I were Payton Watson, I'd start talking. I'd pull an NFL move. I'd talk about a 1, maybe a 2-year deal with the Nuggets, take a little bit less money, bet on myself, and go show the league you should pay me that and then some.
Yeah.
And I believe he's got the ability to do it as you lay it out. I just think the league's saying, look, man, we need to see more than a couple months of it.
High five. All right, now to your LeBron James update.
Here it is.
Here are your odds, and I looked at these this morning too. Cavs your favorite at -130. Heat at +500. The Warriors at +500. So they're tied with the Heat. Maybe that's because the Heat had moved ahead of the Warriors. The Warriors were the initial favorite. Then they moved to third. Now they're again tied. They're tied for second. A little behind, significantly behind Cleveland, but nonetheless, maybe Golden State gaining a little bit of steam back because Shams Charania went on the Stephen A. Smith podcast, and he said that Draymond Green and LeBron James are planning to hang out this week. Ooh, okay. The Sixers this morning had the same odds as the Wolves and Nuggets. They plummeted a little bit, as had Denver. All three of those teams were tied at +1,500, but now the Sixers are up to +600. More on that in a second. Wolves +2,000. And the Nuggets are tied with the Knicks at +2,500. So the Nuggets have fallen. I noticed how Chris Haynes did not mention the Nuggets when talking about LeBron on NBA TV last night. He mentioned the other 5 teams, sans the Knicks, who are in on LeBron. Maybe that was just an omission because he had a lot on his mind, or maybe that was on purpose. I don't know. But Shams, here's something else he said on Stephen A. Smith's show today.
100% believe all 10 of those teams have a standing offer for LeBron James. Now, I think you have to whittle that down, though. And I do, when I talk to teams around the league, when I do my research, the teams that continue to come up are Cleveland, Miami, Philadelphia after they got the Jaylen Brown. Like, Philadelphia was not in the picture. And I think that's why this is somewhat a true free agency for LeBron James, because he didn't go into it with a calculation in mind, a plan in place, because you leave the Lakers, you don't necessarily know what your value is. There's not like a guaranteed max that he's walking into. There's not a guaranteed $20-30 million salary slot that you're walking into. So you have to be open-minded. So when the Sixers got Jaylen Brown, I did some research and I found out within 24 hours, like, he's taking their pitch really seriously. And so I look at it when I talk to teams now as kind of a hierarchy of Cleveland, Miami, Philadelphia, and then I think there's some teams on the periphery. Golden State is the team that, going into free agency was thought to be one of the leaders because.
All right, there you go.
Yeah, I mean, again, we also know how the ESPN machine works, and the Nuggets aren't a sexy machine. They're not a sexy destination for everybody to mention. So now, again, I also think it's a long shot for LeBron to show up here. I don't want to put that completely aside. I think it's a long shot for him to end up here and end up being a Denver Nugget. But that said, I also think when you mentioned Chris Haynes on NBA TV last night, I just don't. We're hearing all the usual spots for LeBron from the past, right? At Cleveland and Miami, the two places that he's played, everybody forever has wanted he and Steph to somehow team together and see what kind of magic they could work in their older age. But you know what? We kind of saw what that might look like. Remember the All-Star game, right? So I don't know. We'll wait and see. You know what I think is curious, and Sham said it there. Oh, I heard this. Do you think LeBron's talking to anybody? We know this is all Rich Paul. Do you think LeBron is just off somewhere chilling? And just getting his mind right,
maybe
playing a little
he'll tell
golf.
Draymond Green something this week.
Well,
I don't know.
But Draymond's not on the Warriors anymore, right? When he released?
Yeah, but apparently he, declined his option and to help them maneuver a potential move for LeBron.
So
and
we
maybe
got
even
both James Harden and Draymond Green just hanging out, waiting to get their money.
I think the Nuggets are hanging out with Payton Watson right now, waiting to see and it is a long shot, but if they could get LeBron, then maybe they would go into the second apron. Then Payton Watson is back, and LeBron is on the team, and they're a second apron team. But if they don't get LeBron, which again is a long shot at this point, then maybe they're not a second apron team, and they're signing and trading Payton Watson. It's either both or nothing is a theory I have.
All right, we'll see how this one plays out. We got to wrap it there for the high five. Spring had one more story that the Lakers are still pursuing Jonathan Kuminga. Hawks, Cavs remain in the mix as the Lakers retool their roster. Remember, they let Rui Hachimura go. We'll wait and we'll see, So I guess I would ask, and we could talk about it a little bit more tomorrow, but if you don't get Peyton Watson, or if you don't get LeBron, then are you getting rid of Peyton Watson? I don't know what's going on. It's still going to be fascinating to watch. I still don't really know what kind of market's going to materialize for Peyton Watson. Maybe Peyton Watson needs LeBron to make his decision so that some teams that figure out whether they're getting him or not actually want to put an offer into him. That could be what's being held up as well. All right, we're going to come back. Got to wrap it up with a little baseball. Rockies played last night. Mid-season grades are out. Are the Rockies, according to ESPN, the worst team in baseball? We'll tell you next. of a lonely heart, I feel like it's the 80s. I wish it was the 80s sometimes, because then I could understand some of these NBA rules and what everybody's trying to do. So here's the latest we've got going on as far as we'll update this, and I'm going to give you the Rockies midseason grade before we get going. But this comes from Shams Charania, and I think this is interesting because I think, this ties into the tweet that my friend Mark Springer just sent me regarding Peyton Watson. So let's start with this news. The Detroit Pistons are trading Karis LeVert and 2 second-round picks to the Milwaukee Bucks for Taurean Prince and Gary Harris. Remember him? Sources tell ESPN the Pistons will create a trade exception from the deal and savings while Bucks acquire LeVert and pick up assets. Well, that's interesting because Spring just sent me a tweet coming from Sleeper Nuggets handle. Nuggets better match this if true is what the Sleeper Nuggets handle says, but the LA Clippers could offer Peyton Watson a 4-year, $116 million deal by front-loading John Collins' salary in the sign and trade with the Pistons and using their 9.1 expanded trade exception. So the Pistons just created that trade exception by making this deal, and it looks like they may be making a move with the Clippers, so the Clippers now can afford to get Peyton Watson. But the deal in its heart would be 4 years at $116 million. So doing the quick math,
it's $24 million per year.
Well, no, 4 years at $116 million would be $29 million.
Oh, okay. Never mind. My math. You're right. My math sucks.
So
wow, 29 is pretty good.
So that would get him there. And if it's $29 million for Peyton Watson, I don't know, man. I don't know.
Yeah. Then there's no sign and trade with the Nuggets.
No. There wouldn't
Well,
be.
I guess there ultimately could be.
There could be if they want the $29 million.
No, actually, because maybe there would be because the Nuggets can only offer him 4 years.
Well, there you go. So then they'd have to do a sign and trade with the Nuggets, which the Nuggets apparently are open to. Per report, sign and trade period. So I guess we'll continue to follow this, but there's the only news. Did you watch any of the Rockies last night after the heartbreak spring of the World Cup game?
I was following along. They were plucky early, but they had like the bases loaded, nobody out, only got 1 run across.
That hurt.
Dodgers took a big lead. They were up 6-3. Then I stopped following. And then next thing I know, I see the Rockies tweet like the comeback kids. And I was like, what? Yeah. And apparently Cole Carrig, had that little slide at the plate with Dalton rushing, trying to tag him. And those are a couple of hotheads. And man, Cole Carrig brings that speed and athleticism, and he can hit, and he plays good defense, and he's got a little FU to him. And so does Dalton rushing. He's kind of a character. But ultimately it wasn't enough.
End up being an 8-7 loss, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
But the Rockies today on ESPN, they are not the worst team in baseball.
Nor should they be.
When you look at how bad they've been, they should not be the worst team in baseball. They get a C- in the midseason grades, along with the Padres, the Athletics, D-backs, and Astros are ahead of them. But teams behind the Rockies right now, the Reds at a D+, the Red Sox at a D+, the Tigers at a D, the Orioles at a D, Blue Jays D, Royals D-, Angels D-. The Giants get an F